In a realm divided by a spirit-separating formation, two lands exist under different skies. All spiritual veins have been drawn away by the higher realm, rendering the Shengzhou Continent a desolate place devoid of spiritual energy, where cultivators can only attain the meager level of qi refinement. A mere ninth layered Changsheng traversed into this world, beginning his journey as a furnace, recognizing the dire circumstances without complaint. He embarked on a path of defiance, overcoming hardships, shaking the lower realm, and breaking through the higher realm. Changsheng, put in more effort. Changsheng, strive harder. Changsheng, you must progress. Chapter 1. The Initiative to Traverse. The King of Hell called for my demise at midnight, yet I arrived at second watch. It was not to leave a good impression on the higher-ups, nor to catch them off guard. As a modern-day wage slave, Changsheng understood that he could not afford to falter at the starting line once more. Typically, upon the demise of a wage slave, there exists an additional path compared to the average person. One may either die early and reincarnate, or die early and traverse into another world. At this moment, it was 9:30 p.m. during the second watch, in S City, the most bustling and youthful international metropolis of the Xia Kingdom. After a relentless 72-hour work stint, Changsheng, having unexpectedly fallen into a coma, lay in the prestigious First People's Hospital, a towering structure of 99 floors. Illuminated brightly, with a rooftop capable of accommodating 10 helicopters, in a basement ward of the Infertility Specialist Hospital, the kind-hearted boss Huang entrusted his sister-in-law to secure a private room for Changsheng, ensuring a tranquil environment, free from disturbances. The white light, white walls, white sheets, and the pallid complexion of Changsheng created an entirely white atmosphere. With various tubes inserted into his nose and mouth, his brain cells suddenly surged with abnormal activity, reminiscent of the moments when he had insightful ideas to improve his boss's life. The doctor had delivered a grim prognosis. Due to cardiac arrest, multiple organ failures ensued, and Changsheng was not expected to survive beyond 1 a.m. I must bid farewell to this wretched world, he thought bitterly. His eyelids fluttered. Opposite him, on a wall marred by moisture, hung a clock with a chipped glass face, yet the hands continued to tick accurately. With each movement, it emitted a soft tick, as if reminding him. A self-deprecating smile flickered at the corner of Changsheng's pale lips as he reached out, without a moment's hesitation, and decisively removed the oxygen tube. He was astonished by this clarity and strength. Those who have experienced it understand this phenomenon as a final burst of vitality. There's no need for envy. It's a standard feature of life, though best not utilized. Subsequently, Changsheng's head tilted, his hand fell limp, and the light extinguished. In another world, the Shengzhou Continent, Changsheng opened his eyes. Having been mentally prepared, he did not experience the typical disorientation of other transmigrators. Instead, he felt a joyous sense of rebirth. As he absorbed the memories of the original host, a smile crept onto his face, filled with curiosity as he surveyed the new world before him. To his surprise, 3 enchanting young women adorned in delicate garments surrounded him, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. The scene, though somewhat cliché, was not at all offensive to the eyes. The system intriguingly understood the psyche of an underdog. To his left sat the eldest sister, a voluptuous woman named Xiao Jing. On his right was the second sister, Xiao Chong, with striking features. In the center, the youngest, Xiao Tian, still bore a hint of youthful innocence. Upon noticing Changsheng's awakening, Xiao Jing scooped him up and wept. "You're awake, little brother." Xiao Chong planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "It's been 10 years. Your efforts haven't been in vain." With reddened eyes, Xiao Tian said, "I was so scared. If you hadn't revived, we 3 sisters would have perished too." Changsheng had not wasted a single millisecond. He fully absorbed the original host's memories, sharing the same name. The original host had arrived here as an infant and had remained confined to this room, akin to a pig, never stepping outside for a decade. 10 years? Even pigs don't require such prolonged care. Otherwise, the boss would have gone bankrupt. It was rather absurd. Throughout those years, the 3 sisters were responsible for his every need, feeding, bathing, and changing him. Beyond that, they had tirelessly trained him, guiding him to harness energy within his body and practice a unique cultivation technique. Aside from this, he knew nothing. He appeared healthy and radiant, but was utterly ignorant. Hence, the original host was only familiar with his 3 sisters and was oblivious to the outside world. Floods and calamities were of no concern to him. Once a versatile wage slave in my past life, now I find myself in a worse state. Changsheng quickly scanned the 3 sisters. Each was a rare beauty, each possessing unique charms. The eldest sister was curvaceous and elastic. When she had embraced him, he felt as though he had been catapulted from a spring. The second sister exuded a captivating allure, her fiery red lips igniting an irresistible desire to be scorched by her. The third sister was graceful and delicate, her gentle gaze capable of nurturing one's soul. What just happened to me? Changsheng inquired. Xiao Jing extended her slender fingers and pinched him. You achieved a significant breakthrough. The three of us wanted to test your progress, and before we could exert any effort, you rolled your eyes and kicked your legs, losing consciousness. Xiao Chang pursed her red lips. The eldest sister pinched you all over, but couldn't wake you. She said that if you didn't revive by the third watch, we'd have to bury you secretly. Changsheng gaped. Thankfully, he had decisively removed the tube at the second watch. Xiao Tian blushed slightly, saying, Little brother Changsheng, it's good that you've awakened and I see your energy is smooth, and your 6 channels are harmonized. You should be fine to serve our grandmother. Grandmother? Changsheng blinked. She's our master, Xiao Jing stated boldly. I thought I only had the 3 of you beautiful sisters. How is there a master? Changsheng asked. Xiao Chang teased him by tapping his nose. Oh, your tongue has become sweet. Now we can tell you that the 3 of us have diligently cared for you for a decade, all at the behest of our master. You are far more precious than the 3 of us. Why have I never met her? Changsheng was taken aback, feeling both puzzled and touched. She doesn't allow you to meet her, fearing it would disrupt your cultivation, Xiao Tian explained. What cultivation technique am I practicing? Changsheng understood that he had traversed into a world of cultivation, just stepping into the threshold of being a cultivator. The golden leaf jade furnace technique. Xiao Tian articulated 5 words, then added, You've finally broken through the bottleneck, transcending the mundane to ascend to the realm of immortals, successfully reaching the first layer and joining the ranks of cultivators. Our grandmother can hardly wait. What is her character? Why is she so strict with me? Changsheng queried, noting her remarkable patience. It felt akin to spending 10 years in kindergarten before advancing to elementary school, becoming a formal student. Xiao Tian pouted adorably. We seldom see her either. Usually, she wears a veil, seldom speaks, and is always cultivating in her palace. Grandmother only has you in her heart, little brother. Xiao Jing spoke with a hint of playful jealousy. Changsheng exhaled deeply. It seemed he had arrived at the right place, ensuring a life devoid of hardship, along with 3 devoted sisters. Xiao Chang glanced at the starry sky outside. When you meet grandmother, be sure to perform well and don't forget to speak kindly of your 3 sisters. Changsheng nodded. Of course, how could I forget that the eldest sister pinched me into a beautiful scale pattern to urge me to cultivate? Where are the scales? Xiao Jing lowered her head. How could I forget that the second sister pressed my head into the toilet to teach me hygiene? It's very clean inside. The water is drinkable. Xiao Chang also lowered her head. How could I forget that the third sister chewed my food and personally fed it to me? Only a mere 800 times, Xiao Tian blushed. I'm the only boy in the family, so you must cherish me, Changsheng remarked. The 3 senior sisters raised their heads, all knitting their brows. Something seemed amiss with this younger brother. Changsheng suddenly felt that something was awry in the household as well. A talisman flew over, and the expressions of the 3 sisters changed drastically. Oh no, we were too busy talking and missed the timing. Grandmother is furious. Chapter 2. As refreshing as a spring breeze. Quick, help the little brother change. Brush his hair, clean his face and neck. The 3 sisters, each with a designated task, swiftly stripped Changsheng down to his bare skin and, in an instant, dressed him in loose and comfortable brocade attire. A fragrant breeze brushed past his face. All done, Xiao Jing exclaimed. We can go now. Junior brother, you must perform well. Grandmother has waited for you for 10 years. Changsheng felt a sense of unease. It was evident that the 3 sisters were concealing something from him. Why the rush? Tell me the truth, or I won't go. He halted in his steps. Xiao Tian glanced awkwardly at Xiao Jing and Xiao Chang. At this point, can we tell him? Xiao Chang replied, It won't matter if we do. Changsheng, you are a pure young body, chosen by grandmother to be a furnace vessel. We 3 are specifically responsible for refining the vessel, and today, we have finally succeeded. To become grandmother's furnace vessel is a fortune you earned in your past life, Xiao Jing added. Changsheng's mind buzzed. What the hell? I did not come to this world to become a vessel. Otherwise, what would be the difference from my previous life in the brothel? Dream on. I, Changsheng, would rather die than be a furnace vessel. He shouted. That decision is not yours to make. You are a pure young body, naturally suited to be a vessel, Xiao Jing mocked, casually pinching him. We have accompanied you for 10 years. Do you think it was for nothing? Xiao Chang wore a look of resignation. Don't resist. You won't withstand grandmother's methods, Xiao Qin cautioned. Changsheng regained his composure. This was dire. At a young age, he was to become a plaything for an old woman, a fate worse than death. He wished to flee, but escape was futile. His golden leaf jade furnace technique was merely at the initial stage, far inferior to the 3 sisters, not to mention the hidden old hag. The 3 sisters took no heed of his protests and pulled Changsheng toward the harem. After traversing a long corridor, they halted before a grand red and black door. I will report to grandmother first. You 2 keep a close watch on this boy. His temperament has suddenly changed, which may be related to his cultivation of the golden liquid jade furnace technique to the 1st level. Rest assured, senior sister, grandmother will educate him. Xiaocheng scoffed. Xiaojing pushed open the heavy door and slipped inside. Changsheng closed his eyes momentarily. What is happening? Since I have traversed here, enduring some hardships is acceptable, but becoming a furnace vessel is too much. Where is my golden finger? Ding. A panel materialized in his mind. Just arrived. Name. Changsheng successful crossing. Wish fulfilled. Reward. Health bar 1 entry into cultivation. Wish fulfilled. Reward. Health bar 1 strong resilience. Wish fulfilled. Reward. Black hole sacred body. He recalled the wish he made before crossing. I said I wanted to live a life like an immortal, not to cultivate. The enhanced health bar could prolong life. But what on earth is the black hole sacred body? Before he could ponder further, Xiaojing emerged and pushed him inside. A surge of spiritual energy made his head spin. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself standing in a palace adorned with various gemstones and crystals. The three sisters had vanished. He looked up and shivered involuntarily. A person dressed in silk and a veiled scarf sat cross-legged on a black jade cushion a mere yard away. Kneel. The voice echoed in his ears, resonating like the sound of metal striking stone. Changsheng's body softened involuntarily. The jade cushion suddenly glimmered with a ghostly light, enveloping him. When the radiance receded, he found himself seated cross-legged on the jade cushion, mere inches from the figure opposite him. Immediately, a wave of spiritual energy struck his dantian, igniting a searing heat in his lower abdomen, as if it were about to explode. The pure yang body is quite rare. Do you know what to do? The voice was as cold as eternal ice. Changsheng's teeth chattered uncontrollably, and he blurted out, primary vessel, using the body as the furnace, using qi as the vessel, using the heart as fire, and using the kidneys as water. When water and fire intermingle, the vessel is formed, correct. 10 years ago, I brought you back and raised you. Now it is time for you to repay me. She uttered a few words, releasing immense pressure that nearly suffocated Changsheng. Could I refuse? Changsheng found himself unable to move. Ha ha. Grandmother let out a piercing shriek. Her body quivered slightly, and a surge of overwhelming force knocked Changsheng's brocade robe away like leaves in the wind. He instinctively covered himself. It was not a big deal, as he was wearing an undergarment belonging to an unknown sister, which even had cups as long as nothing was exposed. It wasn't considered a violation. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. Grandmother's eerie voice echoed in the hall, sending chills down his spine. Grandmother, you want me to be a furnace vessel? After you're done with me, will I turn into a mere skeleton? Changsheng trembled. You painstakingly raised me. Why not let me be your son? A grandson would do as well. That he had a bold idea. A mother does not consume her offspring. Preposterous. Grandmother clearly sensed Changsheng's ulterior motives, attempting to bind her with familial morality? Not a chance. I have waited 10 years for you to enter the immortal gate, and you do not seek to repay me? Changsheng truly did not want to spend his life as an old woman's vessel. To put it bluntly, being a vessel was akin to being her toilet or plaything, subject to both physical and psychological torment. In this lifetime, he must not be like in his previous life, compromising, enduring, and submitting. That he was determined to live with dignity. Grandmother seemed to see through his thoughts, her tone softening. Actually, you have worried too much. I will not make you a vessel. Really? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Of course not. Then what do you want me to do? Rule over me? Rule? I don't understand. Simply put, I shall be your vessel. Grandmother's words were astonishing. Changsheng was truly taken aback. Could such a fortunate occurrence exist? Instinctively, he felt that something too easily obtained could not be good. Grandmother, we are not of the same age, and my cultivation is too shallow to rule you. Are you defying me? Not at all, grandmother. I am as soft as mud and cannot possibly master the golden leaf technique. Grandmother let out a series of tinkling laughs, her voice becoming increasingly delicate. The surge of spiritual energy rose from below, and with a loud bang, her scarf was blown into the air, revealing her true appearance. Changsheng was stunned. Had the old woman undergone cosmetic surgery? Her skin was as smooth as cream, her hair dark and misty, exuding an air of classical beauty. Her slender eyebrows were gentle, her bright eyes captivating yet distant, and her long, elegant neck was smooth and exquisite, with fragrant shoulders partially exposed. She was breathtaking. Even 3 senior sisters combined could not compare to a fraction of her beauty. Why call her grandmother? The name almost deceived him. Changsheng swallowed hard. Although Boss Huang's sister-in-law was somewhat attractive, before grandmother, she was mere dross. Grandmother appeared so youthful. She looked only a few years older than Changsheng. Grandmother, let me be your vessel instead. One must repay kindness received, and one cannot forget their roots. Changsheng declared resolutely. Your body still weak. The grandmother, warm and gentle, enveloped me in a comforting aura, easing my earlier tension and allowing my blood to flow freely. I felt completely rejuvenated. One must possess a certain fortitude in life. A glimmer of irony danced in the grandmother's eyes. All men in the world are the same, none to be trusted. However, Changsheng, you must regard me as your furnace. Moreover, I should reveal to you that my true name is Jiyu Xianzi. TSK. Encountering a celestial being at the very beginning. What more could one wish for? Chapter 3. The sacred body of the black hole. The furnace, akin to a slave, allows its master to wield control over one's body, cultivation, and power at will. Moreover, the impurities, obstructions, and toxins generated by the master during their cultivation are channeled into the furnace's dantian for refinement. If one possesses the ability to refine these toxins, they may preserve their life. Failure to do so results in a swift demise, reduced to nothing but a mere skeleton. Thus, when the enchanting fairy Jiyu expressed her intent to become Changsheng's furnace, he was taken aback. To have such a breathtakingly beautiful and seemingly unattainable fairy assume the role of a furnace was akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. Yet, embracing the absurdity of his situation, Changsheng resolved to confront the challenges ahead. A hint of cold amusement flickered across fairy Jiyu's exquisite lips. A decade prior, she had succumbed to the lethal chill of an extreme cold poison, which not only stunted her ascension, but also subjected her to relentless torment. Only a practitioner of the pure yang physique could dissolve this affliction, yet such individuals were as rare as pandas in the realm of cultivation. Over 10 years ago, upon discovering that the then 3 or 4-year-old Changsheng possessed this rare constitution, she had abducted him without hesitation. At that time, he was still a mere child, and it was only when he turned 6 that she assigned 3 maidservants to guide his training in the golden liquid jade furnace technique. Although endowed with the pure yang constitution, his aptitude for cultivation was rather mundane. After considerable effort, the 3 maidservants finally succeeded in nurturing him into a furnace. Due to Changsheng's insufficient power, Fairy Jiyu was reluctant to immediately introduce the extreme cold poison into his body, fearing it might shatter his dantian and render her decade of toil futile. Therefore, she opted to first assume the role of the furnace herself, allowing Changsheng to take the initiative in counterattacking with his pure yang fire, diluting her cold poison, which he would then absorb according to his capabilities. Once liberated from the shackles of the extreme cold poison, she could utilize Changsheng as her furnace to shatter the bottlenecks of various realms, rapidly advancing her cultivation. Alas, she lamented the loss of her esteemed maidenhood. Fortunately, Changsheng remained unblemished, and the 3 maidservants, deterred by the restrictions imposed by Fairy Jiyu's spells, dared not lay a finger on him. Let us begin. Follow the techniques of the golden liquid jade furnace step by step, and I shall guide you through the critical points, Fairy Jiyu declared, already commencing the process. Under the dazzling rays of the sun, Changsheng's face flushed crimson. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to compose poetry. I feel compelled to recite a verse, he murmured. You can compose poetry? Did the 3 elder sisters teach you this? How is it that I was unaware? Fairy Jiyu furrowed her brow. Grandmother, I am self-taught, he replied. Self-taught in poetry? A peculiar sensation stirred within Fairy Jiyu. If the pure yang physique was akin to a panda, then a poet among pure yang cultivators would surely be a colorful panda among them. The disparity in status between her and Changsheng notably diminished due to this singular talent for poetry. This furnace possesses a touch of taste. What verses do you have? Recite them for me, she urged. I do not intend to recite poetry deliberately. It simply flows from me uncontrollably, Changsheng explained. He and the Moon Fairy were experiencing their first moments in life, evoking a whirlwind of emotions within him. In his previous life, he had harbored a secret affection for the sister-in-law of the boss. To become a family connection with the boss, he toiled day and night, leading to his premature demise. Faced with the enchanting beauty of the Moon Fairy, whose every glance flowed like rippling waves, Changsheng eloquently recited, "The flower path has never been swept for guests." Oh, how it resonated with enduring charm and profound meaning. Let us begin, spoke the Moon Fairy, her delicate face slightly flushed, her crimson lips parting gently. Changsheng, you must absorb the spiritual energy within me. Thus, your cultivation will significantly enhance, and soon you shall surpass your 3 senior sisters. Changsheng, you must maintain unwavering focus. Do not become lax or distracted. Yes, that's the rhythm. My essence is swirling from my dantian, ready to enter yours. A wave of heat enveloped Changsheng. The Moon Fairy's formidable spiritual pressure made him feel as if he were engulfed in a volcano, parched and rendered speechless. The pure yang fire within him blazed fiercely, and under the dual pressures, he felt as though he were on the verge of melting from the overwhelming heat. The Moon Fairy noticed his transformation, providing careful guidance while intensifying the flow of her energy. Streams of extreme cold poison began to infiltrate Changsheng's body, and upon encountering the pure yang fire, it was as though a bowl of water was splashed upon a roaring inferno. It not only failed to douse the flames, but instead was vaporized by the ferocity of the fire, becoming a catalyst for an even greater blaze. How delightful it was to have such a furnace. Changsheng's eyes fluttered shut, and thoughts raced through his mind. The Moon Fairy found it peculiar. Despite Changsheng being a novice with a meager cultivation level, he appeared to withstand the influx of spiritual energy without discomfort, seemingly reveling in the experience. Could this be the marvel of the pure yang body? 10 years of chill and solitude, cherishing my own beauty. I wish not to squander the springtime, nor my heart. With this thought, the initial concern of the Moon Fairy dissipated, as if her heart had opened, slowly losing herself in the moment. The master possesses the superiority of a master, and being a furnace brings its own joys. At this rate, within half a year, she would be able to completely rid herself of the extreme cold poison that had tormented her for over a decade. After further cultivation, she would be eligible to return to the sacred palace. Truly, this lad was fortunate. Observing the tirelessly busy Changsheng, the Moon Fairy curled her lips, appearing even more alluring and vivacious. Changsheng's mind went blank. Even if he were to perish, it would be worth it. After several tests, the Moon Fairy directed the cold poison towards Changsheng with her spiritual power, while a small portion of her own energy flowed alongside it. She smiled gently, unconcerned, as it was an inevitable occurrence. If it were all cold poison, Changsheng would surely struggle to bear it. As the cold poison diminished, the Moon Fairy experienced a long-lost sense of lightness and comfort, as if shedding a heavy shell. Her cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze becoming dreamy, her lips parting and closing, her pearly teeth gently biting her rosy lips. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Stop, stop! The Moon Fairy suddenly called softly. A torrent of magnificent spiritual energy surged wildly into the unknowing body of Changsheng. His skin glowed like fire, radiating heat as he entered a state of complete oblivion. Changsheng, you must cease this at once, exclaimed the fairy of Jiyue, urgently channeling her own energy to reclaim what had been lost. Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, catching sight of the fairy's alabaster visage, her expression one of alarm, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden chill. Indeed, the infamous cold poison lived up to its reputation. The toxicity was secondary, it was simply too frigid. Suddenly, Jiyue felt her spiritual energy severed, unable to draw back the power that had flowed into Changsheng. Weakness overtook her, dizziness enveloped her senses, and she fainted into his embrace. Changsheng remained motionless, drenched in sweat, a faint weariness shadowing his countenance. A cigarette would have made this moment all the more comfortable. After a quarter of an hour, Jiyue regained consciousness. She cast a furious glance at Changsheng, her eyes wide with indignation, and shouted, "What have you done to me?" Without hesitation, she struck out at him. "What? So quick to turn on me?" Changsheng instinctively raised his hand to meet hers, fully aware that their powers differed vastly. This strike could very well cost him his life. A sharp crack echoed as their palms collided, and they both were sent flying apart, equally matched. What just happened? Both were taken aback. Logically, Changsheng should never have been able to withstand the fairy of Jiyue. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the qi refining stage. In contrast, Changsheng was merely at the initial stage of the 1st level, the lowest tier in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, however, the spiritual energy within him surged with newfound vigor, indicating a significant rise in his abilities. Jiyue gasped in astonishment. "You've drained my cultivation." Absorbing Jiyue's cultivation? Impossible. That was merely a technique for mortals, utterly useless in the realm of the immortal. Yet, Changsheng distinctly felt his power escalate, at least to the mid-4th level of the qi refining stage. He marveled. Indeed, it is no exaggeration. I have reached the mid-4th level. This implied that after experiencing a sudden chill, he had siphoned off half of Jiyue's power. Changsheng's mind raced to comprehend the situation. It must be the black hole's sacred body indicated by the system. In that fleeting moment, he activated the black hole's sacred body, unceremoniously drawing Jiyue's power into himself. Just as light cannot escape a black hole, neither could spiritual energy. Chapter 4. Beasts Beneath Humanity. Changsheng had not anticipated that in other realms of cultivation, foundational practitioners were abundant, golden elixirs plentiful, while in the Victory Continent, the so-called fairy Jiyue possessed merely the cultivation of the qi refining stage. This may well be a diluted version of the cultivation world. The senior sister was at the initial stage of the 2nd level, the second sister at the pinnacle of the 1st level, and the third sister at the latter stage of the 1st level. Each major realm, such as qi refining and foundation establishment, is divided into 9 levels, which further subdivide into initial, mid, latter, and pinnacle stages. The corresponding realm of cultivation is equally significant. He observed the flustered fairy Jiyue and remarked, "Grandmother, is it not customary for you to willingly become my furnace, transferring your power to me?" "Nonsense. What I transfer to you is merely the extreme cold poison. Ji quickly covered her mouth. This secret was unknown even to her 3 maidservants. Changsheng suddenly comprehended the truth. Truly, the most venomous heart is that of a woman. She only wished for him to absorb the cold poison. In any case, he had already absorbed quite a bit, and he felt no discomfort. My vitality is robust, coupled with my pure yang constitution and the holy body of the black hole. Am I to fear you? Perhaps the extreme cold poison entering my body could instead transform into a torrent of spiritual power. If you wish to reclaim it, I shall return it to you as it was. Changsheng declared. Alas, I willingly gave it to you. How could I take it back? My waist aches terribly. Come and massage it for me. Fairy Ji beckoned him, appearing delicate and fragile. Women can change their demeanor faster than the weather. Look at my compassionate and tender nature. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsheng moved beside her, placing his hand on her smooth waist. Suddenly, a small knife appeared in Jiyu's hand, pressed firmly against Changsheng's throat. Do not move. A single twitch, and I shall take your life. In her other hand, a talisman materialized, and with a flick of her lips, she struck his chin, causing the talisman to dissolve into a wisp of smoke that swiftly entered his mouth. Ha ha ha. Fairy Jiyu cackled. I have cast the heart-eating curse upon you. Should you defy me in the slightest, I shall make your existence a living hell. Hee hee. I knew you would strike at me. Do you still dare to lay hands on me? Such harsh words. I only harbor a pure heart in my gratitude towards you. Do you wish to die, or do you fear death? I wager you will not let me die. For I possess a pure yang constitution, and your extreme cold poison is not yet fully purged. Moreover, you will need my assistance in breaking through various bottlenecks in the future, a feat that no amount of elixirs can guarantee success. Not too foolish. Now, lie down for me. What for? To restore your original state as a furnace. I want back my power. Changsheng took a deep breath, grateful for his youth and ample resources. And I must warn you, today's affair must not be disclosed to anyone, not even your 3 senior sisters. Very well. I only love to write in my diary. Smack. Fairy Jiyu blushed fiercely, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Changsheng's chest. Not a single word shall you write, let alone compose poetry to sing. Just as Changsheng was about to protest his lack of talent, Fairy Jiyu swiftly commenced the furnace technique. Streams of spiritual energy began to flow gently between them. After years of diligent cultivation to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer, just 1 step away from foundation establishment. How could she willingly bestow her power to her furnace? Did he truly deserve it? For a moment, the celestial maiden Jiyu extended her delicate hand and pinched Changsheng's face sharply, admonishing him, do not wear such a morose expression. As if you are the one at a disadvantage. Fairy, I am merely being reserved. Reserved, you say? How dare a mere furnace display such airs? A furnace is still a being. Bah! Remember, I shall always be your master, and you will forever remain my slave. A slave is still a being. If you obey, I can elevate you to the status of a human. If you defy me, you shall be even lower than a beast. I am indeed a beast. Jiyu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Why was it that, after her efforts, she had scarcely regained any of her power? Or had she faltered in her approach? She leapt into the air, her brocade robe billowing without a breeze, enveloping her completely. Then, with a flick of her finger, Changsheng's clothes were hastily restored to his form. You 3 come in. Her frigid voice pierced the air like the biting winds of winter, reaching the ears of the 3 sisters waiting outside. Xiao Jing, Xiao Chong, and Xiao Tian entered with trepidation, kneeling in unison. Grandmother commands. Humph. You have spent a decade teaching him the arts, and you have done such a splendid job? Grandmother, forgive us. We deserve the gravest punishment. We are incompetent. Jiyu's expression shifted. Forgiveness? You deserve the utmost punishment. I meant to say you have taught him well, and I am quite pleased. Thank you, grandmother. The 3 chimed in unison. Suddenly, Jiyu's expression darkened again. Skill is skill, and fault is fault. Xiao Jing, as the eldest sister, I entrusted you with the care of Changsheng, yet you have tormented him for a decade? How outrageous. Without room for dispute, a shadowy hand shot forth, extending 3 feet, and struck Xiao Jing's face with force. She cried out in pain, her delicate visage immediately swelling. Jiyu then turned her gaze to the trembling Xiao Chong. You knew Changsheng was to be of use to me, yet you allowed him to drink from the toilet. What were your intentions? Grandmother, Jiyu delivered a swift kick directly to her solar plexus. Xiao Chong flew backward several paces, crashing against the hard wall like a lump of soft flesh collapsing to the ground. Xiao Tian, pale with fear, stammered, Grandmother, I acknowledge my errors. Humph, though you are young, you sought to taint his primal essence, and your actions were utterly despicable. I shall cut out your tongue. A small knife gleamed ominously before Xiao Tian's mouth. Changsheng reached out to restrain the blade, smiling gently. Fairy, it is not Xiao Tian's fault. It was I who compelled her. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me. You? Ji regarded Changsheng with suspicion, then glanced at the sobbing Xiaotian beside him. I shall spare you this time, but should I discover any ulterior motives, I will strip you of your cultivation and deliver you to the demon lord of the Black Valley. Grandmother, please spare me from that fiend. I have devoted my life solely to serving you. Xiaotian repeatedly bowed in supplication. Ji Yu's gaze swept over them with icy intensity, prompting Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong to hastily crawl forward, persistently bowing their heads in pleas for mercy. Take Changsheng back and serve him well. I am weary and wish to rest, so do not disturb me, said the elder. Yes, grandmother, the three responded in unison. Xiao Jing, Xiao Chong, and Xiaotian rose, carefully supporting Changsheng as they exited and returned to the meditation chamber. Senior sisters, I assure you, today's events do not stem from any malicious reporting on my part. Changsheng felt compelled to clarify. Chapter 5. The discovery of secrets, no malicious reporting? Xiaojing inquired. You must speak from the heart, little junior brother. Over the past decade, aside from my occasional frustration with you, have I not shown you sufficient care and consideration? She gestured with her thumb and forefinger, but quickly retracted it upon realizing the implication. Changsheng shook his garments and replied, Your methods leave unmistakable traces. How could they possibly escape the discerning gaze of grandmother? Xiaochong raised his chin proudly. Junior brother, I truly did not force you to drink from the toilet. And I assure you, I cleaned it more thoroughly than your own bowl. Would you like me to demonstrate? Ah, please don't. You are right. Today's dishes must at least be replaced with a new set, Xiaotian interjected, biting his lip. Thank you for your assistance, junior brother. In the future, you should eat alone. The food you've chewed lacks flavor and nourishment. Senior sister, my stomach is delicate, and I can only consume soft meals, Changsheng replied. Xiaojing and Xiaochong expressed their dissatisfaction, with Xiaojing saying, Junior brother, why did you advocate for Xiaomei but not for us? Are we not your dear senior sisters? Changsheng comforted them. How could I ever forget the kindness of my three senior sisters? The celestial being acted too swiftly. I had no time to react before she sent you flying. Her strikes are indeed fierce. You are not in pain, are you? The three erupted into laughter, leaving Changsheng bewildered. Junior brother, grandmother's punishments today were merely a light reprimand. When she truly unleashes her wrath, it surpasses this by tenfold, Xiaotian remarked. Goodness, no wonder they fear GUSO, Changsheng mused, gently embracing Xiaojing and Xiaochong. Today's troubles are my fault. Next time, I shall intercept her before she acts. A hint of a cold smile crossed Xiaojing's face. It is nothing. We are accustomed to it. However, I have discovered a secret. She suddenly lowered her voice. Xiaochong and Xiaotian exchanged tense glances. The three, who spent their days together, were unreserved with one another. Have you noticed? Grandmother's powers are not as profound as they once were, Xiaojing continued. Xiaochong blinked. That kick she delivered. Under normal circumstances, I would surely be bedridden for 3 days recovering. Xiaojing touched her still swollen face. Had it been as usual, I would have lost 2 molars. Xiaotian, ever observant, added, when grandmother wielded her small blade, it trembled slightly, indicating an unstable presence. All three turned to Changsheng. Speak. What is the situation? Changsheng hastily waved his hands. Please do not inquire of me, dear senior sisters. I am but a blank slate, knowing nothing. Xiaojing mused. Perhaps we are merely overthinking. Changsheng recalled the mention of the Black Valley Demon Lord by Fairy Jiyue and hurriedly inquired about this entity. A practitioner of dark magic. He possesses 3 sons and over 100 disciples, wielding considerable power in his domain, known as the Little Heavenly Tao. A decade ago, Fairy Jiyue, accompanied by 3 maidens and the young Changsheng, arrived here to establish the Moonlight Palace. They were accosted by several wandering cultivators, and it was the Black Valley Demon Lord who intervened to assist and rescue them. However, he was captivated by Fairy Jiyue's astonishing beauty and vowed to take her as his bride. Yet, how could Fairy Jiyue ever consider the wicked Black Valley Demon Lord? The principles of righteousness and evil cannot coexist. She rejected his advances by stating that she would never speak of marriage until she reached the 9th level of cultivation. At that time, the Black Valley Demon Lord was merely at the 6th level, 2 levels beneath her. Aware of his inferior strength, he refrained from coercion and made a solemn oath that once he achieved the 9th level, he would certainly claim her as his wife. Eager to extricate herself from the situation, Fairy Jiyue feigned agreement. What is the current level of the Demon Lord's cultivation? 3 years ago, I inquired and learned he was still at the pinnacle of the 8th level, Xiaojing added. The Demon Lord's methods of cultivation are horrifically cruel. The cultivators he has captured are left in heaps of bones, Xiaochong remarked. How does he cultivate? Does he not use a furnace like the fairy? Changsheng questioned. His furnace technique is unlike that of the righteous sections. He draws from both the yin and yang, and he directly siphons the essence and blood of the furnace for his own use. In recent years, in his fervent quest to reach the 9th level, he has been rampantly pillaging materials for his furnaces, Xiaotian noted. Changsheng sensed a foreboding atmosphere. If Fairy Jiue had not leaked her power to him, with her peak 9th level cultivation, she would have nothing to fear from the Black Wind Demon Lord's forced marriage. Observing the fear on Changsheng's face, Xiao Tian reassured him, "Fear not. The strength of our grandmother can easily overpower the Black Wind Demon Lord. Now that you have entered the immortal sect, after she has assessed you, her power will undoubtedly increase, and she will be able to lead us away from here. Why did we not leave earlier? Do you think it was that simple? The Black Wind Fiend feared being deceived by our grandmother and has consistently sent individuals to monitor us. Had it not been for you, we might have escaped. But you were still a mortal not long ago. They are numerous and powerful, and if any harm befell you, all our efforts would be in vain," Xiaojing explained. "Moreover, we must not allow outsiders to discover that you are of the pure Yang constitution, or it will attract countless covetous eyes," Xiaochang cautioned. Changsheng nodded, understanding the peril he was in. "I must tell you the truth. You must never let our grandmother know." The senior sister has keen insight. When the fairy was practicing the furnace technique, something went awry, resulting in a temporary loss of power. If the Black Wind Demon Lord learns of this, he may take advantage of the situation, and we would all be in danger. The three senior sisters exchanged glances, astonished to the point of speechlessness. No wonder the fairy was furious and severely punished them. "Junior brother, the golden liquid jade furnace technique is quite mature. How could there be a mistake?" Xiao Tian was perplexed. "I will tell you that I have crossed over, possessing the innate black hole sacred body," Changsheng replied, patting Xiao Tian. "Nothing is absolute. Perhaps the fairy was too eager for success, and haste makes waste. It is certainly not a matter concerning Changsheng." At this moment, Xiao Jing fell silent once more, remaining utterly still, before softly inquiring, "Did you hear anything?" Xiao Chang and Xiao Tian gazed at her in confusion, unable to perceive anything at all. Their skills were inferior to Xiao Jing's. However, Changsheng had indeed heard something. He merely chose not to speak of it. Xiao Jing's ears twitched as she remarked, "There is commotion outside, 3 miles away." Changsheng could not help but interject, "It is likely only 2 miles. Your abilities are insufficient to discern this, Xiao Chang. Let us investigate, lest outsiders breach the Moonlight Palace. Xiao Tian, stay vigilant over junior brother Changsheng. We shall return swiftly." Just as Xiao Tian nodded, the two senior sisters vanished like a gust of wind. Up to this point, Changsheng's range of activity had been limited to a linear path. He yearned to venture outside for a brief moment and turned to Xiao Tian, saying, "Senior sister, let us take a stroll at the entrance. I am utterly bored." "That is out of the question. The outside world is fraught with danger. Should anything happen to you, I could not bear the consequences. I will merely stand by the entrance. I promise not to stray." As Changsheng spoke, he began to act coyly, showing no shame in his behavior. He opened his arms and embraced Xiao Tian, incessantly pleading, "Let me go, please." As long as he did not feel embarrassed, he thought, the embarrassment belonged to others. Xiao Tian attempted to escape from his firm grasp, yet today, for reasons unknown, her junior brother possessed extraordinary strength, and she could not budge him. His breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation down to her heels. "Junior brother, release me." Changsheng, having discovered Xiao Tian's weakness, playfully exhaled warm breath against her, causing her to blush profusely from head to neck, appearing exceedingly delicate and bashful. "Junior brother, please refrain from this," Xiao Tian gasped, her voice laced with a pleading tone. "If you do not acquiesce to my request, I shall not only persist in this manner, but will also pursue other endeavors." Changsheng threatened. "What exactly do you desire?" Xiao Tian struggled to catch her breath, her petite form nestled against Changsheng's chest. "Very well, I shall concede. But only this once. We must be quick and return without alerting grandmother and the two senior sisters." Only then did Changsheng release her. Xiao Tian tidied her somewhat disheveled hair. "I am already sweating, junior brother. It is overwhelming. I will make it up to you when the opportunity arises." Taking hold of Changsheng's hand, she pushed open the door, peering cautiously for a long moment. "Hurry." Navigating around an ornamental rock garden, a dark-hued gate came into view. With a quick incantation, she opened the grand entrance. Changsheng dashed out first, finding the area deserted, with no sign of the two senior sisters. Chapter 6. The handsome youth Changsheng paused briefly at the threshold before racing towards a grove with incredible speed, vanishing in an instant like a flash of light. "Junior brother." Xiao Tian blinked, realizing Changsheng had disappeared, and urgently called out in a hushed tone. In the night, Changsheng spotted a figure. Approximately a mile from the gate, someone flitted past. Had it not been for Jiyu's power, he would not have noticed. What a remarkable furnace. One can effortlessly acquire a lifetime of cultivation, sparing oneself years, even decades, of arduous toil. Changsheng, in his haste to flee, momentarily neglected the fact that his companion, Xiao Tian, could not keep pace. First, he resolved to ascertain the intentions of the figure ahead before returning to seek her out. After several leaps, Changsheng stealthily trailed the shadow. This shadow lingered a distance of 20 zhang from him, and, upon hearing a sound behind, turned in alarm, only to find the rustling leaves stirred by the night breeze. Prudence was indeed advisable. The individual cradled a sword and stood beside a large rock, retrieving a talisman and reciting incantations under his breath, affixing the talisman to his forehead. Changsheng, observing from afar, felt an increasing sense of intrigue. The figure remained motionless by the stone, his demeanor solemn, akin to a simpleton, as he affixed the talisman to his brow in a rather comical manner. Changsheng surmised that this person's prowess was unlikely to surpass his own and thus approached him directly. It turned out to be a young man, fair of face and clad in a white robe, albeit marred by sweat stains. A long sword emitted a bluish gleam, bearing several remnants of blood. The youth's lips were tightly sealed, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on Changsheng as if he dared not breathe. Changsheng scrutinized him, furrowing his brow. Neither spoke. Their gazes locked in a silent exchange. Could it be that the youth was mute? As I have just arrived in this world, how should I greet a stranger? Changsheng scratched the back of his head. Finally, the youth could no longer contain his curiosity, speaking with evident bewilderment. Can you see me? Of course, I'm not blind. Changsheng retorted. But I used an invisibility talisman. Should I play along with you? The youth hastily tore off the talisman from his forehead, examined it thoroughly, crumpled it into a ball, and cast it to the ground, cursing, what a sham. Almost cost me dearly. I am fortunate to have encountered you, my friend. It was evident that Changsheng harbored no ill intentions. I am Hao Jian. He introduced himself. You're most courteous, Changsheng replied. Courteous? The youth appeared puzzled and continued. Qi Hao, the Sword of Blades. Greetings, Hao Jian. I am Changsheng. The immortal blesses my crown, granting me a long life. I reside nearby. What brings you here alone in the dead of night? Have you encountered any beasts? Changsheng inquired. Hao Jian, observing Changsheng's refined appearance and bright eyes, noted his unarmed state and the absence of any visible spiritual energy, which dispelled his initial apprehensions. Ah, so you are Xiao, my apologies. I was indeed pursued by 2 wolf demons and happened to pass through your vicinity, causing an intrusion. The world is rather unsettled, isn't it? Fear not. Should they pursue you, I shall assist you, Changsheng assured. Hao Jian bowed in gratitude. You are a practitioner of the mystical arts, I presume? To which realm have you ascended? Roughly speaking, I have only just embarked on this journey tonight. I tread the path of martial cultivation, particularly the sword arts. My cultivation stands at the pinnacle of the first layer, yet my combat prowess has reached the mid-stage of the second layer. Both mystical and martial cultivation can lead to the Great Way, though martial cultivation demands greater toil and progresses at a slower pace. However, the advantage lies in the fact that the martial prowess of the cultivator can far exceed their own level. In my household, there are many female relatives, making it somewhat inconvenient. Otherwise, I would invite you to rest and evade the wild beasts. Thank you, but I must continue my journey and cannot linger. You should return as well, for a handsome youth like you is in considerable danger outside, Hao Jian sincerely remarked. Danger? Is there a succubus lurking about? Changsheng inquired. Worse than a succubus, be cautious, brother. Where is your residence? I shall escort you home, Hao Jian said, gazing into the distance, suddenly brandishing his sword to protect Changsheng. Alas, we have been discovered. Do you possess any weapons or magical artifacts, brother? None at all. Without hesitation, Hao Jian reached into his garments and produced a 3-inch long black object. This is my soft whip. Do not be deceived by its shortness and softness. For once infused with energy, it becomes thick and long, unbreakable and resilient. Take it for your protection. Changsheng accepted it, feeling its remarkable grip. As they spoke, 2 flamboyantly dressed women wielding long swords swiftly approached, flanking them closely. Mischievous smiles danced on their faces. Young Master Ha, you run quite swiftly. We almost couldn't catch up. Now that we have, I can. Ha ha ha. Why, there's an additional handsome youth. Is it buy one get one free? How considerate of you. Now we can each have one, they teased. Hao Jian retorted. He is my friend and has no part in our affairs. Let him go, and I shall remain. Changsheng thought to himself. This youth possesses a commendable sense of loyalty, worthy of deepening friendship. Both women were in the mid-stage of the second level. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ha, you are exceedingly naive, but we rather enjoy boys who are as innocent as you, one of them taunted. Changsheng straightened himself and remarked. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Indeed, there is a succubus. Who is Chow Chow? Both women and Hao Jian were taken aback. A respected friend of middle-aged women, an idol of countless admirers, Changsheng replied. Where is he? Tell him to show himself. I shall deal with him. One of the women exclaimed fiercely. He resides in the hearts of men. When he arrives, you shall face calamity. Changsheng chuckled. Hao Jian seemed to grasp something. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, he swiftly flicked his wrist, unleashing a sword aura that sliced towards the woman in front of him. A sneak attack. The woman's cultivation surpassed Jian's, and she remained unfazed, parrying his strike and even casting a flirtatious glance at him. Brother, if you have the chance, flee. I will hold them off. Jian whispered urgently. The other woman lunged at Changsheng with her sword. With their movements, Changsheng discerned their levels of power, which were trivial in comparison. Although lacking in combat experience, he was at the mid-stage of the 4th level, several ranks above the two women, akin to a middle schooler facing preschoolers. With sheer strength alone, he could easily dominate. Swish, swish, swish. Jian's swordplay was agile and ethereal, executing hundreds of strikes in the blink of an eye. Half of the defensive maneuvers were aimed at safeguarding Changsheng. Brother flee quickly. The two women chuckled derisively, forcing Jian into a state of frantic disarray. Had it not been for their intention to capture him alive, Jian would likely have already been riddled with wounds. Changsheng infused his soft whip with spiritual energy. With a flick of his wrist, it elongated to a full yard, as formidable as iron, and pierced one of the women with chilling precision. The remaining woman gasped in shock, still unable to comprehend the situation when the whip suddenly twisted, ensnaring her throat. Quick as lightning, Jian struck with his sword, severing her head from her body in an instant. Changsheng withdrew his power, and the whip swiftly returned to its original form. Daoist Hao, your weapon is truly remarkable. It must be a superior magical artifact. Jian was momentarily taken aback, filled with perplexity. Indeed, it is impressive to have slain 2 demonic cultivators with a single blow, but to be honest, I couldn't achieve such a feat. Could it be that this artifact has found a worthy master? Chapter 7. Insignificant as Changsheng was about to return the whip to Jian, a voice echoed from afar, causing Jian's expression to change drastically. They are numerous. It is unwise to linger here. Until we meet again, if you do not mind. You may visit me at the Hao family estate. With that, he leapt into the obscurity of the night. Changsheng, now possessing a fine weapon, secured it at his waist and turned to retrace his steps. Just as he reached the entrance, a shadow darted out and embraced him. It was the little Tian, who had been searching for him desperately. Shitty, you nearly scared me to death. Hurry back. If grandmother learns of this, I shall surely be beaten to a pulp. Without further ado, she dragged Changsheng back into the house, pinning him down on the bed to inspect him thoroughly. You must not be injured, not even a scratch, or grandmother will not spare me. Before long, she discovered the whip. Little Tian possessed a discerning eye and immediately recognized it as a handcrafted magical artifact, a luxury item woven from the feathers of a spirit eagle. To create such a whip, one would need to capture at least 500 spirit eagles. Shitty. When you channel your spiritual energy into it, it will elongate and can be worn as a belt around your waist. After meticulously examining Changsheng from head to toe and confirming he was unscathed, she finally felt at ease. Have Sister Jing and Sister Chang not returned yet? Changsheng inquired. Sigh. They are elusive. I do not know what they are up to, little Tian lamented. Could it be that they are meeting with some young men? Changsheng suggested. Oh, little Shitty. You seem to have acquired quite a bit of knowledge suddenly. Was it grandmother who taught you? For 10 years. Aside from instructing Changsheng in cultivation, the 3 sisters had never imparted to him the ways of the world. It is getting late. If they do not return, you may sleep here. I feel so lonely and desolate alone, Changsheng remarked. Little Tian did not mind. She had cared for him since he was a child and held no ulterior motives. However, in the past 2 years, as Changsheng experienced rapid growth, her curiosity about the human body began to awaken. Upon your slumber, I shall return to my quarters. Alas, that will not suffice. What troubles you? Changsheng inquired. Xiao Tian extended a hand to receive a communication talisman, stating that grandmother beckoned him. Did I not just attend to her? Must I go again so soon? Changsheng grimaced, yet Xiao Tian, not daring to delay, hurriedly dressed him and promptly escorted him to the rear courtyard. As per usual, Xiao Tian remained outside, allowing Changsheng to enter alone. Grandmother, I have yet to recuperate. Might I return tomorrow evening instead? Changsheng suggested. You have drawn upon my spiritual energy. It is only fitting that you are sufficiently replenished, replied the enchanting Ji, her face veiled in purple silk. Changsheng mused that indeed, he had not fully absorbed the spiritual energy he had drawn from Ji, and his control over it was not entirely adept. What task does grandmother wish for me this time? Changsheng queried. Is it to serve as a furnace cauldron or as a master? The silk upon Ji's visage fluttered slightly. It has nothing to do with being a furnace cauldron. Shall we engage in heartfelt conversation? A casual chat? Changsheng speculated. I command you to strike me, Ji declared with serene composure. In the 2 hours that followed after the 3 maidens had taken Changsheng away, she promptly began to meditate, meticulously reviewing her progress. Fortuitously, she had previously cultivated a method to restore spiritual energy, descending to the mid-stage of the 4th layer. She swiftly regained her footing in the early stage of the 5th layer. However, Further advancement appeared stagnant. Pondering her situation, she concluded that her recovery was partly due to the influence of the pure yang fire. Summoning Changsheng was a means to ascertain if he had genuinely attained the early stage of the 5th layer, thus prompting her to instruct him to attack. With his mid-stage 4th layer prowess and lacking practical experience in combat, Ji was confident in her ability to easily subdue him. At this moment, Changsheng had readied himself and remarked, "Fairy, might I adjust my attire? What need have we for clothing in a fight?" Ji rebuked. Recognizing Changsheng's penchant for folly, she ceased her words, gathering her spiritual energy before launching an assault. Taken by surprise, Changsheng received a solid blow, sending him hurtling through the air. "Combat!" he exclaimed, rising from the ground as Ji soared towards him once more. This time, she increased her force, unleashing a flurry of punches that nearly enveloped him. "This woman is serious. My misinterpretation is to blame," Changsheng thought as he instinctively sidestepped, evading Ji's onslaught, yet still absorbing a few of her strikes. The impact left him slightly disoriented, acutely aware that Ji's power had magnified significantly since their last encounter. "I cannot endure this any longer, Fairy," he called out, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding immediate peril. Ji, having gauged his capabilities, displayed a triumphant expression yet sternly admonished him. "Changsheng, you are a man. Never declare your inadequacies. There are no weaklings in my Moonlight Palace." Changsheng internally grumbled, contemplating her audacity, yet humbly replied, "Your words ring true, Fairy, but in your presence, I must not feign strength. What is feasible, and what is not is simply not." Ji nodded in satisfaction, her previous worries about being unable to control Changsheng seeming unfounded. "You still bear my heart-devouring curse. The moment I utter the incantation, you shall suffer excruciating pain. However, I am aware that you are a well-behaved child and would not disobey." Changsheng felt no discomfort in his heart. "Changsheng, may I inquire which of the 3 senior sisters you deem the best?" Ji spoke gently. "What do you mean?" Changsheng's mind raced. "All 3 senior sisters are truly wonderful." He aimed to offend none. "You must choose one. It is senior sister Xiao Jing," Changsheng declared, bringing forth the eldest sister. "No, it is Xiao Tian, isn't it? As my furnace, how could you possibly conceal this from my discerning eyes?" the immortal declared. "If the celestial maiden says so, then it must be true. Dawn is approaching. I must take my leave," Changsheng remarked. "Did I permit you to leave?" Ji's voice suddenly dropped to a frigid tone. "Prepare yourself. I shall experiment further with the furnace technique and contemplate it thoroughly." Despite having lost half of her power, she had still managed to expel a fraction of the extreme cold poison, a balance of gains and losses. Without the excessive suppression of the poison, she had swiftly restored her strength to the early stage of the 5th layer within merely 2 hours. This furnace was peculiar. She needed to understand it more thoroughly. To do so, she required more usage. Changsheng, feeling a sense of trepidation, dared not resist, as he was inferior to her in both cultivation and combat prowess. Besides, being a furnace was not as unbearable as he had imagined. "Come forth." A gust of spiritual energy billowed open Changsheng's garments, and fortunately, he had concealed the soft whip within his pocket, preventing Ji from noticing it. Being regarded as a furnace by an immortal like Ji liberated Changsheng entirely. Enveloped tightly by the spiritual energy, his limbs and organs could not move freely according to his will. Moreover, having learned from her previous experience, Ji refrained from initially infusing the extreme cold poison into his dantian, opting instead to draw upon Changsheng's spiritual energy. As a black hole sacred body, Changsheng's outflowing spiritual energy was minuscule, soon leaving Ji unable to endure the situation. However, the extreme cold poison was gradually stirred, and a pained expression surfaced on Ji's exquisite visage, making her appear pitiably delicate. She could not help but emit a soft sigh as she reversed the flow of spiritual energy, pushing the extreme cold poison toward Changsheng. With the decrease of the poison, she began to feel a wave of relief. The pure yang body could refine the extreme cold poison. Had it been an ordinary furnace, it would have been consumed by the cold poison long ago. To have Changsheng was indeed a stroke of fortune. Ji's gaze gradually softened, a few strands of hair falling across her forehead, adding to her liveliness, leaving Changsheng momentarily spellbound. "So cold." His body trembled. "I did not intend for this, immortal. It is entirely my lack of experience. I assure you that I will cooperate wholeheartedly in the future, never again taking the initiative." Changsheng, with a gentle heart, continuously reassured Ji. Internally, he reveled, feeling his own power grow considerably. Ji noticed that her power, which had just been at the early stage of the 5th layer, had regressed between the late stage of the 4th layer and the peak. "Oh, how tragic," she thought, her heart aching. Changsheng silently channeled his spiritual energy, feeling a satisfying fullness in his dantian, his entire body enveloped in comfort. After each session of the furnace technique, his power and that of the celestial maiden Ji-Yu reached a perfect equilibrium. This was splendid. It meant Changsheng had to do nothing but await the diligent cultivation of Ji-Yu. With each advancement she made in her realm, she would graciously share half of a level with him. It was a dream that could make one awaken with laughter. The astute Ji-Yu quickly grasped this pattern, momentarily at a loss for words. However, she soon erupted into a melodious laughter that made the flowers tremble, for after the furnace technique, she needed only a few hours to ascend a minor realm. If she repeated this several times, it would not be long before she returned to her previous level of cultivation. How delightful! Yet, it seemed that this also benefited Changsheng immensely. At that moment, she felt a weariness in her knees, realizing that the furnace technique should not be employed too frequently. Go on, but remember, not a word of this must escape your lips. Rest assured, celestial maiden, my lips are more sealed than your waistband. Ji-Yu nodded with satisfaction, her anxiety alleviated with this newfound understanding. As Changsheng stepped outside, the day had brightened considerably, albeit with a somber shade and a peculiar mist swirling about. Stretching his limbs, he contemplated that in any realm, nothing came easily. Even living off others required a certain foundation. Xiao Jing, and Xiao Tian gathered around him. When did you return, senior sisters? Changsheng inquired. We returned long ago, but why do you seem more spirited after your session in the furnace? Xiao Jing queried, perplexed. Her face radiated with a rosy glow. Xiao Chang and Xiao Tian gazed at him with wide eyes, having never seen Changsheng in such a manner. It may be due to his pure yang constitution, they thought, regarding him with newfound esteem, realizing his rarity, which explained why the celestial maiden had warned them against engaging with him. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed from the distant mist. Why is there thunder today? Changsheng asked curiously. His three senior sisters, visibly tense, remained silent, their gazes fixed on the rolling fog. From within the dense mist, colorful rays of light occasionally shot forth, accompanied by the ethereal strains of celestial music. The eldest sister, Xiao Jing, declared, watch closely. I shall report this to grandmother. With that, she pushed the door open and entered. Why are you all silent, and why do you appear so frightened? What on earth is that? Changsheng pressed. The three paths open, the 9 demons bear the palanquin. The Black Valley Demon Lord is on his rounds, Xiao Tian explained. The Black Valley Demon Lord made his annual pilgrimage, having visited the vicinity of the Moonlight Palace before, but this time it seemed he was headed directly for the palace. Changsheng couldn't help but touch his soft whip, pondering whether their encounter with the 2 demonesses the previous night had anything to do with this swift visitation. Resolute, he decided that if the situation turned dire, he would slip away, though he was loath to leave the celestial maiden and his 3 senior sisters. His own life was of utmost importance. From within the palace emerged the clear and sharp voice of the celestial maiden Ji-Yu. What is there to panic about? You inexperienced girls. The eldest disciple walked out with her head bowed, having just endured a scolding from her grandmother. The enchanting sound of celestial music grew ever closer, as ghostly figures danced within the thick fog, and various banners fluttered in and out of view. The brows of the 3 senior sisters were tightly knit in concern. Suddenly, the resounding boom of a drum echoed thrice, shaking the very air, and the dense mist outside the Moonlight Palace was swept away by a fierce wind, revealing a formidable procession. 3 tall, imposing men stood at the forefront, each with a menacing demeanor and a 7-foot sword cradled in their arms. Behind them, 9 oddly shaped men bore a large yellow palanquin, flanked on either side by 30 female disciples and 30 male disciples, all with expressionless faces. Is that the Black Valley Demon Lord seated within the palanquin? Changsheng whispered to Xiao Tian. Indeed, came the reply. Did they not claim to merely be passing through? Why have they stopped at the gate? Xiao Tian hesitated to respond. A hoarse and piercing voice erupted from the palanquin like rolling thunder. Fairy Ji-Yu, our 10-year pact expires today. At long last, I shall behold your stunning visage once more. Ha ha ha. Changsheng inwardly scoffed at the volume of the proclamation. The fairy Ji-Yu was within the palace. She had anticipated this day would eventually arrive. Yet she had not expected it to coincide with the unforeseen mishap during her alchemical endeavors, resulting in a depletion of her powers. Otherwise, she would have had no fear of the dreaded Black Valley Demon Lord. Her earlier agreement to marry him had merely been a temporary pretext. However, she could not afford to offend the old demon now, nor could she confront him head-on. Demon Lord, it seems you have reached the mid-stage of the 9th level? Fairy Ji-Yu's voice was calm as she emerged from the palace. Thanks to your auspicious words, Demon Lord. I have diligently practiced for a decade and finally broken through my bottleneck. Thus I dared to intrude today. I have awaited this day for so long that the flowers have withered. Changsheng, astonished, blurted out. What the hell, can watching short videos lead to such eloquence? Xiao Tian softly clarified. The flowers the Demon Lord speaks of are a type of magical flower from his Black Valley den, blooming once every 10 years and lasting for a decade. A faint sigh emanated from within the palace. Why does the fairy not come to greet me? Have you lost the desire to marry me? Suddenly, the curtain of the palanquin flew open, and the Black Valley Demon Lord sprang forth, towering even taller than the three men before him. His face was gaunt and pallid, resembling a sack of flour, with eyes that hung like rusted bells beneath wild, unruly brows. His mother must have given birth to him without care, Changsheng thought, clenching his fists at the thought of his fairy being betrothed to such a frightful creature, feeling an agony far worse than any curse of the heart. The demon lord's cold gaze fell upon Changsheng. Did he hear my quiet muttering? Changsheng furrowed his brow. Chapter 9. The extradition of Pure Yang. The Black Valley Demon Lord had not caught the subtle derision in Changsheng's words. Instead, his gaze abruptly landed on a handsome young lad, causing him to drool uncontrollably. Greetings, young one. Is it you, the child from a decade past, now grown so much? The three little fairies have also blossomed into graceful maidens, truly a beautiful nest of enchanting daughters. Do not be anxious. We shall soon become one family, living harmoniously and joyously in the pursuit of immortality. Ha ha ha. Lady Gu emerged, commanding attention. Step aside. The four of Changsheng quickly parted to either side. Clad in a flowing purple gown that concealed her entirely, Lady Gu's true visage remained a mystery. Lord of the Black Valley. 10 years have slipped by in an instant. Your powers have indeed advanced significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm, am I correct? Oh, my fairy. Just seeing you and hearing your voice makes my very bones quiver with delight. The Lord of the Black Valley quivered, dispelling the mist as he soared toward Lady Gu. His three sons followed closely behind, Jin, Tong, and Tai. Your manner of speech remains refreshingly candid. Do come in and sit, lest my moonlight palace be seen as lacking in courtesy. Lady Gu gently waved her veil and gracefully entered. Now that is more like it. Sons, follow me inside. The bearers and attendants outside stood like wooden stakes, not daring to stir without the Lord's command. Lady Gu took her seat upon her jade platform, while the Lord of the Black Valley unreservedly settled on another. Fairy, do remove the veil from your head. I long to appreciate your beauty fully. Dear sons, I have found for you a stepmother who is truly unparalleled. Within her veil, Lady Gu smirked disdainfully but maintained her composure, replying, You flatter me, Lord. I, Gu, am but an ordinary woman. Do not be modest, my lady. By marrying me, you shall experience no loss, for you will gain not only my presence, but also 3 sons with formidable powers, sparing you the lengthy ordeal of gestation. How convenient. Sons, greet your mother. Jin, Tong, and Tai bowed, proclaiming, Mother, please accept our humble reverence. The 3 knelt in unison, seizing the opportunity to unleash their spiritual powers toward the veil atop Lady Gu's head. With a contemptuous smile, she flicked her finger lightly, dissipating the incoming malevolent wind as if nothing had occurred. That is unacceptable. Lord, 10 years is a span I can endure. Why fuss over a mere moment? You are indeed correct, my lady. 10 years. Do you know how I have spent this time? Heeding your counsel. I cultivated a heart of tranquility and focused solely on my training, achieving the success I possess today. With the alliance between the Black Valley and Moonlight Palace, henceforth, the lands within 1,000 miles shall be at our feet. The Lord harbors great ambitions. Indeed, my lady, in our future dual cultivation, we shall unravel the mystery of the immortality curse that prevents the establishment of foundations in Shengzhou. Would you not desire such a pursuit? The Lord proclaimed with pride. You practice demonic arts while I follow the path of humanity. It may prove challenging to cultivate together. You need not worry, my lady. Over the past decade, I have devoted countless resources and finally deciphered the secret of uniting the paths of human and demon. Rest assured, I shall handle everything. The demon lord spoke at length to the veil, feeling unsatisfied by the absence of a physical presence. His gaze then shifted to the 3 maidens beside Gu, each one exquisitely enchanting. How fortuitous that I have 3 sons, each to be paired with a maiden, thereby forging a bond of kinship. Thus, the decision was made with unbridled delight. The 3 sisters, however, turned away in distaste. The demon lord paid them no mind. Eagerly addressing his sons, you may begin your selection from Jin. We are all allies here. There is no need for formality. The fairies will certainly lend their enthusiastic support, will they not? Changsheng inwardly mused that had he possessed sufficient power, he would have unhesitatingly struck the demon lord across the face. What audacity! Gu must surely find his request repugnant and would never acquiesce to such shamelessness. Gu gently cleared her throat and delicately remarked, Since the demon lord has proposed it, I might consider it. However, our agreement remains unfulfilled. Matters concerning the younger generation can wait. The demon lord thumped his thigh in agreement. The fairy speaks wisely. Today, I am fully prepared. The grand sedan chair has already been brought forth, and we shall be wed at once. Subsequently, We shall arrange for our 3 pairs of offspring. Ji remained unhurried, deftly shifting the conversation. The demon lord must be curious as to why I am perpetually veiled. Am I not? Indeed, fairy, you have touched upon my innermost thoughts. He replied. This young man beside me, with his ruby lips and ivory teeth. Changsheng, do you see him? Of course, I do, and I find him quite appealing. The demon lord said, licking his scarlet lips as the white ash on his face began to flake away. I am afflicted by a rare poison, one that cannot be eradicated. He is the one aiding me in its removal. This poison is exceedingly virulent. Those who approach me become tainted. Hence my veiled attire serves to shield against it, Gu explained. Is that truly the case? The demon lord expressed skepticism. If you doubt my words, you may summon the Jin brothers to ascertain the truth. However, once tainted, the poison is incurable, leading to a life of unbearable agony. Jin, who had initially volunteered to inspect the situation and seized the opportunity to behold the fairy's grace, retreated upon hearing this. Gu smiled softly. The demon lord possesses profound cultivation. Perhaps this poison will not affect you. Would you care to test it personally? The demon lord leaned back, declaring, Your words, fairy, I hold in the utmost regard. Yet, if Changsheng has assisted you, why does he show no signs of affliction? Because he is a rare, pure young body. The demon lord sprang to his feet, bounding toward Changsheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. My dear, you are indeed a treasure. With you by my side, what need have I for those inept fools? Ha ha ha. Fairy, you are truly my destined bride. Gu admonished sternly. The fact that Changsheng possesses a pure yang constitution is known only to a select few of us. It must never be disclosed, lest dire consequences ensue. The demon lord turned to his 3 sons, his tone menacing. Did you hear that? If you dare utter even a word of this, I shall make you unrecognizable to your own mother. Yes, father, they chorused. Gu chuckled lightly. Demon lord, upon seeing Changsheng, you seem to have lost interest in me. No, fairy. Your dowry is simply too lavish. I am deeply touched. Rest assured, all the treasures and spiritual materials from Black Valley are at your disposal. Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he was rife with skepticism. What could the intentions of the moon goddess Gu be? Was she truly set on marrying the demon lord and treating him as mere dowry? Her thoughts remained inscrutable to all, even to her 3 senior sisters, who were only vaguely aware of her origins. For a decade, Gu had lingered in the Moonlight Palace, an anomaly in itself. Did she genuinely wish to marry or not? The demon lord's gaze roamed over Changsheng's delicate form, igniting a sense of desire within him as he rubbed his hands together restlessly. Changsheng cursed inwardly at being scrutinized by such a sinister figure. Gu observed this exchange with a smirk, her plans nearing fruition. Changsheng, pay your respects to the demon lord. Changsheng offered a perfunctory bow, turning his face away. The more he behaved this way, the more exhilarated the demon lord became. In contrast to the other materials, who would tremble in fear and even lose control of their faculties at the sight of him, Changsheng remained composed. His fair complexion and captivating arrogance stirring within the demon lord an overwhelming desire for conquest. Such a material was indeed enticing. Furthermore, with Changsheng's pure yang constitution, the demon lord's cultivation could reach unprecedented heights. Foundational cultivation would no longer be a mere dream. However, the pure yang constitution is not easily controlled. It may be best admired from a distance, Gu reminded, her smile radiant. I have yet to experiment with a pure yang constitution. I am eager to try it now. The demon lord's eyes blazed with fervor, as if he wished to scorch Changsheng to the core. Were it not for the presence of others, Changsheng might have fled on the spot, opting instead to observe Gu's unfolding scheme. Now, it is not out of the question. However, you all must step back and refrain from interruption, Gu stated. Indeed, right now? Depart quickly. None may enter without my command. The Mo brothers and the 3 sisters of Shaojing retreated, ensuring the door was securely shut behind them. The demon lord, brimming with delight, circled Changsheng several times. My dear, just days ago I captured another exquisite material resembling you, yet he managed to escape. However, he pales in comparison to you. Changsheng's heart raced at the implication. Could the old demon lord be referring to Hao Jian? Fortunate indeed was his escape, for otherwise, Hao Jian would have suffered a grim fate. Demon lord, allow me to reiterate, while the pure yang constitution possesses its merits, improper control may lead to a backlash against its master, Changsheng cautioned. Ha ha ha, fear not, fair goddess. My cultivation technique, the blood-devouring spirit technique, is versatile and can accommodate both human and demon alike. Come forth. The demon lord brimmed with confidence. Changsheng tightened his garments, steeling himself for what was to come. Since the demon lord is resolute, you may sit at a distance of 3 feet. It is safest to channel the pure yang fire through spiritual power, Gu instructed. Changsheng exhaled a sigh of relief. The demon lord shook his head. Goddess, the blood-devouring spirit technique differs fundamentally from your human practices. What is your method? Jiyu inquired. The demon lord pointed at Changsheng's neck, declaring, my technique first requires the extraction of essence blood, followed by the acquisition of pure yang. Changsheng was taken aback, realizing the demon lord intended to bite his neck and draw blood, a vampiric approach to cultivation. The demon lord proclaimed, the essence that enters my body will transform into spiritual energy within my dantian. The ordinary materials of this world are easily consumed by me, leaving me wanting for more. However, today is merely a trial. I shall only take a small sip. Do not be afraid, Changsheng. The demon lord endeavored to speak in a gentle tone. Absolutely not. Changsheng resolutely replied. My physique possesses a significant characteristic. I cannot bear having my neck touched. It tickles excessively and could drive me to madness. Thus, we must choose another area for the extraction. We certainly cannot allow you to perish. Changsheng, the demon lord hastily reassured him. It is indeed possible to avoid the neck. Where would you prefer? The toes, Changsheng suggested. The demon lord's fangs appeared rather intimidating as he opened his mouth. Changsheng consented to allow the extraction of his essence because he possessed 3 times the normal blood capacity. Losing a small amount was hardly alarming. Once finished, the demon lord stood, licking his lips clean of the essence, still yearning for more. He had never tasted such exquisite essence before. It was evident that the pure yang blood had a far superior composition. Changsheng, I did not deceive you. I only took a small sip, the demon lord declared. Changsheng gasped, his toes swelling to the size of bananas. You wretched creature. You were warned against using your teeth. Look what you have done to my foot. You cast a glimmer of spiritual light upon the swollen toes, and soon the redness and pain dissipated. The demon lord, still lost in the delightful flavor he had just savored, paid little heed to Changsheng's reproach. Excellent. Now we shall proceed to the second step, channeling pure yang, he announced. In Chapter 10, the old demon falls into the trap. The two sat cross-legged 3 feet apart. The demon lord, having practiced the black blood totem technique for many years and absorbed the essence of countless young men and women, had accumulated a plethora of impurities and toxins within his body. He intended to seize this opportunity to purge these contaminants and undergo a purification of his demonic form. In Shengzhou Continent, it was said that due to a lack of certain spiritual materials, the harmful byproducts generated during the bone cleansing and marrow washing processes could not be harmonized, often leading to a variety of issues for cultivators. This was a significant reason why high-level practitioners were scarce in Shengzhou. Jiyu silently chuckled, for the old demon could never fathom that Changsheng possessed the ability to absorb spiritual energy. Had he refused the old demon's proposal, the demon would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, coercing Jiyu into submission, and neither the 3 sisters, Jing, nor Changsheng would escape, all falling prey to his whims. Demon Lord, Changsheng has only just entered the early stage of cultivation, and I lack experience with the pure yang physique. Perhaps you should reconsider? Jiyu played coy. The celestial maiden is quite attentive, the demon lord replied. Fear not. When I gain insight, I shall share it with you. Celestial maiden, if we can leverage Changsheng to break through this bottleneck and enter the foundation establishment realm, he shall be the foremost among all in Shengzhou. The mere thought sent his heart racing with excitement. Jiyu gently addressed Changsheng. Changsheng, you must serve the demon lord diligently. Would you like me to step aside? How dare you treat me as such? Changsheng cast a glance at Jiyu, vowing to deal with him properly once all was settled. However, the arrow was already knocked. We are all family. Why avoid each other? Come, my dear fairy, sit beside me, the demon lord proclaimed with nonchalance. Very well. I shall not delay your important matters. Let us commence. Jiyu gracefully approached and settled herself beside the old demon. The demon lord, brimming with impatience, unleashed his formidable spiritual power, akin to a whirlwind sweeping across the arid plains, carrying with it coarse sand that struck like a tempest. Indeed, this was the essence of demonic energy, rough and unrefined, starkly contrasting with the gentle, flowing finesse of the fairies. Changsheng closed his eyes slightly, bracing himself against the onslaught of the demon lord's release. Even if Jiyu had not hinted that he might absorb the demon lord's power, Changsheng had no intention of letting him off the hook. He was eager to discover what would transpire upon acquiring half of the demon lord's strength. Merely a quarter of an hour passed, yet it felt as though a year had gone by. The demon lord feigned indifference, but in truth, he was quite cunning. Consistently probing with small surges of energy, ever vigilant, at the slightest hint of danger, he would withdraw immediately. Moreover, Changsheng's abilities were not as rudimentary as Jiyu had indicated. He was not merely a novice at the initial stage, but possessed a depth that was anything but ordinary. The old demon was not so easily fooled. Changsheng felt a certain discomfort being assigned to an ancient demon, lacking any enthusiasm, appearing rather indifferent, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing both men distracted and the atmosphere growing tense, Jiyu cleared her throat lightly and delicately extended a snow-white arm from her gauzy gown, her fingers resembling exquisite treasures of art. The old demon's heart raced. My goodness, merely revealing an arm could evoke such a reaction. Imagine if both arms were bared. Instantly, his spirits lifted. Changsheng, too, took note of this, his gaze lingering for a full 20 seconds before reluctantly shifting away. Demon Lord, I have yet to witness your prowess. Perhaps Changsheng's own protective barrier is too formidable? What? Haha. Dear fairy, I merely feared to harm him, hence my caution. Since you mention it, I shall not hold back. Changsheng, if you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to cry out. Changsheng frowned, thinking, shouting is futile. Soon enough, I shall have you jumping. One must admit, Jiyu truly possessed a keen intellect. The old demon unleashed a surge of energy, unimpeded. As Changsheng passively absorbed it entirely. Go for it, Demon Lord. Jiyu chimed, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against the ear. She then addressed Changsheng, saying, Changsheng, the old demon's magic is of the Yin nature. Should you find it overwhelming, a shiver is permissible. The Demon Lord's power is unfathomable, so do not push yourself too hard, lest you injure yourself. Your grandmother would be concerned. A blatant suggestion indeed. Changsheng chuckled inwardly. Facing a grotesque monster, if he were to tremble, it would indeed be quite bizarre. The old demon, however, felt a surge of delight as he channeled his murky energy. Impurities flooding into Changsheng's body, immediately sensing them being refined into pure spiritual power, as fierce as pure yang fire. No abnormalities were observed. It is unlikely that the moon goddess would dare to harbor any ill intentions in front of the old demon. Thus, she felt increasingly emboldened to engage in her pursuits. The moon goddess watched intently, waiting for the right moment. However, Changsheng remained utterly indifferent, showing no sign of entering character. Alas, it was indeed a challenge for him. The moon goddess, perceptive as she was, understood the male psyche with great clarity and quietly extended a golden lotus foot, astonishingly bare, revealing her smooth, snow-white calves. Changsheng was particularly averse to such tantalizing glimpses that hinted at more while still concealing it, and was immediately stirred. The holy body of the black hole activated. Seeing Changsheng tremble slightly, the old demon felt his internal spiritual energy surge forth like a river breaking its dam, and he exclaimed in panic, "What is happening? Don't hurt yourself." He feared that the overwhelming energy might rupture Changsheng's meridians and dantian. In an instant, he realized something was amiss. He quickly attempted to retract his energy, but it was too late. Changsheng secretly scoffed, suddenly swaying, foaming at the mouth, and collapsing to the ground, kicking his legs as if performing. Changsheng, what's wrong? The moon goddess understood that the situation had escalated, but was startled when Changsheng fell, rushing over to cradle him in her arms. After checking his pulse, which was strong and steady, she realized that he was merely acting. Opposite them, the old demon was flustered, his hands frantically tapping his meridians, muttering, "This is bad. Did you set me up, goddess?" The moon goddess feigned ignorance. "Demon Lord, what troubles you? Have you been harmed by the pure yang fire?" The demon was shocked and terrified to discover that his power had diminished to the mid-stage of the 4th level. Just as he was about to inquire why, he abruptly stopped, acutely aware that revealing his weakened state could lead the moon goddess to seize him. His forces and followers would fall into her hands. In the realm of cultivation, survival required a keen mind, much like a drama that would not last long without cunning. Despite the moon goddess's gentle demeanor, her methods were not necessarily inferior to those of the old demon. "I am fine, just feeling a bit overheated and sweating. I shall rest for a moment. Goddess, please check if Changsheng is in any danger. It is already a miracle that he can withstand my demonic energy." With her face partially veiled, the moon goddess did not conceal her mockery. Changsheng had absorbed half of the demon lord's power, settling down to cultivate, yet he felt utterly disheartened. His cultivation level had not increased as he had hoped, remaining on par with the moon goddess at the peak of the 4th level. He understood now that after reaching a 50-50 balance, if he absorbed energy from another without surpassing his own level, his cultivation would not rise. However, his foundational techniques had undoubtedly deepened, and his combat prowess had been enhanced. Chapter 11. Father is in danger, goddess. Summon my 3 sons. I am feeling quite fatigued and would like them to attend to me, commanded the demon lord. The moon goddess did not budge and replied with a smile, "Demon Lord, if you are weary before we are even wed, who will satisfy me in the future?" The demon lord let out a low grunt and said, "Do not be anxious. Fair maiden, I shall summon my sons to arrange our marriage." As the 3 brothers of Imogen entered, the demon lord felt reassured that you would not resort to trickery. "How could I not be anxious? I have awaited the demon sovereign for a decade, and you have finally attained the mid-stage of the 9th layer. enabling you to unlock the box and retrieve the necklace passed down from my mother. Jiyu elegantly extended her hand, and a delicate gemstone box materialized, shimmering with ethereal ripples of spiritual energy. This box could only be opened by one who has reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer. I must rely on the Demon Lord today, Jiyu sweetly declared. Once you retrieve the necklace, we shall promptly wed, and from henceforth, we shall walk the path of the Great Way together as husband and wife. The Demon Lord, recognizing Jiyu's intention, felt a sense of helplessness due to his diminished powers. He had no choice but to rely on his sons to stabilize the situation. Sons, come forth, he called out to the outside. Yet, there was no response. Jiyu laughed. You have 3 sons, and I have 3 daughters. I suspect they are currently reveling in their merriment, having forgotten about us. Let the young ones enjoy their lives. It is best that we do not intrude. Jiyu, what do you mean? What are you scheming? The Demon Lord demanded. Are you intending to fulfill our agreement? Demon Lord, should you refuse to open the box today, you would be in breach of our contract, and thus, our marriage cannot proceed. Ah, Jiyu, you are deliberately setting a trap for me using Changsheng. Are you not? Surely, you have not tasted the methods of this old demon. Is it so that the Demon Lord can no longer withstand the pure yang fire? Are you injured? Fear not. Remain in the Moonlight Palace, and I shall tend to your wounds. Before long, you shall be restored to your former self. As Jiyu spoke, she cast a sealing talisman towards the grand door. The Black Valley Demon Lord let out a series of cold laughs. Raising his hand to strike the door, the sealing talisman erupted in a cloud of yellow smoke. Do you think you can stop me? Not a chance. With a thunderous crash, the grand door of the Moonlight Palace was shattered from the outside. The Black Valley Demon Lord laughed heartily. Fair maiden, I told you there is no way. Black Iron strode in through the broken door, declaring, Father, I have arrived. The Demon Lord was overjoyed and inquired, Why are you alone? Where are your 2 brothers? Black Iron replied, Jiyu ordered her 3 maidens to entangle us. I sense treachery. My brothers, captivated by beauty, do not believe that father is in danger and are still frolicking outside. Damn it. Those 2 useless fools, worth less than copper or iron. Black Iron, the position of the young master of the Black Valley Demon Cave rightfully belongs to you. The Demon Lord scolded while envisioning a grand future for his youngest son. Jiyu interjected, Old demon, do you believe that the Moonlight Palace is a place you can enter and exit at will? The Black Valley Demon Lord pointed at Black Iron. My son can come and go as he pleases. It matters not to me, but you shall not leave. Jiyu threw a punch at Black Iron, then leaped to stand protectively in front of the Demon Lord. I only require you. Keeping others here would only increase my expenses. Jiyu, do you possess the ability to make such demands? The Demon Lord, unaccustomed to such humiliation, raised his hand to strike Jiyu. Yet, she swiftly evaded and, in one fluid motion, seized Changsheng's arm, saying, Go play with the old demon. Let your grandmother witness your prowess. As Changsheng contemplated how to contend with the old demon, he was unexpectedly pushed forward. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself, causing the old demon to stagger back 3 steps, while he only retreated 2. Jiyu's face brightened with delight. Old demon, it would be wise for you to comply and take a seat. I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you. The old demon, lacking in power, was sent sprawling outside by Jiyu's single punch, rising to exclaim, Father, I shall summon my attendants. They are surely seeking death. Jiyu replied with a smile. I am aware of your numbers, but the old demon is in my grasp. Should you dare to make a move, I shall ensure his utter annihilation. The old demon hesitated. His strength severely depleted. He struggled to regulate his chi, and even Changsheng was beyond his capability to defeat. Not to mention the formidable Jiyu, who had yet to unleash her full potential. Changsheng, do not hesitate. This is a splendid opportunity for you to accrue battle points. Take advantage of his weakness and claim his life. Jiyu commanded. No. Spare his life. I have great use for him, she added. Changsheng hesitated, aware that the old demon, though cornered, might fight desperately, potentially costing him dearly. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the dealings between Jiyu and the old demon, questioning the worth of risking his life for their entanglements. Jiyu cast a glance and called out, Changsheng, if your heart is too tender and you allow him to escape, he will seize the opportunity to rob me. And your 3 beautiful senior sisters will fall prey to those beasts. Can you bear that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The celestial beauty of Jiyu is unparalleled, and my 3 senior sisters are breathtaking. I, Changsheng, was raised by them. I have yet to repay their kindness. How could I allow the old demon to prevail? Old demon, since you are incapacitated and cannot withstand the pure yang flames, surrender and heed my words. There is a path to survival. Changsheng declared. This old demon was exceedingly detestable, a menace to the world. Seizing this chance to eliminate him was imperative. Changsheng launched a full-force strike against the old demon. The Demon Lord, unaware of Changsheng's strategy, met his energy head-on with brute force, falling directly into Yi's trap, engaging solely in internal power. Changsheng surpassed the Demon Lord's capabilities. The Demon Lord was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against a stone wall and spitting blood. Jiyu, years ago I saved you. Not only have you failed to repay my kindness, but you have also conspired to ensnare me. What manner of reasoning is this? Repay kindness? Huh. Those scattered cultivators were merely pawns I employed to draw you out. What? The Demon Lord asked in astonishment. Jiyu then brandished a binding rope, ensnaring the Demon Lord tightly. Changsheng, keep watch over him. Should he so much as twitch, strike at his lower abdomen. A small dagger floated before Changsheng, and he reached out to grasp it. At that moment, Xiao Tian rushed in from outside, standing beside Jiyu. Grandma, humph. You cannot even captivate a single demon spawn, yet you dare compare yourself to your two senior sisters. Where are they? Jiyu chastised. They are in my custody. A throng of individuals surged in from outside, led by Mo Tai, who commanded that Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong be thrust forward, swords poised at their throats. Jiyu, release the Demon Lord at once, or I shall slay your two daughters. 9 bearers and attendants brandished knives and swords, poised to breach the unyielding gates of the Moonlight Palace at any moment. You wretched scoundrels, should anyone dare to take even a single step forward, I shall plunge my dagger into the old demon's dantian, striking him as many times as necessary. Changsheng, take heed, not a single strike should be spared. Changsheng nodded. This was the only way to prevent the Black Valley's forces from breaching our defenses. The old demon's 3 sons, along with 9 ferocious bearers, all possessed powers exceeding the 3rd tier, making them formidable warriors on this desolate land. They surged forth, and with Changsheng and Jiyu's strength alone, they might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Mo Jin bellowed, do not let her intimidate you. Follow me to rescue the Demon Lord. Anyone who dares to retreat shall face my wrath. With that, he lifted his foot, ready to step inside. Without hesitation, Changsheng aimed a blade at the Demon Lord's abdomen. Alas, you are ruthless, young man. The old demon exclaimed. Raise your voice, old demon, otherwise your sons will not hear you. Changsheng cautioned. Ouch. Outside, Mo Tai seized his elder brother's arm. Father is in danger. Do not act recklessly, brother. 3rd brother. Will you just stand by and watch them capture our father? If you do not assist, do not hinder me. I am the eldest, Mo Jin urged, signaling Mo Tong to rally their forces to charge inside. Changsheng's blade fell swiftly, creating 2 new wounds in the old demon's abdomen. The Black Valley Demon Lord gritted his teeth and roared, You fools, do you wish to kill your father? Chapter 12. Heartless and ungrateful Jiyu observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding at Changsheng. Truly, he is my pride. Meanwhile, Mo Jin and Mo Tong recoiled in fear. Mo Tai, with a darkened gaze, declared, Jiyu, you harm my father. Are you not afraid I will harm your daughters? With a swift motion, he sent Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong stumbling. They fell to the ground, crying out, Grandmother, save us. Jiyu cast a disdainful glance at them and retorted to Mo Tai, Daughters? They are but lowly slaves I purchased. They are less than a dog. Only Changsheng holds my heart. He is all I need. Changsheng, about to plead with Jiyu on behalf of his senior sister, was momentarily stunned by her words. The 3 senior sisters displayed sorrowful expressions. Even Mo Tai was momentarily taken aback. The heart of this celestial being was cold and unyielding, as if forged from iron. Humph, even a dog raised for over a decade cannot be devoid of some sentiment. I refuse to believe you are entirely unaffected. Perhaps you are simply powerless? Mo Tai kicked Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong, tearing their garments, intending to force Jiyu to witness her people being humiliated. Stop! Jiyu shouted fiercely. Ha ha, I knew you would be reluctant to let your daughters suffer indignity. Though they are not your flesh and blood, they are of the Moonlight Palace. Missouri Tai laughed heartily. Incorrect. Jiyu's eyes glinted with an icy resolve. Suddenly, she swept her long sleeves, sending Xiao Tian flying to land beside Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong. Since you do not believe me, I shall offer you another. Do with them as you will. If I blink, then I concede. Changsheng instinctively reached out, as if attempting to pull Xiao Tian back. Had Jiyu lost her senses? Tears streamed down Xiao Tian's face, resembling delicate pear blossoms in the rain, evoking a profound sense of pity. This spectacle left the members of the demon clan utterly bewildered. Jiyu truly regarded the 3 maidservants as mere objects. Now that Changsheng had come of age, having perfected the golden liquid jade furnace technique, keeping them around would only squander resources. Maidservants were easily obtainable. A few coins could procure one. The Dark Valley Demon Lord spoke in a deep tone. Fairy, you did not retain me simply for the purpose of providing for your old age. Pray tell, what is your true intention? Speak plainly. Jiyu turned her head and replied, Let us be straightforward. I desire a certain item, grant it to me, and I shall release you immediately. From henceforth, Our paths will diverge, and we shall never meet again. Ha ha ha, fairy. Why go to such lengths for a mere object? It is entirely unnecessary. Instead, let us adhere to our agreement. Marry me, and I shall offer you not just the item, but my very self. Furthermore, I will assist you in becoming the queen of Shengzhou. I hold no interest in you. What, then, do you seek? Jiyu lowered her voice. Changsheng. The dark valley demon lord appeared perplexed. Fairy, I cultivate my health, nurture my spirit, tend to flowers, and support my household, but I do not raise insects. What manner of thing is Changsheng? Jiyu scoffed coldly. Do not feign ignorance. I have established the Moonlight Palace here, both to recuperate and to acquire Changsheng. This treasure belongs solely to righteous practitioners. Your demonic path is unworthy of possessing such a sacred item. Do cease this charade, fairy. This is the first I have heard of Changsheng. If this is your first encounter, then how can you so confidently declare it to be an insect? Isn't Changsheng simply an insect? The demon lord retorted. As their bewildered conversation unfolded, Changsheng puffed his cheeks, uncertain of what Changsheng truly was. But knowing it must be an extraordinary treasure to provoke Jiyu's ruthless disregard for the lives of her 3 senior sisters. After 10 years of plotting against demons, it must indeed be a remarkable find. Grandma, let me search the old demon to see if it is here, Changsheng said, beginning to search the demon lord. Only to find nothing, not even a storage pouch. Such a precious treasure, why would he carry it on him? Jiyu mocked, appearing to have anticipated this outcome. Old demon, if you release my 3 senior sisters, I could spare you 3 stabs, Changsheng exclaimed, unable to bear the thought of them being discarded like refuse. The demon lord blinked and said, Release me, and I shall free your sisters. If I am not mistaken, they have always cared for you the most. Jiyu quickly admonished, Changsheng, do not heed his temptations. If you desire sisters, I can find you others in the future, ones far gentler, younger, more beautiful, and possessing superior skills. The 3 senior sisters outside cast pleading glances at Changsheng. After 10 years of companionship, who could remain unmoved? Seeing this, Jiyu cried out, Old demon, do you wish for your life or the item? Changsheng, give him 3 more stabs, and make them count. Changsheng swiftly struck 3 times, blood splattering everywhere. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction and slowly approached the door. Brothers of the Mo family, if you wish to prevent the demise of the demon lord, send someone back to retrieve the items. The Mo brothers remained silent. Xiao Jing stepped forward, crying out in despair, Grandmother, please do not abandon us. We are willing to follow you, to toil like cattle or horses, just save us. Xiao Chong was also in tears. Grandmother, we do not wish to enter the demon lair, nor do we want to be their playthings. Given our 10 years of service to you and the nurturing of Changsheng, we beseech you with compassion, do not let us suffer their humiliation. Xiao Tian, tears streaming down her face, added, Grandmother, it would be better if you killed us yourself. Jiyu's expression turned icy as she retorted, Why are you crying? From this moment on, you are no longer part of my Moonlight Palace. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Jiyu, your lives were purchased by me. The 3 fell to their knees in shock. The celestial being was merciless. The eldest sister, Xiao Jing, clenched her teeth. Grandmother, I never expected you to be so heartless, willing to betray your own disciples for personal gain. You are unworthy of the title celestial being. Jiyu scolded her. You insolent wretch, how dare you offend me? Xiao Chong raised his head defiantly. Offend? Since we are no longer part of the Moonlight Palace, what right do you have to act as our master? You are shameless and devoid of honor. We will haunt you even in death. Venomous woman, I shall kill you. Jiyu seethed with rage. Xiao Tian dried her tears and implored, Celestial being, my death is inconsequential, but please take good care of Master Changsheng. He is new to the moonlight and unaware of the world's treachery. I beg you. Jiyu's brows furrowed. You foolish girl, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? How Changsheng fares is none of your concern. Xiao Tian trembled in fear. Emotai coldly remarked, Jiyu, do you believe we are powerless against you? Ask the demon lord, and you shall know. The demon lord laughed heartily from within. Indeed, my son is the cleverest. Jiyu, you may not be aware of the rules of my Black Valley demon lair, which does not succumb to threats. Son, proceed to eliminate them all. Do not concern yourself with me. Changsheng thrust his blade again, twisting it within. Oh, you little rascal, make it quick. The demon lord cried in agony. Yet, Emotai hesitated. Jiyu sneered. I could effortlessly kill the old demon, yet you may find it difficult to contend with me and Changsheng. Before me, you are still too inexperienced. After a moment of contemplation, Emotai resolved, very well, I shall show you. Woman, he commanded the crowd, surrounding all exits, ensuring Jiyu and Changsheng could not escape. Otherwise, they would all face death. He then turned to his 2 brothers. First, deal with these 3 women. Kill them. Changsheng gripped the soft whip within his pocket, poised to strike. However, Mo Jin and Mo Tong intercepted their subordinates. Chapter 13. The first cut of the tongue. Mo Jean stated, "Brother, these three have been forsaken by Gu. Killing them serves no purpose." The demon copper remarked, "Brother, you speak wisely. The three of them possess unparalleled beauty and commendable capabilities. They are indeed rare materials for the furnace. Bringing them back would be of great utility, and to kill them would be a grievous waste." Demon Iron shook his head and replied, "My dear brothers, if they were common folk, it would be one thing. But these three must be eliminated." "Why?" Both Demon Gold and Demon Copper inquired simultaneously. "Because their allure is too beguiling, their beauty too enchanting. If we were to bring them back to the valley, it would likely incite endless troubles and disturb our brothers' resolve on the path. They might, in fact, become the materials for their own furnace." Demon Gold scoffed, "Third brother, I must disagree with your perspective." Demon Copper concurred, saying, "Our father has already betrothed them to us. Whether as furnace vessels or in paired cultivation, it is a match made in heaven. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Regardless, I have set my sights on that girl Xiaochang. No one shall touch her." Demon Gold asserted, "Xiaojing is mine. Her fate belongs to me." Demon Iron clenched his teeth, his voice seething with rage as he declared, "You shall not lay claim to that woman Xiaotian." "Very well. Someone, kill her now." A subordinate approached, wielding a dark, menacing blade. The moon goddess, still veiled, remained immobile, seemingly amused by the spectacle. The ominous blade glimmered in the air, poised to descend. At that moment, a shadow darted forth, swift as lightning. "Release them." Simultaneously, he launched a thunderous punch towards the moon goddess, who stood with her back to him. With a resounding bang, she was caught off guard and sent flying. Upon looking back, she was horrified to see that the assailant was the elder demon, Changsheng, who swiftly followed. How could you, moon goddess, not comprehend what transpired? How did the elder demon escape the bonds of the celestial binding rope? Ha ha ha, moon, did you not anticipate it? It was Changsheng who freed me. Changsheng, why did you release him? The moon goddess exclaimed in shock. Because the elder demon promised me that if I released him, he would set the three sisters free, Changsheng replied calmly. Changsheng, the moon goddess said, clutching her chest, clearly wounded. The demon lord of the Black Valley waved his hand towards the three women, chuckling. To say release is to keep one's word. You have been startled. Xiaojing. Xiaochang helped the dazed Xiaotian to her feet and bowed gracefully to the elder demon. Thank you, demon lord. We have fulfilled our mission and uncovered the moon goddess's conspiracy. What? They were already won over by the demon lord? Both the moon goddess and Changsheng were left speechless. The demon lord turned back to Changsheng, grinning. Young man, you truly are as naive as Sister Xiaotian described. I promised not to harm them, and I shall keep my word. Ha ha ha. How could I ever harm them? But I did not allow you to attack the goddess. Now, you may take your people and leave the Moonlight Palace. Changsheng, somewhat irate, retorted. I agreed to release the three little fairies, but I never said I would spare the moon goddess, nor did I agree to leave the Moonlight Palace. As it stands, both your and the moon goddess's fates are in my hands. Not a chance. In a fit of rage, Gu's scarf trembled incessantly. Changsheng, you colossal fool. How dare you defy orders for the sake of three insignificant wretches, falling into the trap set by the old demon. I shall incapacitate you first to cleanse the ranks, and then settle accounts with the demon. As she spoke, she began to recite the heart-devouring curse. Upon hearing Gu's strange utterance, Changsheng felt a sharp pang in his heart, tightening with an inexplicable dread, instinctively placing his hand over it. Changsheng, soon you shall understand the true meaning of regret. The torment of the heart-devouring curse is unbearable. Changsheng gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face tautening. Ah. The old demon of the Black Valley suddenly cried out, clutching his chest and collapsing, rolling frantically on the ground. It hurts so much. Why does my heart ache so intensely? Gu was momentarily taken aback. I am punishing Changsheng. What are you wailing about? Changsheng, too, was stunned, momentarily forgetting that he was the one suffering from the heart-devouring curse. What was happening? He glanced at Gu, who returned his gaze. Gu pondered for a moment before realizing, breaking into a fit of laughter. You cunning old demon. You have tasted my foot-washing water. When did you cast a curse upon me? The old demon, in agony, retorted, I did not cast a curse upon you. It was I who was cursed. You have consumed my essence, and the curse's venom lies within that essence. Why do I suffer more than you? The demon raged. I too feel pain. Yet this particular curse seems more suited to you, Changsheng replied. However, he found it peculiar that although the heart-devouring curse was manifesting within him, he could endure it, unlike the old demon who writhed in agony. Gu remarked, Changsheng, you are becoming increasingly astute. I did indeed commit a foolish act earlier, but I harbor no regrets. You still have no regrets? You were deceived by them like a fool and still do not lament? Infuriating. Just wait until Grandma deals with you. Gu turned to the demon lord. You have fallen prey to my heart-devouring curse. Only I can lift it. Hand over the item, and I shall provide you with the antidote. Dare you forget, Ji? You are under my black scripture palm as well. Only I can lift it too. If you doubt this, try circulating your energy and see for yourself. Ji was taken aback, secretly circulating her energy, only to find it somewhat sluggish, her spiritual power less fluid than before. She steadied her mind and declared, a mere punch cannot harm my celestial form, but from henceforth, you shall endure the torment of the heart-devouring curse. With that, she resumed her incantation. Run, the demon iron shouted, as 9 bearers hastily shoved the demon lord into a grand palanquin. The 3 brothers of the Mo family led the way, retreating towards the Moonlight Palace. Junior sister, stop dawdling. We must flee. Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong urged Xiao Tian as they dashed out with the Mo brothers, vanishing in an instant. The once bustling Moonlight Palace fell into an eerie silence. The celestial maiden's garments fluttered gracefully as Changsheng stood by her side. Your beloved senior sister has fled. Why do you not pursue her? Ji taunted. Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow within, an overwhelming sense of being abruptly abandoned. Alas, those are 3 exquisite and enchanting senior sisters. Who shall adorn me in garments henceforth? Who shall attend to my needs? Who shall nourish me with sustenance? Moreover, Changsheng is certain that these 3 sisters remain untouched, pure as ice and jade. It is astonishing that they would willingly descend into the abyss of temptation. Any man of sound mind would feel a pang of sorrow. Oh dear. Changsheng clutched his heart once more. Beneath the veil, Ji's fiery red lips parted and chanted incantations in a fit of rage, with no outlet for her fury except to unleash it upon Changsheng. The thought of being betrayed by 3 servants and mocked by the old demon, while gaining nothing in return, stirred within her a desire for vengeance against Changsheng. At the very least, she wished to sever his limbs, rendering him incapable of any further actions. Without limbs, Changsheng's pure young body could still serve as her furnace, and would be far easier to control. In agony, Changsheng knelt on one leg. Ji smirked coldly, her right hand sweeping through the air, wielding a radiant jade sword. Do not blame me, for you have repeatedly erred, and I am compelled to punish you. This time it shall be your limbs, next time, perhaps your arms and legs. Fairy, you are too ruthless. Changsheng exclaimed upon catching a glimmer of the sword, hastily brandishing a small knife to strike at the blade. Clang! The knife was sent flying. Ruthless? To survive in this heartless world, one must not show mercy, lest one face retribution. Compared to the cruelty others have shown towards me, my actions are but trifles. Fairy, what have you endured? Have you suffered a deep-seated wound in your childhood that is too painful to articulate? Fear not. I possess knowledge of psychology and can assist you in alleviating your burdens. The essence of life lies in letting go. Shut your mouth. Ji retorted. Changsheng, I've changed my mind. I shall sever your tongue first. Chapter 14. Only you are short with her jade sword. Ji launched a flurry of thrusts at Changsheng, who dared not delay and swiftly retreated 2 paces. Though his cultivation was not inferior to that of the fairy, his combat prowess fell short. In a moment of desperation, he drew forth a soft whip to deflect the sword's onslaught, the whip extending several feet under his spiritual guidance, its tip striking towards the fairy. Ji's ire only mounted. Not only did he refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, but he also had the audacity to retaliate. The jade sword erupted in a blaze of brilliance, and Ji vanished from sight. Changsheng was taken aback, summoning all his spiritual energy to form a protective dome with the whip, shielding himself as best as he could. This was the simplest means he could conceive to safeguard his life. The brilliance crashed against the dome with a thunderous sound, and then Ji plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Fairy, Changsheng cried, alarmed and pained. What has befallen you? Ji, supporting herself with her hand on the ground, appeared to be in immense agony. Her once alabaster hands had turned to an ashen hue, having overexerted her spiritual energy. The extreme cold poison and the effects of her dark palm technique had surged simultaneously. With a cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood, sending it flying 3 feet away. Fairy, are you injured? Changsheng inquired. Is it not thanks to you, the world's greatest fool? Ji retorted, swiftly settling into a meditative posture. Changsheng softly remarked. Fairy, what I possess is not foolishness, but rather innocence. You have introduced a new poison within yourself. Let it flow into me. Rest assured, I shall not absorb a single fragment of your spiritual essence. Ji remained silent. After a quarter of an hour, unable to contain himself, Changsheng gently nudged her. Yet she remained unresponsive. Fairy, you cannot be dead, otherwise, I would be left an orphan. Fear not, even in your death, I shall remain unscathed. Ji hissed through clenched teeth. Changsheng let out a sigh of relief, hesitated for a moment, and slowly unveiled Ji's veil. By the heavens, grandmother, how have you transformed into an African fairy, your skin resembling black satin? What have I become? Ji exclaimed, gazing at her hands. rolling up her long sleeves and observing her arms and neck. Goodness, why has this happened? Changsheng, has my face turned this color as well? Fetch a bronze mirror, quickly. Jiyu cried out. Changsheng replied, Fairy, I believe this world holds beauty not only in whiteness, but in blackness as well. I find the latter even more appealing. Huh, do I care for your preference? Jiyu scrutinized every visible part of herself. Old demon, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Struck by the black essence palm, not only had her cultivation suffered, but her skin had also darkened to the hue of a pot's bottom. Observing Jiyu's panic, Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. The old demon practiced the black blood cultivation, a technique that also resided within Changsheng. Black blood, after all, is merely a representation. The true harm lies within the meridians. Changsheng's expression softened. Fairy, in the darkness of night, you need not don clothing. I assure you, no one shall behold you. And you may seek the old demon's demise. Jiyu, slightly breathless, weakly replied, Changsheng, I fear I may not endure much longer. As she spoke, she leaned to the side. Changsheng quickly supported her, examining her meridians, and shook his head, finding them as chaotic as a multitude of horses running in disarray. Fairy, hold on, I shall not perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Jiyu languidly leaned against him, appearing to drift into slumber. With no other choice, Changsheng lifted her and ventured into the inner palace. After 12 hours, Changsheng, drenched in sweat, stood up, observing a significant improvement in Jiyu, who was peacefully meditating. He stepped outside to the fountain and took a shower. As he washed, he pondered various matters, a habit cultivated from his past life, even while bathing. His thoughts remained on work. The heart-biting curse cast by Fairy Jiyu had not greatly affected him. His heart merely fluttered slightly. Unlike the old demon, who suffered excruciating pain, he placed a hand on his chest, acknowledging the formidable nature of the curse, for it was indeed an exceptionally powerful technique. My black hole sacred body can truly devour all. Over time, he had thoroughly comprehended the techniques of both Jiyu and the old demon. Even the battle prowess could be harnessed for his purposes. He resolved to wait until Jiyu's injuries improved before venturing into the Black Valley Abyss to rescue his 3 senior sisters. At the very least, securing the safety of Xiaotian. Once Xiaotian was saved and accompanied by the fairy, he intended to explore the world beyond. What the Shengzhou Continent was like remained a mystery to him. Changsheng, Jiyu called from within. Changsheng stepped inside. Fairy, did you call for me? Your complexion has improved significantly. You no longer appear as dark as before. With a bit more time, you may fully recover. Jiyu glanced at her arms and hands, saying, if it remains this way, I would rather perish. Fairy, please don't say that. In truth, a hint of color is more pleasing to the eye, he reassured her. No, I refuse. Jiyu's agitation flared up once more. After a moment of silence, she added, help me up. I wish to take a bath. Changsheng felt deeply moved, not merely by the chance to witness the fairy's grace, but because her attitude suggested that she did not regard him as a stranger. The essence of human connection lies in trust. He assisted Jiyu to the spring and said, Fairy, allow me to help you undress. No, I shall teach you how to set a barrier using spiritual energy to prevent outsiders from seeing or intruding. My meridians are damaged, and I cannot wield spiritual power. Changsheng followed her instructions to establish a simple barrier, declaring, it is done. What now? Jiyu offered a faint smile. You may step outside. Oh, Changsheng exited the barrier, and indeed, nothing could be seen from within. Only the sound of water remained audible. He pondered, recognizing that while an alchemical furnace was merely a task, bathing was a part of life, something Jiyu understood clearly. He had failed to grasp this distinction during his time as a mere cog in the machine, revealing a certain naivety. Jiyu shed her sheer garments and, upon seeing her own darkened skin, gently closed her eyes. 2 crystalline tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, tracing her delicate nose and full cheeks, ultimately falling to her chin. Is this my fate? No, I, Jiyu, shall never accept such a destiny. What had begun as a well-laid plan took an unexpected turn. Changsheng appeared to have an epiphany, his innocence now tinged with a newfound shrewdness. Strangely, his pure young body was markedly different from others. If the extreme cold poison could not be dispelled, and if the heavenly silkworm essence could not be obtained, then all her endeavors on the Shengzhou Continent would be in vain. Slowly, Jiyu immersed herself in the spring. After half an hour, she emerged, instructing, Changsheng, set 3 barriers at the entrance. Not even an ant shall pass. And then, he inquired, we shall enter. Changsheng stuck out his tongue. Fairy, what if the old demon comes seeking revenge? Wouldn't we be sitting ducks here? I fear they may not come. Changsheng had no choice but to comply. Fairy, how long shall we remain? We shall exit when I have fully recovered. Changsheng's heart sank. With both poisons raging, the prospect of immediate recovery was slim. The Shengzhou was vast, and he yearned to explore it. Grandmother, is there wine in the palace? Indeed, There is daughter's red, an ample supply. As long as there is wine, at this very moment, I yearn to compose a poem. Life is fleeting, let us not dally. For it is clearly your brevity that is at fault. How piercing! The truth is otherwise. Grandmother, I advise you to be kind and accumulate virtuous words. Life is short. Let us fill our cups to the brim. Changsheng resolutely stepped into the depths of the palace. Chapter 15. With eyes full of emotion, the Black Valley Abyss. The demon lord, enduring excruciating heartache, addressed his 3 sons. From this moment forth, you must not step outside the Black Valley. Remain by my side at all times. Channel your energy to form a formation, and assist me in dispelling the heart-devouring curse. Demon Jean, still pondering the outside world and the little crystal, asked, Father, may we return to our rooms during our rest period? Demon Tong also looked to the demon lord, awaiting his response. The demon lord cast a glance at the two. I am well aware of your mischievous intentions. Are you eager to rendezvous with those 2 young ladies? In this regard, you ought to learn from the 3rd brother. Observe his steadfastness. Once he sits, his rear remains unmoved. I make it abundantly clear, during my recovery, you are forbidden to indulge in any female company. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. I have already assigned 3 young ladies to you. They will not flee. So why the impatience? In a month's time at most, I shall release you from the valley, granting you the freedom to act as you wish. You may converse with them during your respite, but do not overstep the boundaries. Otherwise, both you and I shall suffer the backlash of our cultivation, becoming utterly possessed. And by then, it will be too late for remorse. Demon Tai bowed his head. What father says is most accurate. I shall remember. Demon Jean and Demon Tong simultaneously scoffed inwardly, yet outwardly they replied with utmost obedience. We understand, father, rest assured. The demon lord settled into a cross-legged position, with his 3 sons evenly spaced around him. After half an hour of initial practice, the demon lord's heartache began to ease, and he gestured for them to relax. Seizing the opportunity, Demon Jean inquired, Father, what is the Tianqin essence that Ji you mentioned? The old demon closed his eyes, remaining silent. Demon Tai responded, the Tianqin essence is an ancient treasure, capable of breaking through bottlenecks and aiding in the formation of elixirs. It is divided into 2 forms. One is the Tianqin essence, and the other is the Tianqin bowl. The silkworm within the bowl secretes a spiritual crystal known as Tianqin essence. Father, am I correct in my understanding? With Demon Tai present, his 2 elder brothers appeared as if they were mere simpletons. They outwardly praised their younger brother's wealth of knowledge, while inwardly seething with envy. The old demon first reprimanded the eldest and 2nd sons for their lack of learning, praising the 3rd son before continuing, for the past decade. I have inquired about the origins of the immortal Ji, and I have even offered a handsome reward for information regarding Xiao Jing and Xiao Chang. Yet to no avail. I do not understand how she came to know that the Tianqin essence is in my possession. There were matters he had concealed from his 3 sons. Demon Jean flattered, Father, as soon as that pure yang body was successfully refined, you received the news. Did you not? The old demon replied, You are not entirely foolish. Changsheng's cultivation of the golden liquid jade furnace technique reached its initial success, and Xiao Jing and Xiao Chang seized the opportunity to inform me. Unexpectedly, that deceased woman resorted to casting a heart-devouring curse upon Changsheng to exert control over him. In a moment of carelessness, I too fell victim to it. Though Ji you fared little better. The demon copper grinned and inquired, Father, do you truly possess the celestial silkworm essence? With such a precious relic, our family could secure a prominent position in the Shengzhou Continent. The demon lord shook his head. The item is indeed valuable, yet it is regrettably unusable in Shengzhou. Moreover, the celestial silkworm bowl is not in my possession. We have the silkworm, but lack the essence. Where is the celestial silkworm bowl? Asked Demon Copper. How would I know? The demon lord glared at him, causing the 2nd son to fall silent, trembling in fear. Feeling fatigued, the demon lord waved his hand, instructing the 3 brothers to leave and return in 2 hours. He needed to contemplate the means to counteract the heart-devouring curse with utmost care. Heed my words. Do not use a cauldron, nor engage in frivolity with women. Those who defy me shall be punished. Yes, Father, the 3 brothers replied in unison. Demon Iron, keep a close watch on your 2 elder brothers. Demon Iron nodded. As the 3 brothers stepped out and had not gone far, the 3 sisters, Xiao Jing, approached them. Demon Iron coldly obstructed their path, stating, The demon lord has decreed that you must not approach us. Those who disobey shall have their spiritual powers stripped and be turned into demon slaves. The 3 sisters of Xiao Jing, frightened, clasped their small hands to their chests, trembling. Demon Gold, dissatisfied, remarked, 3rd brother, do not overstate your authority. Father did not mean it this way. Demon Copper scoffed. 3rd brother seems to have taken it upon himself to act as the young lord of the Black Valley Demon Cave. Do you still regard your 2 elder brothers? Demon Iron quickly corrected. Elders, you have misunderstood. The third brother is merely cautious of unforeseen events. Demon Gold added. As if we are both fools, what harm is there in exchanging a few words? Father has not forbidden conversation. Xiao Jing, seemingly understanding, gently suggested. Then let us greet each other from a distance. Demon Gold approached, taking Xiao Jing's hand, declaring, on the contrary, we seldom meet. Now is the perfect time to deepen our understanding. Once the Demon Lord's injuries are healed, we shall formally become dual cultivation partners. Demon Copper also grasped Xiao Chang's hand, stating, we shall neither be virtuous gentlemen nor hypocrites. Xiao Tian, witnessing Demon Iron standing motionless, dared not move, hiding behind the two elder sisters, unsure of what to do. Due to the old demon's prohibitions, compounded by Demon Iron's cold demeanor, Demon Gold and Demon Copper refrained from any rash actions, conveying their sentiments through glances. 10 days passed. And while the Demon Lord's heart-devouring curse had only eased slightly, the root of the issue remained far from resolved. He grew increasingly irritable, frequently blaming the three brothers for their lack of diligence, particularly targeting the eldest and second sons, who bore the brunt of his scolding and punishment. When the three brothers emerged to rest, Xiao Jing exclaimed, Demon Gold, what happened to your face? It's swollen. The Demon Lord struck me, he replied. Xiao Chang then noticed Demon Copper's missing front tooth, also a result of the Demon Lord's wrath. Demon Copper nodded resentfully. The three sisters of Xiao Jing, glancing at the somber-faced Demon Iron, whispered, why is he unscathed? Demon Gold, covering his face, lamented, the Demon Lord, in excruciating pain, commanded us three brothers to devise a solution. My plan failed miserably, earning me a hefty slap, and the second brother's plan was equally ineffective, resulting in another slap. Lao San, being astute, uttered not a word. He merely shed a solitary tear, prompting the Demon Lord to declare his filial piety. Alas, they are all sons. Why do the elder and the second-born fail to win their father's favor? Xiao Tian timidly inquired, is the Demon Lord's injury truly so arduous to remedy? You have been by Gu's side daily. Surely you must know the antidote to the heart-devouring curse? Mo Tong posed the question. The three sisters shook their heads in unison. The heart-devouring curse was a recent revelation to them, and they remained oblivious to when Changsheng had been afflicted by it. Xiao Jing interjected, Mo Jin, I bear news. That old woman still resides in the Moonlight Palace, and with the barriers erected outside. We can seize the opportunity while she is weakened. We should gather more people and capture her, and in doing so, we may also secure Changsheng. Splendid. I shall report this to the Demon Lord at once. Mo Jin exclaimed as he dashed into the Demon Lord's chamber. Mere moments later, he emerged, face covered in distress. I suggested sending people to apprehend Gu, and the Demon Lord struck me across the face. His sole focus is on curing the heart-devouring curse. He forbids us from diverting our attention. Emotai remarked, though Gu has been struck by the Black Scripture palm, her power remains intact. Sending someone to capture her would only lead to certain death. Mo Jin cast him a sidelong glance. No matter what we propose, Father believes we are in the wrong. Mo Tong chimed in. If we say nothing, that too is deemed erroneous. Elder brother, it is a pity we lack the skill for theatrics and cannot summon tears. Emotai fell silent. Another 10 days elapsed. Mo Jin and Mo Tong's eyes were swollen to the point of blindness, their bodies marred with bloodstains. Xiao Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Has there truly been no breakthrough in the Demon Lord's condition? Mo Jin lamented. Not only is there no improvement, but the old man has been forcing me and Mo Tong to devise a solution. Failing to do so results in a beating. Were it not for my fondness for you, I would have long since given up. Mo Tong leaned against his elder brother, sharing in the sorrow. Xiao Chang whispered into Mo Tong's ear, doesn't the Mo family possess the celestial silkworm essence? Why not give it a try? It is an ancient treasure, possessing powers beyond our imagination. Mo Tong's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Soon, the Demon Lord would demand they concoct a plan once more, and their minds felt as if they might explode under the pressure. Why not attempt it? Desperation breeds ingenuity. Chapter 16. The Demon's Flower withers once again. They formed a formation, channeling energy to dispel the curse. The Demon Lord's head was enveloped in a steamy haze, while his three sons were drenched in perspiration, utterly exhausted. With the cessation of their efforts, the Demon Lord's heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless insects. Elder brother, what scheme have you devised today? Second brother, what of you? I have refrained from burdening the youngest with such thoughts, yet he is diligently pondering his own solutions. Mo Jin and Mo Tong exchanged glances laden with skepticism. With trepidation, Mo Tong ventured, Father, I possess a rather immature idea, but my ability to articulate it is lacking. I fear I may not convey it clearly. Perhaps it would be better for elder brother to speak. Summoning his courage, Mo Jin replied, Father, after so many days with little progress, I believe we might still explore two additional approaches. Speak swiftly, do not dawdle. Firstly, We shall capture Changsheng. For he possesses a pure young body and has mastered the alchemical arts, capable of transferring the heart-devouring curse into his being. Thus, Father, you would be rendered safe. The demon lord thought to himself, this young man is unaware of Changsheng's terrifying nature. I have been refined to half my essence by his pure young form. Yet it is still a potential solution. Was this not suggested by you from the outset, my third son? Imogen murmured softly, Father, do not be hasty. There is yet another method worth attempting, one that requires no exertion of power. If it proves effective, the heart-devouring curse could be dispelled. What method? Father, do you not possess the ancient treasure, the heavenly silkworm essence? Being an artifact of antiquity, its power must be extraordinary. Perhaps Gu's heart-devouring curse would be insignificant in its presence. Imogen squinted his eyes, smiling in a fawning yet cautious manner. The demon lord abruptly struck Imogen on the head, asking, Do you know why I struck you? Father, I was wrong. I should not have mentioned the heavenly silkworm essence, as it is the treasure of our clan and should not be casually discussed. With a thud, the old demon struck Imogen's head again, error upon error. Is that what I meant? Remember, Gu is your stepmother. How can you refer to her as an old woman? Her beauty surpasses that of your deceased mother by at least 100-fold. Thinking of Gu, the old demon felt a pang of both pain and longing. He furrowed his thick brows and nodded. You speak some truth. I had nearly forgotten. Imogen and Imo Tong exchanged glances of delight, finally having managed to appease the old demon. The demon lord, his expression grave, instructed Imo Tai, go outside and relay the message. No one is to approach. Should anyone dare, they shall be executed on the spot, their bones ground to dust. Yes, Father. Imo Tai rose and exited, returning shortly to report that all arrangements had been made, assuring that not even a fly could enter. The demon lord, stroking his chin with satisfaction, remarked, I find great comfort in your competence. Should the heavenly silkworm essence prove effective, I shall commend you for your efforts. Imogen and Imo Tong exchanged perplexed glances. Is merely standing guard worthy of such commendation? This idea was conceived by us, was it not? Where shall we seek justification? Yet, they could only swallow their discontent in silence. The demon lord surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no prying eyes, then extended his left index finger, applying gentle pressure to his left ear. Could it be that the demon lord concealed the heavenly silkworm essence within his ear? A secure hiding place indeed. After a moment, the demon lord inquired, has it emerged? It has, Father, Imogen eagerly replied. What did you see? The demon lord asked. Earwax. Imogen's voice trembled slightly. With a flick of his hand, the demon lord summoned a gust of wind that swept past Imogen's face, fortunately sparing him from harm. However, Imo Tong received a slap, prompting the demon lord to scold. You possess no skills and lack the courage to speak. In this regard, you are inferior not only to the third brother, but also to the eldest. Though the eldest may be somewhat dull, he dares to express himself and speaks candidly about what he observes. I greatly admire his straightforward nature. Imogen let out a sigh of relief, while Imo Tong lowered his head, seemingly on the verge of tears. The demon lord exerted pressure with his fingers, and from his right ear emerged a small object, radiating a gentle white light that illuminated the entire chamber. It was a small, jade-like entity, approximately an inch long and as thick as a pinky finger, devoid of any resemblance to a silkworm. Aside from its soft glow, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Is this the celestial silkworm essence? Exclaimed Demon Jean. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know I possess this? Rebuked the demon lord. He summoned his spiritual energy, causing the celestial silkworm essence to hover before the four of them. Demon Tai stated quietly, though we possess the celestial silkworm essence, without the celestial silkworm bowl, it cannot secrete spiritual crystals. How could Father not know how to utilize it if he has the essence? Retorted Demon Tong. The demon lord shot a disdainful glance at Demon Tong. You are truly useless. If I knew how to use it, would I be here playing with you? Demon Jean, think carefully. How can we utilize this? The demon lord commanded sternly. Demon Jin's eyes darkened. You old rascal. If you don't know, how could I possibly know? Allow me a moment to ponder. I shall think as well, Demon Tong added, unwilling to fall behind. You needn't bother. You lack the intellect. The demon lord scoffed, then turned to Demon Tai. Third, if you have a sound idea, speak boldly. Regardless of its efficacy, I shall not hold it against you. Demon Jean and Demon Tong nearly ground their teeth in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, Demon Tai suggested, perhaps we could try placing it over the heart. Its spiritual energy might suppress the heart-eating curse. The demon lord nodded and placed the celestial silkworm essence against his chest. After a brief moment, he remarked, there is a slight effect, though not significant. What if I hold it in my mouth? Very well, I shall give it a try. The old demon placed the essence in his mouth, savoring it for a moment before spitting it out. I fear it may inadvertently slip into my stomach. Demon Tai proposed several straightforward methods. Yet none could alleviate the torment of the heart-eating curse. Father, could we activate it with our spiritual energy? Asked Demon Jean. If it could be activated, I would have done so already. Did you not hear the third speak? The celestial silkworm essence is a sacred object that aids in forming the golden core. Our strength is but a drop in the ocean, far too insufficient. The demon lord's temper had also waned. Demon Tai pondered, I have another idea. The celestial silkworm essence must be within the celestial silkworm bowl to secrete spiritual crystals. I surmise that some substance within the bowl stimulates it. The demon lord clapped his hands. Excellent idea. And what then? We shall use the magical flowers from our Black Valley cave to stimulate it. Demon Tai exclaimed. The magical flowers encompass 9,999 scents, truly a symphony of fragrances. What if one of those scents could provoke it? But the magical flowers have just wilted, protested the demon lord, his eyes gleaming before dimming once more. Though the flowers have wilted, their lingering fragrance remains. It would not hurt to place the celestial silkworm essence upon the remnants of the magical flowers and see if it yields results. Father, may fortune favor us. It just might work. Very well, let us proceed at once. In the valley of the demon flower, there exists but a single blossom, and its reblooming shall not occur for another decade. The demon lord arrived with his 3 sons, enveloped by a dizzying medley of fragrances. Holding his breath, he stepped forward, cautiously placing the celestial silkworm essence into the heart of the colossal remnants of the flower, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon it. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the remnants of the demon flower seemed to quiver slightly, and the demon lord rubbed his eyes, an unusual tension coursing through him. A delicate layer of spiritual energy began to manifest upon the lustrous surface of the celestial silkworm essence. Third son, you are truly a genius. The demon lord exclaimed, overjoyed. As a day elapsed, the spiritual energy upon the essence intensified, gradually revealing minuscule crystalline particles that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The demon lord harnessed his spiritual power to gather the few particles into a compact form, sealing them away, before turning to Mo Tai Dao. You were entirely correct. A certain essence from the flower has stimulated the celestial silkworm essence, albeit in minuscule quantities. Now that we possess these spiritual crystals, shall I consume them? Mo Tai Dao replied. These spiritual crystals are treasures of rarity and will assuredly not harm you. With a smile, the demon lord ingested the crystals. How do you feel, father? Mo Jean inquired anxiously. The demon lord's expression turned solemn as he patted his abdomen, then suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Truly an ancient marvel. My heart still aches terribly. Yet my dantian feels remarkably full, a rare occurrence. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Mo Jean and Mo Tong. Mo Tai Dao suggested, the spiritual crystals are not medicinal. Father, perhaps you should channel your Wu blood spirit skill to fully harness their power. There may be unforeseen benefits. That is a sound idea. The demon lord promptly exited the valley of the demon flower, where the intoxicating aroma lingered. He meditated and cultivated his energy for a quarter of an hour before ceasing, his expression growing increasingly austere. The old demon cast a glance at his eldest and second sons, and upon seeing Mo Tai Dao, his demeanor softened. Third son, you have achieved a great feat. My pain has diminished by more than half. Once I capture Changsheng, I shall have a solution. Congratulations, father. Mo Tai Dao responded. Chapter 17. It would be best to pierce to death, although the spiritual crystals secreted by the celestial silkworm essence provided temporary relief from the heart-devouring curse. The old demon was still beset by considerable headaches. The essence could only yield a small amount of spiritual crystals over several days. And as the fragrance of the demon flower waned, the secretion would inevitably diminish. Henceforth, the valley of the demon flower shall be a forbidden zone. No one shall enter without my explicit permission, the old demon decreed, ensuring the safety of the celestial silkworm essence. Now, we can attend to the matter of the moonlit fairy. Father, does this mean I can now utilize the furnace and engage in dual cultivation normally? Mo Jean asked. You worthless wretch. All you do is seek pleasure. Just do not hinder my affairs, the old demon begrudgingly permitted. Thank you, father. I shall return to my cultivation and remain at your beck and call. Mo Jean and Mo Tong hurried off to find Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong. The demon lord turned to Mo Tai Dao. Why do you not seek out that little Tian? Father, until our grand endeavor is realized, I must remain vigilant, staying by your side and ready for your summons. Very well, good son. If you are not interested in Xiao Tian, I shall find you someone even better in the future. Xiao Tian is indeed a stunning beauty. Moonlight Palace. Uncertain of how many instances of the shadow technique and extreme cold poison he had extracted for the enchanting Jiyu, Changsheng stretched languidly, casting a glance at the fairy dozing beside him. Her complexion still bore a hint of darkness, rendering her somewhat peculiar, yet her exquisite form was entirely unaffected. Regardless of light or shadow, it mattered not when the lights were extinguished. Changsheng mused softly. Changsheng, what are you muttering about? Shouldn't you be diligently practicing your techniques instead of slacking off? I've yet to witness you in training. No wonder it took the three senior sisters a decade to usher you into the realm of immortals. Ji Yu's eyes fluttered open. Fairy, after so many days, your poison has been temporarily subdued. Can we not venture to the Black Valley Demon Cave and procure the celestial silkworm essence from the old sorcerer? Indeed, we shall go. But you must remain here to focus on your cultivation while I step outside for a quick bath. Ji Yu flicked her silk skirt, her long, smooth legs gliding past Changsheng's view. Need my assistance? I'm quite adept at washing, you know, she jested, her tone laced with playful intent. Ji Yu gently grasped Changsheng's right hand, caressing it softly. I suspect you often labor with this hand. It must be calloused by now. Pray tell, what have you occupied yourself with over the past decade? With no ability to leave the abode, what could I possibly do? All my tasks have been handled by the three senior sisters, Changsheng replied. Do not mention those traitorous sycophants. Ji Yu seethed, turning to storm out. Fairy, from now on call me Granny. Do not alternate between Fairy and Ji Yu. It is most disrespectful. Changsheng shrugged, reflecting on how the three senior sisters had evidently wounded Ji Yu's heart. Yet, it seemed Ji Yu herself did not regard the three senior sisters as equals. Changsheng reclined on the meditation cushion, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Cultivation? It was inconceivable to engage in cultivation. With a pure yang constitution paired with a black hole sacred body, sharing his essence with others was both liberating and delightful. This lifetime, he would never again lead the life of a mere wage slave. An hour passed before Ji Yu returned. Changsheng inhaled deeply. Fairy, no, Granny. Why does your fragrance seem to intensify after your bath? Oh, I haven't bathed yet. I merely took a stroll outside. I will go now. Would you care to join me? Every cell in my body yearns for it. Well, then, let your imagination run wild. Ji Yu flitted away like a gust of wind, leaving Changsheng in a daze. Was the fairy jesting or subtly hinting at something? Intending to rest, Changsheng found his drowsiness dissipated by Ji Yu's words. He stepped out of the moonlight palace, glancing towards the spring. Ji Yu's graceful figure had just melded with the water's surface. Outside the door, a disturbance seemed to arise. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to investigate the source of the commotion. In a swift motion, he darted forward, covering over 3 miles before halting, alert and scanning his surroundings. Ha, is that you, little brother? A familiar voice rang out, the elder sister Xiao Jing maintaining her ever-familiar demeanor. Surrounding Changsheng were approximately 20 disciples from the Black Valley. Beside Xiao Jing stood Mo Jin, Mo Tai, and Xiao Chong. Changsheng took a sweeping glance around and inquired, Elder sister, where is Xiao Ti? Your junior sister is currently accompanying the Demon Lord. Advancing along the path of power at a pace surpassing ours, Xiao Jing remarked with a chuckle. Changsheng felt a tightening in his heart. How could the pure and virtuous Xiao Tian serve an ancient demon? Humph, you wretched boy, you have harmed the Demon Lord and deserve nothing less than death. Now that you are surrounded, surrender. I could plead with the Demon Lord to grant you a complete corpse, shouted Imogene. Changsheng silently tightened his grip on the soft whip. With his prowess, he was confident he could break through the 20 surrounding him. However, the 3 beautiful sisters had swiftly transformed into demonic women, a reality he struggled to fully accept. After all, he had shared a bond with them for a decade, and it was not easy to let go. His eyes gleamed with icy light, piercing fiercely at Imogene and Mo Tong. Dare to lay a finger on my sister, and your fate shall be sealed with a single word, death. Seeing the ferocity in Changsheng's gaze, Imogene pointed his sword and whispered to Mo Tong, this boy, if we can kill him, we shall not show mercy. Mo Tong leaned in and replied, brother, the old man still needs him. We cannot kill him. Do you wish to endure this life forever? Scolded by the old man and looked down upon by the third brother? Understood, brother, you are indeed wise. Mo Tong drew his sword. Xiao Jing hurriedly interjected. Imogene, you must not kill Changsheng. Why, my dear? Because both Xiao Chong and Xiao Tian have always regarded him as a younger brother. He is essentially your and Mo Tong's little brother-in-law. Little brother-in-law? Imogene pondered, stroking his nose. If Xiao Tian were to marry the old man, what would Changsheng then be to us? Mo Tong asked, perplexed. A brother-in-law? Xiao Chong interjected. He would become your elder, making it even more imperative that he not be killed. Why does Mo Tai dislike Xiao Tian? Xiao Jing inquired. Imogene and Mo Tong simultaneously snorted. He is a peculiar one. I suspect he is incapable, Imogene asserted. Indeed, throughout his life, I have never seen him utilize a female furnace, Mo Tong added. Xiao Jing said, please wait a moment. I shall persuade our junior brother to surrender to us. This way, you 2 brothers will achieve great merit and can hold your heads high before the Demon Lord. My dear, do go, but be cautious. Do not be deceived by his fair appearance. He strikes with remarkable ferocity. He nearly punctured the old man's dantian. What a pity, Mo Tong lamented. It would have been splendid if he had killed him. Xiao Jing approached Changsheng, smiling gracefully. Junior brother, you have heard my words. Accompany the three sisters, and we shall ensure you live the life of luxury, where clothes come to you and meals are served. Senior sister, on my first day out of the house, you and Xiao Chong were out all night. You went to inform the Mo family, did you not? Hee. Junior brother, do you even need to ask? Otherwise, how could the demon lord have arrived at Yuehua Palace so fortuitously? Changsheng touched his forehead. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot abandon the fairy. One must maintain a semblance of conscience. Conscience? Who has cared for you over the past decade? The fairy has not looked after you for a single day. It has been us three sisters who have cared for you and taught you cultivation. She merely seeks to use you, treating you as a mere vessel and a slave. At first, I shared the same sentiment, but later realized that being a furnace cauldron has its own allure. Mo Jean, growing impatient, exclaimed, my beauty. He is merely a stubborn fool. If persuasion fails, a good beating will surely awaken him. If one thrashing is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Chapter 18. Discovering the traitor, Xiao Jing turned back with a smile and continued to address Changsheng. Junior brother, the demon lord possesses treasures, and the heart-devouring curse cannot harm him. If you were to join our side and assist the demon lord in completely eliminating the curse, do you not think you would earn his favor? Favor? Changsheng nearly retched. Senior sister, does this mean you are wholeheartedly betraying the fairy? Willingly tarnishing your purity with the demons? Just the thought is nauseating. Haha. Junior brother, my senior sisters are still untouched, Xiao Jing unabashedly remarked. However, in the future, we will undoubtedly pair up for dual cultivation. The more she said this, the more Changsheng felt an urge to eliminate the old demon and his kin. Am I feeling a twinge of jealousy? After the terrifying formation exercise, Mo Jean could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in dual cultivation with Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong. But fate had other plans, as relatives of Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong arrived. Practitioners of the immortal path must maintain purity. Any association with such matters would severely diminish their power. Thus, Mo Jean and Mo Tong suppressed their desires, biding their time until the relatives departed. With their hearts in turmoil, the two brothers rallied a group of disciples and marched towards the Moonlight Palace. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally missed meeting the enchanting Ji Yu, who had just concluded her stroll and was returning. Junior brother, I do not wish to harm you, so you should leave quickly. The demon brothers are not to be trifled with, Xiao Jing whispered. No sooner had she spoken than Mo Tong soared forward, blocking Changsheng's escape route. I care not if you are a little brother or whatever. I shall subdue you first before capturing Ji Yu at the Moonlight Palace. They say Ji Yu is the epitome of beauty, but alas, she has always worn a veil, and I have yet to see even a strand of her hair. I wonder if she is more beautiful than my Xiao Chong. Mo Jean concurred, urging Changsheng not to hold back, declaring that if he could kill, he should do so to eliminate future threats. Before Xiao Jing could interject, Mo Tong swung his sword down, the blade emanating a faint sinister aura as it cut through the air. His swordsmanship was on par with the renowned Hao Jian. This fellow truly is a reckless youth. Charging in without hesitation, Changsheng leaped back a distance of 10 feet, while Mo Jean and the others closed in for an assault. Xiao Chong shouted, capture him alive. Changsheng waved his hand. Are you all coming at me? I thought this was a duel. Mo Tong halted, turning to Mo Jean. Brother, hold on. This lad dares to challenge me to a duel. I shall grant him clarity in death. Xiao Chong hurriedly cautioned. Mo Tong, do not underestimate him. Although my junior brother lacks talent, when pushed to his limits, his temper is quite formidable, and he possesses great strength. Moreover, during this time, he may have learned some techniques from Ji Yu. Humph, merely a furnace material. In less than a month, what could he possibly have learned? Mo Tong dismissed the notion. Since you wish to perish, I shall oblige. Changsheng replied with a smile, tightening his grip on the soft whip. With his level of cultivation, he was confident in his ability to defeat Mo Tong. As Mo Tong chuckled with a sinister grin, he tossed his long sword into the air, reciting an incantation. A swirling mass of black mist enveloped the sword, rendering it utterly concealed and exuding an aura of dread. How shall we counter this? Changsheng furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing the black mist in an instant. The celestial maiden, Ji Yu, descended from the heavens, swiftly scooping up Changsheng and admonishing. You truly are a source of concern. With one arm tucked under Changsheng, she unleashed a fireball with her other hand, causing a resounding explosion. Do not allow Ji Yu and Changsheng to escape. Xiao Jing, upon seeing her former master, felt an intense surge of jealousy. Fear not. I shall capture her to avenge you. Mo Jean declared to Xiao Jing, his long sword humming ominously as it lunged towards Ji Yu. Overestimating oneself, Ji Yu scoffed, flicking her sleeve to deflect Mo Jin's sword aside. The disciples of Black Valley encircled them, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Ji, fortified by her spiritual energy, turned to Changsheng and remarked, "You may stand freely now. There is no need to cling to my waist or entwine your legs around me." Changsheng hesitated for a moment, reflecting on how she had held him too tightly. After descending from the celestial maiden, he inhaled her alluring fragrance and mused. Wine does not intoxicate. Rather, it is the beauty of the world, the exquisite waist of a delicate maiden. Ji sighed. The once dainty waist has now succumbed to the passage of time, and I am far from what I was a decade ago. Be cautious. While these insignificant ants may lack prowess, they can still inflict bites. She directed her ire at Xiao Jing and Xiao Tian, exclaiming, "You two wretched creatures. Today I shall ensure your complete annihilation." "And where is Xiao Tian?" Xiao Jing cackled. "Ji, do not be so arrogant. The end of the Moonlight Palace is nigh." Amidst their banter, the two sides had already exchanged dozens of blows. Mo Jin and Mo Tong exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement as they uttered a few coded phrases. Their followers transformed into a frenzied state, bulging eyes and spewing forth black blood, which dissipated into mist upon contact with the air, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. "Humph. So this is the black blood spirit calling technique," Ji said with a cold smirk. "This technique is more than sufficient to deal with you and Changsheng." Mo Jin. "Once they come into contact with even a trace of the black blood, their spiritual energy will dissipate, correct?" Xiao Jing proclaimed loudly. "You are absolutely right, my beauty. Why does this old hag persist in concealing her face, afraid to reveal herself? Haha, soon I shall strip you bare from head to toe," Mo Jin declared, intensifying his assault. In addition to various weapons, 20 spheres of black mist surged forth towards Ji and Changsheng as if they possessed legs. Changsheng thought to himself, with Ji present, she would shield him, allowing him to remain still without risking an attack, though his hand remained in his pocket, tightly gripping a soft whip. Ji, however, was not to be trifled with. While her own safety was assured, Changsheng lacked combat experience. If he were to become ensnared by the black blood mist, he might very well transform into a shadowy figure himself. Ji, already darkened enough, could not tolerate the thought of further tainting her appearance, for her furnace must be as beautiful as she was. Noticing Changsheng's hand in motion, she seized a moment to inquire, "Changsheng, what is that?" "A soft whip. When is it? Still playing with childish things. This is a formidable weapon. One wonders what those three little scamps have taught you over the past decade." Xiao Jing also heard this and abruptly unleashed a wave of sword energy, exclaiming, "Ji, the three of us have diligently assisted you for 10 years, receiving nothing in return, enduring your beatings and scoldings daily, and still you speak ill of us." Ji suddenly felt her meridians tighten and, in a low voice, addressed Changsheng. "I should not exert myself too forcefully. Absorb my spiritual energy to assist me." At that moment, another person rushed over, Mo Tai. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, quickly take me back to the valley. We have discovered a spy." Chapter 19, Absolute Confidentiality. "This woman is on the verge of collapse. Once we capture them, we will return to the valley," Mo Tong replied. Xiao Chang glanced at Mo Tai and inquired, "Which spy?" Mo Tai's expression darkened as his gaze flitted between Xiao Jing and Xiao Chang. "Xiao Tian." "What? Impossible. How could Xiao Tian betray anyone?" Xiao Jing exclaimed in shock. "Over there," Ji's expression faltered. Whether the spy was a spy or not was trivial. What mattered was capturing Ji. Mo Jin disregarded the suddenly arrived third brother, spewing a mouthful of dark blood as black mist enveloped Ji. Seeing the surrounding black mist thickening, Changsheng dared not be careless. He stood alongside Ji, striving to block the black mist. Ji softly said, "I will exert my strength to disperse the black mist. You should break through first. Do not concern yourself with me." "No way. Whether in life or death, I shall accompany you," Changsheng insisted. Ji retorted, "You think I care? These 20 individuals could cause her trouble. But if they sought her life, they were far from capable." However, the revelation that Xiao Tian was a spy unsettled her, and she lost the will to entangle herself with these insignificant foes. Mo Jin felt a surge of pride. Ji appeared somewhat beleaguered. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and the black mist was torn open by a massive rift, from which a soft black whip shot forth, swiftly piercing several disciples of the Black Valley, leaving them with gaping wounds. Mo Tai was taken aback and hastily retreated. Too late. Drenched in radiant light, Ji delivered a palm strike towards him. "Moonlight flows." Xiao Jing cried out, rushing forward with her sword, fortuitously positioning herself in front of Mo Jin. Seeking death, Ji maintained her momentum, landing a punch on Xiao Jing. Subsequently, her fingers extended, and with a resonant flick, the crescent blades of moonlight sliced toward Mo Jin. Xiao Jing valiantly hurled her long sword, providing Mo Jin the chance to roll and evade. "Protect the young master," Mo Tong shouted urgently. Ji snatched Changsheng's soft whip and swept it around, sending several individuals flying. Mo Tong and Mo Tai charged in recklessly, pulling Mo Jin away to retreat swiftly. Xiao Chong also flicked his long silk, ensnaring Xiao Jing and pulling her out of Ji Yu's windstorm. Just as Ji Yu was about to unleash a massacre, she felt a surge in her chest, and, fearing the onset of poison, dared not exert herself further. She said to Yi Changsheng, "Let these ants go, we must return." "No, we must go save Xiao Tian," Yi Changsheng urged anxiously. "You are still quite young." Ji Yu pointed a finger at Yi Changsheng's forehead, and without further ado, she led him away. The three brothers of the Mo family, accompanied by their followers, fled a distance of 30 miles. Only upon realizing that Ji Yu was not in pursuit did they finally exhale in relief. The emaciated camel is larger than a horse. An injured celestial being should not be underestimated. Mo Jin approached Xiao Jing, saying, "My dear, I am immensely grateful for your selfless act of saving me. Otherwise, I might be lying on a board right now." Xiao Jing, though severely wounded, forced herself to respond, "I am aware of some of Ji Yu's techniques, which is why I was not struck down by her palm. I hope you do not seek other beautiful women simply because I am unable to join you in cultivation due to my injuries. How could that be? My heart belongs only to you," Mo Jin declared, glancing at the female disciples around him and thumping his chest. Mo Tong inquired of Mo Tai, "What is the matter with the informant you mentioned?" Mo Tai smiled nonchalantly. "I merely spoke of it to Ji Yu to observe her reaction." Mo Jin's expression soured. "As a result, you angered her, nearly costing me my life, and left your elder sister-in-law severely injured. Brother, please refrain from such convoluted schemes in the future." "Eldest brother, this is our father's intention," Mo Tai replied. "Are you using our father to pressure me?" Mo Jin snorted, leading the group back to their valley. After 2 days of recuperation, Xiao Jing's condition improved, with Xiao Chong and Xiao Tian keeping vigil by her side. Mo Jin entered, his heart heavy as he grasped Xiao Jing's hand. "I never anticipated Ji Yu's techniques to be so enigmatic. Having been struck by the old man's dark palm, she could still engage us in combat for hundreds of rounds." Xiao Chong remarked, "Ji Yu's skills are profound and unfathomable. Only the demon lord could rival her." Thankfully, Sister Xiao Jing possessed some knowledge that allowed her to escape with her life. Ji Yu's moonlight divine art is exceedingly malevolent. Without elixirs, her recovery would require a lengthy period. Sister Xiao Jing has truly suffered. Xiao Tian's eyes were red-rimmed. "Elixirs?" Mo Jin pondered. "Alas, such items are exceedingly precious. In our Shengzhou Continent, few can afford them. If we could obtain spirit crystals, Xiao Jing's injuries would not pose a significant issue." "What are spirit crystals?" Xiao Chong inquired. "That cannot be disclosed lightly. The demon lord has cautioned against it." Mo Tong entered, stating, "Second brother is correct. You three sisters must not divulge this to others." Xiao Chong pouted. "Are we considered outsiders?" Mo Tong quickly donned a smile. "Of course not. However, spirit crystals pertain to the heavenly silkworm essence. When the heavenly silkworm awakens, the aura it secretes crystallizes into spirit crystals, which possess extraordinary utility. Yet, awakening the heavenly silkworm requires the heavenly silkworm bowl. Eldest brother, your intellect is remarkable. You proposed testing with the demon flower to awaken the heavenly silkworm, and it indeed yielded some results." Mo Jin praised. "Second brother is truly responsible, keeping the Mo family's secrets tightly sealed, a quality I lack." Mo Tong replied earnestly, "Eldest brother, you are too generous with your praise. The alleviation of the demon lord's heart-devouring curse is also thanks to your ingenious ideas, far superior to that certain individual who merely seeks to please our father with empty words." Mo Jin nodded. "Do not mention that fellow. It only infuriates me. He believed that by ingratiating himself with the Patriarch, he would ascend to the position of the next Lord of Haigu upon the old man's demise. What an absurd notion. What place does he think I, the eldest son of the Mo family, hold in this scenario?" Xiao Jing whispered. "I have heard the demon lord mention that the Mo flower in Haigu has just withered. We should refrain from discussing this. For the demon lord has repeatedly emphasized the utmost confidentiality regarding the Tian Can's essence hidden within the Mo flower. It must remain a secret from everyone. Do you all comprehend?" Mo Tong glanced at them. "Yet the withering of the Mo flower is no secret. It lies within the Mo flower valley, and there are some remnants still usable. The Tian can barely produce some spiritual crystals from these remnants, but it suffices for our needs. This is all thanks to our elder brother." Mo Jin snorted. "Yet, that certain someone reaps the rewards." Xiao Tian remarked. "No wonder I felt compelled to head towards the Mo flower valley, only to be halted by the third young master." Mo Jin replied. "The old man has decreed that no one is permitted to enter the Mo flower valley. However, I personally witnessed the third young master entering." Xiao Tian said, perplexed. Both Mo Jin and Mo Tong's expressions darkened. Xiao Jing advised, "Let it be. The two of you, united in purpose, possess the strength to break gold. He is merely momentarily pleased. In the end, It is you who shall dictate the fate of Haigu. Hearing this, Mo Jin and Mo Tong felt somewhat reassured. Eldest young master, second young master, why does the blood turn black when struck by the Wu Jing palm? Xiao Tian inquired. Mo Tong's lips curled into a smile as he replied, you have asked the right person. The essence of the Mo flower is highly toxic. The Wu blood's spiritual technique refines this poison into pills for consumption during cultivation. Mo Jin added, the user does not suffer poisoning, but the one struck will face dire consequences, turning entirely black as if stained with ink. If the color does not fade, their skin will eventually become charred, peeling away piece by piece, leading to their demise. The three sisters gasped in shock. You must not harm us. We do not wish to become monsters with black skin. Xiao Chang exclaimed. Do not worry. In the future, you will also practice the Wu blood technique, Mo Tong reassured. What if, when I cultivate with you in the future, I accidentally fall victim to the poison? Xiao Chang asked. Simple. Just consume the Mo flower essence to eradicate it, Mo Tong chuckled. I hope my injuries heal swiftly so I can cultivate the Wu blood technique and give that woman a resounding slap. Xiao Jing declared with disdain. Chapter 20. No surrender at the Moonlight Palace. With the assistance of Yi Changsheng's pure yang fire, the injuries of Fairy Ji you have stabilized. Yi Changsheng asked, Fairy, why isn't he the demon lord sought revenge against us? Does he not fear our departure? It is quite simple. He fears my invocation of the heart-devouring curse in his presence. If I were to invoke it face to face, the agony would be magnified several hundred times. Moreover, he is aware that we will not leave, for I, Fairy Ji, never suffer losses and always repay grievances in kind. Fairy, could you possibly remove my heart-devouring curse? Although you are compassionate and seldom mention it, I fear that one day I may not endure it and my heart may explode. Once you assist me in completing my tasks, I shall lift the heart-devouring curse. Is that the sole condition? Yi Changsheng expressed skepticism. Of course not. There is one thing you must remember. As my furnace, you belong solely to me, and must not be touched by others, especially not by those trivial and mundane beings. The old demon does not count. That was merely my strategy, devoid of any intimate contact. By the way, where did you acquire that little trinket of yours? I found it outside. Yi Changsheng replied. Jiyu, the fairy, did not delve deeper into the matter. She rose gracefully and said, continue your cultivation. I shall take a stroll. With that, she departed. In less than an hour, Jiyu returned and announced, tomorrow we shall leave the Moonlight Palace. Where to? Yi Changsheng inquired, somewhat astonished. To the Black Valley Demon Cave, to retrieve what I desire. The heavenly silkworm essence. It goes without saying that they are numerous and powerful, and we cannot contend with them. Are you certain the essence lies in the hands of the old demon? Jiyu scoffed. Previously, I could not confirm with absolute certainty, but now I can. The following day, Jiyu awakened Yi Changsheng, already prepared. Clad in a flowing gauzy dress, she remained covered from head to toe. Just as they stepped out of the Moonlight Palace, Jiyu abruptly turned and hurled a fireball, engulfing the opulent palace in flames. Fairy, are we not returning? Yi Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiyu nodded, striding forward. The journey from the Moonlight Palace to the Black Valley Demon Cave would take more than a day. The scenery along the way was enchanting. Yi Changsheng quickened his pace, attempting to grasp Jiyu's hand, only to be brushed aside. Fairy, the view is so splendid. Why not remove your veil and truly appreciate it? We are not here for a leisurely outing but for battle. Preserve your life. Jiyu retorted sharply. The world is filled with common folk unworthy of glimpsing my visage. During their decade at the Moonlight Palace, the three senior sisters rarely beheld Jiyu's true form. Even the old demon of the Black Valley had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her beauty, leaving him entranced ever since. Only Yi Changsheng had truly witnessed it all. From a side path ahead, several individuals approached, practitioners of various ages and genders. At the forefront was a middle-aged man wielding a ghostly blade, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Among them were two young women of notable beauty. Upon seeing Yi Changsheng and Jiyu step aside, the middle-aged man halted and asked, Young man, where are you headed? Yi Changsheng gestured forward, that way? Us too. Why not travel together for safety in numbers? The middle-aged man suggested warmly. Jiyu cleared her throat gently. Yi Changsheng understood and replied, My elder prefers solitude. You may go ahead. The middle-aged man scrutinized Jiyu and remarked, Elder? So she is an old woman. Young man, I advise you to accompany us. The road ahead leads through the Black Valley Demon Cave. Should you be captured, your essence would be drained, leading to your demise. Especially someone as young and talented as you, they particularly favor. Yi Changsheng smiled. What is your cultivation level? The middle-aged man patted his ghostly blade. I have been in the immortal realm for 30 years, at the mid-stage of the second level, and my combat prowess is even higher. I have no fear of encountering a few demon cultivators. Amidst the throng, a little girl urged, Uncle, if they are unwilling, do not force them. We must continue our journey. The middle-aged man cast several reluctant glances at Changsheng, expressing a hint of regret, and said, I have already spoken my piece. If you choose not to appreciate it, there is nothing more to be done. Take care, farewell. He hastened forward with the crowd. Once they had distanced themselves, Changsheng turned to the immobile Gu and remarked, Fairy, I believe it would be prudent to accompany them. Perhaps we might glean some insights into the veracity of the Black Valley demonic cave. The middle-aged man's prowess was above the second tier, quite formidable indeed. Gu scoffed. Do you think your grandmother cannot protect you? Not at all. I am quite capable of safeguarding myself. There is wisdom in the notion that strength lies in numbers. I observed you casting lingering glances at those two women. Do you perhaps harbor intentions of befriending them? Even through her veil, grandmother sees quite clearly. They are merely superficial beauties. I was merely judging them with my gaze. Gu moved, disregarding Changsheng as she resumed her solitary advance. Changsheng, while out in the world, do not easily trust the words of others. In due time, you shall understand. If you witness others suffering from insatiable hunger, do not intervene. If you encounter someone gravely injured and unable to move, do not offer assistance. If you hear cries for help, Gu fell silent. For she indeed heard someone shouting for aid. Changsheng heard it as well. It was from that very group. A flurry of chaotic blades flew forth, prompting Gu to pull Changsheng aside. The sounds of combat grew ever closer. The middle-aged man swung his wickedly curved blade, unleashing waves of spiritual energy, and shouted to those behind him, Hurry, they are numerous. I cannot hold them off for long. A terrified old woman clutched her young granddaughter, bloodied and fleeing in panic. Two young women, possessing mid-tier skills, wielded delicate swords, fighting as they retreated. The others, lacking in ability, were nearly helpless. The pursuers were none other than disciples of the dreaded Black Valley demonic cave, numbering over 10. Kill the old woman. The two young women and the girl can serve as vessels. 3 disciples of the cave leaped to block the path of the fleeing group. A demonic sword, exuding dark energy, struck down the elderly matron. The little girl, powerless to retaliate, collapsed upon her grandmother's body, weeping bitterly. In an instant, another old man fell beneath the blade. The middle-aged man, greatly alarmed, called out to Changsheng, who stood nearby, Fellow Taoist, I can see you possess considerable skill. Please lend us your aid. Changsheng remarked to Gu. Am I so clearly formidable? Gu chuckled coldly. I did not perceive it. Observing the two young women in disarray, suffering multiple wounds, Changsheng discreetly reached into his pocket. He silently retrieved a soft whip. At that moment, the middle-aged man, realizing he could no longer withstand the onslaught, hurled his wicked blade aside and cried out, Everyone, cease hostilities. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Two young women gasped in surprise and exclaimed, Brother, let us fight. Perhaps we can escape a few of us. We must not surrender. Indeed, entering the demon's lair would lead to a far worse fate, lamented the middle-aged man with a sorrowful expression. Their group had dwindled to just 5. Though the two women were less skilled, they gritted their teeth and persevered. 10 disciples of the demon's lair closed in on them, forcing them closer to Changsheng and Gu. Another anguished scream echoed through the air. Chapter 21. Ensnaring the soul. The middle-aged man's group, once 8 strong, was now reduced to 4. A little girl trembled all over, pleading with Changsheng, Big brother, I don't want to be devoured by the demons. Please save me. The two young women, sisters, had already resigned themselves to their fate. The middle-aged man expressed his concern. I feared encountering the demons, and alas, here we are. Fellow cultivator, will you simply stand by and watch as the demons slaughter us? Changsheng replied, Then I shall close my eyes. Your heart is truly ruthless. Yet do you believe that remaining idle will spare you from the demons? The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of ferocity. Suddenly, Gu struck him across the face with lightning speed, scolding, How dare you speak such words? The middle-aged man covered his stinging cheek and sneered, You old hag. You certainly have some strength. The 10 demons encircled them, not rushing to attack. The little girl cried out to the middle-aged man, Uncle, please stop pleading with them. It's not worth it. The two young women exchanged glances, taken aback. The leader of the demons commanded, You 6 will come with me willingly, and I assure you safety. The middle-aged man interjected, Allow me to say a few words. He turned to the little girl, We are merely strangers, united for self-preservation. Alas, I am too weak to protect you and your grandmother, as well as my 2 female companions. You must fend for yourselves. Tears welled in the little girl's eyes as she turned to Changsheng, saying, Big brother, your grandmother is still here, but mine is gone. Once in the demon's lair, no one will take care of me. Woe is me. The middle-aged man wiped away his tears. The two young women also felt their eyes grow moist. Suddenly, the elder sister remarked, Little sister, we were strangers before. I recall that this old woman came later, and she is not your real grandmother, is she? The other young woman seemed to realize something as well, saying, You merely called her grandmother in passing. The little girl displayed an embarrassed expression, biting her lip and scratching her toes on the ground. inching closer to the young woman, whispering, "It's true." The young woman strained to hear and bent down. Suddenly, the little girl cried out in pain, clutching her chest and collapsing to the ground. "Sister!" The elder sister hurried to support her, but in a flash, the little girl brandished a short sword towards her sister, exclaiming, "You talk too much. You expose my secret." The sister dodged the blade and retaliated with a punch, sending the little girl flying. "Who are you, truly?" Jiyu's voice was as cold as the moonlight. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Who would have thought that a faceless old crone would possess such keen insight? The young girl stood up and said, "Uncle, the harvest today is not substantial. We are left with only one woman, but she would make an excellent furnace material. Aren't you in need of a furnace? Her appearance is quite decent." The middle-aged man replied, "The talents gathered this time are rather mediocre. However, the youth is indeed exceptional material for the furnace. The sisters in the valley will surely compete for him." The girl inquired, "What will happen to her grandmother? She's a bit older, but her cultivation is commendable. She would be a perfect match for the demon lord." "Ha!" The middle-aged man and the girl were disciples of the Black Valley, tasked with gathering wandering cultivators and then capturing them all at once. Those who were deemed worthy would be kept, while the rest would be slain on the spot. Changsheng sighed. "Grandmother, the celestial realm is fraught with treachery. I long to return to the countryside." "Ah, now you comprehend the depths of it. Do not think that wielding a soft whip grants you the right to act the hero and intervene in matters of injustice," he retorted. Changsheng gazed at the sorrowful young sister, reminiscent of the trapped Xiaotian, and said, "If you let this sister go, I will submit to your discretion." Jiyu cast him a sidelong glance. The sister rose and addressed the young girl. "Though you are small, your heart is as ruthless as it is sharp. A grim fate awaits you. The one with a grim fate will be you." The young girl laughed ominously, parting to create a path. "You may go. I assure you I will not harm you." With that, she crossed her arms over her chest. The sister glanced at Changsheng and expressed her gratitude before shouldering her younger sister's lifeless body and walking out. On the ground lay the corpse of the old woman. The sister sighed and stepped over the old woman, whom she did not know. The others in the demon lair indeed did not hinder her departure. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew up from the ground, piercing the sister's back. She turned around, her eyes filled with disbelief. The attacker was the old woman. Rising from the ground and brushing off her hands, the old woman remarked, "What is wrong with you all? I was nearly asleep." She pointed at the still-breathing sister and declared, "You dared to curse my good sister with a grim fate. This shall be yours." The young girl joyfully exclaimed, "Old sister, come quickly and see if this youth suits your fancy." The old woman approached Changsheng, scrutinizing him from various angles, a truly exquisite specimen. "However, if I were to take him home, there would certainly be none left for me." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Perhaps he is the third young master's preference." The old woman addressed Changsheng. "What is your name, and where do you intend to go with your grandmother?" "A mere old woman. Yet she wears a veil like a refined lady, trying to appear youthful." Changsheng exclaimed, "Stop! Are there still cucumbers in this world?" The old woman replied, "How novel. Even fools exist. Why would there not be cucumbers? Otherwise, how would we female cultivators find so much joy?" The middle-aged man continued, "Cucumbers applied to the face can preserve youth. They rank first in the fruit hierarchy." "Oh, why are we discussing this? Boy, what is your name?" "Changsheng. That name sounds familiar. What is your grandmother's name?" Changsheng's expression darkened as he remarked, "You can scarcely articulate a coherent thought. It seems you are not far from your demise." "Huh. How arrogant. You too. The elderly and the young still harbor aspirations of escape." The middle-aged man paced before Changsheng, brandishing a knife. "Madam, remove your veil. If you possess anything of value, reveal it. I might grant you a swift end." Jiyu replied coldly, "Removing the veil would mean instant death." The middle-aged man grew impatient. "Whether you remove it or not, death awaits." Jiyu smiled. "I meant your imminent demise. Care to witness?" She elegantly extended her delicate hand, slightly lifting the veil. Thud. Enchanted by her beauty, the middle-aged man bled from his mouth and collapsed to the ground, convulsing before perishing. "How did he die?" Changsheng inquired, astonished. "He was bewitched by me," Jiyu replied, her hands moving swiftly as a series of lunar blades shot towards the others. "Take action, leave none alive." Changsheng had already unleashed his soft whip, piercing the chest of the elderly woman before turning towards the young girl. The girl somersaulted to evade, her small sword clashing against the whip, only to be sent sprawling 2 zhang away. Outside, the disciples of the demonic cave had already been halved by Jiyu's swift strikes, while the remaining ones huddled together, dark energy surging towards her. "Leave this to me." Changsheng's inner strength surged forth, transforming the soft whip into a colossal dragon that ensnared the 5 assailants tightly. Jiyu, ethereal as a celestial being, descended gracefully, her elegant arms sweeping to unleash a flurry of cold light, severing the heads of the 5 adversaries. The whip swiftly returned to Changsheng's grasp as he approached the trembling young girl. Big brother, spare my life. I was coerced into this. If I had refused, the demon lord would have slaughtered my entire family. I have elderly parents above me and younger siblings to care for, not to mention my grandparents. Changsheng shook his head. You are but a child, yet you bear the weight of such a large family. Alas, you are not an only child. Thus you cannot enjoy the benefits of preferential treatment. Please, big brother, do not kill me. It was my fault earlier. Considering my youth and ignorance, please forgive me, and I will guide you through the Black Valley. Changsheng chuckled. Do you not know who grandmother is? I have guessed. Is she not a fairy from the Moonlight Palace? The girl replied with a bright tone. The lunar blades imbued with the chill of the moonlight can only be wielded by Fairy Gu. Chapter 22. The Last Realm of Immortals. Changsheng inquired. Grandmother, should we ask her about the matters of the Black Valley? Gu, devoid of emotion, stated, there is no need. A lowly disciple would possess no knowledge of the old demon. Changsheng flicked his wrist, and the soft whip shot out like a spring, encircling the young girl's neck. In truth, you merely appear youthful. Your actual age surpasses mine. With a firm pull, blood spurted forth. Gu remarked, your movements are quite decisive. Do you not find the sensation of being deceived unpleasant? Changsheng shrugged. That depends on the nature of the deception. In this world, being deceived is a common occurrence. Gu lifted her veil slightly, pondering when this young man had gained such philosophical insight. What do you believe is the most disheartening thing about being deceived? A person who is frequently duped often suffers in matters of the body or emotions. Do you value the corporeal or the emotional? I attach no significance to either. Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that all? So carefree? Gu expressed her interest. For years, she rarely engaged in such intimate conversations with others. Money. As long as my finances are not deceived, both body and emotions are inconsequential. Ha! Gu abruptly paused, regaining her dignified tone. How utterly banal. With that, she hastened towards the direction of Haigu. Changsheng, feeling somewhat fatigued, inquired, Grandmother, why do we not employ sword flight for such a long journey? Our skills should suffice to use such a technique, should they not? Gu halted her steps. Do you not realize that Shengzhou Continent is a lower-tier celestial domain? Changsheng was momentarily bewildered. Lower-tier celestial domain? What does that mean? Gu remarked. Have those three little wretches taught you nothing? Changsheng was entirely ignorant of this world, not even familiar with the term cucumber, and today was the first time he had heard of a lower-tier celestial domain. It was entirely different from the cultivation realm he had envisioned. He awaited Gu's explanation, yet she merely snorted and continued walking ahead in silence. It was no wonder. Changsheng had been confined to a single room since childhood, indulging only in basic needs and cultivation, without ever stepping outside. As a furnace cauldron, it was best for him to remain oblivious to too much. After a long while, Gu finally uttered, you will understand in due time. She merely required Changsheng to stay closely by her side. Grandmother, could you explain what Tian Kanchin is and why you are so intent on acquiring it? Be silent. How do you know Tian Kanchin is necessarily in the old demon's possession? Be silent. Grandmother, I have gained new insights into the golden liquid jade furnace technique and aspire to attain the intermediate furnace cauldron stage. Be silent. No more discussion. Within her veil, Gu raised an elegant brow. At present, Changsheng was merely at the level of a beginner furnace cauldron, offering her limited assistance in detoxification and cultivation. If he were to reach the intermediate stage, she would have the potential to swiftly return to a realm beyond the 9th layer, and she could suppress the extreme cold poison to a minimal level. The old demon's Wu Jing Palm would pose significantly less threat. Changsheng, how long do you think it will take to achieve the intermediate furnace cauldron? Gu asked kindly. 10 years, Changsheng replied earnestly. Gu's expression immediately hardened. 10 years was far too long for her patience. I urge you to focus on your cultivation instead of constantly watching me, as I painstakingly accumulate a bit of power, only for you to siphon off half of it. At this rate, I will never be able to counter the old demon's Wu Jing Palm. Since then, her progress had been nearly stagnant. Unfortunately, Changsheng was a lazy individual, possessing poor aptitude and refusing to endure hardships in his cultivation practices. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on his pure yang body for sustenance. However, his pure yang body was fraught with peculiarities. Gu shot Changsheng an exasperated glare. Hurry up and move faster. Do not hinder my grand plans. Changsheng stepped forward, grasping Gu's arm with a grin, and said, I haven't traveled such a long distance. My feet ache. Please pull me along. Gu remained silent, extending her delicate hand from her gauzy sleeves to clasp his. Changsheng traced a finger across her palm, pondering how her hands were as smooth as moss, and how those lethal crescent blades were conjured. Humph. You possess half of my cultivation method within you. Why not contemplate it thoroughly? A thought struck Changsheng. By all accounts, if the immortal Gu could wield such powers, He should be capable as well. Moreover, he had also mastered the techniques of the Black Valley Demon Lord. Astonishing. He had effortlessly elevated his skills. Dear grandmother, you must strive diligently, he exclaimed. Ugh, I've never encountered such a shameless furnace. Had I known, I would have suffocated you in your infancy. Yet, he was reluctant to part with her. By the way, where was I born? What was my home like? Changsheng inquired. Remain silent. Ji was reticent about the past. Holding her silky hand, Changsheng contemplated the intricacies of the two cultivation methods, unwittingly traversing several mountains. Is this the path to the Black Valley Demon Cave? He asked, sensing they were straying further. No, not going there. Changsheng, at times you can be quite foolish. If we head directly to the Black Valley, we would be walking into a trap, Ji retorted with a smirk. Changsheng dismissed her concerns. With your strength, you should be able to crush them effortlessly. Do not underestimate the old demon. You will regret it. Ji grasped his hand and suddenly said, how irritating. Leaning into his embrace, a sweet fragrance enveloping him. Changsheng frowned. Although he was handsome, he had not sought to provoke the immortal. Why had she so easily nestled against him? Curse this charm. He smiled slightly and raised his head. For dark figures entering his sight, their blades glinting ominously. Even in desolate mountains, the Black Valley's minions were present. Ji whispered in his ear, Changsheng, I'm feeling a bit weary. Leave these rascals to you. Changsheng, confidently wrapping his arm around her waist, declared, a mere handful of thieves? There's no need for you to take action. He called out to the intruders, who are you? Before you kill, you ought to inquire properly. A burly man brandished his large blade, bellowing, can't you count? Count. 4 of you? Changsheng replied. The man retorted angrily, what for? We are 5. Changsheng's temper flared, are you blind, or am I? Can't you differentiate between 4 and 5? Even if a deity were to arrive, we would still be 5. The man shouted back. Changsheng waved dismissively. All right, if you prefer to be 5, then so be it. Ultimately, it leads to the same dead end. What are you doing in this forsaken place? Robbing travelers? Correct, you have keen eyes. If you possess gold or silver, kindly leave it behind. If you have beautiful women, kindly leave them. If you have handsome men, kindly leave them. And if we do not, even the robbers can articulate in parallel. Before us, the 5 great men. No one can be stingy. Even if a mere rooster passes by, it must lay an egg before departing. However, Changsheng cannot lay that egg. Nor does he possess a single coin. One of the burly men exclaimed, young lad, lack of funds is of no concern. You are a walking treasure. Changsheng inquired. What do you mean? The man continued, you are young, with smooth skin and tender flesh. Selling you to the Black Valley Demon Lord would fetch a handsome sum. As for your grandmother, she must be quite aged by now and wouldn't bring much. I have no interest in her. So you might as well find a cliff and jump. Ji, upon hearing this, was incensed and pushed Changsheng forward, exclaiming, kill them. Chapter 23. Death awaits those who see me. Changsheng chuckled, addressing the burly man. Brother Wu, I wonder how much I am worth. He produced a supple whip and thrust it forward. The 4 men, taken aback by the unusually short yet gleaming whip, pondered its nature when it unexpectedly extended a full yard, piercing through 2 of them. The remaining 2, astonished, brandished their knives and charged at Changsheng. The sound of their blades slicing through the air was formidable. Changsheng flicked his other hand lightly, and several crescent-shaped blades of moonlight shot forth. The 2 men clutched their throats, blood spurting 3 feet away. Retrieving his whip, Changsheng used his spiritual power to cleanse it of bloodstains, grinning as he remarked, your grandmother's technique is indeed formidable. Ji broke free from Changsheng's embrace, saying, focus on your understanding. There is much more to learn. Changsheng gazed at the celestial maiden, saying, I comprehend why you keep your face concealed. Are you trying to say that this fairy's beauty would astonish the world if revealed? No, it's for sun protection, Ji replied. Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, this blazing sun is truly unbearable. Ji's veil fluttered as she retorted, you insolent brat. Changsheng bent down to search the bodies for valuables, reminded by the earlier robbery that this world indeed craved money. Do not touch those filthy things, Ji scolded, her purity exuding an aura untouched by mortal affairs. Reluctantly, Changsheng acquiesced, preparing to leave with Ji. Is that you, brother? Brother, help. A voice called out, followed by silence. Ji's expression turned frosty, her demeanor cold as ice. Changsheng was taken aback. Was there someone else? And did they know his surname? He leaped towards the sound, finding a man beneath a towering tree, brandishing a knife at the throat of another person tied to the tree. Clearly, this man was part of the earlier group. To his shock, the bound individual was Hao Jian. Without hesitation, Changsheng whipped out his supple whip like an arrow, striking the man into the air and crashing him against the tree, his skull splattering upon impact. Brother, such formidable magic! Hao Jian exclaimed, filled with joy. Changsheng swiftly untied the ropes binding him, asking, didn't you return home? How did you end up in their clutches? Hao Jian, slightly embarrassed, replied, I am ashamed. I lost my way in the mountains and encountered those 5 robbers. I was outmatched, and thankfully, you came to my rescue. Please allow me to pay my respects. Ah, no need for that. Changsheng replied dismissively. Brother Yi, these few rogues possess considerable magical prowess. I recall your rapid advancement soon after you became an energy cultivator. How is it that your progress has been so remarkable? I, Hao Jian, have diligently practiced martial arts for many years, and while my aptitude is not lacking, I find myself utterly eclipsed when compared to Changsheng. My prowess pales in comparison and is quite insignificant next to yours. The primary reason for my recent success lies in the whip you bestowed upon me, which, when combined with my cultivation methods, creates a perfect synergy that amplifies my combat effectiveness manifold. This enabled me to launch a surprise attack on several brigands. I am deeply grateful for your precious gift. Hao Jian stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing how generous he had been to part with such a treasure so easily. However, Changsheng had saved him twice and was indeed a commendable person. The whip found a fitting owner. To gift the whip is to leave a lingering fragrance in one's hands. Holding onto it would render it ineffective, much like a mere noodle. Any pangs of regret swiftly dissipated. Upon witnessing the impressive whip in action, he recognized it belonged to Changsheng and called out in excitement, Brother Yi, our destinies are truly intertwined. May I inquire where you are headed? Not far away. Jiyu cleared her throat, and Changsheng replied, I am accompanying my grandmother to visit relatives. You should return home quickly. I cannot escort you. Hao Jian clasped his hands together and said, I see there is an elder present. I must pay my respects. He approached Jiyu respectfully, adjusted his attire, and knelt down. Bowing 3 times, Junior pays respects to you, grandmother. During his travels, his family had advised him that one should always be courteous. Jiyu furrowed her brows, thinking, I am not dead yet. Why is he bowing? Is this lad not in his right mind? Changsheng was taken aback as well. Hao Jian's display of reverence was excessive, and he hurried to help him up. Hao Jian, maintaining his composure, said, Greetings, grandmother. I am Hao Jian from Hao family village. I have met brother Changsheng once, and we have since become friends. I am exceedingly grateful for your assistance today. My mother always said, at home, one relies on parents, outside, on friends. Changsheng added, when under pressure, one relies on their own hands. Jiyu, peering through her veil, cast a cold glance at Hao Jian, inwardly musing that Changsheng had deceived her. Hao Jian attempted to engage Jiyu in conversation, but she remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard a word. Hao Jian, bewildered, remarked, Brother Yi, does grandmother perhaps have some hearing issues due to her age? Changsheng looked at Jiyu, contemplating that if Hao Jian had not mentioned their friendship, he might have already received a slap. Hao Jian, grandmother's hearing is perfectly intact, if she wished. She could even hear the thoughts in your heart. Hao Jian was filled with admiration. What cultivation method does grandmother practice? It is truly extraordinary. No wonder she remains silent. It seems she is fully aware of my innermost thoughts. He then bowed deeply once more. Changsheng blinked in surprise, wondering if Hao Jian was merely flattering her or genuinely believed Jiyu could hear thoughts. His earnest demeanor did not suggest any pretense. He was indeed a sincere individual. Jiyu signaled to Changsheng that it was time to leave. Hao Jian, we shall part ways here. Travel safely. Hao Jian, however, kept pace with them, saying, Grandmother, Brother Yi, this place is rather perilous. Not only are there demonic forces, but also robbers. Allow me to escort you for a while, and I shall depart once we reach safety. He brandished his longsword. Jiyu's expression darkened immediately, and she whispered to Changsheng, tell him to remain still. I wish to speak with you privately. Understanding Jiyu's intent, Changsheng, reluctant to have a stranger accompany them, instructed Hao Jian to stand aside while he and Jiyu walked ahead. Changsheng, how do you know this fellow? Jiyu inquired sharply. Changsheng pondered for a moment before recounting the events of that evening, adding that the soft whip had been a gift from him. Should you ever dare to conceal matters from me again, I shall make your existence a torment, Jiyu declared. Inform him that his escort is unnecessary. Changsheng approached Hao Jian, apologizing. I regret to inform you that grandmother is rather reclusive and prefers solitude in her travels. Brother Hao, I shall pay you a visit at your home next time. Hao Jian lowered his head, his toes digging into the ground, his voice tinged with a whimper. I was wrong. I inadvertently thought grandmother to be an eccentric old woman. She must have sensed my thoughts and now dislikes me. Changsheng sighed deeply. Brother, you are overthinking it. Alas, I shall plead with grandmother once more. Reluctantly, he returned to Jiyu, saying, Did you hear all that? He is a kind-hearted and naive youth. If we do not take him with us, he is bound to fall into a den of demons or be slain by thieves. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me, Jiyu retorted in a low voice. His cultivation is quite commendable and could prove beneficial. Jiyu regarded Changsheng with unwavering conviction, and after a moment's silence, she declared, "He may accompany us, but he must never lay eyes upon my visage. Failure to comply will result in his demise. Keep him at a distance." Changsheng shook his head in confusion. "Grandmother, this seems rather unkind." Suddenly, he comprehended that Jiyu had succumbed to the shadow palm, transforming into a dark, celestial being. With her aloof and haughty demeanor, she would never wish for anyone to witness the unsightly aspects of her nature. Human sentiment? The men of Shengzhou are unworthy of my gaze. Have I not gazed countless times? Changsheng countered, feeling a hint of rebellion. What harm was there in a slightly darkened face, as long as the heart remained pure? Umph, you are my furnace, not to be compared with those mundane souls. Very well, it is settled. Changsheng, perplexed by Jiyu's thoughts, acquiesced on behalf of Hao Jian. He delicately conveyed Jiyu's stipulation to Hao Jian, who breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed. Grandmother's conditions are exceedingly reasonable. I am more than willing. Truly, a foolishly endearing individual. Changsheng clapped Hao Jian on the shoulder, insisting on bringing him along for ulterior motives. Chapter 24, A Few Fools. The trio traversed for nearly a day. The mountains ahead grew increasingly majestic, with deep valleys and towering peaks, ancient trees reaching for the heavens. Yet, Hao Jian was filled with trepidation, hastening his steps to exclaim, "The two of you must halt." Ji responded to Changsheng, "If he does not wish for me to stop, I shall still come to a halt. Once we arrive, you must ensure he departs promptly and does not hinder our endeavors." Changsheng understood, addressing Hao Jian, 1,000 miles to send off a guest. We must eventually part ways. Brother Hao, thank you for your escort. We are nearing our destination, and you may return now. Hao Jian's expression was grave and filled with concern. Brother E, what brings you here for a family visit? What has happened? This place is not far from the Dark Valley Cave, where I nearly lost my life last time. We must leave at once. There is still time, he urged anxiously. Changsheng glanced around, and indeed, the surrounding area grew increasingly unsettling. An eerie chill emanated from the valley floor and the woods, and the vast mountains were devoid of any bird life. Yet, their destination remained the Dark Valley Cave. Brother Hao, there is no need for alarm. I have relatives here, and it is quite safe. However, as an outsider, you should depart sooner rather than later, Changsheng advised. No, Brother E, this place is not safe. And with my grandmother here, I cannot shake off my worries. Once I meet your relatives, I will urge them to move. They cannot remain here any longer. Hao Jian declared earnestly. If no suitable place is found, you can always come to my Hao family village. Hao Jian, if we do not leave soon, it will be too late, Changsheng said, his throat feeling a bit scratchy as he coughed. Yes, if we linger any longer, we risk being discovered by those of the demonic path. Hao Jian assumed. Changsheng spoke of the urgency, realizing that it would be difficult to dissuade Hao Jian. Changsheng scratched the back of his head and turned to Jiyu. Just treat him as if he were air. Jiyu shot Changsheng a glare. What I do must remain unknown to outsiders. If he stays, even if the old demon's people do not kill him, I shall do it myself. The Tian Qin is a monumental secret. Caught in a dilemma, Changsheng turned back to Hao Jian. This place is perilous, and my grandmother's acquaintances are quite mysterious. Reluctant to have others know of them, so you understand, right? With such reasoning laid bare, Hao Jian had no grounds to remain. Hao Jian pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket and covered his eyes. I shall not look even once. Once you are safe, I will be at ease. Changsheng was at a loss for words. Are you our guardian or something? He made a helpless gesture to Jiyu, about to speak when a crack echoed from the dark forest, reminiscent of a branch snapping. Jiyu's face paled slightly, and she whispered, "Never mind. The person I was to meet has arrived." Who? Xiao Tian. Jiyu stepped forward, gazing into the forest. A shadow flew out. Senior sister, Changsheng exclaimed, realizing the newcomer was Xiao Jing, not Xiao Tian. With a smug expression, Xiao Jing remarked, disappointed, "Are you, Fairy and junior brother?" Jiyu remained silent, her demeanor calm. The implications were clear. Her informant, Xiao Tian, had been compromised. You wretched girl, Xiao Jing scoffed. Did you think that the ruse you and Xiao Tian devised could fool me and Xiao Chong? Where is she? Changsheng inquired. Wishing to see her? Very well. Xiao Jing turned and clapped her hands twice. The woods erupted with noise as Xiao Chong and the minions Mo Jin and Mo Tong emerged, escorting Xiao Tian, followed by over 20 others. With Xiao Tian in their grasp, they felt no fear of Jiyu. Mo Jin laughed heartily. This time, you cannot escape. I have already reported to the demon lord. He must have set up a net to ensnare you. This place was but a stone's throw from the cave of demons. Xiao Chong exclaimed, Fairy, I must inform you that I tracked down Xiao Tian and uncovered the clandestine secret of your rendezvous here. Thus, Mo Jin and Mo Tong have mobilized their forces to set an ambush. You have no avenue for retreat. Mo Jin remarked, you sisters have rendered me a great service. Even if we fail to capture Jiyu, we shall ensnare her, along with your junior brother. Mo Tong nodded in agreement. In my Black Valley, trees can serve as soldiers and stones as arrows. Even if you possess heavenly abilities, escaping unscathed is out of the question. Ji Yu turned to Changsheng and said, now do you understand why I forbade your foolish friend from accompanying us? Changsheng nodded. So, grandmother has been in contact with senior sister Xiao Tian all along, and her stroll was merely to meet her? Alas, Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong know Xiao Tian all too well. Deceiving them is impossible. Ji Yu snorted. The original plan was to meet Xiao Tian and obtain a detailed terrain map to stealthily infiltrate Black Valley by night and acquire the celestial silkworm essence. Hao Jian gripped his sword tightly and approached Tian. Is grandmother and brother confronting the demon lord? Fear not, my loyalty is unwavering. I, Hao Jian, will not flee in the face of danger. Changsheng gently patted his slightly anxious companion. Brother, there is no escape now. Mo Jin also noticed Hao Jian. This lad escaped last time and received a severe reprimand from the demon lord. Today he walks right into my grasp. Truly, fate is smiling upon me. Mo Tong chimed in. His essence will surely be exquisite. It cannot compare to my junior brother. Xiao Jing laughed. Mo Jin waved his sword. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Draw your weapons. Xiao Chong placed his sword against Xiao Tian's delicate neck. Fairy, it would be wise not to resist. Otherwise, your beloved disciple shall perish first. Ji Yu coldly retorted, I will shatter your wretched bodies into 1,000 pieces. Mo Jin shouted, in my Black Valley, it is not like your moonlight palace. You might wish to take a glance around. The scene was shrouded in swirling black clouds. The forest transformed into dark, demonic minions, and the rocks protruded like sharp blades. The sun and moon were obscured. Changsheng instinctively drew closer to Ji Yu. Hao Jian edged closer to Changsheng. Ji Yu unleashed her spiritual power to shield the three. Fairy, if you do not surrender, Xiao Tian will die. Mo Jin glowered fiercely and gestured to Xiao Chong. With a mere flick of his wrist, Xiao Tian would be drenched in blood. The sharp sword energy had already penetrated Xiao Tian's skin. Release her. A figure emerged from the darkness, commanding Xiao Chong with unwavering authority. It was Mo Tai, the third of the Mo family. She is a spy. She cannot be spared. Mo Tong shouted. Finally achieving a merit, this individual dares to steal it away. Mo Jin coldly regarded Mo Tai. Third brother, do you not hold me in regard? Xiao Tian is my capture. She may have been assigned to you by the demon lord, but betraying Black Valley means I will seize her by any means necessary. Eldest brother, release Xiao Tian first, Mo Tai calmly replied. Third brother, my patience has its limits, Mo Jin asserted. Granting Mo Tai face is tantamount to relinquishing the authority of the eldest brother. It is akin to slapping oneself. This is our father's will, Mo Tai stated. Devil Iron. Do not use our father to intimidate me. If you possess the courage, let him speak to me directly. Devil Gold exclaimed in fury. In the next moment, a surging wave of dark energy erupted, sending sand and stones flying, as if the apocalypse were upon them. What? You dare not heed my command and require my father to speak on your behalf. After a moment of silence, the Devil Sovereign emerged from the Grand Palanquin, scolding Devil Gold. In haste, Devil Gold and the others knelt. Devil Iron approached Little Tian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, and said, You have suffered this time. It is unfortunate that a few fools squandered our advantageous situation, yet the Devil Sovereign responded swiftly. The outcome should not deviate much. Chapter 25. Preserving Life and Safety. Changsheng furrowed his brow. Grandmother, what has transpired? Ji Yu's face bore a grave expression. How would I know? Little Jing, Little Chong, and the others were equally astonished. Wasted a good opportunity? Wasn't the Devil Sovereign summoned here due to Devil Gold's report? Little Tian calmly spoke, her voice resonating like the strings of a lute in a tranquil valley. The secret I revealed to the fairy, including this clandestine meeting, was indeed orchestrated by the third young master. She then addressed Ji Yu. Fairy, from the moment I laid eyes on the third young master, I knew he was my destined partner, and I would do anything for him. The Devil Sovereign rasped with laughter. I only discovered this recently as well. This woman is astute and composed in the face of adversity. She is truly a perfect match for my son. It was her idea to bring you here, Fairy. Ha ha. Even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape now. How infuriating. Ji Yu spat out 2 words. Little junior sister, so you are not a spy? Little Jing exclaimed in surprise. I, along with Little Chong, have misjudged you. I am deeply sorry. Devil Iron shot a fierce glare at her and Little Chong, saying, If it were not for your presumptuousness, Ji Yu would have long been a captive of the Devil Sovereign. Devil Copper quietly remarked, Third brother, we haven't done anything wrong. Devil Iron replied, I instructed Little Tian to set the meeting location with Ji Yu, and my father prepared the 9 demons palanquin array. Once she entered, no matter how powerful she is, she would not escape. We were just a step away, yet you burst in and even took Little Tian hostage. My father has not blamed you. You have already received his grace. Cold sweat trickled down the backs of Devil Gold and Devil Copper. Just because the old devil had not expressed his ire now did not mean he would spare them once they captured the fairy. Devil Gold spat bitterly. Third brother. Since you devised this scheme to lure the snake from its hole, why conceal it from me? Devil Copper added in grievance. If we had known, why would we have exerted ourselves to capture the fairy? It is not that I did not inform you, but our father forbade it, Devil Iron replied. The Devil Sovereign glanced at his three sons. Now that they had essentially ensnared Jiyu, he could overlook the rash actions of Devil Gold and Devil Copper. Fairy, although you did not step into my 9 demons palanquin array, the situation is nearly the same. It remains the 9 demons palanquin, 9 fierce and menacing bearers, resembling demonic spirits, appeared, carrying the grand palanquin, shrouded in ominous clouds. Brother E, what is the 9 demons palanquin? Hao Jian quietly inquired. It is merely 9 fools running about with a palanquin, Changsheng replied casually. Hao Jian lowered his head, furrowing his brow, and muttered to himself. 9 men carry the palanquin, 4 in front and 4 behind, 2 on each side. But who lifts from the other side? Brother, stop pondering. Changsheng interjected. He surveyed the surroundings, filled with disciples of the Black Valley Demon Cave. Though their abilities varied significantly, their numbers and the advantageous terrain posed a formidable challenge. If a trade were to occur, the celestial being would have the upper hand over the old demon, while he himself would contend with the 3 demon brothers and 3 traitorous senior sisters, along with 100 or so lesser adversaries. Quite a daunting task. Soon, Changsheng's expression grew grave. The 9 burly men maneuvering through the black clouds indeed possessed considerable strength. They were the true threat. Yet, Ji remained unperturbed. Changsheng held her hand, feeling her calm meridians, devoid of any erratic energy. Grandmother, is that 9 demons palanquin formation truly formidable? He inquired. I've never encountered it before. How do we counter it? Remember, ensnare the old demon and his 3 sons as much as possible. Do not grant them a moment's respite. As for your foolish friend, he must fend for himself. We cannot concern ourselves with him. Do not give the old demon a moment to breathe. Is that not the opposite? Changsheng replied. Grandmother, they are on guard today. We should strike and then retreat, returning another time. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Retreat? Nonsense. Jiyu had no intention of fleeing. What I desire must be obtained. Changsheng was uncertain how the celestial being would procure her wishes, so he suggested they fight for a while. He too had desires. The 3 senior sisters were worth transforming should they stray from the righteous path. After all, who would assert that a junior brother bore no responsibility? Turning to Hao Jian, Changsheng remarked, Brother, the old demon has a penchant for both genders. He is quite taken with you. Do you wish to preserve your life or your virtue? How does one preserve life? Hao Jian asked. Surrender before they strike you down. Changsheng advised. And how does one safeguard virtue? Virtue remains as long as the sword is in hand. Hao Jian's expression turned solemn. Brother E, a man's most treasured possession is his integrity. It is his spirit, Changsheng corrected. It is his character. Jiyu interjected, unable to bear their bickering any longer. The Black Valley Demon Lord, intrigued, remarked, Fairy, your 2 young male companions are quite amusing. I eagerly anticipate possessing both you and them. Hao Jian pointed his sword and retorted, vile and shameless, utterly repulsive. The old demon laughed heartily. Fairy, you have fallen victim to my dark palm technique. Your entire being must be as black as charred wood. Yet, this suits my intentions perfectly. White by day, black by night. It aligns with yin and yang, harmonizing with the cosmos. Jiyu's face darkened further with indignation, though her veil provided some concealment. Old demon, today marks your demise. Dare you engage me in 300 rounds of battle? The celestial being's temper remained fierce. A decade ago, I caught but a fleeting glimpse of you. One I cannot forget. If you would grant me but a glance now to ease my longing, I would show mercy and spare the lives of you and your companions. In your dreams, do not blame me then. The old demon opened his mouth wide, exhaling a thick black mist, reeking of a foul stench. Jiyu summoned a surge of spiritual energy to shield herself from the demon's dark breath, murmuring incantations under her breath. Do not exert yourself, celestial maiden. I have consumed spirit crystals, which enable me to withstand the heart-eating curse. Would I dare to stand before you otherwise? Moreover, the more strength you expend, the more violently the woojing palm will strike. It will not be long before you find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy. He cackled maliciously, advancing with skeletal fingers outstretched towards Jiyu, unconcerned by the crescent blades she unleashed. The resounding clash of immense spiritual power made the surrounding minions stagger. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu and the old demon exchanged dozens of fierce blows. The 3 brothers of the demon clan, along with the 3 sisters of Shaojing, united to assault Changsheng and Hao Jian. Individually, Changsheng would not even glance at them, but their combined strength was formidable. Furthermore, he found it difficult to unleash his full might against his 3 senior sisters. though it was a grave error in battle. He nonetheless pulled Hao Jian back, retreating while fending off their attacks, seeking a path to escape. Meanwhile, after what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, the once evenly matched Ji Yu and the old demon began to show signs of disparity. The demon's strength waned, and under Ji Yu's relentless onslaught, he began to falter. Yet, he did not allow others to intervene. Quickly, open the palanquin. The old demon bellowed to the 9 bearers. Obeying his command, they flung open the palanquin's door, preparing to flee. The uncovered palanquin appeared ominous, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, with tassels on its roof resembling venomous serpents, frantically flicking their crimson tongues. Chapter 26. Beware of ambush. The more Changsheng gazed at the palanquin, the more he sensed something amiss, while Ji Yu relentlessly pursued the Black Valley Demon Lord. Celestial Maiden, do not chase recklessly. Ji Yu's delicate voice pierced through the fog. Ignore me and do as I say. Her intent was clear, to entangle the old demon and his 3 demon sons at all costs. Changsheng assessed the situation. There was no need to cling to them so desperately. It was as if he had stepped on dog excrement, unable to shake it off. The 3 brothers of the demon clan and the 3 ungrateful sisters aside, there were still 30 or more minions aiding them, making his soft whip quite busy. And where was the troublesome Hao Jian? Where's Hao Jian? Amidst the swirling black mist, Hao Jian had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the old demon was quite covetous of Hao Jian's form. Even if he could not escape, he would not be in imminent danger. Life is indeed precious, but integrity is worth even more. If one could preserve their life, a long sword could be forsaken. Over there, the old demon retreated to the entrance of the palanquin, while Ji Yu surged forward with unstoppable momentum, striking fiercely. The 9 bearers of the palanquin wavered in their stance. A peculiar smile crept across the old demon's lips. Seeing that he could no longer withstand her onslaught, he swiftly turned and dove into the palanquin. A broken palanquin cannot shield you. Ji Yu summoned all her strength, intent on obliterating both the palanquin and its occupant. Before her, the palanquin's entrance suddenly expanded with alarming speed, threatening to devour everything in its vicinity. Even drawing in the surrounding black mist, Ji Yu silently cursed her misfortune, wishing to halt her advance, yet it was too late. Her body was helplessly engulfed by the grand palanquin. Inside, an impenetrable darkness enveloped her, emanating an indescribable stench. Ji Yu flicked out several pieces of moonstone, illuminating barely 3 feet ahead, a mere glimmer of light, and yet it sought to pierce through the black mist of the demon's domain. The voice of the old sorcerer echoed around her, omnipresent like surround sound. Old sorcerer, if you possess any courage, do not hide. Dare you face me in 3 exchanges? Ji Yu cautiously probed. Suddenly, a surge of energy assaulted her from behind. The sheer force of the wind pressed her gauzy attire against her delicate form, rendering her exquisitely alluring. Fairy, succumb to me. The old sorcerer's voice trembled, as if suppressing an overwhelming desire. Within the obscurity of the demon's palanquin, he could perceive all, while Ji Yu, akin to a blind person, relied solely on the fleeting light of her limited moonstones to fend off the ambush. My 9 demons palanquin formation is only at 50% capacity, yet it suffices. A weight settled in Ji Yu's heart. She had underestimated the old sorcerer. In this grand formation, not only was light absent, but even direction was indiscernible, and the foul stench was laced with hallucinogenic powers that, when inhaled for long, would leave one dizzy. A momentary lapse, and she was struck twice by the old sorcerer from the shadows, fortunately not in a vital area. Ji Yu could only rely on the faint glow emitted by the moonlight blade, parrying the old sorcerer's advances. Fairy, your veil is so tightly drawn that even my wild surge of spiritual energy cannot lift a corner. The more you conceal yourself, the more I yearn to behold your beauty. Let us see how long you can endure. You cannot overcome me. Seeing her counterattacks ineffective, Ji Yu resolved to sit down, enveloping herself in spiritual energy, allowing the old sorcerer's strikes to rain upon her. She gambled on the notion that he would not eliminate her, leaving her to perish. Outside the 9 demons palanquin formation, Changsheng observed the demon lord and Ji Yu slip into the palanquin one after the other, muttering to himself. What business do they have in there? From the outside, though the palanquin appears sizable, it cannot possibly accommodate 2 individuals engaged in battle. The 9 demon men lifted the palanquin as if it were weightless, spinning it rapidly. Xiao Jing, noticing Changsheng's distracted demeanor, chuckled and remarked, Junior brother, why cling to an old woman's demise? Would it not be better to enjoy the pleasures of the Black Valley Demon Cave with the sisters? You might even earn the demon lord's favor and live a life of boundless joy, free to do as you please within 1,000 miles. What are you hesitating for? Elder sister, it is one thing to clash with me, but you persist in repulsing me. The fairy is pure and immaculate. How could she be compared to the vile old sorcerer? The demon lord, enraged, retorted, Changsheng, you are merely Gu's urinal. That the demon lord would take notice of you is your fortune. Brothers, cease your courtesy and strike with all your might. Demon Copper lunged forward, brandishing a few blades. Inquiring, Xiao Jing, Xiao Chong, did you not say he had just entered the celestial realm and was an utter novice? Why does his combat prowess rival our own? Xiao Jing also found it peculiar that while others, serving as furnaces, quickly became emaciated and hollow-eyed, Changsheng remained vigorous and sprightly. Could it be that the celestial maiden imparted to him some unparalleled technique? The soft whip in his hand must indeed be a treasure, allowing him to contend with us. Xiao Jing remarked, adding that we were not meant to hold back, as we intended to capture him alive and present him to the demon lord as a gift. Nevertheless, since the demon lord had already absorbed his essence, rendering him subject to the heart-devouring curse, it would be better to eliminate him altogether, Emotai said coldly. Instantly, countless blades and swords descended upon Changsheng. He darted left and right, finding himself besieged by members of the Mo clan. 3 senior sisters led the charge, and despite several opportunities to strike them, he could not bring himself to do so. He cast another glance at the Grand Palanquin, sensing something amiss. 2 formidable experts had been inside for quite some time without emerging, and the Palanquin remained unscathed. Something was indeed not right. Oh no, the celestial maiden is in peril. Changsheng shouted, unleashing the thunderous power of the soft whip, pushing back the throngs. In a single leap, he plunged into the Palanquin. It was pitch dark. Why was there no light? Hastily, he enveloped himself in spiritual energy, invoking the ancient sorcery he had absorbed, which immediately illuminated his surroundings. In the midst of the darkness, the dense black mist that was as thick as the sea suddenly became transparent. Goodness, what a hidden paradise. This was no mere palanquin. It was the extraordinary 9 demons palanquin formation. Changsheng cautiously explored within for a while, coming to a standstill. In the distance, the celestial maiden struggled to maintain her spiritual barrier, while the old demon launched attacks at will. It was evident that the Black Valley Demon Lord was deliberately exhausting Gu's spiritual energy, rendering her incapable of resistance and vulnerable to capture. Gu could not discern the old demon's position, relying solely on the direction of the strikes to determine where to fortify her defenses, leaving her in a passive state. Fortunately, having absorbed the old demon's power, Changsheng was not deceived by the 9 demons palanquin formation. He wielded the soft whip, aiming directly at the Black Valley Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, startled by the rush of air, hastily retreated and exclaimed, "You audacious brat! How dare you intrude upon my palanquin formation? Old demon, you would do well to vacate this space and allow the 9 demons to transport us to the Black Valley. After which you must obediently retrieve the items requested by my grandmother. I may consider sparing you," Changsheng declared, laughter echoing in his voice. "Ha ha ha, Navi! Do you think you are within the palanquin?" The Black Valley Demon Lord suddenly ceased his laughter. "Can you see me?" The darkness of the demon palanquin renders even a myriad of eyes blind. Hearing Changsheng's voice, Gu urged, "Be cautious of his ambush. I am here, listening for his position." Changsheng, dismissing the bewildered old demon, swiftly approached Gu, and at last, they stood side by side. He reached out. Feeling the beads of sweat upon the celestial maiden's jade-like skin, her meridians in disarray. Like a blind person, she had been toyed with by the old demon for an extended period and was unable to retaliate, naturally becoming flustered. Chapter 27. The 9 demons upset the palanquin. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Gu's heart raced like a startled deer, and she hurriedly replied, "You speak nonsense. The old demon has not succeeded in even brushing against a single hair of mine. Grandmother, I mean your clothes are completely soaked. You should rest. I will confront the old demon. Oh, Changsheng, he lurks in the shadows while we are exposed in the light, and the air here is toxic, so be cautious." Gu took a deep breath and cautioned. Changsheng sniffed the air and remarked, "What shadows and light? He is merely dazed over there. The smell is indeed unpleasant, but one will grow accustomed to it shortly." Gu, astute as ever, responded, "You carry his magical essence." Changsheng nodded, grasping Gu's delicate hand. "Let us exit." Gu held him tightly, resolutely stating no. Changsheng was perplexed. What was Gu's intention? Shouldn't the first thought when trapped in a demonic array be to escape? The palanquin was hardly comfortable. "Grandmother, if the old demon closes the palanquin door, we cannot escape. Then we shall shatter the demonic palanquin." Gu, now revitalized, exuded a fierce aura. The demon lord of the Black Valley leaped within 3 zhang of Changsheng, declaring, "Brat, you have yet to answer my question. Is there a reward for the correct answer?" Changsheng did not even glance in his direction. The demon lord, filled with suspicion, wondered if Changsheng could truly see him. He opened his mouth wide, emitting more dark energy. "Can you see your master? I only need to hear your incessant chatter and smell the foul stench you emit to discern your location," Changsheng replied. The demon lord snickered, realizing that even the powerful Gu was rendered as blind as a bat within the demonic palanquin. Thus, the insignificant Changsheng could not possibly pierce through the dark mist. I shall make both of you my furnace, to serve my desires. The old demon's visage twisted in malice, with monstrous claws extending to Zhang, striking towards Changsheng with lightning speed. Changsheng remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious. However, as his tightly clenched fist relaxed, the shimmering soft whip transformed into a spear, piercing through the air towards the demon's claw. The demon lord was taken aback. This boy's spiritual awareness was extraordinary, and he swiftly sidestepped, gliding away from Changsheng. Yet, the soft whip seemed to possess a will of its own. Morphing from spear to chain, the sharp tip relentlessly pursuing the giant claw. What artifact is this, so formidable? The demon lord had underestimated Changsheng. Before his bony claw could retract, a sickening sound echoed as the chain's tip pierced through his palm. Came a wretched scream. You could not see the actions unfolding, but she clearly heard the commotion and shouted, "Changsheng, pierce his dantian with your whip, render him powerless." Changsheng infused the strike with 80% of his spiritual energy, nearly shattering the old demon's hand. The demon lord of the Black Valley cried out, "9 demons. Overturn the palanquin, disperse your strength." Suddenly, the ground beneath Changsheng and Gu trembled violently, and they struggled to maintain their footing, while the demon sat at a distance, urgently meditating to heal his wounds. "Changsheng, hold me tightly." Gu found herself with no foothold, and the world began to spin uncontrollably. Changsheng secretly marveled at the chaotic motion of the sedan, which was tossed about in such a disarray that at times their feet would touch the ground, at other times their heads, and occasionally their backsides, leaving them utterly disoriented. In no time, several prominent bumps had emerged on their heads. "This won't do," he exclaimed. "Our internal organs are on the verge of being jostled out of place. We must stabilize ourselves quickly, otherwise, the old demon will strike, and we will be utterly defenseless." Indeed, while landing on their feet or backsides was tolerable, the discomfort of their heads hitting the ground was unbearable, and the relentless motion showed no signs of abating. Inside the demon's sedan, an otherworldly space unfolded. Changsheng could not fathom its mysteries and could only endure the frenzied tossing of the sedan by the 9 demons. "It appears that the only way to bring this chaos to a halt is to shatter the sedan," he declared. Meanwhile, the old demon cackled, "Dream on. You think you can stop the sedan's tumultuous motion? Only when you eliminate me can you hope to achieve that. After another half hour of this, you shall be reduced to mere ruins, and I will revel in your torment." Gu's meridians, which had only just settled, flared up once more under the relentless upheaval. To make matters worse, their spiritual energy was gradually becoming unmanageable. In half an hour, they would indeed be transformed into lambs for the slaughter at the hands of the old demon. In this peculiar space, it was imperative to keep their feet grounded to harness their strength. "Let us try separating," Changsheng suggested, for the closer they clung to each other, the harsher the jostling became. In the thick blackness, they embraced tightly, their necks entwined, long legs interlaced, as if an overwhelming force had compressed them into one entity. It was more crowded than a rush-hour subway, and under such conditions, it was no surprise to find oneself with child. Thus, Changsheng yearned to create some distance. "But what if we get separated and thrown apart?" Gu countered. "You can hold onto my soft whip. If the situation worsens, you can follow it back to me." "Very well, but do not let go of the whip. Fear not." In the darkness, Gu's hand flailed wildly, as the violent motion rendered balance impossible. The 9 demons intensified their tumultuous shaking, and Changsheng and Gu flailed about like headless flies, colliding chaotically. "This is a disaster. We might as well stay tightly embraced. At least one side would have some semblance of protection. I told you separating was not a good idea. Look at this foolish plan you've devised," Gu admonished. "When did I ever say that it wouldn't work? I merely suggested it as a trial. Come, let us embrace once more." Changsheng, now exasperated, groaned at the absurdity of the technique they were subjected to. They rejoined in their embrace. "I feel a bit nauseated," Gu whispered. For being a delicate fairy, she was hardly equipped to endure such a tumultuous ordeal of up and down, forward and backward. The demon lord had tended to his own injuries and approached leisurely, remarking, "Fairy, lad, you two are so tightly entwined that I might just feel a pang of jealousy." The old demon navigated the chaos with ease, entirely unfazed by the tumult of the sedan. At that moment, the sedan stabilized slightly, as the exertion of the 9 demons, who had been shaking it for nearly half an hour, left them gasping for breath. The old demon was about to strike, when he suddenly halted and bellowed, "You 3 brothers, assist the 9 demons in carrying the sedan." Mo Jin, Mo Tong, and Mo Tai dared not delay. They immediately soared into the air, channeling all their spiritual energy to keep the sedan swaying violently. Upon hearing the old demon's command, A fleeting smile graced Ji Yu's face. Changsheng, with piercing eyes, inquired, "Grandmother, what are you contemplating?" The 9 demons, being second only to the old demon in power, were nearing their limits, and the 3 brothers would soon be exhausted. "If we can endure, I shall shatter their sedan." Ji Yu and Changsheng were nearly face to face, making their conversation relatively effortless. Observing their intimacy, the demon lord's eyes nearly ignited with fury. These 2 exquisite beings truly possessed remarkable endurance. Had it been anyone else, their fragile frames would have crumbled like twigs. He prepared to test their resilience, eager to see how much they could endure. With a surge of spiritual energy, he aimed to dislodge the 2. Changsheng perceived the movement clearly, yet his energy was scattered, rendering him incapable of countering. He could only twist his body to evade the force by leveraging the inertia of their tumultuous motion. Chapter 28. Adding injury to insult. "Oh dear, fairy. Do you think I relish this? Just moments ago, I helped you evade the old demon's attack." Changsheng remarked, his focus unwavering on the old demon's movements. If the old demon were to unleash his full might now, the danger would be dire. "Changsheng, we cannot remain passive," Ji Yu urged. "Remain passive? Is that a luxury we can afford? If we could sit still, what would be the point of speaking?" The demon lord unleashed several strikes, narrowly grazing Changsheng's back. The force of his fist struck the ground, sending sparks flying. Ji Yu sensed the urgency. "We must devise a way to stand on solid ground," she exclaimed. "Who will think of a solution?" Changsheng retorted. Ji Yu found herself momentarily speechless. The old demon laughed heartily. "Fairy, send me a kiss, and I shall devise a plan for you." Sweat beaded on Changsheng's forehead as he repeatedly muttered, "Feet on the ground, feet on the ground." A vivid image flashed in his mind, one he had witnessed in a past life while observing a deceptive maneuver. Although he had never employed it, the impression remained vivid. With slight modifications, that classic move could allow them to maintain their footing most of the time. There was no time to hesitate. The demon lord was eager to seize them both. Changsheng spoke in a hushed tone. "Fairy, there is no time left. Do as I instruct." Essentially, they needed to adjust their embrace, forming a new posture akin to a roly-poly toy, with their heads facing their feet while still holding each other. Those who practiced cultivation had undergone physical refinement, making this maneuver quite feasible. In the next instant, the demon lord's skeletal claw was already reaching out. And should it grasp them, they would lose all their spiritual energy. "I shall become your master," the old demon roared. However, Changsheng's feet were firmly planted on the ground. Even amidst the relentless upheaval, even when Changsheng was flipped a full 180 degrees, Ji Yu's feet remained grounded. Ultimately, one pair of feet would find solid ground. In this topsy-turvy realm, with their feet planted, their spiritual power could surge forth mightily. The demon lord, with reckless abandon, extended his colossal claws, intending to crush the 2 within his grasp. No one had ever managed to resist in such a frenzied state. He had previously employed this very formation to slay even higher-ranking cultivators with ease, as if it were a mere trifle. He harbored a slight concern that he might exert too much force and damage the delicate skin of the celestial maiden and Changsheng. Changsheng observed intently and shouted to Ji Yu, "Be cautious." Ji Yu responded with a cold smile, unleashing a massive crescent blade that emitted a brief yet dazzling radiance. With a swift motion, the demon lord's enormous hand was severed at the elbow. In a flash, Changsheng exerted force beneath his feet, wielding his whip towards the old demon in the distance. The sound of splintering bones echoed ominously. The demon lord let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward. Almost simultaneously, the demonic sedan came to a halt, no longer swaying violently, and even the thick, suffocating black mist began to dissipate. Ji Yu could finally perceive her surroundings without the aid of the moonstone. She and Changsheng stood together in a normal stance. "Old demon, today is your reckoning," Ji Yu shouted in fury, launching herself at the demon lord. Changsheng, unable to intervene in time, watched as the demon lord, severely wounded, was bound to act recklessly. Caution was imperative in such a moment. To Ji Yu, the old demon, with both hands rendered useless, posed no threat. 9 demons offer their hands. The demon lord howled, and 9 burly men, who had been carrying the sedan, emerged from nowhere. Upon hearing his command, they each severed one of their own hands with their blades. The demon lord recited incantations, and the 9 severed hands converged into one, erupting in a cloud of black smoke before vanishing. "A mere parlor trick," Ji Yu declared, channeling her power into her jade-like palm and striking down upon the handless old demon with the force of a landslide. This strike would undoubtedly render him incapacitated. "Those who dare defy me, Ji Yu, shall be sent to the depths of hell." The demon lord's eyes betrayed his trepidation. "You truly wish to see me perish? Of course. You, a mere lowly demon cultivator, aspire to greatness beyond your reach. A ludicrous notion. Have you not been inquiring about my origins?" The demon lord was struck with profound astonishment. Could it be that you are? The powerful spiritual energy surged toward him. Bang! The 9 demons, propelled from the black mist, emerged and extended their 9 palms, managing to block Jiyu's thunderous strike. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jiyu, undeterred, poured all her strength into her attack. The 9 robust men spat forth black blood, all sent flying, creating a gruesome spectacle. Jiyu pressed on, aiming for the demon lord's chest. It was too swift. The demon lord had initially believed the 9 demons would hold for a moment, but he never anticipated their swift collapse. The sedan's upheaval had drained nearly all of their spiritual energy. If I perish, you shall follow. Just as Jiyu's palm made contact with the demon lord's chest, a pale, ghastly arm suddenly emerged from beneath his armpit, striking fiercely at Jiyu's abdomen. This was the hand offered by the 9 demons, hastily utilized by the old demon in desperation, despite its incomplete state. Regardless of whether it struck its target, this half-formed appendage was rendered useless. Jiyu was taken by surprise, knocked back, and sent flying, as Changsheng leaped forward to catch her. Grandma, are you all right? Behind her veil, Jiyu's complexion was ashen, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her delicate lips. Her abdomen was churning with internal energy, rendering her speechless. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, surrounding them with flying debris and blinding light, as if they had been thrust from the depths of night into the brilliance of a clear day. The demonic sedan was shattered, and they found themselves once again amidst the mountains. The 3 brothers of the Mo family, accompanied by their minions, charged forward with shouts. Mo Jin was the first to spot the nearly lifeless demon lord, rushing to embrace him, exclaiming, "Father, please don't die. It's hopeless. Jiyu has wounded me. You must capture her and bring her before me. I must see her one last time to fulfill my wish. Do not worry. Father, I will bring her to you, so we can die together." Mo Jin wiped away a tear. "Wretched beast," the old demon muttered. Dozens, without waiting for orders, surged toward Changsheng. Mo Jin, witnessing this scene, allowed a sly grin to flicker across his face as he paused. "Father, after your death, I will manage the Black Valley Demon Cave well, ensuring its prosperity and bringing glory to our family." Cough, cough. "You cannot. You will inevitably ruin the cave. Where is Emotai? Call him." It seemed Emotai had heard the summons, hurrying over, followed closely by Emotong. Mo Jin held the demon lord tightly, exerting a hidden strength while shouting, "Father, you must hold on." "What? I will manage the Black Valley Demon Cave?" "Yes, Father, I will not disappoint your expectations." "Father, open your eyes." In his embrace, the old demon's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that his own son would be the one to send him off in his final moments. Emotai, rushing forward, saw that the old demon had passed away, and upon hearing Emojin declare his intent to take charge, his heart sank. Emotong approached and knelt down, asking, "Boss, is the old man dead?" "Mind your words. Boss, you are now the boss. Jiyu and that pure young Changsheng will be under your command. Congratulations on your ascension." Emotai wished he could punch his brother. Emojin stood up with an air of authority, stating, "The demon lord has passed away and ascended to the heavens. Now I am the master of the valley, and all must heed my command." He furrowed his brow. "With so many people, why haven't Jiyu and Changsheng been captured yet? Third brother, you must personally oversee the operation." After a moment, Emotai finally responded, "I will take Father's body back to the valley for burial." Emojin nodded generously, his attention now fixed on the enigmatic Jiyu. He knew the fairy was stunningly beautiful, yet he had never truly grasped the extent of her allure. He felt a swell of pride in his swift decision. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been forced to comply with Emotai's orders. On the other side, Changsheng held Jiyu, testing her condition and shaking his head repeatedly. This only adds to the injury. Facing the oncoming disciples of the demon cave, he remained unfazed. They are merely a bunch of insignificant pests. With one hand fending off attacks, he gently lifted Jiyue's veil with the other. "My lady, have you coughed up blood?" Chapter 29. Close to death, is the old demon dead? Jiyue inquired softly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Indeed, he has perished. His 3 sons did not even think to strike at us," Changsheng replied. "Excellent. Continue to keep them occupied. If we can eliminate them, it would be even better." Changsheng asked in confusion, "Grandmother, should we not find a quiet place to heal our wounds? Why are we so relentlessly entangled with them?" "Do not question. Just follow my orders," she commanded. Dozens of disciples from the demon lair launched a harassing assault, none daring to approach Changsheng. Jiyue was gravely injured, her spiritual energy rapidly depleting, a dire situation indeed. Changsheng decided to sit down and channel his own energy into her while using a soft whip to counterattack the minions. The 2 sides found themselves in a stalemate. Emojin observed Emotai departing with the old demon and remarked to Emotong, "He harbors discontent. Pay close attention to him in the future." "Fear not, brother. Without the old man's backing, he cannot stand tall," Emotong replied. Jin chuckled lightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Where are the three sisters of Xiaojing? Tong responded. They were just here. Perhaps they are attacking Jiyue? They harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. Jin scrutinized the area. No, they are not here. The two exchanged knowing glances, and Jin seemed to recall something. Could it be that Tai, under the pretext of arranging the old man's corpse, has returned to seize the heavenly silkworm essence? Tong blurted out. Jin smacked his thigh. Damn it. I had forgotten about that treasure. Though it may not be of great use, it is still a precious artifact of the valley. Brother, stay here. I shall return to investigate. Tong affirmed. No problem. Jiyue is severely wounded and cannot escape. Jin soared towards the Black Valley. At the entrance leading from the Black Valley to the Demon Flower Valley, Xiao Tian glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then hurried forward, only to be rebuffed by an invisible force of spiritual energy. Two guards sprang forth, declaring, the Demon Flower Valley is a forbidden area. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Impudent fools. Do you not know who I am? I am to be the future lady of your house, sent by the young master to retrieve the spirit crystals. The demon lord is dueling with Jiyue and requires the crystals to enhance his power. Do you have a pass? The guards scrutinized her intently. Xiao Tian smiled sweetly. Indeed. Show it to us. Xiao Tian gestured to her face with a smile. My beauty is my pass. Do you find it appealing? The guards chuckled. While we do find it appealing, we would prefer to live a few more years. Without a pass, no one may enter. Xiao Tian's smile abruptly faded. And with a solemn demeanor, she declared, very well, you have passed the test. The young master has commanded me to inform you that should anyone attempt to force their way into the valley, do you know what must be done? Drawing her sword, she made a gesture across her throat. The guards were taken aback and hurriedly replied, understood, understood. Please rest assured, young master. Has anyone come before me? Xiao Tian inquired sternly. No, not even a bird has passed, the guard answered cautiously. Have my two senior sisters not arrived either? Xiao Tian's eyes darted about, seeking any signs of irregularity. They had not arrived. Well, the young master is somewhat uneasy about the safety of the Demon Flower Valley. I must enter to investigate. Of course, primarily to see if the spirit crystals have formed, Xiao Tian remarked coldly. Indeed, but the guards must first inspect your pass. One of the guards smiled nervously. Do you suspect me of wrongdoing? She replied with a graceful smile, lifting her garment to reveal a dazzlingly fair waist, adorned with a delicate bone token. Would you care to touch it, to see if it resembles yours? With one hand grasping her sword and the other lifting her attire, she was unable to retrieve the token herself. The two guards swallowed hard. They were tempted to touch it. Yet she was to be the future mistress of the young master's household, and they could not guarantee that their heads would remain on their shoulders after such a bold act. Please, the stench inside is unbearable. Ordinary folk seldom gain entry. The guards hastily allowed her passage. Xiao Tian had already steeled herself, her body flickering before vanishing. The guards swayed, about to retreat to a concealed spot, when another pair approached with haste. Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong. Xiao Tian had just mentioned them. Please, halt. The guards interjected, blocking Xiao Jing and Xiao Chang's path. Wondering what was amiss, were they to be tested once more? Who could endure such trials repeatedly? Has someone entered? Xiao Jing panted, cutting to the chase. Just now. The fairy Xiao Tian was commanded by the young master to enter the Demon Flower Valley to inspect the spirit crystals, urgently required by the demon lord. Does she possess a pass? Xiao Jing queried sternly. Yes. You two fools have been deceived. There is no young master. The current head is Jin, and the demon lord is dead. What? The demon lord is dead? The guards gasped in horror. Xiao Tian intends to steal treasures. I have long suspected her of foul play, and she has outpaced us. Xiao Chong declared indignantly. However, she possessed a pass, which compelled us to let her through. A guard exclaimed in panic. That pass is a forgery. Examine it closely. Is it the same as ours? Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong simultaneously produced two bone-crafted tokens, presenting them to the guards. The guards scrutinized the tokens, and one of them, puzzled, remarked, your token is the counterfeit. Swoosh, swoosh. Two rays of cold light flashed as long swords pierced the guards' chests. Xiao Jing retracted her elegant sword, smirking disdainfully. Did you truly think we would let you see? Junior sister, let us hasten inside and intercept Xiao Tian. We must not allow her to seize the heavenly silkworm essence. She cannot escape. Xiao Chong replied. The two kicked aside the guards' lifeless bodies and soared into the depths of the Demon Flower Valley. Within the valley, a suffocating black mist enveloped the air, growing denser with each step, nearly rendering them breathless. Fortunately, they had come prepared and were not overwhelmed by the noxious haze. Ahead, towering stalks of demon flowers reached skyward, their withered petals blanketing the ground. As Xiao Tian prepared to leap upward, a piercing sword aura whistled through the air. Xiao Tian parried with her blade and landed deftly on the ground. Tai, how did you return? The cold, Dark iron emerged ominously from the depths of the black mist, taking a shortcut directly into the Valley of Demonic Flowers. I too wish to inquire why you have come here. I wish to obtain some flower pistils. Did you not say that the pistils could enhance one's passion and aid in cultivation? Xiao Tian retorted. Humph. Xiao Tian, we are both intelligent individuals. There is no need for pretense. Speak, is it not for the celestial silkworm essence? Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment and replied, Indeed. So, you have not truly pledged your loyalty to me, and you are still in service to Jiyu? Then why did you lure Jiyu to the ambush site? Emotai inquired. Because otherwise, you would never truly trust me. Alas, I was almost entirely convinced of your sincerity. But you are unaware that I discreetly had the Demon Lord set up the 9-demon palanquin formation, only to have it disrupted by 2 foolish brothers who thought themselves clever. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would not have. Xiao Tian chuckled. Even if we fail to obtain the celestial silkworm essence, the celestial maiden strategy is essentially successful. To kill the old demon. You and your allies will never be able to guard the Black Valley Demon Cave. Emotai shook his head. Do not rejoice too soon. Your celestial maiden is not far from death. Xiao Tian trembled. Impossible. The celestial maiden's cultivation is profound, and with the assistance of my junior brother, she will not encounter danger. Emotai pondered. I now understand why Ji Yu would still attend the meeting despite knowing the risks. The celestial maiden is far too confident. Believing that she and Changsheng could delay us while you sneak back to seize the celestial silkworm essence. Am I correct? Ji Yu's insistence that Changsheng entangle the Mo brothers was indeed for this reason. Xiao Tian bit his lip, tacitly acknowledging his conjecture. Chapter 30. Closing eyes and making wishes. Mo Tai remarked darkly. The clarity with which you grasp the secret of the celestial silkworm essence indicates that you have employed the art of seduction upon my 2 ineffectual brothers. Xiao Tian laughed heartily. Do they even require such schemes? Mo Tai, since you have uncovered my intent, I shall be forthright. I must have the celestial silkworm essence. Then you must ask the sword in my hand whether it consents. Furthermore, I have nearly 100 subordinates here, leaving you with no chance of victory. Mo Tai asserted. I have already inquired. The remaining near 100 are merely coerced servants, who would relish the opportunity to devour your flesh and skin. You should be the one worried. Mo Tai's complexion shifted between red and white, filled with rage and humiliation. Today, I shall use you to honor my father. He slashed with his sword, enveloped in black, demonic energy, whistling ominously. Xiao Tian brandished her sword skyward, unleashing the moonlight. Stop! Shouted the fiery Mo Jin, rushing in. Upon entering, he discovered Mo Tai and Xiao Tian clashing swords. Were they not allies? Third brother, what is the matter? This woman deceived me. Stealthily returning to steal the celestial silkworm essence. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, Mo Tai explained. Damn it, I shall tear you to pieces. Mo Jin's eyes glinted with malice as he advanced toward Xiao Tian. Master Mo Jin, do not be deceived. It is Mo Tai who has tricked you. Xiao Tian exclaimed sweetly. Oh, do not sow discord between us brothers. Mo Jin replied, I am not so foolish. Xiao Tian continued, if you do not believe me, allow me to finish my tale. My return signifies the intentions of Mo Tai. First, I must acquire the celestial silkworm essence to present it to him. He claims that the position of the master of the Black Valley dungeon rightfully belongs to him, yet it may be usurped by you. However, should he obtain the celestial silkworm essence, he would secure his victory and usurp your position. Moreover, the announcement that granted me entry was bestowed by Mo Tai. Without it, I would never have gained access. Mo Tai patted his body, realizing that his talisman was nowhere to be found. Xiao Tian continued, upon arriving beneath the demon flower. I recalled your formidable skills, your bravery, and your benevolence towards me, which made it unbearable to assist Mo Tai in his machinations against you. I implored him not to seize the celestial silkworm essence, yet he harbored murderous intent, wishing to silence me and attribute the disappearance of the essence to my actions. As you have just witnessed, Mo Tai scoffed derisively, such nonsense. Mo Jin furrowed his brow, considering Xiao Tian's words, which held a semblance of reason. At the very least, one fact remained. Without the talisman, Xiao Tian could not have entered. Nevertheless, Mo Tai was still his brother. I cannot believe that Mo Tai would betray me. Xiao Tian, where is the celestial silkworm essence? Mo Tai replied, the celestial silkworm essence resides within the remnants of the demon flower's petals, activated by the essence of the flower. At that moment, another figure intruded, Mo Tong. What have I just heard? The celestial silkworm essence, the remnants of the demon flower, activation? My father once proclaimed that the celestial silkworm essence is the greatest secret of our clan, as well as the most significant secret of Shengzhou, and must not be whispered outside. Yet someone has divulged to Xiao Tian that the essence is concealed within the remnants, allowing her access to the forbidden grounds of the Demon Flower Valley. This is tantamount to digging one's own grave. Has no one heeded my father's warning? Mo Tong's face flushed with indignation, taking on a bronze hue. Mo Jin nodded. Indeed, brother, you have always prioritized the greater good, with careful consideration. I admire you greatly. Mo Tai retorted. This secret, I fear, has been revealed by another. Mo Jin inquired. Brother, did I not assign you the task of capturing Jiyu and Changsheng? Have you succeeded? Elder brother, I led a group to confront them, but Changsheng possesses an exceptionally powerful artifact, making it impossible for us to approach. Thus, I instructed everyone to contain him. He cannot escape. Jiyu has been grievously injured by our father and is unlikely to survive much longer. Thus, he returned early. Oh, where are Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong? Mo Tong scanned the area, asking. We are behind you. Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong flew in, panting heavily. Seeing Xiao Chong, Mo Tong's face lit up with joy. Where have you two been? I have not seen you for ages. Xiao Jing replied with a cold laugh. While we were encircling Jiyu, I noticed Xiao Tian conversing with Mo Tai and then slipping away, so we followed. However, we lost track of him along the way and have just now arrived. What has transpired? Mo Jin, who had harbored doubts about them, now felt reassured. Very well. Once I obtain the celestial silkworm essence, we shall all advance together to completely eradicate Jiyu and Changsheng. Before their demise, I shall savor the exquisite essence of the immortal's blood. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, Third brother, I have no doubts about you. We are of the same flesh and blood. Brother Xia, the family head, Mo Tai remarked. Third brother, I must trouble you to retrieve the celestial silkworm essence. The old man has passed, and we no longer require such an abundance of spiritual crystals, Mo Jin stated. Mo Tai stood resolute. Eldest brother, there is a spy among us, sent by Jiyu. Until we ascertain the truth, I vow not to touch the celestial silkworm essence. Mo Tong scoffed. Then I shall ascend and retrieve it. Xiao Chong stepped forward. Mo Tong, you are indeed an elder brother. Do not subject yourself to such indignity. Mo Tong slapped his forehead. Indeed, why should it be me? Xiao Jing addressed Mo Jin. You have now ascended to the position of family head. Everyone should heed your command. Since some are reluctant to act, I shall procure the celestial silkworm essence as a tribute to you. Mo Jin's expression brightened. Filled with joy, you truly are perceptive. By the way, your relatives must be departing soon. I can hardly wait to elevate you to the position of family matriarch tonight. Mo Tong's interest was piqued, grasping Xiao Chang's delicate hand. Has your relative departed yet? Xiao Chong, blushing, replied, Not yet. How could that be? Why does your relative linger longer than others? Mo Tong exclaimed. Because we are young. This relative enjoys visiting while we are still in our youth. Once older, the connection tends to fade, Xiao Jing explained to Mo Jin. And you? Mo Jin inquired. Family head, you seem quite impatient. Wait until I retrieve the celestial silkworm essence. Then I shall tell you, Xiao Jing replied. All right, hurry and fetch it, Mo Jin said, his heart brimming with anticipation. Xiao Jing leaped upward, enduring the pungent odor, and cautiously extracted the thumb-sized, jade-like celestial silkworm essence from the remnants of the flower, then descended. Mo Jin and Mo Tong gathered around, their eyes fixated on the celestial silkworm essence, overwhelmed with joy. The essence, resting in Xiao Jing's soft palm, emanated a gentle white glow. Xiao Jing, with the celestial silkworm essence in your hand, I feel I can never gaze upon it enough. Mo Jin exclaimed. Indeed, neither can I, Mo Tong concurred. Great head. Second head, I have a proposal. You and third head should face the celestial silkworm essence and make a wish, honoring you as our sovereign. Wishing for the prosperity of the Black Valley Demon Cave and its renown throughout the world. How does that sound? Xiao Jing suggested. Excellent. Third brother, come and witness the celestial silkworm essence. Mo Jin called out. Eldest brother, it is unnecessary. My affairs with Xiao Tian are not yet resolved. This matter is significant. Mo Tai firmly declined. Mo Tong interjected. Disregard him. Let us make our wish. To wish sincerely, you must clasp your hands together, close your eyes, and silently contemplate your desires. This wish will surely come to fruition, Xiao Jing earnestly advised. This ritual of wishing had been imparted to her by the teachings of Yichang. Mo Tai observed coldly from the side, thinking how unfortunate it was to have such brothers in the demon sect. His gaze sharpened toward Xiao Tian. Once Mo Jin and the others had their fill of amusement, he would turn his sights on Xiao Tian, cradling the celestial silkworm essence. Mo Jin and Mo Tong exchanged smiles, clasped their hands together, and closed their eyes. They shared the same wish, to send their relatives away that very night. Xiao Jing gently remarked, Do not open your eyes, for that would spoil the magic. Take your time. Then her smile tightened as she exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Chong. With both hands gripping a short sword, Xiao Chong plunged it straight into the hearts of Mo Jin and Mo Tong. Chapter 31. The sword pierces the air. It is far simpler to slay two unsuspecting individuals with closed eyes than to crush two ants underfoot. Mo Jin and Mo Tong gaped in shock, dark blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. So you are the true spies? Mo Jin uttered. Oh. Thank you both for revealing the secret of Tian Kenshin, and for informing me of the old demon S9 demon palanquin formation. And I must thank you for assisting me in preventing the fairy from falling into the formation. Xiao Jing laughed heartily, giving Mo Jin and Mo Tong a shove. With a thud, the two demons collapsed lifelessly. Mo Tai, contemplating how to punish Xiao Tian, was taken aback when his two brothers were suddenly pierced by swords. In a moment of rage, he lunged forward with his sword. Only you remain of the Mo family brothers. Excellent. Xiao Jing scoffed. I was worried you might flee. You barely qualify as a man. Mo Tai abruptly halted in his tracks. Facing two opponents, he was no match. Furthermore, there was still Xiao Tian. With Mo Jin and Mo Tong deceased, charging forward would be futile. Xiao Jing glanced at Xiao Tian and said, Junior sister. It turns out you were the backup set by our grandmother. Xiao Tian smiled. The disciples of Yuehua Palace never betray. How could I fall for someone from the Mo family? What a ridiculous notion. Xiao Chong smirked. Junior sister, you almost made a grave error. Xiao Tian replied. I acted according to Grandmother S instructions and did not foresee that Mo Tai had secretly set up the 9-demon palanquin formation. Fortunately, you discovered it in time. Thwarting their efforts, Xiao Jing stored away Tian Kenshin and said, Grandmother has also been injured, and only senior brother Changsheng is attending to her. We must hurry. What about him? Xiao Chong pointed at Mo Tai. The Black Valley Demon Cave has only him left. He cannot stir up much trouble. We will settle accounts with him later. Xiao Jing declared. Right now, we cannot afford to deal with Mo Tai. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall return to the Black Valley and utterly destroy this place, including the demon flower. Let this malevolent demon lair be reduced to ashes. As Xiao Jing and her two sisters prepared to depart, Mo Tai coldly interjected, Do you not wish to know the true secret of Tian Kenshin? Xiao Jing immediately halted, turning back to inquire, Are you referring to the Tian Ken bowl? It is hardly worth mentioning. It is the essence of Tian Kenshin itself. Xiao Chong regarded him with skepticism. What prompts your sudden benevolence in revealing such a significant secret to us? Mo Tai replied calmly, I seek a trade. I have long aspired to become the master of the Black Valley Demon Cave. If you depart and promise not to return or destroy my demon flower, I shall divulge this greatest secret. Xiao Jing felt a stir of intrigue. What they had learned about Tian Kenshin from Mo Jin and Mo Tong was exceedingly limited. Possessing the treasure, they remained uncertain of its value. Ultimately, whether to kill Mo Tai or destroy the Black Valley was not their concern. The decision lay with Jiyu. Jiyu commanded them to do as she wished, and they complied. As long as you speak no falsehoods, I can agree to your terms. Xiao Jing, the senior sister, asserted her authority. Mo Tai nodded, saying, You may examine this Tian Kenshin closely. The Mo Hua can activate it due to a peculiar characteristic it possesses. Peculiar characteristic? Xiao Jing mused, recalling that she had never heard Mo Jin or Mo Tong mention it. She cradled the Tian Kenshin in her palm, 6 pairs of eyes fixated upon it. Where lies this peculiarity? Xiao Chong murmured, observing intently. A sinister smile flickered across Mo Tai's face. It is remarkably special in its entirety. Suddenly, the Tian Kenshin in Xiao Jing's grasp erupted with a loud bang, enveloping Xiao Jing and her companions in a cloud of yellow and black smoke. Cough, cough. One after another, they collapsed to the ground. As the toxic smoke dissipated, Mo Tai approached with a malevolent tone. Women always think men are easy to deceive. In truth, he paused. Xiao Jing and the others attempted to rise, but their bodies felt weak and powerless, making resistance futile. Is that not so? Xiao Jing retorted defiantly. Thus, I harbor no fondness for women, Mo Tai declared, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Tian, particularly lingering on the beautiful women. Where is the real Tian Kenshin? Xiao Tian inquired. Mo Tai laughed to the heavens, stating, I anticipated that my 2 incompetent brothers would divulge secrets. Surely, you are not foolish enough to think we would place the world's treasure, the Tian Kenshin, in Imohua Valley. The genuine Tian Kenshin has long been hidden away. Consequently, he remained indifferent to Xiao Jing's voluntary offer to retrieve the Tian Kenshin. Regrettably for him, he had not foreseen that Xiao Jing and Xiao Chong feigned loyalty to the Haigu Mo cave. You despicable, shameless wretch. Xiao Chong cursed. I am not interested in your beauty, but your blood is the finest material for my cultivation of the Wu Shui Tuoling technique. Once I drain you dry, I shall seek Jiyu. If she still draws breath, I will likewise drain her. As for that foolish Changsheng, he shall be imprisoned beneath Imohua, becoming my exclusive cauldron. Dream on, you pervert. Xiao Tian shouted. You will soon transform into mere skeletons, discarded in a pit, devoured by wild dogs. Mo Tai exhaled a fierce gust, dispersing the remnants of smoke surrounding the 3. I will not allow you to succeed, Xiao Jing cried, attempting to use her spiritual energy to self-destruct her meridians. Do not waste your efforts. You are now less than a mere mortal, Emotai replied coldly. Even if given a knife, you could not end your own lives. Xiao Jing and her companions watched helplessly as Emotai approached. Each of his steps felt as though they were treading upon their very hearts. Though they did not fear death, the terror of it flickered in their eyes. I understand how unpleasant it feels to be deceived by a man, Emotai remarked, pausing to survey the three exquisite women at his feet. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xiao Tian. You nearly succeeded. Fortunate for me, I have returned to the game. He who laughs last, laughs best. He resolved to begin with Xiao Tian. With a swift rotation of the enchanted iron, it lifted the young man into the air, akin to a piece of wood floating upon water. His neck was slender and elongated, and I hesitated to take a bite. The enchanted iron, having spoken, opened its cavernous mouth and lunged forward. Suddenly, a long sword sliced through the air, its menacing aura aimed directly at the enchanted iron. Reacting quickly, it executed a deft sidestep, retreating a distance of 10 feet before launching a powerful punch. The collision of their forces resonated with a muffled thud. A somewhat frail figure wavered slightly, standing before the enchanted iron. Once again, it is you. The enchanted iron snarled, its teeth gritted in rage. Anyone who dared to interrupt its thirst for blood at that moment would provoke its fury. Indeed, it is I. Did I startle you just now? I sincerely apologize. A surprise attack is hardly the act of a gentleman, but the circumstances were dire, and I had no choice. The youth's voice was soft. Why does your clan always resort to draining the life essence of others? One should cultivate diligently, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, refining the spiritual energy of the earth and sky. This is the true path of humanity. Our clan has practiced this way for generations. It is the nature of our technique. And your opinion is unwarranted. The enchanted iron retorted vehemently. Today, I may spare you. Now leave. Spare me? Very well. However, I will be taking the three young ladies with me as well, the youth responded calmly. I grant you your freedom, and you presume to take advantage of my generosity. The enchanted iron felt a surge of impatience. My patience has its limits. If you do not depart quickly, you shall find it impossible to leave. The youth's lips curled into a slight smile before he quickly returned to a serious demeanor. Times change, you see. Most of your clan has perished. Even the servants have fled. To be frank, I cannot guarantee I can defeat you. Conversely, you cannot ensure you can defeat me either. Chapter 32. This is called balancing weight. The youth turned to the three young ladies. Are you the senior sisters of Changsheng? Who are you? Xiao Jing inquired. How do you know our Changsheng? Oh, I remember now. You are the one standing beside him. Precisely. I am Hao Jian, known for my red ears and sharp blades. A friend of Changsheng, Hao Jian replied, his face flushed under the intense gaze of 6 fiery eyes upon him. When did Changsheng take a boyfriend? Xiao Chong remarked. Hao Jian bowed and slowly began. It's a long story. It was a night so dark that one could not see their hand before their face. No, there was moonlight. Xiao Jing interrupted. Let us save the story for later. Hao Jian, thank you for your assistance, but you must eliminate the enchanted iron to free us. Hao Jian glanced at the enchanted iron and candidly stated, I cannot defeat him. The hearts of Xiao Jing and the others sank. Changsheng's friend appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Hao Jian continued, though I cannot kill him, do not be overly concerned. The enchanted iron narrowed its eyes into slits. At least you possess some self-awareness. Since you cannot defeat me, I will simply eliminate you first, and then deal with the 3 women. Hao Jian maintained a calm expression. We have sparred before. My swordsmanship does not falter against your dark arts. Therefore, you cannot kill me either. That is not certain, the enchanted iron retorted, as wisps of black mist emanated from its long sword. Upon witnessing the enchanted iron summon its long sword, Hao Jian unexpectedly revealed a look of delight, exclaiming, this is indeed a rare opportunity for practical training. Do not hold back. Attack with all your might. I wish to ascertain whether my swordsmanship has improved. Even should I perish beneath your blade, the fault lies solely with my own ineptitude. The enchanted iron, taken aback, retorted, you fool. Do you take me for a mere sparring partner? Xiao Tian, feeling a twinge of unease, softly inquired, Hao Jian, when will my junior brother arrive? With the demise of the old demon and the dispersal of the demon horde, no one remained to trouble Changsheng. Hao Jian slapped his forehead and remarked, I almost forgot to mention that brother should have already reached the Black Valley Demon Cave. Why hasn't he come here? Xiao Chong interjected, once Changsheng arrives, the outcome will be immediately clear. Contemplating for a moment, Hao Jian replied, the Demon Flower Valley is quite remote, and this is Brother Yi's first venture into the valley. He may have lost his way. However, fret not, for as we duel, our sword energies can guide him. Indeed, Hao Jian's assertion held merit. Their fierce clash would unleash sword energies capable of reaching several miles, rendering it impossible for Changsheng, with his cultivation, not to notice. As anxiety deepened within the enchanted iron, He feared that if Changsheng were to be drawn near, his predicament would worsen, potentially threatening his very life. Cursed fate. Hao Jian had already assumed an offensive posture, his long sword ringing with a resonant clang. Do not spare the last of the Mo family's little demons. Hao Jian, you must eradicate this menace. Let us witness your Hao family swordsmanship. The three sisters, Xiao Jing, fervently cheered for him. Instantly, Hao Jian brimmed with heroic spirit. His entire being suffused with spiritual energy, proclaiming, I traverse the world solely to refine my skills and swordplay. Sisters, I humbly present my efforts. With a single stroke, he unleashed a magnificent sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. My realm has ascended. Hao Jian rejoiced internally, realizing that he had not squandered his time in recent days. Yet, the enchanted iron transformed into a streak of light, retreating with a trail of dark mist. Not daring to look back, Hao Jian's sword hung suspended in midair, unmoving for an extended moment. Is this all? He lamented, filled with disappointment. Desperate for a worthy opponent to test his elevated skills, he found himself thwarted. The enchanted iron, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, fled, leaving Hao Jian's fervor with nowhere to be unleashed. How lonely it is to be invincible. Hao Jian finally grasped the essence of that sentiment as he reluctantly retracted his sword. The three sisters, on the other hand, were overjoyed. The enchanted iron had fled in fear of Changsheng's impending arrival, granting them temporary safety. Reflecting on the close encounter where they nearly became mere skeletons at the hands of the enchanted iron, they shuddered. Hao Jian, well done. This place is perilous. Let us quickly depart to find Changsheng, Xiao Jing urged. Very well, elder sister. Are you able to walk? Hao Jian asked. Noticing the three remained seated upon the stone, Xiao Tian shook her head. We have inhaled the toxic smoke of the enchanted iron. Our bodies feel as limp as junior brother Changsheng's whip, rendering us unable to move. Hao Jian smiled faintly. To be candid with you, my dear sisters, it is indeed I who gifted Changsheng that soft whip. Xiao Chang shot him a glance, understanding the need to stay on topic. Let us discuss how to escort the three of them out. Hao Jian remained silent for a long moment, unable to conceive a method to carry all three senior sisters at once. Carrying them on my back? That is barely feasible, and I can only manage one person. As for holding them in my arms, just the thought makes me blush. He suggested, perhaps the three sisters could rest here while I seek out Brother E. Naive. Xiao Jing retorted, casting a sidelong glance. What if you leave and the demon iron appears? Hao Jian acknowledged her point, realizing it was indeed valid. The three sisters were utterly defenseless. Even an ordinary servant could easily cause them trouble. Let us wait here quietly. Brother E will inevitably come looking for us. With that, Hao Jian sat down, his gaze unwavering. After a short while, he muttered to himself, why does my head feel a bit dizzy? Xiao Jing replied, the scent of the demon flower is overwhelmingly potent. Few can endure it for long. We cannot afford to wait idly. We must devise a plan. Xiao Tian, feeling somewhat weak, added, I feel dreadful. If we don't leave soon, I might truly perish here. In a state of agitation, Hao Jian began to pace, and soon he inadvertently forged a narrow path. Xiao Chang sighed, you're already dizzy, yet you're spinning around like a top. Hao Jian immediately froze, then, as if having made a resolute decision, he declared, it must be done. He swiftly drew his sword and felled a tree with a trunk as thick as his arm, leaving a log 2 zhang long. Fashioning a rope from grass, he said, I will bind the three sisters to the log and carry you out of the Demon Flower Valley. Xiao Jing and the others exchanged glances. While his method was indeed clumsy, it was still feasible, albeit rather undignified. However, as there was no one else in the valley, returning to Changsheng and meeting the fairy was certainly preferable to waiting for death. Hao Jian skillfully manipulated the rope, creating a loop around each of their waists, then threaded the log through the loops. He chuckled to himself, recalling how his parents would often scold him for being foolish. If they could see his cleverness now, they would surely regret their words. Xiao Jing smiled wryly. When we see Changsheng, I will certainly sing your praises. Xiao Chang frowned and said, praise him to death. Hao Jian clasped his fists 3 times. I possess no magical artifacts for flight. This is all I can do. I shall carry you. He approached the center of the log, then paused abruptly, pondering whether to place the 2 in front or the 2 in back. Stealing a glance at their forms, he noted they seemed to weigh about the same. Xiao Jing, sensing his dilemma, said, I will take the front end. Xiao Chang and Xiao Tian can take the back. Let us proceed. Hao Jian smiled sheepishly, bending slightly, only to freeze again. The weight distribution was uneven, making it difficult to maintain balance. He had witnessed farmers carry loads before, but he had not anticipated how challenging it would be for himself. Young Master Hao, are we ready? I feel unwell. Xiao Tian moaned. The journey was treacherous, with the front light and the back heavy. My mother once taught me that to excel in any craft, one must first sharpen their tools. In all matters, one should engage their intellect. When faced with obstacles, A path will surely emerge. When flour is abundant, add water. And when water is plentiful, add flour. Indeed, let us proceed thus. Hao Jian muttered to himself, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Elated, he rushed to the side, picked up a stone he estimated to weigh similarly to the small crystal, and, using both hands and feet, secured it to the tree trunk before him. What are you doing? Xiao Jing asked, perplexed. Hao Jian smiled faintly. Senior sister, this is called counterweight. With that, he bent at the waist and hoisted the tree trunk like a yoke. Chapter 33. The family treasure. Xiao Jing and the others stared in awe, truly enlightened. At that moment, Hao Jian strode purposefully, carrying the three of them and the stone towards the direction where Changsheng was located. Xiao Chang wrinkled his nose. Oh, Hao Jian, what cultivation method are you practicing? It's extraordinarily impressive. With that strength in your shoulders, that demon iron would surely flee unless it was utterly foolish. I am practicing the Hao family's ancestral sword technique. Changsheng replied with utmost seriousness. Xiao Jing chuckled. If you grow weary, you should take a break. Dear sister, you are mistaken. Hao Jian isn't even breathing heavily, which indicates his profound spiritual energy. We are simply too light, Xiao Chang jested. Indeed, the three sisters are as light as swallows. Hao Jian gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. Xiao Tian giggled. Hao Jian, don't heed their words. Why not just remove the stone and shift your shoulders back a bit? Hao Jian replied. No, that won't do. Xiao Tian remarked. You must be a young master. Why subject yourself to such hardship? Hao Jian's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. After trudging for a little over half an hour, a figure appeared ahead, Changsheng. Upon witnessing the peculiar scene before him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Setting aside the sight of the three senior sisters bound to the tree trunk, what on earth did the large stone hanging before him signify? Junior brother. Xiao Jing exclaimed with excitement. Junior brother, we are injured. Xiao Chang added. We cannot walk. Xiao Tian's voice was barely audible. Hao Jian hastily lowered them, panting heavily. Unable to articulate a word. Hao Jian, you have truly moved me. I am in awe of your ingenuity. Changsheng clapped Hao Jian on the shoulder, declaring that this idea surely sprang from the hands of a virtuous brother. Hao Jian, feeling embarrassed, responded, I am honored by your praise, brother E. It took considerable thought for me to devise this method. Very clever indeed, but do not overthink it next time, Changsheng said, bending down to examine each of the three senior sisters. Their meridians and dantians were all far from normal, worse than an ordinary mortal. Xiao Tian weakly inquired, Junior brother, you do not misunderstand us, do you? Yu had already briefed Changsheng on the situation, and he nodded. What of grandmother's condition? Xiao Tian asked again. Changsheng replied with a calm demeanor. Her condition is quite stable, not much different from that of the three senior sisters. The three of them were taken aback. Could it be that the immortal technique had also been completely lost, rendering her powerless? Please wait a moment, Changsheng instructed before turning and vanishing from sight. After a brief moment, he approached, bearing the veiled Yu upon his back, gently placing her down upon a stone. Grandmother. Xiao Jing and her companions prostrated themselves in reverence. After a lengthy pause, Yu weakly inquired, did you retrieve the items? The trio of Xiao Jing bit their lips, hesitating to respond. Ultimately, it was Xiao Jing who summoned her courage to recount the events. Incompetent fools, how could you allow the demon iron to escape? Yu coughed violently, rebuking them. After expending so much effort, I have gained nothing. What use are you to me? The three of them trembled in fearful submission. Yu could endure her own excruciating pain, but the loss of the elusive Tian Qinqin, so close yet so far, was an unbearable torment. 10 years of waiting to bring down the old demon. Was it an easy feat? Hao Jian bowed respectfully. Senior, it is entirely my fault for lacking skill and failing to secure the demon iron. My three sisters have done their utmost. Yu shot him a glance. He was neither particularly clever nor foolish, yet his ability to escape from the encirclement of nearly 100 members of the Mo family was indeed surprising. Changsheng, equally intrigued, asked, how did you manage to extricate yourself during our battle with the old demon and emerge unscathed? Hao Jian, somewhat embarrassed, confessed, to speak frankly. The situation was dire, and everyone was preoccupied with their own safety. I resorted to using my family heirloom meant for self-preservation. A family heirloom? What treasure is that? Inquisitive gazes turned towards him. Hao Jian addressed Changsheng. Brother E, do you not recall our last encounter when I employed it? Changsheng shook his head, having seen naught but the soft whip employed by Hao Jian. Hao Jian blinked his innocent eyes. The invisibility talisman. Isn't that a fake? Questioned Changsheng, leaving Yu and the others perplexed. Hao Jian's face flushed. That particular one was indeed a fake. However, when my sister and I embarked on our journey at our parents' behest, my mother bestowed upon me a genuine invisibility talisman for emergencies. My sister, concerned for my naivety, secretly gave me one of her own talismans. Fortunately, one of them was authentic. Xiao Jing and her companions gasped. You possess such a precious talisman? You truly are a rich heir. Changsheng found it perplexing. Was a talisman of ordinary power truly so extraordinary as to elicit such astonishment from beautiful maidens? It seemed rather excessive. Was this truly the reality of the so-called inferior celestial domain that Jiyu spoke of? Changsheng's heart stirred. He realized his understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. At that moment, Jiyu sniffed and exclaimed, Have you been tainted by something unclean? Xiao Jing hurriedly replied, Grandmother, we went to the Demon Flower Valley, where the stench was unbearable and lingers still. Hao Jian hastily sniffed his own clothing, soon realizing the odor was quite pronounced. Jiyu, who was known for her fastidiousness, immediately stated, Changsheng, we must depart. Changsheng spread his hands. Grandmother, the Moonlight Palace has been abandoned. Where shall we go? A solitary tear quietly slid down Jiyu's exquisitely beautiful, yet dark visage. The pressing matter at hand was that they needed to find a tranquil place to recuperate and recover. Yet in this desolate wilderness, devoid of even a pure water source, it is hardly an inviting locale. Hao Jian, after much contemplation, suggested, if the fairy and esteemed guests do not mind, you may come to my humble abode at Hao Family Village for respite. We have several uninhabited courtyards that, once tidied, could serve as a tranquil sanctuary. Ji raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Changsheng inquired, Is your home far? Not far, less than 5,000 li, replied Hao Jian. Changsheng smirked, thinking, in this inferior realm of cultivation, lacking high-speed rail and the ability to fly on swords, how could 5,000 li be considered near? Yet Jiyu interjected. Thank you for your kind offer, Hao Jian. Lead the way, Changsheng. Carry me. Very well, Hao Jian replied dutifully as he moved ahead. Suddenly, Changsheng halted. Noticing the three elder sisters gazing at him with pitiful eyes, tears brimming in their orbs. Their grandmother had three elder sisters gravely injured, their spiritual power entirely depleted, rendering them unable to stand, let alone walk. Jiyu scoffed. The journey is long. They are utterly useless and a burden. Xiaojing, tend to your wounds here. Once you recover, join me at Hao Family Village. Xiaojing and the others bowed their heads, stifling their sobs. Changsheng, perturbed, retorted, Grandmother, the three elder sisters are powerless. Staying here is akin to waiting for death. Then let them wait for death, Jiyu replied coldly. Changsheng stared at her in disbelief. They have served you for a decade. They are my elder sisters. Jiyu snapped back. What, do you intend to instruct me on my actions? You are but a mere furnace. Had it not been for the presence of Hao Jian and the constraints of injury, I would have already risen in protest. Changsheng, momentarily taken aback, declared, If the fairy does not take them, I shall. You dare rebel? To disregard my commands. Jiyu scolded. Three invalids, devoid of power. What good would it do to have them accompany us? Chapter 34. Yi's insight. Seeing Jiyu's fury, Xiaojing and the others turned pale with fright. Xiao Tian spoke softly. Longsheng, the grandmother speaks the truth. We are less than mere mortals. How can we accompany you and burden the grandmother? You go on ahead with her. Do not fret for us. Jiyu rebuked. Foolish servants, still calling him junior brother. I have purchased you, cared for you for 10 years. Teaching you the ways of cultivation, you should be grateful. Xiao Tian bowed his head. The grandmother is right. Hao Jian stood to the side, at a loss. Never having anticipated such a predicament, Jiyu commanded, Changsheng, cease this indecisiveness. To achieve great things, one must act decisively. Carry me. Changsheng resolutely replied, Fairy, we are not mere grass or wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? They are my dear elder sisters, who have cherished me for a decade. Now it is my turn to cherish them. As long as they do not perish from my affection, I shall shower them with love regardless of the cost. Jiyu, taken aback, chastised him, hopeless, utterly foolish, inexplicable. After a moment, she added, But how will you carry them out of the mountains without extraordinary strength? Hao Jian timidly suggested. Perhaps we should proceed with my method. I could carry the three sisters, though it may not be the most graceful of positions. After emerging from the mountains, we shall procure a carriage, and that will simplify matters. Jiyu let out a cold huff. She was in greater need of Changsheng than ever before. Thus she could only suppress her ire. Changsheng stood tall against the wind. My three senior sisters are of noble lineage. How could they possibly lack grace? They must make a dignified exit from the mountains. Xiao Jing exclaimed, Junior brother, the senior sisters are merely servants. What dignity do they require? Allowing us to continue following our matriarch is a significant favor. Changsheng turned, saying, Hao Jian, you shall remain here to guard the fairy and the senior sisters. I shall return shortly. Hao Jian, clutching his sword, replied, Rest assured, brother, I will not fail in my duty. Changsheng, where are you going? Jiyu called out, fearing that if he departed, all their efforts would be for naught. Such a possibility was not without merit. Changsheng had grown resolute. Nevertheless, he paid her no heed, presenting her with a broad silhouette as he dashed towards the Black Valley's demonic lair. The old demon's lair was vast and deep, yet eerily vacant. Changsheng ascended the steps, striding directly into the grand hall. Before him stood an incense burner, its ashes long cooled, while several square tables and 10 grand chairs were arranged throughout the hall. The demon's minions had either perished or fled. The once dominant Black Valley had reached a desperate impasse. Changsheng's ears perked up, and he stood still in concentration before suddenly darting towards a grass shed at the side of the courtyard. With a swift kick, he shattered the wooden door, sending debris flying. "Come out, all of you!" From the ruins emerged faces filled with trepidation. "Spare us, we are but menial workers, innocent of wrongdoing." One by one, they stepped out, forming a line in the courtyard, trembling in fear. The once mighty old demon had been slain, and for these lowly minions, life and death rested on the whims of the powerful. Changsheng surveyed the 12 individuals before him. Their abilities were undeniably meager, comprised solely of laborers. A faint smile crept across his face. This was fortuitous. "Do you wish to live?" he inquired. Yes, yes, yes. Spare us, and we shall do whatever you ask." They hastily responded, fearful that Changsheng might change his mind. Changsheng pointed to the 6 individuals in front. "You shall enter the grand hall and carry out 6 grand chairs." He then gestured towards the 6 at the back. "Each of you, chop 2 large bamboo poles, quickly." In mere moments, 6 grand chairs and 12 bamboo poles lay before Changsheng. "Now, thread the bamboo through the chairs and construct a sedan," he commanded, true to their station as menials. Before Changsheng could blink, the 6 bearers had securely bound the sedan. He scrutinized their work, wrinkling his nose as he pointed towards the nearby mountain spring. "Clean yourselves from head to toe, at once." The 12 individuals dove into the water, scrubbing and rinsing, and soon stood before Changsheng, refreshed and tidy. "From this moment forth, do not let your eyes wander, nor let your mouths chatter. Follow my directions without question. If I say go east, you shall go east. If I say go west, you shall go west. Lift the chairs and follow me." Changsheng ambled forward with his hands clasped behind him, followed closely by 12 wary companions who dared not lag behind. Soon, they returned to their previous location. Hao Jian, upon seeing the lengthy procession, was utterly astounded. It turned out that Changsheng had gone to summon bearers to carry his grandmother and 3 senior sisters down the mountain, a display of dignity. His admiration for Changsheng swelled further. Even Jiyu, who had been fuming, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The little rascal truly had a clever mind. "Humph. No matter how clever he is, he remains my furnace, my exclusive possession, the property of Jiyu, the immortal." Having arranged for Jiyu and the senior sisters, Changsheng turned to Hao Jian and said, "This idea came to me thanks to your inspiration." "Really? To be honest, brother, I have also taken great pride in my own creativity for quite some time," Hao Jian replied, his face flushed with excitement. He yearned for Changsheng to ask him more questions, allowing him to recount the genius concept from inception to fruition. However, Changsheng would not grant him such an opportunity. "Hao Jian, this chair is yours. Lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind," he stated. "Thank you, brother. Then I shall take my rightful place," Hao Jian exclaimed, comfortably settling into the grand chair, savoring the memory of his clever maneuvering. "How am I so brilliant? After more than a year of training outside, I have truly made great strides. Upon returning home after this journey, everyone will surely regard me with newfound respect." An involuntary chuckle escaped his lips. Changsheng glanced at him, thinking to himself, it is a miracle that Hao Jian, who boasts of his training, has survived in this world plagued by demonic forces. The mountain path was treacherous, and they had traversed for 3 days before finally encountering a proper road. Changsheng, puzzled, inquired, "Why have we not seen a single village or traveler along the way?" Xiao Jing replied, "The old demon wreaks havoc in this region. Aside from the occasional lost passerby, no one dares to come here. There were once some villages, but they have all been devastated by the Black Valley's horrors." Changsheng remarked, "So we have been living in a desolate area all this time." Hao Jian slowly approached from the front, saying, "Do not fret, brother. After another day's journey, we will come upon a larger village and a marketplace." With a resigned shake of his head, Changsheng suddenly pondered a question. "Hao Jian, do you have any money for purchasing horses or carts when we reach the marketplace?" After all, he himself did not possess any funds. Hao Jian appeared somewhat awkward and replied, "I had some money, but it was seized by the Black Valley's people. I had to give it to the guards. And now I am completely broke. Do the 3 senior sisters have any funds?" Changsheng asked. They all shook their heads in unison. Changsheng leaned closer to Jiyu. "Grandmother, do you not possess many gemstones, as well as some pigeon egg-sized diamonds that could be exchanged for money?" Jiyu replied, "What gemstones or diamonds? Only spirit stones are of any use. Moreover, people are quite astute. Aside from spirit stones, they only recognize gold and silver, especially gold. Changsheng mused to himself, I still know too little about this world. Diamonds are of no value? Are people truly so wealthy? Hao Jian seemed to sense his confusion and explained, brother, the transparent gems you speak of are merely aesthetically pleasing and hold little monetary worth. With a certain level of power, one can transmute stone into diamond, and they can create as many as they desire. With spiritual power, one can compress stones into transparent diamonds. In the realm of cultivation, this feat is achievable for those who have reached at least the 7th level of qi refinement. Only a monk with too much idle time would waste precious spiritual energy on such a task. If one can transform stone into diamond, could they not also transmute stone into gold? Would that not mean gold would be abundant everywhere? Changsheng inquired further. Hao Jian chuckled, brother having spent so long in the mountains, you may not be aware as I am from my travels. Gold cannot be created from stone. The notion of transmuting stone into gold is merely a legend. Why is that? Hao Jian continued. Your question strikes me as curious, brother Everyone knows that gold cannot be made, yet no one has pondered why it cannot. At this moment, Yu, who had been mostly silent, interjected, not entirely so. Oh, you know of someone capable of turning stone into gold? Wouldn't that make them the wealthiest person in the world? Hao Jian responded, astonished. Yu seemed reluctant to engage in a back and forth with Hao Jian, and after a significant pause, replied coolly. Cultivators of the ascension stage and above can indeed perform such a technique. Hao Jian laughed heartily. Those of the ascension stage are the true immortals, ultimately. They too cannot turn stone into gold. Suddenly aware of his lack of decorum towards Yu, he lowered his head in silence. Changsheng contemplated for a moment and declared, I understand now. Transforming stone into diamond still results in stone, while turning stone into gold involves converting it into an entirely different elemental state of gold. Without sufficient skill, such a transformation is impossible. You are both correct. Yu nodded silently, feeling a touch of worry. Was Changsheng too intelligent for his own good? He might prove difficult to manage in the future. Hao Jian seemed to have an epiphany. Brother your insight is profound. Chapter 35. The Three Great Precepts. Yu beckoned Changsheng over, and he approached, pressing his ear close to her lips to feel her warm breath. Changsheng, it is getting late. We should rest here and continue our journey tomorrow. Very well. Also, please have them step aside and set up a small barrier. I need to empty myself. Yu, having exhausted her powers, was now operating at a mortal's pace. With a soft whistle, Changsheng called for the attendants to halt, and they quietly moved to the side. He established the barrier, isolating everyone. Yu shot him a resentful glance and said, hurry and support me. I can't hold it any longer. Is it that urgent? Changsheng asked, hastily assisting her. It wouldn't be if you hadn't been whistling incessantly. Yu chastised, unaware that he was a sensitive being. Changsheng remarked, if you are in such a state, surely the 3 senior sisters require my assistance as well. I shall attend to them. Stop. They do not deserve your help. If you are concerned for them, let that foolish lad serve them. Changsheng shot Yu a disapproving look. It was unreasonable to assign a boy like Hao Jian to such tasks. Yu replied softly, Changsheng, you are different from them. Changsheng paid her little mind, whistling as he approached the 3 senior sisters. Do you need assistance? The 3 nodded silently, with Xiao Tian sighing, Junior brother, we are as helpless as the disabled. We cannot even manage the basics of daily life, so it is better if you leave us be. Changsheng lowered the barrier, declaring, leave you be? I have yet to repay you for all you have done for me over the past 10 years. Xiao Jing chuckled lightly and said, then please be gentle. Xiao Chong replied, there are no toilets in the wilderness. I am unafraid of your mischief. Xiao Tian bit her lip and said, my legs have regained strength, but my hands are uncooperative. I must trouble you for assistance. Retribution. Changsheng sighed deeply and said, please resolve your matters here. I shall assist in treating your meridians tonight. Serving others was not his forte, and he found himself somewhat flustered, yet he managed to address the issue. Changsheng helped the 3 to sit on chairs, while Xiao Jing continued to shake her hands. Nearby, Hao Jian stood guard over the servants. He touched his face and gazed at the clear sky, saying, brother this place is not suitable for lingering. What is the feng shui pour? Changsheng inquired. It has nothing to do with feng shui. It is going to rain, and we should find a shelter, he replied earnestly. I have traveled for over a year, enduring the elements, and I can withstand it. However, grandmother and the 3 senior sisters are delicate. We must not let them get drenched. Changsheng glanced at Xiao Jing, who was still shaking her hands, and said to Hao Jian, your life experience surpasses mine. I shall heed your advice, and we shall move to another location. They relocated to the banks of a small river and quickly set up camp. Changsheng tossed a long rope to Hao Jian, saying, bind the servants to prevent them from escaping in the night. Understood, Hao Jian replied, taking the rope and binding them one by one. A middle-aged servant pleaded, Taoist Hao, we are but lowly servants, weary from our journey and poorly fed. please bind us loosely. Hao Jian felt a bit awkward and said, then I shall not make you carry anything tomorrow. I will walk myself. He asked the servants, is this tight enough? Looser, please. Taoist Hao, with your profound skills, do you truly fear we might escape? The middle-aged servant replied, of course not. No matter how swiftly you run, you cannot outpace the sword in my hand. Hao Jian declared. Once the binding was complete, the middle-aged servant displayed a sly grin as he watched Hao Jian depart. Hao Jian approached Changsheng and said, Brother Yi, I shall catch some game and gather some fruits. Changsheng, finally having a moment to himself, said, let us go together. There should be no danger in this area. Changsheng set up simple protective wards around Jiyu and the three senior sisters before departing with Hao Jian. In less than half an hour, they had caught several wild rabbits and gathered a large bag of wild fruits. With time still on their side, Changsheng stood atop a small hill, observing Jiyu and the others a mile away, all safe and sound. He turned away to relieve himself. Hao Jian stood beside him, also beginning to remove his clothing. The two youthful and handsome boys created a picturesque scene under the setting sun. Changsheng, feeling a surge of youthful exuberance, said, Hao Jian, shall we have a contest to see who can urinate the farthest? Hao Jian, filled with bravado, replied, to speak honestly, I have been holding it in for quite some time. Immediately, two streams shot forth, resembling vibrant rainbows. Hao Jian, filled with a sense of triumph, cast a glance at Changsheng and exclaimed, Brother Yi, are you truly wearing women's undergarments? Changsheng could only respond with a semblance of nonchalance. Alas, my family is impoverished. I have worn the discarded garments of my senior sister since childhood. In this regard, I cannot compare to you, a scion of wealth. Hao Jian glanced at himself and remarked, in truth, I also hail from an ordinary household. What is your family's annual income? Changsheng inquired. According to my mother, it is quite meager, barely enough to sustain our family. Perhaps around 100 million taels, Hao Jian pondered before answering. A modest goal barely sufficing for survival. The reason Changsheng engaged Hao Jian in conversation was to glean insights about the customs and culture of the Shengzhou Continent. Hao Jian, why is Shengzhou considered a lower-tier immortal domain? Changsheng asked bluntly, his mind teeming with questions. Lower-tier immortal domain? That notion does not exist, Hao Jian replied, somewhat perplexed. In such a vast continent, why were there only minor qi refining practitioners? Where had those who built foundations, cultivated golden cores, or achieved nascent souls and transformation gone? Is foundation building impossible in Shengzhou? Hao Jian blinked, finding Changsheng's inquiries rather peculiar. This is simply the way Shengzhou has been for tens of thousands of years. No one has ever questioned why. In Shengzhou, 3 major edicts prevail. 1 must not establish sects, 2 must not craft talismans or refine pills, and 3 must not defy the Xiantian. The invisibility talismans used by Hao Jian had been passed down in his family for nearly a century, each valued at 50,000 taels. If they were truly an ordinary family, who would dare to expend such wealth? Xiantian refers to the vast land of Xiantian, where spiritual energy is abundant and spiritual stones are plentiful, teeming with formidable beings. The Shengzhou Continent is governed by Xiantian, which has established a tri-tiered organization, Sun Yuan, Sun Tang, and Sun Yi, to oversee the realm of immortality and mortals alike. Due to the extreme barrenness of Shengzhou's spiritual energy, it can only produce spiritual plants, with virtually no spiritual mines, compounded by the 3 major edicts, rendering foundation building an unattainable endeavor. The spiritual plants harvested from Shengzhou, after preliminary refinement, are entirely transported to the Xiantian continent. Is Shengzhou not a colony of Xiantian? Changsheng cursed. Hao Jian, not grasping the meaning of colony, chuckled. Why does Brother Yi seem so agitated? The cultivators of Shengzhou can also enter the land of Xiantian. Changsheng felt a stir in his heart. If Shengzhou was indeed a barren land, why had the proud Jiyu chosen to reside here for a decade? Wouldn't it be more noble to dwell in the bounteous land of Xiantian? Hao Jian's stomach grumbled audibly, and he said, those servants have been clamoring about hunger. Let us return. Changsheng scanned the camp and asked, where have you tied the servants? Upon closer inspection, Hao Jian's mind buzzed with alarm. Chapter 36. The appearance of the patroller Changsheng and Hao Jian hurried back to the camp at the swiftest pace. Upon seeing Jiyu and the 3 senior sisters safe and sound, Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The place where the servants had been bound was now left with only a pile of ropes. With a woeful expression, Hao Jian lamented. They asked me to loosen the bindings, but I never anticipated they would escape. Brother Yi, I shall now go and retrieve them. Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, you are unaware of the direction they fled. The day has grown late, so let it be. Hao Jian, filled with shame, glanced at the pile of abandoned palanquins devoid of bearers and contemplated briefly before suggesting, Brother Yi, I have an idea to redeem myself. Let us bind these bamboo poles together. You and I can carry Granny and our senior sister. Changsheng smiled faintly, a A splendid notion, yet by tomorrow, Granny and the senior sisters should be able to walk unassisted. These makeshift palanquins will no longer be necessary. Hao Jian displayed a sense of regret. Subsequently, Changsheng kindled a fire to roast a rabbit, gathering aromatic wild herbs by the stream as seasoning, and soon the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma. The three senior sisters transformed into eager gourmands, calling out, "Junior brother, hurry and assist us." Hao Jian, astounded, exclaimed, "Brother E, you are truly capable of anything. I have never tasted such exquisite rabbit before." From a distance, Jiyu called, "Changsheng, come here." Changsheng approached her, holding a piece of fragrant rabbit meat. Jiyu, peering through her veil, coldly remarked, "Remember, you must not engage in such menial tasks in the future." Menial tasks? Jiyu truly fancied herself a celestial being. She accepted the rabbit meat, delicately biting into it, nearly gasping with delight. It was so delectable that she forgot all about cultivating her immortality. "Changsheng, you must refrain from this in the future. It might affect Granny's resolve." Changsheng mused that this was trivial. He could effortlessly conjure dozens of delicacies that the people of Shengzhou could never replicate. "Granny, with the bearers gone, will you be able to walk tomorrow?" "It is for the best, a group of unclean individuals. Walking will not pose a problem, though it may be at a slower pace," Jiyu replied. However, her strength had yet to be fully restored. Changsheng checked on the condition of the three senior sisters, determining that after another night of care, they would be able to walk. After feasting on rabbit and wild fruits, Hao Jian began to practice his swordplay aside. An hour later, he sheathed his sword and noticed Changsheng sprawled on the grass, sound asleep. Brother E is truly lax. I have never seen him meditate or cultivate. How can he expect to enhance his skills this way? Fortunately, I gifted him a soft whip for self-defense. He muttered to himself as he prepared to patrol the area for safety. However, Changsheng suddenly sprang upright, exclaiming, "Just now, an intense desire to cultivate surged within me. But thankfully, my self-control prevailed." This nap was not in vain. He had much to attend to next. After a night of diligent effort, Changsheng finally found a moment to rest. The night shift had drained considerable spiritual energy. Yet the good news was that Jiyu and the senior sisters had greatly improved. As dawn broke, Hao Jian rushed over, sword in hand. "Brother, we have a situation." He pointed in the direction of a large group approaching swiftly, and soon their faces became discernible. Hao Jian squinted closely, clapped his hands, and declared, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The bearers have returned. Moreover, they brought 3 additional individuals along with them." He hurried to greet them. "I have treated you all well. I trust you will reciprocate." Amidst the crowd, a loud thud echoed as a burly man knocked him to the ground, shouting, "Seize him." Zhongxing stood resolutely before them, wielding a soft whip in hand. At that moment, the servants silently retreated to the side, while 3 men, armed and fierce-eyed, fixed their gaze upon Changsheng. It was only upon seeing Xiao Jing and her companions that their eyes lit up. "Someone has reported that you are trafficking virtuous women, and it appears to be true." One of the knife-wielding men barked at Changsheng. "Kneel before us." "Kneel? Am I hearing correctly?" Changsheng's brows furrowed deeply. "What is this we you refer to?" Hao Jian struggled to rise, exclaiming, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. We are all good people, and they are our family members." The term, Sunjia, which denotes the officials of the Xiantian Dadi established in Shengzhou, carried considerable power, allowing them to dispose of anyone at will. Upon hearing their self-identification as this patrol, Hao Jian was taken aback, realizing they were not individuals to be trifled with. The middle-aged servant revealed a sly smile. They had initially intended to flee but encountered the 3 patrolmen along the way. To avoid being killed as rogue cultivators, they falsely claimed to have been abducted by Changsheng, mentioning that 4 exceptionally beautiful women had been left behind. Consequently, the patrolmen had ordered them to lead the way, which led them to Changsheng. The 3 patrolmen had just exhibited their spiritual energy, and Changsheng discerned that their cultivation levels were around the 3rd tier, a relatively high realm among ordinary cultivators in Shengzhou. "At least I'm still a notch above." Changsheng scoffed. "I care not for your status as patrolman. I will strike regardless." The knife-wielding patrolman stepped forward to Xiao Jing and her companions. "Have you been sold by them?" Xiao Chong and the others, having lived in seclusion for so long, were not fully aware of the patrolman's authority, and she merely cast him a glance. "Can't you see that we are together?" The patrolman's expression darkened. "I have never seen anyone dare to disrespect a patrolman. We have come to rescue you, yet you fail to show gratitude. I suspect you are not good people." "Then perhaps your eyesight is faulty," Xiao Jing retorted with sarcasm. The patrolman was momentarily taken aback, responding with disdain. "The ignorant folk of this remote area, utterly uncultured." One of his companions interjected, "Brother, there is no need to waste words with them. Let us take them all back for processing." Hao Jian hastily protested, "Esteemed patrolman, we are truly not bad people." The knife-wielding patrolman scrutinized Xiao Jing and her companions. acknowledging that the servants were indeed rare beauties. This trip had not been in vain. Beside him, the veiled figure must be even more exquisite. Changsheng glowered at him, while Hao Jian appeared anxious, fearing that Changsheng might act disrespectfully. The knife-wielding patrolman approached Jiyu, inquiring, "Who is she, that she dares not show her face?" Changsheng replied, "She is my grandmother." An old woman? The patrolman tilted his head, and suddenly, with a flick of his blade, he tore away Jiyu's veil. Her face, dark yet smooth and alluring, was revealed, with icy phoenix eyes fixed upon him. The patrolman murmured to himself, "Indeed a beauty, but why so dark?" Had it not been for Hao Jian's frantic gestures, Changsheng would have already struck him with a whip. What was Hao Jian so afraid of? Changsheng suppressed his fury. The comrade of the knife-wielding patrolman, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Brother, is it truly as they say, breathtakingly beautiful?" The patrolman chuckled heartily. "She possesses a fair visage. If we were to play hide and seek at night, she would remain undetected. Ha ha." Chapter 37. Eternal Pursuit. The patrolman seemed to recall something, scrutinizing Jiyu for a prolonged moment before using the tip of his blade to lift her veil. "I believe I have encountered you before." Jiyu flashed a smile. "I have long resided in the mountains. This is my first venture out in years." "You must be mistaken." I doubt you are." The patrolman glanced at Xiao Jing and the others, his eyes glinting with mischief, before turning to them. "You miscreants dare to slander the innocent? You must be weary of life." As he approached them, Jiyu signaled to Changsheng. He moved to her side. Leaning in to listen, Jiyu whispered, "Changsheng, I need you to catch them off guard and eliminate the 3 patrolmen. Alas, I cannot guarantee success against all 3. Moreover, the patrolmen hold esteemed positions. It is unwise to provoke them lightly. No, you must accomplish this task. Do not fret, although I have lost my powers. My insight remains intact. Together, they are no match for you. Do not forget, you possess the strength of both me and the old demon. And Hao Jian will lend you his support. Why must we kill them? It is far too perilous. I have declared, those who see me shall perish." Jiyu's forehead sprouted several tendrils resembling serpentine dragons. Nearby, anguished cries erupted as the 3 patrolmen mercilessly slaughtered over a dozen servants. They wiped the blood from their blades and turned to Changsheng and his companions, stating, "Since you are virtuous, we shall not make things difficult for you. This place is too far from the patrol city. It is unsafe. Allow us to escort you." The lead patrolman had already conspired with his companions during the massacre, deeming the 3 women exceptionally beautiful, while the others, they would be dispatched. They had already tested Hao Jian's prowess. Changsheng seemed hardly superior. As the patrolman approached, Changsheng gripped his soft whip and stepped forward. The patrolman, with a relaxed smile, thought, "This lad is unarmed. Taking his life would be no different from slaying a servant." Just then, Xiao Jing dashed forward, positioning herself before Changsheng. "What is the eldest sister doing?" He had infused spiritual energy into his whip, preparing to strike at the 3 patrolmen. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Jing had perceived the murderous intent gleaming in the patrolman's eyes and, disregarding all else, placed herself in front of Changsheng to shield him. Her powers had not yet returned. She could only risk her flesh. "Honorable patrolman, thank you for your protection. If you can ensure my grandmother and my 2 junior brothers remain unharmed, my sisters and I are willing to do anything." The 3 patrolmen were taken aback, clearly recognizing that this woman had discerned their intentions. Truly, she is remarkably astute. Xiao Chong and Xiao Tian stepped forward, asserting, "Whatever our sister does, we shall do as well. Please, esteemed patrollers, look upon our plight and ensure the safety of our family." The situation had been laid bare. The leading patroller laughed heartily, declaring, "To speak frankly, in this den of wickedness, we patrollers slay all we encounter, leaving no survivors. If the patroller would show mercy and spare us, we 3 sisters are willing to submit ourselves," Xiao Jing implored, pulling at her garment to reveal a vast expanse of smooth, pale skin below her neck. The eyes of the 3 patrollers widened in astonishment. What followed would surely be a spectacle of perilous allure. Hao Jian lowered his head, nearly reaching his waist, exclaiming, "Such indecency is unfit for youth." Xiao Jing pleaded desperately, "I only ask that the 3 of you spare my grandmother and my 2 junior brothers." "Impossible. I can grant a single life at most. Choose swiftly. I cannot wait." The patroller commanded. Xiao Jing, lamenting her lack of spiritual power, found herself resorting to this desperate measure. However, the choice of whom to save weighed heavily upon her heart. "Choose. If not, none shall be spared. Act now." The patroller insisted. "I will choose. I choose the helpless Xiao Jing," she declared, her gaze shifting to Changsheng. "No need for that. If there is a matter, let it be directed at me." Changsheng interjected, pulling Xiao Jing and the others behind him. "You may indulge in feasting and merriment while I handle this." "Brother, do not act recklessly," Xiao Jing cried out. Hao Jian, trembling, warned, "You cannot offend the patroller." The lead patroller, casting a sidelong glance, remarked, "I shall ensure your sister enjoys herself." Changsheng retorted coldly, "You three, will it be one by one or all at once? Encountering me today, your fortunes have taken a turn for the worse." The patrollers exchanged glances, astonished that this young man dared to resist, even to challenge them. "Rest assured, I shall not slay you immediately. Instead, I intend to relish myself in front of you and your sisters. And your grandmother, the one with the dark skin, should prove quite amusing as well. Ha ha ha." A flash of black light surged forth, intertwined with ethereal moonlight and wisps of dark energy. A soft whip, as unyielding as ancient iron, shot forth from one of the patrollers' mouths. In a heartbeat, the leading patroller, shocked, exclaimed, "You wield dark sorcery," as he and another patroller swung their blades towards Changsheng. "Be careful, brother E," Hao Jian urged, brandishing his sword and parrying the blow with a resounding clash that sparked a blinding light, causing his hand to tremble. Changsheng mused, another clumsy ally has emerged. Moments ago, he had been contemplating the techniques of Jiyu and the old demon, and had thus unleashed astonishing combat prowess that prompted the patrollers to exclaim about dark sorcery. Having already dispatched one foe, the remaining two would naturally be no challenge. Had he known he possessed such might, he would not have endured until now. At that moment, the soft whip returned to his grasp. Emitting a sharp whistle, he evaded the encircling attack of the patrollers and, like a serpent, swiftly coiled the whip around one's neck. Tight, the steel wire constricted, and in an instant, it severed the head from the body. The leader of the patrol was taken aback, turning to flee. With a swift motion, Changsheng sent several crescent blades hurtling forth, and the patrolman collapsed to the ground. Changsheng approached, stepping on his chest, exclaiming, "What a feeble creature you are, so easily dispatched." The leader spat blood. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the calamity you have wrought? To defy a patrolman is a capital offense. To assault one means the annihilation of your entire lineage." Changsheng turned to Hao Jian and inquired, "Are patrolmen truly that formidable?" After a moment's reflection, Hao Jian replied, "They once were, but that is no longer the case." The patrolman wailed, "You are woefully ignorant. Those who slay patrolmen will be pursued to the ends of the earth. You shall spend your lives in eternal flight. Changsheng, cease this idle chatter and eliminate him. Reduce him to ashes." The tide of events has already been set. Jiyu had silently appeared behind them. The patrolman fixed his gaze on Jiyu, pointing at her and exclaiming, "I remember now. You are." A small dagger flew toward his throat. Jiyu coldly declared, "I have warned you. Those who behold my visage shall perish." She turned to the trembling Hao Jian, asking, "Did you glimpse my appearance just now, young Master Hao?" Shivering, he lowered his head and stammered, "Grandmother, I saw nothing at all." At that moment, even the three sisters, Shao Jing, dared not raise their heads. Changsheng remarked, "The patrolman merely wielded his knife for a few seconds. I had no time to intervene. Now that he lies dead, rest assured, grandmother." Jiyu had spent the entire night recuperating, her spiritual energy slightly restored. The earlier throwing knife had drained her of her strength, compelling her to meditate on the spot. Hao Jian quietly gathered the bodies together, then conjured a fireball to incinerate them. Changsheng said, "The mountains are fraught with danger, and the outside world is no better. Let us depart." However, Jiyu countered, "No, we shall not go to Hao's village." Chapter 38. The identity of the patrolman. Jiyu had changed her mind. She wished to go to the city, the very place where the patrolman resided, the most prosperous city in Shengzhou. "What transpired today must remain a secret among you. Not a word shall escape your lips." Jiyu's voice was frigid. Should anyone learn that they had slain 3 patrolmen, they would be hunted down, even if they burrowed underground. Her change of heart regarding the journey to Hao's village stemmed from her own unavoidable predicament. Her injuries could not be solely treated by Changsheng's pure young body. She required some precious elixirs. The city, it was said, housed an abundance of resources. Upon hearing of the trip to the city, Changsheng felt elated. Who would prefer to dwell in a mere village? His time at Yuehua Palace had left him feeling stifled. Changsheng, did not traverse to this world merely to endure hardships. However, while the prospect of visiting the city was appealing, a lack of funds presented a significant obstacle. Changsheng turned to Hao Jian, asking, "Could you return briefly and procure a few million from your family's income of 100 million taels, just to lend to a brother?" Hao Jian hesitated, saying, "Brother E, you may not be aware, but for the children of the Hao family, if they do not elevate their martial prowess or attain the status of a patrolman during their training, they may never return home." On this occasion, he could only escort Changsheng and his companions to the entrance of Haoji village, where he entrusted a message to a passerby for his mother. What exactly is a Xuanxing? Changsheng was somewhat perplexed. The is a test for cultivators established by the Xuani, and those who pass not only elevate their social standing, but also gain the opportunity to participate in the Xuantong level examination. Achieving satisfactory results allows one to become a mid-level and be appointed as an ordinary Xuanjai, thus ensuring a life free from financial worries. Living in a manner above the common folk. Xiao Jing remarked, "We have lost all our powers and have no hope of becoming. However, you are different, Shitty. You are certain to pass the test, and perhaps even ascend to become a high level. A high level undergoes testing by the Xuanyuan, and those who succeed are granted direct access to the mysteries of the universe." Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, having been disenchanted with examinations in his previous life. Expressing no interest. "Do not fret over finances. Let us embark," Jiyu declared. She reached into her cloud-like hairdo and produced a radiant golden hairpin. Evidently crafted from pure gold, a piece of considerable value. "This is my last piece of jewelry. Once we reach the market, I shall exchange it for silver." "Excellent." Changsheng responded with a smile, accepting the hairpin. He turned to his 3 senior sisters and inquired, "What about your ornaments? We must ensure a dignified existence." The 3 of them touched their bare heads, sighing in resignation. "Rest assured, once we arrive in the city, I will procure the finest adornments for you," he assured them. After 2 days of travel, they finally beheld the bustling marketplace. Changsheng exchanged Jiyu's ornament for a horse-drawn carriage, still retaining 100 or so taels of silver. Having secured an enclosed carriage, it was significantly easier for him to tend to Jiyu's injuries, though he was cautious not to attract too much attention, particularly as the sharp-eared Hao Jian sat at the front. During such times, Jiyu would insist that the 3 senior sisters disembark. She allowed them only a brief moment of her attention, supervising closely to prevent any physical contact between them and Changsheng. A month later, they finally arrived at the city. The vastness of the urban expanse seemed endless, teeming with people like ants. Changsheng's eyes sparkled. He relished such lively environments. Everything appeared splendid, save for the lack of funds. "Let us sell the carriage and find a clean, affordable inn to settle in," Jiyu instructed. "Hao Jian, thank you for accompanying us. You may return now. Remember my words. Do not disclose a single word to anyone, not even your parents." A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes behind the veil. Were her powers fully restored, she would not allow Hao Jian to survive. As for Xiao Jing and the others, due to Changsheng's insistence, they remained close by for the time being. In Shengzhou, apart from Changsheng, who possessed a pure yang constitution, no one else caught her attention. Hao Jian stood there, mouth agape, dazed and motionless. He had ventured out for experience, taking a different path than his sister, specifically delving into the deep mountains and forests. It was said that masters resided among the common folk. Perhaps he might encounter a transcendent being. However, he nearly lost his life and ultimately found himself in the grand city. Now, with his grandmother urging him to leave, he felt utterly lost, devoid of funds, and with no relatives in the city. How could he possibly return? Changsheng discerned his embarrassment and chuckled, "Regardless, it is all part of the experience. One can earn a living anywhere. If you wish to accompany us, then stay." "Very well. I feel an instant camaraderie with you. Brother E, having spent so much time with grandmother and my 3 senior sisters, how could I possibly abandon you?" Hao Jian's heart raced with excitement. Jiyu cast a sideways glance at Changsheng, thinking him a mischievous child, ever so presumptuous. They sold their cart at the edge of the city, exchanging it for several hundred taels of silver. However, the prices in the city were exorbitant, and this sum would not last long. "Let us find a place to stay first." After inspecting several inns, their dissatisfaction grew. Either the prices were exorbitant or the conditions subpar, sometimes even lacking breakfast. Xiao Tian nudged Changsheng, indicating an impressive and stately inn nearby, with a tranquil environment and patrons clearly of a higher status than the average. "I shall inquire," he declared. "Grandmother, please wait here." Changsheng took Xiao Tian towards the inn. Upon entering the lobby, a server behind the counter bellowed, "Hey, what brings you two here?" "Of course, we wish to stay. Is that even a question?" Changsheng replied. The server scrutinized them for a moment and retorted, "This is not an ordinary inn. Make sure you know what you're getting into before entering." Changsheng patted the silver in his possession. "We have more than enough money. So kindly keep your eyes wide open." The server, with a haughty demeanor, as if accustomed to such customers, replied, "Our establishment does not concern itself with whether guests have money." "Then what does it concern itself with?" Changsheng inquired. "Identity. Do you two possess the qualifications to stay here?" The server seemed to enjoy teasing Changsheng. "Qualifications to stay in an inn? You might as well issue a membership." Changsheng scoffed. "None, you say? Then turn left upon exiting and keep walking until you are far away." The server insulted, clearly deeming them country bumpkins. "I am determined to stay here," Changsheng declared, slamming his hand on the counter, causing items to rattle and leap into the air. Suddenly, 5 or 6 burly men charged out from behind the counter, heading straight for Changsheng. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my establishment?" the server shouted, his bravado on full display. The imposing figures emanated a powerful aura, and Changsheng could sense they possessed considerable strength. If they sought trouble, he would not back down. He was ready to fight. Wait. A woman standing at the staircase on the second floor gently interjected. The burly men came to an abrupt halt, their feet skidding on the floor. Changsheng looked up to see a young woman, adorned in luxurious attire, unmistakably the proprietress. She gracefully approached Changsheng, glancing at Xiao Tian, and smiled. Is this your first time in the city? My establishment has its rules, and the server dares not serve you. However, I recommend you visit the nearby Yichuan Lu. Their prices are fair, and the ambience is akin to a garden. Chapter 39. The Flood of Misfortune as a Newcomer. Changsheng wished to avoid trouble. Since the proprietress greeted them with kindness, he decided to take her advice, snorting lightly as he exited the lobby with Xiao Tian. The server, watching their departing figures, turned to the proprietress with a puzzled expression. Isn't Yichuan Lu a brothel? The proprietress smiled coldly. Of course. If they step inside, they will never emerge. Umph, how dare they cause trouble in my establishment? If it weren't for their handsome men and delicate women, I would have ensured they crawled out. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Changsheng returned to Ji Yu's side and relayed the inn recommended by the proprietress. Ji Yu remarked, naive. Did you even inquire what kind of place that is? It's not an inn, but a pitiful establishment. Changsheng immediately grasped that they had been teased by the proprietress. This grudge would be remembered. He noticed a tea stall in the distance and suggested, let us rest there for a moment before seeking a more suitable inn. The trio, including Xiao Jing, were new to the city and brimmed with curiosity. Eager to explore the vicinity, Hao Jian was unwilling to rest, roaming the streets in search of an inn that would please Ji Yu. Changsheng assisted Ji Yu to a table, ordering a pot of spirit tea. Ji Yu took a small sip and promptly spat it out, exclaiming, unpalatable. Changsheng replied, is it really that exaggerated? After tasting it himself, he found it rather agreeable. Ji Yu had too high an opinion of herself. Across from the tea stall stood a resplendent three-story wooden building, Shengzhou Continent, adorned in opulence. The patrons above were leisurely sipping tea, indulging in delicacies, and enjoying the view. On the third floor, by the window, sat three individuals, all exuding the air of wealthy families. 5 bodyguards stood nearby, and at that moment, they were casually observing the impoverished souls at the tea stall. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table was surnamed Zhao, named Zhao Banqing, a figure of considerable strength. Even the patrollers respected him. In Shengzhou, where sects could not establish themselves, certain gangs and families had grown powerful. To his left sat a young man named Li Shan, and to his right, another named Zhang Si, both his sycophants. Suddenly, Zhao Banqing's hand holding the teacup froze, his gaze fixated in one direction. Approaching the tea stall was a woman with alluring curves, and judging by his extensive experience with people, if her clothing were less restrictive, her figure would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. Li Shan and Zhang Si followed his gaze, their bodies tensing. What a stunning beauty. The woman was none other than Xiao Jing, who glanced at the tea stall and then at the towering tea house, hesitating in her steps. Zhao Banqing muttered incantations. Come to me, come to me. Yet, Xiao Jing continued towards the modest tea stall, leaving Zhao Banqing deeply disappointed. So, she was merely a woman from a humble household? Brother Zhao, the minimum consumption at Shengzhou Continent starts at 100 taels of silver. What ordinary family would dare to drink tea here? Zhang Shan remarked. But I suspect she longs to come up. Zhang Si countered. Zhao Banqing mused. Since we are speculating, let us guess further. Is she at the tea stall alone, or is someone inviting her for tea? Surely she is alone. Otherwise, she would have walked straight in. Li Shan said. Brotherly makes a valid point. She is evidently just passing through, parched and seeking a refined place, yet unwilling to spend. Zhang Si concurred with his deduction. Zhao Banqing shook his head. You are mistaken. Shall we wager? Zhang and Li inquired. Very well. If I am wrong, you may charge all my debts at the Yichuan Pavilion to my account. Zhao replied cheerfully. If I am mistaken, I shall lick every railing of the Yichuan Pavilion. Zhang countered. The Shenzhou, Yichuan Pavilion, and Xinkalai were all properties of Zhao Banqing. Then I shall be left with licking the floor, Li Shan lamented. Missing out on the first opportunity. Their gazes followed Xiao Jing as she wandered. Before long, Xiao Jing approached Changsheng, pulled out a stool, and sat down. Zhang and Li banged their chests in frustration. Losing such a bet meant they would indeed have to lick, and they wouldn't hold back against Zhao Banqing. Zhao Banqing smiled at his companion, saying, keep an eye on that woman downstairs. Before he could finish, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Xiao Chang's fiery red lips illuminated the entire street in an instant. She walked to the foot of the Xinkalai, glanced around, and then stepped inside. Zhao Banqing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, which family does this little lady belong to? Her beauty rivals that of the curvaceous woman from earlier. Shall we wager again? Will she ascend to the upper floors? Li Shan proposed. The Xinkalai has 3 levels. I'll bet she will reach the 3rd floor. Zhao declared. Li Shan and Zhang burst into laughter. We bet she won tea come in. Due to their vantage point, they saw Xiao Chang turn around and exit. Damn it. Zhao Banqing felt vexed. Then shall we guess if she is alone? If she is alone, I shall invite her upstairs to drink with Brother Zhao, Li Shan stated. Then she is not alone, Zhang concurred. Very well, if she is not alone, I shall cover all your expenses at the Itsue Pavilion next month, Zhao Banqing offered. Xiao Chong noticed a tea stall and hurried to sit beside Xiao Jing, not daring to speak. Where is Sister Xiao Tian? Changsheng inquired. Xiao Chong pouted her luscious red lips. In the distance, a charming woman approached them. This scene caught Zhao Banqing's eye once more. He gasped, pinching his thigh. Doesn't he hurt? Am I dreaming? Li Shan grinned. Brother Zhao, you pinch my thigh? Zhao Banqing remained fixated on the slowly approaching Xiao Tian, thinking, upon seeing this woman, I feel compelled to be a better man. Shall we guess? Zhang asked. Indeed, I wager this lady is certainly alone. If I lose, I shall relinquish my several wives to you too. Zhao Banqing shouted somewhat hysterically. Zhang and Li Shan fell to their knees before him. Brother Zhao, please. That is out of the question. If you spare us, we willingly forfeit our previous wager. Zhao Banqing maintained a stern expression. What? Do you look down upon me or my wives? Brother Zhao has misunderstood. How could we be worthy of your esteemed ladies? Li Shan chuckled nervously. Had I known, I would never have wagered with Zhao Banqing. It's not just about money. It's a matter of life and death. Zhao Banqing's several wives are utterly voracious individuals. Their physique is certainly incapable of withstanding the ordeal. Over there, Xiao Tian has already taken a seat beside Xiao Chong. It is utterly unreasonable. Why should that impoverished lad be suddenly blessed with the company of 3 exquisite beauties? The heavens are most unjust. The drought-stricken perish, while the flood-stricken drown. Zhao Heir. Within the hour, I demand all their information. Should you fail to accomplish this task, you shall present yourself before me without your head. Zhao Banqing commanded. A nearby attendant promptly stepped aside and rushed down the stairs. Zhao brother truly possesses discerning taste. Any one of the 3 could uphold the entire Itsue Tower. Zhang Si flatteringly remarked. Since Zhao brother is so smitten, why not send a few men to abduct them? Li Shan suggested. Zhao Banqing struck him across the face. Abduct? They are all civilized individuals. Who would commit such acts? Zhao San, prepare 3 generous gifts. Zhao Si, bring more people. I shall personally propose marriage. Chapter 40. 2 forces of combat at the tea stall. Jiyu rebuked Xiao Jing and the others. You have emerged, yet you are of no use. Relying solely on Changsheng to manage everything. Do you not feel ashamed? Xiao Jing and the others dared not speak. It was their first foray into such grand affairs. Having resided in deep, secluded mountains, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Despite searching numerous establishments, Jiyu remained unsatisfied, leaving them with no recourse. The Matriarch is exceedingly picky, insisting that the inn be adorned like the Moonlight Palace. How is that even possible? Just then, Hao Jian, drenched in sweat, rushed over, seizing Ling Cha and drinking eagerly. Matriarch, senior sisters, brother, I have found a small courtyard in a narrow alley. I wonder if it would suffice. There are 3 main rooms, 1 storage room, and the courtyard is modest, measuring about 2 zhang square, with a small flower bed in the corner, overall rather tranquil. It is too small. How can so many of us fit? Xiao Jing remarked. The Matriarch requires at least 2 rooms. How shall we divide the remaining one? Xiao Chong added. Changsheng also found it inadequate. While he did not mind squeezing in with the senior sisters, as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. What about the rent? He inquired. 200 taels per month, Hao Jian replied. Changsheng nearly leaped up. Was this a school district residence or a Sihiyuan? 200 taels could build a house. I too find it excessively priced. Yet the landlord claims it is the lowest rate in the entire city, Hao Jian stated. This is robbery. Changsheng waved his hand. The money from selling the cart would not last for long. Then I shall continue searching, Hao Jian said, visibly disheartened. No need. We shall settle for that small courtyard. Jiyu's cold voice resonated. Hao Jian's eyes brightened. It seemed his judgment was not amiss. Jiyu rose, and the group followed Hao Jian into the alley. From the 3rd floor of the Xian Kulai across the street, Zhao Banqing ominously gazed at them until they vanished from sight, without ascertaining their true nature. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Banqing dared not act recklessly. The waters of Shuani City run deep. With decades of experience in his arduous endeavors, one learns that seemingly ordinary individuals may not be as easily trifled with, unless, of course, they are truly mundane. In that case, there would be no issue at all. He chuckled coldly, awaiting Zhao Heir's response. A residence costing 200 taels per month was entirely suitable for immediate occupancy. Jiyu unreservedly selected the 2 finest rooms, complete with an interior suite. The 3 sisters, Xiao Jing, shared a room. Hao Jian, feeling self-aware, stepped into the storage room, content to find a place to sleep. Far superior to the desolate Black Valley. Brother, we'll be rooming together tonight, it seems, Hao Jian said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. No matter. I'll be on the night shift, busy for the entire night, Changsheng replied. Hao Jian suddenly realized. I had forgotten that brother must tend to the injuries of grandmother and the senior sisters. It's quite a burden. Changsheng smiled faintly, though it is challenging. The sweetness within it is genuinely rewarding. Once the doors and windows were secured, he set a minor barrier according to Jiyu's method, and waves of spiritual energy began to ripple through the room. Grandmother, your complexion has significantly improved. Has your power restored to the 5th level? Not so quickly. Relying solely on your jade furnace technique, my meridians would struggle to return to their original state. Currently, I am barely at the 2nd level. Grandmother, why must those who behold your true form perish? Changsheng inquired. Do not ask, and do not ever ask again. Remember, this is an unbreakable edict. Changsheng pondered momentarily and suggested, could it be that you are the fugitive princess of Shengzhou, the last scion of the royal family? Jiyu scoffed. You've read too many tales. Your cultivation level has shown no progress after all this time? Jiyu frowned. This cannot be blamed on me. Grandmother's power is too low to share. How could I advance? Changsheng retorted. Oomph, you are quite aggrieved. Jiyu playfully swatted him. After a month of contemplation, I surmise that your true level hovers around the 5th tier, yet your combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Initially, Jiyu and the Black Valley Old Demon were both at mid-9th tier cultivation, with combat power slightly exceeding their cultivation levels. After sharing the spoils with Changsheng, their combined might converged into one. With careful practice, you can fully integrate my strength with that of the old demon. When you face the pursuers, I noted the 2 distinct fluctuations of spiritual energy on your soft whip, which led me to change my mind and come to the hidden city of Shuani. Jiyu, a practitioner who had once reached the peak of the 9th tier, despite her diminished power, still possessed a heightened sense of perception. What is the highest level I can attain? Changsheng asked. The pinnacle of the 9th tier, close to foundation establishment, Jiyu replied calmly. My goodness, Changsheng exclaimed, astonished. This indicated that he could traverse the lower realms of the immortal domain in Shengzhou with ease, bullying whomever he wished. No wonder the arrogant pursuers could not withstand him for long. Soon, he would return to the hall of immortal gathering, deliver a sound thrashing to the waiter, and then wreak havoc upon the hall itself. Changsheng, you have once again lost your focus. This is merely the best-case scenario. You must diligently cultivate to unlock the potential of both forms of combat power. However, due to your current realm not being the strongest, this combat power cannot be sustained. Jiyu cautioned. While my combat prowess has indeed improved, my realm has not ascended, and I fear it may still be challenging to heal your injuries. Changsheng replied. Indeed. Thus, you have a crucial task. Procure the Yangjing pill for me as swiftly as possible. With the Yangjing pill, her meridian recovery speed will exponentially increase. And coupled with Changsheng's pure Yang fire, her realm should return to the initial stage of the 5th layer in no time. Isn't Shengzhou capable of refining pills? Changsheng recalled the 3 great prohibitions. Not exactly, but as long as one possesses sufficient wealth, many desired items can still be procured, Jiyu explained. Some precious pills from the Xintian realm also find their way into Shengzhou through special channels, Changsheng stated. Rest assured, I shall certainly acquire the Yangjing pill. Next door, Xiao Jing and her companions sat in meditation to cultivate their energy. After a long while, Xiao Jing finally spoke. After a journey of braving the elements, we can finally rest and tend to our injuries properly. Xiao Chong remarked. However, without our junior brother's assistance, our self-healing efforts yield dismal results. Xiao Tian gently interjected. Sisters, keep your voices down. Otherwise, we might disturb grandmother, and we would be in grave trouble. At the mere mention of Jiyu, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. Chapter 41. Do not interject to conserve energy. Changsheng had set up a minor barrier solely to prevent intrusions by outsiders. Changsheng's voice echoed. Grandmother, you are too harsh on the 3 senior sisters. You ought to reconsider your approach. Jiyu retorted sternly. Reconsider what? I have already shown them considerable leniency. You should stop coddling them. I protect them, yet you have never reproached me for it, have you? Humph. If I were not currently unable to contend with you, I would have confronted you long ago. A candid truth. Xiao Jing and her companions exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues in relief. Fortunately, our junior brother is shielding us. Otherwise, we cannot even guarantee our lives. Xiao Jing pondered. Throughout this time, our junior brother has not uttered a single word. Yet, it is also our fault, with grandmother devising such an intricate strategy without obtaining the Tian Qinqian. Her mood is understandably poor, and we should not blame her. Perhaps our senior sister is being overly self-critical. We have successfully nurtured our junior brother into maturity and even cultivated the golden liquid jade furnace technique, which is a significant achievement, Xiao Chong remarked. Sisters, let us seize the time to cultivate diligently and swiftly restore our powers. This will be beneficial for grandmother and prevent her from casting us out, Xiao Tian suggested. The 3 of them settled into a meditative state, focusing on their cultivation. In Zhao Banqing's estate, His attendant Zhao Air entered with a mournful expression, hunched over like a shrimp. Master, I have returned. You did not enter with your head held high, so I presume you have obtained all their information. Indeed. Zhao Air presented a piece of paper with both hands. Zhao Banqing took it and upon reading, discovered it bore the inscription of unknown origin. He immediately slapped it away, sending Zhao Air spinning in a full circle. Useless. Unable to uncover the backgrounds of several women, even if I were to dispatch a dog. It should be able to catch their scent, should it not? Master, do not hold my ineptitude against me. I have inquired of everyone, and not a soul knows their origins. Zhao Banqing's countenance darkened ominously, as if a tempest were brewing. Zhao Xin entered. Master, the 3 betrothal gifts have been prepared. May I present them for your review? Review them? Do you believe that the wealth of Zhao Banqing comes from the winds? Zhao Si reported. Master, I have ascertained that the family rents a dilapidated courtyard in an obscure alley for 200 taels of silver a month, and they have not been seen since. An obscure alley-esque dilapidated courtyard? Which affluent individual would reside in such a place? Zhao Banqing stroked his smooth chin. So, they are a group of outsiders? Inform the landlord. I wish to purchase that courtyard. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhao Si turned to depart. Hold. This matter must proceed in a particular manner. Zhao Banqing whispered a few instructions to him. The following morning, Hao Jian stood motionless in the courtyard. Changsheng emerged from his senior sister's quarters. It was not until dawn that Ji Yu permitted him to visit the 3 senior sisters. You truly have endured much. You must have lost a night's sleep. Hao Jian clasped his fists. He then scrutinized Changsheng's face. Is there something on my face? Do not say I am handsome. Changsheng touched his nose. Dark circles under your eyes, Hao Jian stated candidly. Changsheng's handsome visage stiffened, forcing a smile. He retorted, You rise so early and stand straight in the courtyard merely to point this out? Not at all. I must take my leave. Oh, is it due to residing in the storage room that your dignity has been wounded? Changsheng twisted his waist. A night of labor has been taxing. Not at all. I have ventured forth for experience and cannot linger here. Furthermore, I had previously promised my elder sister that if I arrived in Changsheng, I would seek her out. Do you know where she is? I do not know. How will you find her? I do not know. Changsheng retrieved a handful of silver from his person. Hao Jian declined. As a practitioner, one must be self-reliant. Such is the family rule. I hope you understand. Changsheng found this peculiar. It is not uncommon for parents to push their children into society. From Hao Jian's words, it seemed he had only a sister. Does your family not worry? A flush of embarrassment rose in Hao Jian's cheeks. My elder sister and I share the same mother, yet I have countless half-siblings. Countless? Hao Jian likely has a numerical obsession, lacking a concept of figures. Yet, it at least indicates that his father has numerous wives. My mother is the 13th in the household, with many concubines beneath her, Hao Jian elaborated. With this revelation, Changsheng began to comprehend. His father is a merchant of great repute, earning 100 million annually, which does not last long. Hao Jian, take care on your journey. Changsheng stepped forward and embraced him. This stirred Hao Jian's emotions, a tide of feelings swelling within. I truly find it hard to part from you all. Yet, my journey for experience is not yet complete. I dare not grow complacent. Accompanying Changsheng, who neglects his cultivation all day, precludes any advancement in my studies. Whenever you return, I shall always serve as your unwavering support, Changsheng declared. I will come back. Hao Jian resolutely turned and exited. Changsheng stood in silence for a moment. It was perhaps for the best that he left. Being with him posed considerable danger. In truth, how could Changsheng not yearn to venture out himself? He approached to close the door when a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing him emerge, the man unleashed a powerful punch that sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust. A third-tier initial stage practitioner. In Shengzhou, he would be deemed a master. To be met with a punch upon exiting, and yet the old crow made no sound? I shall test the strength of your blow. Changsheng did not evade. The 2 forms of power he had contemplated the previous night under Ji Yu's guidance were now of use. The man's fist halted a mere inch from Changsheng's chest, abruptly ceasing its force as he lowered his hand. Did I not startle you? Changsheng coldly regarded him, relieved that he had held back, or else his hand would now be rendered useless. Who are you? Is this how you greet strangers? The man was taken aback, clasping his fists and bowing. I am Wang Xiao, and I meant no offense. How did you know my surname is Yi? The man removed his hat, revealing a man in his 30s, his complexion bearing the marks of experience. Changsheng's lack of response to the punch suggested the man's skills were rather mediocre, leaving him somewhat disappointed. I own the tea stall. Yesterday, I heard that departing youth address you as Brother E, which led me to surmise your surname. The tea money, none of it has been spared, Changsheng replied coldly. Are we so familiar? Even if we have crossed paths, is it customary to engage in such antics so early in the day? Chapter 42, Claims for Compensation. The tea stall owner bowed again. I am Wang Xiao, not here regarding the tea payment. Then, what is your purpose? He inquired. I wish to offer you a word of caution. Changsheng cast a sidelong glance, noting that they were not acquainted, yet the man seemed rather amiable. However, one should not resort to violence upon first meeting. As you are residing here, I presume you have come from afar and have no kin in Yicheng. That is of no concern to you, Changsheng retorted. Please do not misunderstand. Yesterday, I beheld your 3 female companions and was struck by their beauty. Your eyesight is commendable, Changsheng replied tersely. Wang Xiao sighed deeply. You should not be here. Then where should we be? Changsheng countered. I cannot say where you ought to be, but in this location, you may encounter unwarranted misfortune. Wang Xiao glanced around before donning his hat again, wary of revealing his face. The previous day, he had spotted Zhao Banqing from his tea stall, who was fixated on Xiao Jing and her companions, his gaze almost causing his eyes to drop to the ground. The beautiful women he targeted seldom escaped his clutches, unless their background was more formidable than his own. How can I ascertain the veracity of your words? Changsheng remarked. In the realm of immortality, the law of the jungle prevails, yet certain conventions remain. Wang Xiao stated. It is due to my profound enmity with Zhao Banqing. The esteemed establishments of Huixianzhu, Yiqilu, and Xiankali, all these top-tier venues, were originally the enterprises of Wang Xiao. And that is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the past, he was merely a bouncer under my command. Changsheng responded. Thus, it seems you were not a paragon of virtue in your earlier days, operating tea houses, brothels, and gambling dens. Wang Xiao solemnly shook his head. Let me make it abundantly clear, when I ran those establishments, they were devoid of any sordid affairs. Yiqilu was a high-class venue for enjoying music and alleviating ennui, with no illicit activities permitted. The young women there offered their talents, not their bodies. That is a strict decree. Anyone who dared to engage in such practices would be sold into brothels, utterly destroyed. Xiankali was purely for tea and dining, unlike the present, where the basement is filled with gambling dens, a veritable den of iniquity. Changsheng commented. Given this, your business must have been exceedingly bleak, particularly for Yiqilu. It's a wonder it didn't go bankrupt. Wang Xiao paused. Indeed, those were ancestral properties, and under my stewardship, their condition deteriorated, allowing Zhao Banqing to seize the opportunity and take all my assets. What is his cultivation level? Early stage of the 4th layer. A true master. Not only had Wang Xiao's fortune been taken, but his parents were also slain, and his 5-year-old daughter met a tragic fate. His beautiful wife was captured and taken to Yiqilu. Disguised, Wang Xiao opened a tea stall nearby, seeking a chance to rescue his wife. Apologies, but I cannot assist you, Changsheng said, preparing to close the door. Wang Xiao had already tested his strength and held no hope. That is not my intent. I merely wish to caution you to remain vigilant. Zhao Banqing is capable of anything. Changsheng yawned. Wang Xiao awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. Changsheng slammed the door shut. Bang bang bang. A knocking sound. No, it was a pounding at the door. Changsheng's expression darkened, truly an affront to his patience. An incessant disturbance. Crash. The door swung wide open. Changsheng was taken aback. It was not Wang Xiao, but a group of burly men, deliberately flaunting their spiritual power, exuding an air of arrogance. The leader, Zhao Er, dramatically unfurled a piece of paper, the deed to the property. This residence has been sold to the Zhao family, and you are required to vacate within an hour. The house, which had only recently been rented, was already being transferred. I have already paid the rent. You must wait until the lease term is complete. Changsheng protested. 200 taels of silver, plus a 3-month deposit. Zhao Er glanced at Changsheng, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, filled with envy. What great fortune this is. However, he put on a fierce demeanor. I am the landlord. You have no say in this. 800 taels of silver, not a single coin, less will be returned to you. However, I must inspect the premises. Inspection is required for the refund of the silver. Changsheng was well acquainted with this tactic, having engaged in a battle of wits with landlords in his previous life on numerous occasions. Inspecting the property? I have scarcely resided here for a day. Shall I summon a lantern dragon for the inspection? Zhao Er's eyes sparkled with recognition of a splendid idea, and he expressed his gratitude. Light the lanterns, he commanded with a shout. Standing at the threshold, Changsheng discerned that Wang Xiao's caution was indeed warranted. Zhao Banqing had commenced his maneuvering. At that moment, Wang Xiao approached once more. Young Master, this place is too cramped for you and your kin. The opulent residence I promised to find for you is ready. We may relocate at once. He removed his broad-brimmed hat. Wang Xiao? Zhao Er glared at him, incredulous at his audacity to appear under their watchful gaze. What of it? Wang Xiao stood his ground. Zhao Er took a step back. His cultivation was far inferior to Wang Xiao's, and his companions were not particularly formidable either. Should a confrontation arise, they risked severe repercussions. Serving as a lackey to the boss necessitated safeguarding one's own interests above all. The crux was that the destitute Wang Xiao had now become a desperate man. He signaled to his subordinates to quickly summon reinforcements. Hold on. You shall not depart until I have finished inspecting the house. As long as he refrained from initiating hostilities, Wang Xiao would not dare to act recklessly, especially since his wife remained in Zhao's custody. Changsheng was uncertain of Wang Xiao's intentions, but the landlord's insistence on breaching the contract and clinging to the property seemed futile. This place, regardless of its cost, was unsuitable for habitation. He entered Jiyu's room, where 3 senior sisters attended to her. Just as Changsheng was about to speak, Jiyu interjected, "You need not say anything. I have heard it all. They are here to provoke us." "What a splendid opportunity," Jiyu remarked, her demeanor unruffled. Truly, as an ethereal being, her thought processes diverged from the ordinary. What makes it so favorable? That Wang Xiao is a local figure, once part of a prominent family, Changsheng replied. Your ears are remarkably perceptive. The task I entrusted you with is not so simple. The key lies in connections. He is an excellent connection, Jiyu articulated. The matter at hand was acquiring the nurturing essence pills. Though separated by a veil, she possessed foresight. Changsheng nodded, grasping her implication. If relocation were necessary, it would indeed be effortless. They had no belongings, merely needing to depart with a flick of the wrist. Wang Xiao's luxurious residence awaited them. Zhao Er's men entered, bearing several large moonstone lanterns that illuminated the room brilliantly. Every corner, every brick, every crevice was scrutinized meticulously. Zhao Er approached Changsheng with a grin, peering intently into the room. Finished? Then refund me, Changsheng asserted. 800 taels is no trivial sum. I did not demand a penalty for your breach, which I consider a concession. Hao Jian, responsible for the contract, had not specified the landlord's liability for breach. He remained somewhat inexperienced. A mere 800 taels was hardly significant. Zhao Er turned to his subordinates, instructing them to hand over the amount. They had not uncovered any faults, nor could they possibly do so. On a single night, could one truly wear a hole in the floor or shake the bed apart? Zhao Er's subordinate presented a hefty tome. Master, please review the issues discovered during the property inspection. The pages prominently displayed a figure, 18,008. The problems included worn flooring, peeling paint on the wardrobe, cracks in the table, misaligned ceiling, and a stain on the wall. Zhao Er's countenance immediately darkened. He flung the inspection report at Changsheng, urging him to read it himself. Well, how professional, Changsheng remarked. There's a whole room of ancient dust that hasn't even been noted. Zhao Er barked at his subordinate. Add it. Let us make it 19,008. Compensation, he declared. The atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Er growled. 19,008 damages, each calculated at 100 taels of silver. How much does that total? 198,000. Changsheng replied instinctively. Young man, do you dispute this figure? Not at all, but I would like to conduct a sample verification. Changsheng remained exceedingly calm. That request is quite reasonable. There's no issue. However, should the number increase upon verification, do not hold it against me. Not only will I not blame you, but I will even express gratitude to your ancestors for 8 generations. No need for thanks. As long as you don't cry, I'll consider it a loss. Zhao Er flexed the muscles on his arm, revealing his prowess as a martial artist. Changsheng desired to inspect the cracks in the table. The ordinary table, measuring 2 feet square, was at least 3 centuries old. It was draped with a piece of light purple silk, brought from the Moonlight Palace by Jiyu. Are you certain you want to count the cracks? Zhao Er inquired. At a cursory glance, the table resembled the shell of a millennia-old tortoise, devoid of a single flat inch. Indeed, I want you to count them in my presence, Changsheng replied with a smile. Zhao Er's expression darkened. Counting was impossible. The numbers in the inspection report were arbitrary. Yet, Changsheng insisted on checking this particular detail. Very well, you will regret this. Zhao Er lifted the silk. The material was so slippery that he struggled on the first attempt. Unbeknownst to him, Changsheng was subtly suppressing it with spiritual power. With a determined grasp, Zhao Er yanked it, and the obedient silk was crumpled and tossed to the ground. His subordinate began counting from the start. Changsheng merely smiled, not even bothering to glance his way, indifferent to the outcome. After a quarter of an hour, the subordinate looked up. Master, we've finished counting. There are 200 additional cracks. Ah, splendid. 200 multiplied by 100. If I'm not mistaken, that totals 300,000. Zhao Er exclaimed with pride. Even a leaky bucket leaks too much. It's only 20,000. Master, the subordinate corrected. Slap. A hand struck the subordinate's face. You don't know how to conduct business at all. Zhao Er scolded. Wang Xiao stepped forward. Zhao Er, do you not fear retribution for your blatant deception? Zhao Er leaned in closer. Wang, the party involved has no objections. Are you merely a meddlesome rat? He is my friend, came the retort. Bah. I have just ascertained that they are outsiders, and it has nothing to do with you. You merely wish to stir the waters, even if they are indeed outsiders. Your old residence is worth at most 1 million silver. To demand 2 million for a single night's stay, does that make any sense? The Zhao family encircled Wang Xiao. Poised to act at a moment's notice, Zhao Air, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Do you know the term zero-sum ratio?" At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Boss Zhao of Half City had arrived. He entered with a retinue, exuding an imposing presence. Upon entering, he gave a slight shake of his shoulders, allowing his cloak to be deftly caught by those behind him. He first scanned the room for Xiao Jing and her companions, who were in the inner chamber. Then, his gaze shifted from Changsheng's face to Wang Xiao. "Boss Wang, I thought you were dead. If you're not dead, how could I dare to die?" The two immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match, being lifelong adversaries with no pleasantries exchanged. Today, Zhao Banqing's focus was on Xiao Jing and her friends. He had no desire to entangle himself with Wang Xiao for the moment. He inquired of Changsheng, "Have you finalized the matter regarding the residence?" "We were just beginning negotiations when you walked in," Changsheng replied, his calm demeanor astonishing. "According to the property evaluation, you owe the Zhao family 2 million. Is that clear?" "Clear. To me, Changsheng, money is merely a number," Zhao Banqing gasped in disbelief. Had he encountered a rural, wealthy heir? This contradicted the information he had gathered. That sum of 2 million silver was something the average citizen of the county could not earn even in 10 lifetimes of toil. "Do not put on a brave face. If you cannot produce 2 million, I cannot save you," Zhao Banqing warned. "I cannot manage it. Not 2 million, nor 20,000, nor even 2,000, Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He truly did not possess 2,000 taels of silver. "Are you mocking me?" Zhao Banqing seethed with rage. "I am merely stating the truth," Changsheng retorted. "Then you better figure out how to resolve this. Or else." A terrifying, murderous intent flashed in Zhao Banqing's eyes. In the past, he required no reason to kill, and now, as a member of a prominent family, he needed even less. It was simply a matter of mood. "Boss Zhao, if the deficit of 2 million could be resolved merely by thought, I would have already thought of it and wouldn't need your reminder." Upon hearing this, Zhao Banqing chuckled. "That makes perfect sense." He circled around Changsheng. "Young man, I see no extraordinary potential in your bone structure. How long have you been in the immortal realm?" "Less than 10 years, 3 months, Changsheng responded. As he spoke, an atmosphere of merriment filled the air. The Zhao family members sighed in relief, believing Changsheng to possess considerable strength. Zhao Banqing heartily exclaimed, Well, well, the young bull is not afraid of the tiger. You certainly cannot produce 2 million, but if you put your mind to it, there are ways to resolve this predicament. I, Zhao, have always been kind-hearted and am willing to guide your entire family to safety, to rescue you from dire straits. Are you willing to listen?" Changsheng crossed his arms before his chest, displaying an air of interest. Zhao Banqing noticed his faint dark circles and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Damn it, those dark circles were originally mine. You have 3 senior sisters and an elder. Moreover, another young servant, unable to endure the hardships, fled early in the morning. Am I not correct? Zhao Banqing felt a swell of pride. Yes, indeed, your entire family is right. Changsheng feigned surprise. You certainly have a keen sense of observation. Wang Xiao approached with a grim expression. Young Master Yi, do not be deceived by him. He harbors ill intentions. Dozens of furious eyes were fixed upon him. Zhao Banqing, facing his former employer, had exhausted his patience. Wang Xiao, you truly lack gratitude. When your business failed and your parents and daughter faced starvation, who was it that offered you a helping hand? Was it not I, Zhao? Wang Xiao was nearly rendered speechless. Do not interrupt me. Let me finish. Young Master Yi awaits my guidance. To assist you in your plight, I personally arranged a job for your wife, elevating her to the top performer at Itsue Tower, complete with room and board and top-tier treatment. Yet you vanished without a trace, all the while plotting against me. You truly lack a conscience. If your business had not failed, who would have? Upon finishing his words, Wang Xiao exhibited an unexpected calmness, even as the flames of anger in his eyes extinguished. However, from their exchanged glances, an icy murderous intent was evident. A mere exchange of words held little weight. Changsheng remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. Zhao Banqing got straight to the point. Young man, while you may not possess 2 million, you do have 3 senior sisters. Chapter 44, The 5 People Appraising the Silk. What? Do you intend to arrange jobs for my 3 senior sisters? Itsue Tower? If this were at Yuehua Palace, Changsheng would have already given him a resounding slap. Yet, Jiyu had advised him to maintain a low profile in Yicheng. She did not wish to attract undue attention, nor did she want to alert the people sent by Xuantiandadi. Furthermore, they had already killed 3 patrollers. Li Shan stepped forward, gesticulating animatedly. Young man, you have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. It could also be described as immense fortune. If you do not seize it, the entire populace of Yicheng may not forgive you. Changsheng replied. You deem a debt of 2 million to be immense fortune? I shall bestow that fortune upon you. I am not blessed enough to receive it. Zhao, the owner, hesitated to express it directly, so I will speak on his behalf. Consider it a connection of red threads, a means to forge a good relationship. Li Shan nodded enthusiastically. Zhao, the owner, is in his prime, possessing superior realms and wealth rivaling nations. A man as extraordinary as he is the dream suitor of countless women in Shengzhou. Were I a woman, I would marry him myself. Presently, Zhao, the owner, has 3 vacancies for concubines. You and your family are unfamiliar with this place, lacking support in Yicheng. He wishes to perform this good deed by extending the opportunity to your 3 senior sisters. Are you still troubled by the 2 million? Are you worried? Just nod your head, and 20 million, 200 million, and grand mansions will be promptly delivered to you. Changsheng furrowed his brow. Have you finished your comparison? Li Shan retracted his smile. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. You either consent or compensate. If you cannot afford it, then you must offer yourself as collateral. Your 3 senior sisters can be sent to Itsue Tower while you handle the menial tasks inside. Your wife is of no use. She can beg for alms. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth, finding the audacity utterly shameless. That was 2 million. If it were 20,000 or 200,000, he would willingly pay on behalf of Changsheng. The crux was that 2 million was extortionate and unwarranted. Zhao Bansheng cast a scornful glance at his former boss. I have been overly courteous towards you. He then turned to Changsheng. Young man, do you aspire to be my kin or my servant? At the same time, he unleashed a wave of spiritual power, emanating an oppressive aura that could easily instill fear. Changsheng, if he possessed any wit, would make a wise choice. With the local magistrate present as a witness, he was not bullying him. I do not wish to play the role of a father, Changsheng replied. Is it merely 2 million? A trivial matter. Zhao Bansheng's hair bristled as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Changsheng. A mere youth, yet he spoke with an audacity greater than that of an adult. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Changsheng picked up the silk fabric laid out on the table. I will compensate you for your house, but you must also compensate me for my silk, which bears the imprints of Zhao Er's hand. The crowd initially stood in shock, before bursting into laughter. Zhao Bansheng commanded, Zhao Er, go to my silk shop and fetch the finest silk. I wish to present it to the 3 ladies. Changsheng interjected, no need. Even if you brought all the silk from your shop, it would not equal the worth of this single piece. Zhao Bansheng frowned. What do you mean? This silk you, a mere Zhao Bansheng, cannot afford to compensate. The boy's audacity was shocking. Zhao Bansheng's true nature revealed itself. He had always been the one to extort, never the victim. Do not mistake me for someone as shameless as you. Changsheng's expression remained as calm as a still lake, instilling a sense of dread in Zhao Bansheng, who hesitated to act rashly. Nonetheless, Wang Xiao's heart raced with anxiety. Changsheng's tit-for-tat approach might not intimidate Zhao Bansheng. Go summon all the silk experts in the city and see if they can identify the origin of my silk, and if it can be repaired, Changsheng declared. Zhao Bansheng turned to his servant, instructing, go, summon them. He added, even if your silk is precious, it is worth at most 10 taels of silver. I do not blame you for your ignorance. Changsheng responded, in truth, it is not so cheap. It starts at 10 million taels. Boy, do not force me to resort to violence. Zhao Bansheng warned. Violence. So, you intend to default on your debt. Magistrate, let it be known that Zhao Bansheng owes me 800,000 and wishes to become a deadbeat. Record him on the list of untrustworthy individuals. Indeed, deducting 2 million leaves Zhao Bansheng in debt to the tune of 8 million. This piece of silk was drawn from Jiyu, whose belongings, much like her, possessed an air of enigma. It was undoubtedly mysterious. After all, Changsheng had yet to encounter silk akin to this piece. Isn't this merely extortion? You extort me, and I shall extort you in return. Such is the nature of this society. Who fears whom? The atmosphere became momentarily tense. Outside, 5 of the most esteemed experts from Yicheng had arrived. Word had it that someone attempted to extort Zhao Bansheng of 10 million with a piece of silk, and they were here to witness the spectacle, not to mention the travel expenses they would receive. Their understanding of silk surpassed that of anyone in Shengzhou. Aside from the inability to spin silk themselves, these 5 possessed an unparalleled knowledge of silk from around the world. The first expert stepped forward, eager to examine Changsheng's silk closely. Do not touch, Changsheng cautioned. The expert scoffed, hands tucked into his pockets. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. This was exquisite. Having spent a lifetime in the world of silk, he had never encountered such a rare gem. No silkworm in Shengzhou could produce silk of this caliber. Setting aside all else, this silk rendered his lifetime of learning utterly insignificant. What kind of silk is this? He blurted out. Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. I summoned you to answer questions, not to pose them. If you are so ignorant, you may as well step aside. How embarrassing. The second expert approached, somewhat perplexed. What has transpired? This silk? Just the radiant sheen of it blinded his eyes. He had never witnessed such a captivating luster before, momentarily left in awe. You, the expert, are quite astute, knowing when to speak and when to remain silent, Changsheng remarked, unceremoniously urging him aside. The third expert advanced. Observing the reactions of his two predecessors, he understood the situation was rather precarious yet exhilarating. After a brief glance, he felt his vision darken. The mere pattern of this silk made all the silks of Shengzhou pale in comparison. He found himself lost in a labyrinth, desperately seeking an escape, let alone a means to restore it. After a long while, Zhao Banqing grew impatient and personally nudged him aside. He had not anticipated that those receiving hefty expert fees could be so utterly incompetent. The fourth expert, with a perpetually solemn expression, radiated confidence. Within his satchel lay 1,086 samples. Upon his first glance at the silk, he was inwardly taken aback, his fingers racing through his bag at lightning speed. He sifted through it 5 times, perfectly evading all correct answers. Changsheng observed with curiosity. Was Jiyu's creation truly so extraordinary? It seemed he had yet to fully grasp its wonders. When he presumptuously laid out the silk as a tablecloth, Jiyu shot him an admonishing glance, but refrained from intervening. Get lost, Zhao Banqing bellowed, and the fourth expert retreated in defeat. It was not for lack of desire to voice an opinion, but rather a genuine absence of words. He had yet to recover from his astonishment when the appraisal concluded. The final expert approached with a remarkably calm demeanor. Having devoted his life to the art of falconry, he needed not wait for a hawk to gouge out his eyes to realize how to proceed. He cast a glance and remarked nonchalantly, "This piece of silk is utterly worthless." Instantly, the Zhao family erupted in a wave of jubilant cheers. Among the experts present, there were not merely charlatans masquerading as knowledgeable. The true worth of such an item transcends monetary valuation, as one expert added. This silk should only be found in the heavens. My fellow colleagues, unable to divulge its origins, were not lacking in expertise. At such a moment, preserving the dignity of one's peers equates to safeguarding one's own and the entire industry's reputation. In the room, Jiyu gave a slight nod. Indeed, Shengzhou still harbored discerning individuals. Not all were inept. At the very least, he refrained from speaking recklessly. Changsheng displayed an air reminiscent of a rogue, yet she found it endearing. Chapter 45. I am serious. The 5 experts refrained from speaking frivolously, not out of reluctance, but because they were invited by Zhao Banqing and thus inclined to align with his perspective. It would have been easy to dismiss this silk as utterly worthless, merely chattering away. However, they felt an inner turmoil. How to articulate the value of the silk was trivial. What truly mattered was the task that lay ahead. Repair. This was a matter of life and death. First, one must possess the ability to mend it. Regardless of the type of silkworm that produced the silk or the technique employed, once it reached their hands, it bore the inscription of celestial origins. Faced with the silk in Changsheng's possession, they were utterly subdued. Their only option was to exaggerate the extraordinary nature of this silk to preserve their standing within the industry. One word encapsulated it all: precious. Zhao Banqing's visage fell, his expression darkening. The Zhao family had damaged an invaluable piece of heavenly silk, yet they were expected to compensate for a mere piece of worthless wood. The comparison was laughable. He had initially set a trap for Changsheng, only to find himself ensnared in a far larger one. This led him to suspect that Changsheng had orchestrated it all. Did someone seek to undermine him? Even Wang Xiao had appeared. Zhao Banqing's murderous intent lingered, though he dared not unleash it. His bones creaked ominously. As his enterprise flourished, he no longer resembled the brash youth he once was, burdened now by numerous concerns. Changsheng stated, I demand 10 million, out of pity for your plight, as I cannot bear to ask for more. Engaging in real business is quite challenging. Many appear prosperous, yet are deeply in debt. Old Zhao, 8 million should not pose a problem for you, right? The illustrious Zhao Banqing. Reduced to a state of pity by another? He glared at Changsheng, finding a certain shamelessness that echoed his own youthful bravado. He chuckled and inquired, who damaged the tablecloth? Zhao Er approached anxiously. Zhao Banqing replied, every grievance has a source. Whoever caused the damage should compensate. Zhao Er interjected, I have matters to attend to. You may continue your negotiations. With that, Zhao Banqing turned to leave, adding, Zhao Er, until this matter is resolved, you need not return. His companions vanished in an instant, leaving only Zhao Er behind. Zhao Er fell to his knees, exclaiming, young Master Yi, spare me. Your 800 taels of silver are all here, returned in full. The deed is here as well, to be disposed of at your discretion. I only beseech you, young Master Yi, to show mercy and refrain from mentioning the matter of the 8 million again. Wang Xiao kicked him to the ground, stating, the malevolent deeds you have committed are no less than those of Zhao Banqing. He had concluded that Changsheng was no ordinary youth. His audacious decision to assist despite the lurking presence of Zhao Banqing was indeed justified. Changsheng tucked the silk fabric into his bosom. The words of the 5 experts left him somewhat bewildered. Was it truly that precious? Frankly speaking, my intent was also to extort. This insignificant lackey had become the scapegoat for Zhao Banqing's deceit. Wang Xiao's remarks indicated that Zhao Heir was not a virtuous individual either. There was no need for niceties. Your master owes me 8 million. Consider this debt noted. Each day it remains unpaid, interest will accrue. Compounding interest, I shall treat it as savings. Now, you may leave and convey this message to Zhao Banqing. Zhao Heir's face turned ashen. Zhao Banqing's implication was clear. Resolve this matter without burdening him with an 8 million debt. It was utterly impossible for him to acknowledge such a sum or to part with that money. Not to mention 8 million. Even 8 taels were beyond his means. Yet he desired to maintain his reputation and some semblance of dignity. Zhao Heir rasped, Young Master Yi, if you refuse to spare me, I shall lose my life. I am but a servant. Rest assured, this residence will be yours to inhabit in peace, free from disturbance. All of this is merely a misunderstanding. Yi Changsheng replied, Your life or death is of no concern to me. Depart swiftly. Do not compel me to act violently. Zhao Heir shouted in desperation, Youth, can you truly be so heartless? Yi Changsheng recoiled in disgust. What sentiment do I share with you? Zhao Heir drew a sharp knife, pressing it against his throat. If you do not relent, I shall die before you. Go die outside. With a swift motion, Zhao Heir severed his own arm. I am serious. Serious? Shouldn't you aim for your neck? Zhao Heir sneered, picking up his severed arm. Very well, you have some resolve. With that, he staggered out the door. Wang Xiao clasped his fists in salute to Yi Changsheng. Impressive. Yi Changsheng smiled. Thank you for risking your life to deliver the message. He recalled Ji Yu's words regarding Wang Xiao's complex background and familiarity with the affairs of the city, which would prove beneficial in the future. At that moment, Xiao Jing and her companions emerged, supporting Ji Yu. Yi Changsheng remarked, With this group of ruffians driven away, this residence now belongs to us. He displayed the deed. Ji Yu shook her head. How could Zhao Banqing simply let this go? She surveyed the bloodstains on the ground. This place had potential, but alas, it is now tainted. Ji Yu had a penchant for cleanliness. Wang Xiao inclined his body slightly. I possess an old residence that, though abandoned for years, remains in good condition and merely requires minor tidying up to be habitable. He observed the silence among the crowd and continued. The old residence is situated 100 miles from the city, surrounded by dense woods, with a stream winding around the estate. The environment is quite serene, making it an ideal place for everyone to recuperate. Ji raised an eyebrow. What do you discern? Wang Xiao replied, Forgive my lack of insight, but I noticed that you and the 3 ladies seem unsteady in your steps, and your breath appears stagnant, suggesting a possible deviation in your cultivation practice. Ji Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Xiao, I shall not impose upon you without compensation. I will pay the full rent each month. Nonsense, Wang Xiao asserted resolutely. It is merely a residence. I will not accept a single coin from you. Yi Changsheng interjected. Wang Xiao, my affairs with Zhao Banqing are of no concern to you. So I fail to comprehend why you are so earnest. Wang Xiao chuckled bitterly. You are aware of my enmity with Zhao Banqing. My life's creed is that every enemy of Zhao Banqing is a friend of mine, Wang Xiao. I shall not overlook any matter that is detrimental to him. Thus, you are my friends. Yi Changsheng smiled. Wang Xiao, your unilateral declaration of our friendship is inconsequential. However, it does not obligate us to feel indebted to you or to assist you, even should Zhao Banqing insult or harm you in our presence. We bear no obligation to intervene. Wang Xiao chuckled. It is my first encounter with such straightforward friends. Ji Yu then stepped outside, followed closely by Xiao Jing and the others. Yi Changsheng crumpled the land deed into a pile of fragments and casually tossed it, scattering it across the courtyard before exiting. Wang Xiao stood bewildered. What is this? Did you not mention an abandoned old residence? Yi Changsheng turned back. Indeed, please follow me. Wang Xiao rushed ahead. Several hours later, outside the city, an expansive and exquisitely designed manor came into view, hinting at the former grandeur of its owner. We have arrived, Ji Yu said, revealing a satisfied smile. Here, the waters are crystal clear and the moonlight splendid. Wang Xiao, I wish to rename the manor Qinghua Garden. A splendid name. Wang Xiao replied. Yi Changsheng smiled. Chapter 46. Understanding Wang Xiao, Ji Yu was thoroughly pleased with Qinghua Garden. Her satisfaction extended to her entire family. If one could say they were mostly content. Yi Changsheng felt the location was somewhat distant from the city, making it less convenient for indulging in entertainment or enjoying a drink in the evening. Ji Yu intended for him to focus and diligently cultivate his skills. Additionally, the absence of neighboring households allowed for greater freedom in practicing techniques without concern for noise complaints. Under Yi Changsheng's unwavering efforts, Ji Yu's cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer. Xiao Jing and the others, though only able to discreetly pull Yi Changsheng into the house when Ji Yu was not paying attention, perhaps she feigned ignorance, had also made significant recoveries in their powers. The moonlit night still clung to the veil of spring, revealing not a hint of its brilliance. To witness such a sight was to court death. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao's tea stall was reduced to ruins by Zhao Banqing without a trace of surprise. Fortunately, He remained unscathed. Ji spoke. Wang Xiao. I wish to inquire about a few matters. Please proceed. How many years have you resided in Yicheng? My family has dwelled here for generations. According to our genealogy, it has been at least 2 millennia. 2 millennia? Ji mused. At that time, Shengzhou was still under royal dominion. Wang Xiao's ancestors were once martial officials of the royal family. After the Xiantian Dadi dispatched personnel to eliminate the royal lineage, Shengzhou became a marginal celestial domain of the Xiantian Dadi. The royal family? Changsheng felt a stir within. Are there any descendants remaining? He inquired. Casting a glance at Jiyu, Wang Xiao paused. Certainly not. According to our forebears, 2,000 years ago, the royal family was utterly annihilated, including their relatives by marriage. One of the 3 cardinal prohibitions in Shengzhou is the establishment of sections. The cultivation world here shall forever remain a disjointed assembly. Jiyu nodded. Wang Xiao. I am aware of your extensive knowledge and connections. I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Changsheng, you may explain it to him. Changsheng stated. Wang Xiao. Should you be able to accomplish this task for me, or assist me in achieving it, I would be willing to grant you a favor in return. Anything. Wang Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, albeit still unaware of Changsheng's true desires. Yet, there was hope. Changsheng continued. I shall not partake in the act of teasing Chang'e on the moon. It is not a matter of capability, but rather of decorum. Wang Xiao chuckled. I am not an avaricious person. Changsheng declared. I seek your help in acquiring a Yangjing Dan. Wang Xiao's jaw dropped in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied. Young master, it is said that Yangjing Dan is only found in the Xiantian Dadi. Shengzhou cannot refine elixirs. And even if someone attempted to create it in secret, they could not produce Yangjing Dan. The name itself is unfamiliar to the common folk. I only heard of it once from my father. It is said that the medicinal essence produced in Shengzhou in a year can yield merely 100 Yangjing Dan. If sold, each would command at least 100 million taels of silver. No one in Shengzhou had ever encountered Yangjing Dan. Even the chief of the scent by Xiantian Dadi could not afford such a treasure. Upon hearing this, Jiyu remained as calm as still water, unfazed by the revelation of Yangjing Dan's rarity. Changsheng felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his spirits quickly lifted. Jiyu had ceased to urge him. It was no longer necessary. Jiyu spoke with composure. Wang Xiao, having resided in Yicheng through the ages, you must possess many connections. Indeed, I know quite a few individuals, including some prominent families. Do you not wish to rescue your wife? If you can uncover any information regarding Yangjing Dan, I can assure you that I will assist in liberating your wife. Wife? The mere thought of his beautiful wife enduring inhumane torment nearly shattered Wang Xiao's heart. The fallen Wang family cannot even contend with a mere dog belonging to Zhao Banqing. Zhao Banqing had long declared that unless the Yizue Tower were to collapse, Wang's wife would never be released. Upon hearing of Wang's wife, the poets of Yicheng flocked like fish crossing a river, inundating the Yizue Tower with unprecedented business. Witnessing the wealth amassed from his predecessor's beloved wife, Zhao Banqing felt an exhilarating joy that money could never buy. Upon listening to Jiyu's words, the flickering flame of hope within Wang Cheng was extinguished once more. It was not merely his present state of despair, even during his days of glory. He had never held any assurance of acquiring the nourishing elixir. He gazed up at the veiled Jiyu, intrigued by her mystery. Her promise to rescue his beloved wife suggested she possessed formidable power. Yet, Changsheng had previously stated he would not extend his hand to assist Wang Xiao simply because Wang declared them friends. Residing in the old Qinghua garden, the rent remained unwaveringly high. Nevertheless, Wang Xiao's hope reignited. He had finally discovered a powerful ally to contend against Zhao Banqing. Yi Xiao, grandmother. I shall give my utmost effort, Wang Xiao declared, clasping his fists. Jiyu smiled slightly, assuring him that with ample resources, anything was achievable. What could compel Wang Xiao to disregard everything was indeed his wife. Changsheng mentioned, Wang Xiao, if you require operational funds, I have some available. He was currently not in need of small change. The rare silk, which even the 5 most esteemed experts could not authenticate, had been sold to one among them. Truly, experts possessed unimaginable wealth. A staggering 10 million taels of silver exchanged hands without a flicker of hesitation. A stack of banknotes expanded Changsheng's belt considerably. Jiyu had several pieces of this exquisite silk, which Changsheng had personally inspected. With such wealth at hand, why pursue immortality? Opening a shop in the city center and becoming a proprietor seemed like a simpler path. Wang Xiao was in dire need of money. Lacking any income and burdened with considerable debts, he also had to prepare a substantial gift for his master's impending 90th birthday. This amounts to 1,000 taels. Changsheng stated. Thank you, Wang Xiao replied, taking the sum. 1,000 taels would not purchase anything overly extravagant in Yicheng. Yet earning such an amount was akin to an insurmountable challenge. As Wang Xiao contemplated gifts for his master and the nourishing elixir, he exited the Qinghua garden. Changsheng sighed with relief. having finally shifted the burden of the task onto another. Grandmother, allow me to roam the city and mingle with notable figures. Perhaps I could glean information about the nourishing elixir, he suggested. Changsheng, focus on your heart, Jiyu warned, fully aware of his intentions. Having sheltered him within the Moonlight Palace for a decade, she understood how he had acquired knowledge of those esoteric arts. The complexities of this furnace were not to be underestimated, as it undoubtedly exhibited anomalies during cultivation. With the 3 senior sisters absent, attending to household chores, the atmosphere was charged with unspoken tension. Changsheng chuckled. Fairy, could it be that you are indeed the runaway princess of Shengzhou? Her demeanor, grace, insight, and the enigmatic aura she exuded, along with the exquisite silk and precious talismans unseen by the common world, marked her as no ordinary person. Jiyu's veil fluttered slightly. One must not be presumptuous. If I were a princess of the Shengzhou royal family, would I be hiding in the mountains, enduring hardship? Concealed in the mountains was the only way to evade the relentless pursuit of the Xiantian realm. Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. If Jiyu truly were a princess, his journey through time would be worth it. He envisioned grand tales to tell. My cultivation partner is a princess, across realms. I aid the princess in reclaiming her kingdom, unintentionally becoming the consort of Ji Zetian. What is it like for a man to be the head of the harem? Changsheng regained his composure and said earnestly, Ji Zetian, it seems you have a firm grasp on Wang Xiao. Changsheng, do not underestimate a person's resolve. He is desperate to rescue his wife, yet feels powerless. We have offered him a glimmer of hope, and he will undoubtedly cling to it, Jiyu replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. If he truly accomplishes that, how will you rescue his wife? Changsheng inquired. That will be the next matter. Jiyu's gaze turned somewhat distant. Changsheng, let us cultivate. No. Yes. Chapter 47. The Shengzhou royal family. Wang Xiao had just stepped out of the gate of King Guiwen Manor when, in the blink of an eye, he found himself several miles away. Changsheng surprisingly possessed knowledge of formations. To prevent any outside disruptions, Jiyu instructed Changsheng to set up a barrier. Each time Wang Xiao departed, he would appear in different locations. He glanced around, donned a wide-brimmed hat, and walked in another direction. After his figure vanished, another person appeared in his place, Zhao Er, who was left with only an arm. What on earth is Wang Xiao doing here? This place was merely dotted with solitary graves and a flock of crows, creating an eerie atmosphere. He searched meticulously but found nothing, so he left in frustration. Half a day later, Wang Xiao emerged in the outskirts of the city, amidst a cluster of blue bricks and dark tiles. He strode directly into a large courtyard, where his master's family resided. His master, Wang Shangbai, was a person of simple tastes, indifferent to worldly affairs, and a scholar at heart. When not cultivating, he painted landscapes or played the zither. After the Wang family's decline, this had become his frequent refuge. Wang Shangbai, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, had just completed a landscape painting and felt quite satisfied, only to tear it apart upon seeing Wang Xiao. Why must you bring something when you come? Master, have you forgotten? In a few days, it will be your 90th birthday. I do not celebrate birthdays. Yet, as your disciple, I still wish to express my regard. Where did you acquire the silver? I rented out an old residence of mine. The rent is quite substantial. Is it to the family that had a conflict with Zhao Banqing? Indeed. Wang Shangbai chuckled and shook his head, remarking that such a trifling sum of rent could scarcely accommodate someone with such extravagance. The 90-year-old man was meticulous in his thoughts. However, Wang Xiao chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he approached the writing desk and gathered the litter of paper shreds. Master, you are far too frugal. You create such exquisite paintings, yet keep them solely for your own eyes. Such has been my life, Wang Shangbai replied. The more precious something is, the more it should be cherished within one's own heart. His paintings were unparalleled, yet not a single one had ever been shared with the world. Wang Xiao's expression dimmed at this thought. Wang Shangbai, taken aback, said, I misspoke. This utterance inadvertently reminded Wang Xiao of his wife. With a bitter smile, he explained, Master, the silver I spent today is indeed related to my spouse. When the Wang family flourished, Wang Shangbai's household lived in comfort, and Wang Xiao could casually produce silver to ensure his master enjoyed a life of luxury. Yet, Wang Shangbai maintained that he could lead a good life regardless of wealth. Alas, I am powerless to assist you in rescuing her, he lamented. He had never engaged in worldly affairs. You are too humble, master. Wang Xiao prepared a cup of exquisite spirit tea for his mentor. Wang Shangbai inquired, what does your wife have to do with the silver? Strangely enough, Wang Xiao began. The family that brought great shame upon Zhao Banqing has entrusted me to locate a certain item and even provided me with some silver in advance. Wang Shangbai expressed intrigue. What is so peculiar about it? Wang Xiao continued. That young man claims to have entered the celestial realm for less than half a year, possessing mediocre talents. Yet he stands unafraid before Zhao Banqing. I have never witnessed him practicing any martial arts, yet he can employ formations. Wang Shangbai replied, there are varying levels of formations. I possess some knowledge as well. Yet, his formations are remarkably profound. Despite my exposure to the world, I find myself unable to grasp their intricacies. Specialization is to be expected, he remarked, taking a delicate sip of the fine spirit tea that Wang Xiao had just brought. What is the item he wishes you to seek? Wang Xiao responded. It seems that Changsheng's grandmother has suffered grave injuries. The item she entrusted me to find, even if I were to scour the entire Shengzhou, would be impossible to locate. I initially intended to refuse, yet she promised that if successful, she would aid in rescuing my wife. For reasons unknown, I accepted Changsheng's deposit. Wang Shangbai's expression remained calm. Since they are not concerned with money, what could possibly be unattainable in Shengzhou? Except for Zhao Banqing, who is resolute in refusing to allow you to buy back your wife. Master, you haven't even inquired what they are looking for. What is it? The Yangjing Dan. Wang Xiao articulated each word deliberately. Wang Shangbai was instantly taken aback. Having devoted his life to Confucian studies and immersed himself in countless texts, he was well versed in the wonders, techniques, and treasures of Shengzhou. He had certainly heard of the Yangjing Dan. It could only be said that Changsheng's demands were excessively lofty, akin to plucking stars from the heavens. Wang Xiao's agreement to assist in the search was reckless, and to accept a deposit was even more so. In haste, he expelled a mouthful of fragrant spirit tea. Wang Xiao, perhaps if you request a different item, I may be able to assist you. Wang Xiao shook his head. All they sought was the nourishing meridian pill. This implies that the Elder S meridians had sustained grave injuries, beyond the remedy of ordinary medications. Indeed, Wang Xiao's disappointment had reached its zenith, and he contemplated shamelessly visiting some acquaintances of the Wang family in hopes of uncovering a lead. No need. Futile. Wang Shangbai's tone was resolute. Given his knowledge and experience, such a conclusion indicated that further efforts in this matter were unwarranted. His wife remained beyond rescue, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Changsheng. At that moment, Wang Xiao felt as though his heart were being cleaved. It seemed that in this lifetime, he would not be able to save his wife. In the Yitsui Tower, her life would not endure much longer. He slightly raised his head. Master Wang Shangbai stood solemnly, motionless. Even the hand that twisted his beard had become stiff. His gaze was murky yet profound. Wang Shangbai had never exhibited such demeanor. Master, Wang Xiao began, that family indeed appears rather peculiar. I sense they are deliberately drawing near to you. Wang Shangbai remarked. Wang Xiao was taken aback. His master, known for his sincerity, seldom suspected others lightly. What prompted this assertion? Wang Xiao meticulously replayed the events in his mind. The sudden emergence of Changsheng's family, coupled with the conflict with Zhao Banqing, seemed somewhat illogical. Yet, it was ultimately unrelated to him. He had approached them of his own volition. Master, you are overthinking. Wang Shangbai remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he let out a sigh. Wang Xiao, how does Changsheng intend to rescue your wife? Wang Xiao smiled bitterly. What could I possibly use to inquire of him? Finding the nourishing meridian pill is an insurmountable task. Whether I ask or not, it bears no significance. Moreover, Changsheng had already stated that the enmity between Wang Xiao and Zhao Banqing had nothing to do with him. The family merely demonstrated that they possessed such capability. Wang Shangbai stated, in Shengzhou, if anyone secretly harbors the nourishing meridian pill, it is tantamount to waging war against the realm. Therefore, even if it does exist, no one would dare to present it. Wang Xiao's brows twitched. Master, does this imply that the nourishing meridian pill may truly exist in Shengzhou? Wang Shangbai surveyed him and remarked, you are my disciple, and the Wang family has been intertwined with the Wang family for generations. I can candidly inform you that over 2,000 years ago, when the Shengzhou royal family still reigned, a limited quantity of nourishing meridian pills was indeed revealed from the realm. The amount was minuscule, and it was monopolized by the royal family of that time. It should have been entirely consumed by now. Wang Xiao fell silent. The Shengzhou royal family had long since faded into oblivion. What of the nourishing meridian pill? Wang Xiao, since the Yi family asserts they can rescue your wife, why not seek their assistance? If you require my help, I can also pay them a visit. Master, the Yi family has already stated that if the nourishing meridian pill cannot be found, at most, they will not demand the deposit back. Wang Shangbai pondered for a considerable time. I find that family quite intriguing. We should invite them over for tea sometime. One strand of silk can extinguish half a city. What is their true origin? Wang Shangbai's heart surged like a tempestuous sea. Chapter 48. The end is nigh. An elderly servant entered and addressed Wang Shangbai. Sir, there is someone outside claiming to be a friend of Wang Xiao. A young man stepped in without waiting for further announcement. Wang Xiao was taken aback. Changsheng. Wang Shangbai's brows furrowed tightly. This matter was undoubtedly unusual. Changsheng nodded at Wang Shangbai. I presume you are Wang Xiao's master. No need to presume. Everyone in the vicinity is aware of it, Wang Shangbai replied. Wang Xiao, astonished, asked, young mastery, have you been following me? Changsheng chuckled and approached the table. Noticing a large pot of brewed spirit tea, he poured himself a generous cup and drank it in one gulp, exclaiming, "This tea is exquisite. Far superior to the dregs sold at your tea stall." Wang Shangbai observed Changsheng quietly, his internal energy subtly coiling. As a scholar, he possessed a certain calmness that remained unfazed by storms. Suddenly, Wang Xiao felt his master's suspicions were not unfounded, and his expression grew tense. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Changsheng remarked, "I indeed have been following you. Young mastery, it seems you have had ulterior motives all along." Wang Xiao's energy subtly shifted. "What motives?" Changsheng smiled. "I apologize for intruding uninvited. However, you two need not be so on guard, do you?" Wang Shangbai inquired. "Can you discern my wariness?" The demeanor of the immortal was genteel, yet his spiritual power surged, leaving one to wonder if he feared a mere junior would cause trouble. Wang Xiao, engulfed in confusion, asked, "Young Master Yi, what exactly do you mean?" He believed he had not offended any other formidable figures aside from Zhao Banqing. Changsheng explained, "After you left, I intended to take a stroll as well, but encountered an acquaintance along the way." "An acquaintance?" "Zhao Air," Changsheng replied. "Indeed, quite familiar. A severed arm is proof." "Wang Xiao, has Zhao Air been following me?" Wang Xiao gasped in shock. Changsheng nodded. "I asked him why he was tailing you, but he refused to answer. So, I taught him a lesson and then brought him here." Changsheng had thrown the battered Zhao Air into a dilapidated well outside the village. Wang Shangbai stroked his beard. "The journey is not short, yet you arrived quite swiftly. Unless Wang Xiao marked your path along the way, how could you find your way here so effortlessly?" "Easily. Everyone in the vicinity is aware of it." Changsheng retorted using Wang Shangbai's own words. "As an old man living in a village, though I possess no wealth, I still hold some renown." Wang Shangbai chuckled. Upon hearing that Zhao Air was still at the village entrance, Wang Xiao declared, "I must attend to this matter, otherwise it may lead to endless complications." Wang Shangbai nodded in agreement as he rushed out. Inside the room, only he and Changsheng remained. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Changsheng casually remarked, "Though your grand residence is hidden among the common folk, it exudes an ancient charm. Its eaves may not be high, yet they stretch skyward, presenting an air of regal authority. A splendid abode." Wang Shangbai's expression stiffened. "My surname is Wang." "Then I have not misspoken," Changsheng replied, glancing at a basket of discarded papers, from which a few characters peeked out, resembling a landscape painting. "The work of the immortal elder is none other than the grand panorama of rivers and mountains," mused Changsheng. Wang Shangbai's hand trembled slightly. This young lad possesses an astute gaze, deducing the essence of his painting from mere scraps of paper. If he were an ally, it would be acceptable. But if he is an adversary, Wang Shangbai, at the pinnacle of his fifth layer of cultivation, might just break his vows and take a life today. As a scholar, he is inclined towards the benevolent, yet when a learned individual harbors murderous intent, it is all the more ferocious. "Young man, do you also have an affinity for ink and brush?" Wang inquired. "Well, I must confess, my favorite is the portrait of beautiful women, with landscape paintings coming in a close second." "Truly, you are a youth of discerning taste. From a mere basket of torn paper, you discern my landscape painting. Pray tell, what else do you perceive?" Wang Shangbai pressed. Changsheng cast a sidelong glance. "I merely spoke whimsically to avoid appearing uncultured before such a grand scholar as yourself." "Did I pass your test?" He mused. Perhaps it was time to reveal the foundation of his 9 years of compulsory education. Wang Shangbai's artwork required considerable effort. To portray mountains and rivers must surely indicate lofty aspirations. "What do you mean by that?" Wang questioned, perplexed. "It suggests that the artist possesses a generous heart, yet feels a sense of melancholy. His state of mind is stifled, and he is reluctant to share it with others." Changsheng continued, "I am reminded of a line of poetry that, albeit forced, seems fitting." "Oh, you can compose poetry as well?" Wang Shangbai exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that this youth was no ordinary individual, Changsheng chose not to correct Wang's assumption, for there was no one to claim copyright. "Let it be as you say. Do not dwell on old friends and lost homelands. Instead, let us brew new tea with fresh fire." Changsheng acknowledged that this verse was not particularly apt, primarily inspired by the sight of freshly made spirit tea. Wang Shangbai turned pale, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and sat dazedly in the grand chair. Changsheng thought to himself, "Goodness, is the cultural level of Shengzhou truly so low? If I recite a few more elementary school poems, would I not be revered as a sage?" Seeing the esteemed scholar so astonished was not his intention. He found it rather amusing. Wang Shangbai straightened his attire, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. "I stand enlightened," as if listening to the heavenly sounds or receiving the essence of enlightenment. Yet, his gaze continuously scrutinized Changsheng, pondering what secrets this lad might harbor. The youth's eloquence suggested a prominent lineage. Even if he did not hail from a family of wealth and influence, he was certainly of notable background. Indeed, not simple at all. Both my parents have passed. Oh, then your maternal grandmother must be remarkable. She is adequate, I suppose. Seeing her daily does not bore me. Wang Shangbai chuckled. Young man, what cultivation technique do you practice? He inquired. Changsheng thought, that is a secret I cannot reveal. The golden liquid and jade furnace technique is indeed an art of alchemy. Ordinary techniques seem unworthy of mention in the presence of the immortal elder. Wang Shangbai stepped closer, affectionately grasping Changsheng's hand, and felt his pulse. The meridians were narrow and erratic, confirming Wang Xiao's assertion that Changsheng had not long entered the realm of immortals. At such a young age, entering this path indicated that his innate talent was far from ordinary. It was, in fact, alarmingly deficient. In a fleeting moment, Wang Shangbai intended to shatter his meridians, contemplating a decisive end. Yet, he restrained himself, observing the demeanor of the unfamiliar youth. Realizing that this young man was not as intricate as he had presumed, Wang Shangbai gestured towards the rear wall, and with a rustling sound, a tall and lengthy bookshelf emerged. With a mere flick of his finger, a deep yellow booklet materialized before him. Young man, I feel an instant connection with you. This tome, the Great Sutra, is meant for you alone, a privilege I have yet to extend even to Wang Xiao. A subtle twitch crossed Changsheng's lips. If you happen to have a beautiful granddaughter to introduce, I would gladly accept such a fortune. However, bestowing an obscure and convoluted ancient manuscript upon me is akin to gifting a set of homework to an elementary school student for their birthday. Thank you for your kindness. He replied. By the way, Wang Shangbai's birthday is approaching as well. At that moment, Wang Xiao approached from a distance. Changsheng stated, he has killed Zhao Er. How do you know? Wang Shangbai inquired, noting the resolute malice in his eyes and the fresh bloodstains upon his hands. Sharp perception. Wang Shangbai commended. Wang Xiao had now reached them. I have slain Zhao Er. It is evident, Changsheng remarked. You must have inquired extensively about the affairs of Yitsui Tower. Wang Xiao's eyes reddened. My time is short. Master, I may not be able to celebrate your birthday. Wang Shangbai glared. Nonsense. I at my age have not proclaimed my end. Yet you, youthful and vigorous, wish to depart before this old bone? Do you expect me to attend your demise? Absolutely not. Did you hear some unfavorable news from Zhao Er? Wang Xiao nodded. My wife suffers and endures humiliation within, while I, as a man, remain outside, powerless. What face do I have to live in this world? Chapter 49. Lowering oneself to persuade him. Zhao Er revealed that Wang Xiao's wife had been fasting at Yitsui Tower for several days. Wang Xiao's heart ached. Resolute to storm into Yitsui Tower. Even if it meant his death, he wished to see his wife one last time, to perish before his childhood sweetheart. Madness. With your skills, you cannot even breach the entrance. Wang Shangbai admonished. Not only Wang Xiao, but even with Wang Shangbai's presence, they were far from being a match for the thugs of Yitsui Tower. Furthermore, within Yitsui Tower, there were patrollers enjoying free services. Where there were patrollers, no one dared to cause trouble, lest they confront the patrolling city and face dire consequences. Wang Shangbai turned to Changsheng, young friend. I have heard you possess a method to rescue Wang Xiao's wife. He omitted the prerequisite. Changsheng replied. My grandmother stated that if Wang Xiao can procure the nourishing sutra pill, she would assist him in rescuing his wife. To be honest, I am unaware of how my grandmother intends to save anyone. He is under no obligation to aid in rescuing another's spouse. Wang Xiao knelt before Wang Shangbai. Master, I bid you farewell. Wang Shangbai stood there, speechless. Although he was a master, he never meddled in worldly matters and lacked the power to do so. Do not act impulsively. Allow me to ponder this further. He turned to Changsheng, saying, if you can assist Wang Xiao in rescuing his wife, I, despite my dimming eyesight, will aid you in your quest for what you seek. Let us invert the conditions. He glanced at the immense bookshelf, filled with an abundance of scrolls, perhaps containing clues to the Yaojing Dan. Changsheng resolutely shook his head. This matter was beyond his jurisdiction. It was not he who desired the Yaojing Dan. Young man, do you truly intend to stand by while others suffer? Wang Shangbai sighed. I shall maintain my distance. If I do not see, I shall not be troubled, Changsheng replied. Let us speak plainly, there is no shame in it. We owe each other nothing. Wang Xiao, remain patient for another 2 days. I must consult the texts. Seeing he could not sway Changsheng, Wang Shangbai stepped back. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Xiao. Finding the texts does not guarantee the discovery of the Yaojing Dan. Wang Xiao quietly rose and exited. Within the room, only Changsheng and Wang Shangbai remained. Your demands are excessively high. Wang Xiao is incapable of fulfilling them, Wang Shangbai remarked. Yet I have not pressured him. Changsheng replied calmly. Wang Shangbai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Changsheng possessed a resolute demeanor that seemed impervious to persuasion. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary youth, yet his heart was cold, hard, and unyielding. Engaging in conversation with such a person was exhausting and mentally taxing. I propose a deal, Wang Shangbai declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity, entirely unlike a man of his advanced years. Then I must ascertain whether it is advantageous. Changsheng responded. Wang Shangbai spoke directly. If you rescue Wang Xiao's wife, I promise to assist you in locating the Yaojing Dan. He is my only disciple. Should he perish, the Wang family will face extinction. I am counting on him to ensure my final days. Changsheng regarded him thoughtfully. He had come out merely for a stroll, never intending to involve himself in the trifles of rescuing a wife or seeking the Yaojing Dan. He had not anticipated that Wang Xiao's master was a reclusive scholar. What assurance can a sage provide? I shall not take your word at face value, Changsheng declared. I am a scholar. Do not regard my words as harsh. The words of a scholar are often the least trustworthy, he continued. I am not like other scholars. When I make a promise, it is as solid as a mountain. Wang Shangbai insisted. Changsheng shook his head. Even the emperor's golden words are often treated as mere air. How do you intend to find the Yaojing Dan? I must return to inform my grandmother, he inquired. Wang Shangbai smiled gently. You may have heard an ancient saying that serves as evidence. Which saying? In the books, one can indeed find the Yaojing Dan. Wang Shangbai stroked his beard, surveying his collection with a sense of pride. I trust you as one would trust a ghost. Changsheng thought to himself, but chose to grant him some dignity. If you can truly accomplish this, I shall return to inquire with my grandmother about how to rescue Wang Xiao's wife. Wang Shangbai seized Changsheng's hand. In addition, I have another request. First, the matter of your search for the Yaojing Dan must remain a secret known only to us. Wang Xiao must not be informed, nor should your grandmother be aware. You must not only rescue Wang's wife safely, but also promise me that you will unconditionally assist me with one task in this lifetime. The first condition is simple. It requires merely that you keep your lips sealed. Changsheng nodded. What is the second condition you wish for me to fulfill? The weight of the phrase unconditional is quite burdensome. I have yet to contemplate it thoroughly. Changsheng's expression turned serious. I cannot guarantee it. No, young man. I perceive your character, and I believe you are capable. The task I may assign you in the future will undoubtedly be reasonable. Perhaps it will involve fetching me a cup of water when I am too ill to rise, or assisting in my burial should someone place a blade at my throat. Enough with the parallel structure. I am willing to take a risk and accept your terms. However, what if I have a change of heart in the future? I trust you, Wang Shangbai replied calmly. The fewer words spoken, the greater the impact. The old man is attempting to morally bind me. How vexing. Changsheng swiftly reflected upon himself, deeming himself to be quite an honorable individual. I can no longer guarantee that in the future. He could not help but admire Ji, who had seemingly conjured the prospect of the Yongjing pill from thin air. Very well, the deal is struck. In an instant, the pressure shifted to Changsheng, who needed to return to inquire about how to rescue Wang Xiao's wife. Farewell, immortal elder. Take Wang Xiao with you. He will be of assistance. Changsheng could not suppress a bitter smile. Who is truly aiding whom here? The day Wang's wife emerges will be the day the Yongjing pill is placed in my hands. Wang Shangbai remarked. I have studied Confucianism for over 80 years. My heart is tranquil as still water. I have never made a promise until today. Perhaps it is fate. You may leave, but do not forget to practice the great canon. I shall be conducting inspections. Changsheng had already exited, with Wang Xiao closely following. What did you discuss with my master for several hours? I inquired whether his books contained any references to long legs. Long legs? Your master must be searching for something right now. Changsheng led him back to Qinghua Garden. He alone went to meet Ji. You have chosen to return. Ji's gaze was sharp, and what awaited Changsheng was a torrent of reprimands. She had prepared her arguments for quite some time. If young people are not educated early, they will inevitably stray from the path. Changsheng seized the initiative. Grandmother, I bring good news, tremendous good news. Would you prefer to vent first, or shall I delight you with the good news? Ji's expression gradually shifted from overcast to clear. Let me hear what he has to say first. Punishment can wait. If he speaks falsehoods, he will face graver consequences. Her mastery of the furnace technique had reached a level where she could wield it at will, and the joy was immeasurable. Changsheng, if you seek to deceive me, ensure you have a solid reason. Otherwise, you will endure 3 days and 3 nights of relentless training. Changsheng sat beside her, his arm wrapping around her waist. The Yongjing pill has potential. Really? If it turns out to be false, it will be 9 days and 9 nights. Huh. Who would have thought Wang Xiao possessed such capability? Changsheng chuckled. Our relationship is minimal. That was another esteemed individual who instructed me to ensure this matter remains undisclosed to any third party, including you. He smirked. That person is Wang Xiao's master. Changsheng nodded. Ji was incredibly astute. Ji lightly tapped Changsheng, expressing her admiration for his candor. Changsheng is one of us. How could he possibly side with Wang Xiao's master? Rest assured, grandmother will not divulge this to anyone. Wang Xiao's master, known as Wang Shangbai, is a Confucian scholar with an extensive collection of texts. He claimed that if grandmother could rescue Wang's wife, he would undoubtedly uncover the whereabouts of the nourishing essence pill. Changsheng inquired, "Do you believe him?" "I trust him," she replied. "Wang's wife's life hangs by a thread." Ji frowned. "Grandmother, it is now your turn to devise a plan. How shall we save her?" Changsheng asked. "Isn't it your responsibility to ponder such matters?" Ji retorted. Changsheng jumped up in disbelief. "Why has this become my task? I assumed you had everything figured out. Is this not a ruse?" Ji shot him a glance. "In our household, you are the backbone. Would you send grandmother into that sordid place to rescue a woman of ill repute? Yet you assured Wang Xiao." He exclaimed. He is of no consequence. What truly matters is procuring the nourishing essence pill by any means necessary, Ji replied nonchalantly. In her eyes, Wang Xiao and his ilk were merely insignificant pawns. She didn't even regard the three sisters, so why would she concern herself with Wang Xiao and his wife? "Fairy Ji, I apologize, but if you have no inclination to devise a rescue, I am at a loss as well. Without a rescue, we cannot obtain the nourishing essence pill." Ji noted that Changsheng was not pleased. When he was in good spirits, he referred to her as grandmother. When excited, he called her fairy. When angry, he simply addressed her as Ji. It was entirely her fault for granting him too much leeway from the outset, and occasionally having to condescend to appease him. "Changsheng, grandmother does have a plan." Chapter 50. Timed opening. Ji changed her tone to a sweet, melodic one that could melt a man's heart. Changsheng's ire was instantly soothed. This was the art of manipulation, and she felt quite pleased with herself. Although Changsheng had become increasingly clever, he remained firmly within her grasp. "Grandmother, what is your plan?" "My plan is to have you utilize existing resources as effectively as possible." Changsheng was perplexed. "Do you not have 3 stunning senior sisters? Why not seek their counsel?" Upon reflection, he realized that 3 beautiful senior sisters could certainly rival a mere cobbler. He summoned the 3 sisters, while Wang Xiao awaited outside. Wang Xiao elaborated on the situation at Yiquil. If they relied solely on brute strength, even their combined efforts would be futile. Zhao Banqing's thugs numbered in the hundreds, and there were at least 20 or 30 skilled practitioners at the 3rd level or above. The crucial factor was the presence of sentinels at Yiquil. Typically, the patrollers refrained from intervening in civil disputes, yet one must not engage in open conflict before them, especially when they are enjoying themselves. Any brawl would undoubtedly disturb their revelry. If they are displeased, the fight would inevitably turn into a one-sided affair, and one might even face annihilation at the hands of the patrollers. When a person is unable to relish the moment, they may resort to extreme actions, and the patrollers are no exception. Changsheng concluded, "It is imperative to lure the patrollers out of the Yitsue Tower." A silence enveloped the group. It was easier said than done. The patrollers were not their allies, and they were unaware of how many patrollers were present within. Zhao Banqing had previously boasted that unless the Yitsue Tower went bankrupt, Wang's wife would never be able to escape. This declaration plunged everyone into silence once more. Xiaojing broke the stillness, proposing, "I have an idea. Let's acquire the Yitsue Tower." Changsheng replied, "Setting aside whether we possess the capital, if they refuse to sell, we are left with no options." Xiaochang chuckled. "That is simple enough. Under the cover of darkness, we could set fire to the Yitsue Tower. What a splendid idea. We might as well obliterate the entire Shengzhou." Changsheng sighed, lamenting that they could not even muster a mere cobbler. Wang Xiao coughed twice. Changsheng turned his head. "Speak your mind." From Zhao Air, I learned that due to numerous competitors emerging in Yicheng, Zhao Banqing's business has become increasingly difficult. Of his vast enterprises, only the Yitsue Tower is profitable, while all other inns, restaurants, and casinos are incurring losses. Xiaodian inquired. Puzzled, "Why is it that only the Yitsue Tower is thriving?" Xiaochang quickly interjected. "You fail to understand. The Yitsue Tower's top courtesan surpasses all competitors, and patrons flock there seeking her company. The top courtesan of the Yitsue Tower is none other than Wang's wife." Wang Xiao felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, biting his lips until they bled. He longed to find Zhao Banqing and tear him to shreds. Outside, he let out a deep, guttural roar. There is no greater anguish for a man than this. Alas, Changsheng sighed deeply. Wang Xiao, consumed by despair, asked, Xiao, is there truly no resolution to this matter? Did you not say that if I find the Yongjing Dan, I could ensure the rescue of my wife? So you too are powerless. Even if I were to miraculously find the Yongjing Dan, it would be of no avail, would it? You have merely been deceiving me. I see now that you are no different from Zhao Banqing, extremely selfish, adhering to the principle that one must look out for oneself lest they face divine retribution. So when I believed I could count on you as friends, all I received in return was mockery and disdain? Let me be frank. I cannot possibly find the Yongjing Dan. Even if I did, I would not share it with you. Today marks the anniversary of my and my wife's demise. Take heed of yourselves. Wang Xiao was ablaze with grief and fury. Despair can effortlessly shatter a person's reason. He drew a long sword, casting his hat aside without a trace. From this moment forth, he would no longer conceal his intentions. He must confront Zhao Banqing to embody the essence of a man, even if it leads to his demise. Su Yang spat at him. Wang Xiao was taken aback. Young Master Yi, I know you look down on me, so what? I am destined to die. I am leaving. I not only disdain you, but I also wish to beat you. Yi Changsheng retorted, bewildered. I haven't finished my words, and you're erupting like a volcano. Your wife has been captured by Zhao Banqing. It is not my fault. Why direct your ire towards us? The brilliant idea I had just formulated has been utterly forgotten thanks to your outburst. What? Young Master, he has come up with an idea? A brilliant one at that? Wang Xiao knelt at the door, pleading, Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was completely dazed. Please, I implore you to save the lives of my wife and me. Xiao Tian interjected. A man should not kneel unless it is for gold. What gold? If there were true gold, I would kneel to you for no reason at all. Yi Changsheng replied coldly. He had indeed conceived an idea, yet he hesitated to employ it, as it pained him. Thus, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Wang Xiao trembled, afraid to speak further. Ji Yu spoke solemnly. What is the method? Pray, share it with us. Yi Changsheng replied. In truth, it was your words that inspired me. He addressed Wang Xiao outside. Haven't you dabbled in various businesses? Indeed. If given the capital, I could certainly open a large establishment. However, time is of the essence. Moreover, how does opening a store relate to saving my wife? Yi Changsheng continued. If I were to allow you to open an establishment akin to Itsue Tower, how soon could you accomplish it? Money is not an object. Wang Xiao was taken aback. Could he possibly compete with Zhao Banqing? Opening a new store was one thing, but recruiting and training staff, attracting new clientele, it would take months, if not years, to build a reputation. Your wife's life does not exceed 10 days, Yi Changsheng reminded him. Wang Xiao lamented. 10 days to open a store and topple Itsue Tower? That's utterly impossible. A profound sense of disappointment loomed over Wang Xiao. The three sisters, Xiao Jing, also shook their heads in silence. Yet, Ji Yu smiled faintly. She had already deduced 4 or 5 aspects of Yi Changsheng's clever scheme. It was feasible. Yi Changsheng asked casually. First, regarding the location, how long do you require to prepare it? Wang Xiao hesitantly replied. As for the location alone, I know there is a ready-made site directly across from Itsue Tower that could be arranged in 10 days at the earliest. Unacceptable. That is too long. Yi Changsheng asserted sternly. 7 days? Still too long. 5 days. Are you playing house? 3 days. It cannot be any shorter. Wang Xiao steeled himself. 2 days. I shall grant you but 2 days to ensure the establishment is ready, primarily focused on the melodies. Yi Changsheng's word is final. Wang Xiao found himself at a loss for words. To prepare a grand establishment within 2 days was an insurmountable challenge. The next step involved recruiting staff. A task Yi Changsheng found somewhat difficult to articulate. The term used was rather unflattering. The mention of certain women and a few fallen individuals was indeed disheartening. Chapter 51. What strengths are needed? Recruitment and the arrangement of the establishment must proceed concurrently, with personnel in place within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao's worries multiplied. Young Master Yi, even if you were to tear me into 1,000 pieces, I could not fulfill this task. Is recruitment truly so challenging? Yi Changsheng inquired, turning his head. Far more difficult than arranging the establishment, Wang Xiao replied. The time consumed is considerable. We must handle applications, screenings, role assignments, training, and find experienced staff to mentor newcomers. Yi Changsheng retorted, no need for lamentation. The personnel issue is easily resolved. I am granting you only 3 days. This is simply unfeasible, Wang Xiao exclaimed, nearly in tears. You have never engaged in business, so you cannot comprehend the intricate and tedious nature of the process. When everything converges, 100 minds would not suffice. Yi Changsheng remained unfazed. In my view, there is nothing difficult about it. What do you fear when money is no object? With 2 days for renovations, if all teams work together and wages are doubled, I assure you, should the funds be sufficient, there are those who would undertake this task in a single day. As for staffing, we can easily attract ordinary workers with wages at double the highest level in the city. Let us see who comes forth. For the fallen women, let their earnings be commensurate with their efforts. We shall take no cut, and all they earn shall be theirs. Let us announce this immediately. Wang Xiao was dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, is this truly how business is conducted? Is it not the case now? Yi Changsheng countered. We will soon find ourselves in dire straits. Wang Xiao cried out. If we take no commission from the fallen women, how shall the owner profit? Yi Changsheng patiently explained. Though we do not take a commission, we can sell ancillary items. For instance, we could wholesale cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and bottled water. No, let us consider sunflower seeds, spirits, and tea. We shall not inflate prices excessively, merely tenfold. The emphasis is on volume. Furthermore, from among those with exceptional qualifications and popularity, we can cultivate a number of stars. Beyond auctioning overnight conversation rights, they could endorse Shengzhou's cosmetics, fashion, silk, and more. All of this constitutes profit. Thus, I require you to prepare for opening within 3 days. In 5 days, we shall resonate throughout the city, establishing ourselves as the foremost establishment in the realm. Within 7 days, the Itsue building shall stand desolate, its doors closed for good. Wang Xiao, with luxurious carriages and fine horses, go and reclaim your youthful sweetheart. A grand reunion, and the curtain falls. Xiao Jing and the others were left in a state of astonishment, likened to 3 statues. Wang Xiao once again knelt. Young Master Yi, I am utterly bewildered, as if I grasp the concept yet do not fully comprehend. Yi Changsheng tossed 500,000 taels of silver before him. Do you understand? Take this for renovations. He then threw another 500,000. Do you comprehend? This is for operational expenses. I can assist you no further. Wang Sha collected the banknotes one by one, straightening his back. Young Master Yi, rest assured. Grant me an opportunity, and I shall surprise you. Yi Changsheng mused internally. Could it be that your wife is named Surprise? Within 7 days, he vowed to dismantle Itsue Tower. Wang Sha clenched his fist. He paused and inquired, Young Master Yi, what shall we name our establishment? Heaven and Earth. Yi Changsheng could not conjure a more dazzling name, and settled for a commonplace one that everyone recognized. Wang Sha's expression turned resolute. With your unwavering support, Young Master Yi, I shall undoubtedly transform Heaven and Earth into the premier club of Yicheng. Indeed, one must harbor ambitions and not fear expenditures. After all, you will need to repay me for this. Yi Changsheng responded nonchalantly. Wang Sha was momentarily taken aback. Oh, understood. There are many experienced employees in Yicheng. We can lure them with double salaries and promise year-end bonuses when the time comes, Yi Changsheng advised. In this society, there is no wall that cannot be toppled. Wang Sha nodded. There is no time to waste. I shall attend to this matter immediately. With that, he departed. The 3 young ladies, Xiao Jing and her companions, returned to their senses. Oh my, is this truly our junior brother? They approached in turn, feeling Yi Changsheng's forehead, confirming he was not feverish. Ji Yu's expression was as grave as ancient ice, a chill emanating through the gauze. The 3 elder sisters could not help but shudder. Kneel, Ji Yu commanded with authority. Xiao Jing and her companions knelt in a row, bewildered by their elder's wrath. It was utterly terrifying. You 3 scoundrels. What nonsense have you taught Changsheng over the past decade? Her words were laced with menace, capable of inflicting harm at any moment. Grandmother, we truly taught him exactly as you instructed, without adding or subtracting a thing. Xiao Jing replied softly. Ji Yu snorted. Do you mean to say all his ideas simply fell from the sky? Bloodline awakening? Fortuitous encounters? She shook her head, dismissing all conjectures. Yet, the notions Yi Changsheng had just articulated were undeniably brilliant. Such insights could not possibly arise without decades of intellectual stimulation. You 3, go reflect deeply. You are nothing but a source of worry. Thank you, grandmother, for your mercy. Xiao Jing and her companions hastily exited, leaving only Yi Changsheng and Ji Yu. Had she not witnessed Yi Changsheng grow up in the Moonlight Palace, Ji Yu would never have believed he was the child she had brought back. Changsheng, my dear, you are quite astute. I have learned from you, Ji Yu remarked. Your flattery grows ever sweeter. Yours does too, Yi Changsheng said, licking his lips. Ji Yu chuckled, suddenly serious. Changsheng, you must keep a close watch on Wang Sha's master. Be wary of him trying to swindle us. So, grandmother, do you believe my plan can succeed? Not necessarily. The imagination is splendid, yet execution is an entirely different matter, Ji Yu replied calmly. Her insight was beyond compare to that of the 3 maidservants and Changsheng. Yi Changsheng was acutely aware that, following the aforementioned steps, a 100% success rate could not be assured. Excluding unforeseen circumstances, it would be nothing short of miraculous if operations could commence after 3 days. The crux lay in making a resounding impact, coupled with a trump card. Yi Changsheng affectionately wrapped his arm around her waist. I still possess a significant resource yet to be utilized. What resource? What do you think, grandmother? Ji Yu exhaled softly, her breath causing the gauze to flutter, revealing her dark visage. Are you truly willing to part with such a considerable investment? In order to assist you in locating the nourishment pill, it must be done. Yi Changsheng replied. Changsheng, remember, those who encounter me meet their demise, without exception. Rising to his feet, Changsheng declared, I must go comfort my senior sister. You frightened them just now. Changsheng, do not forget, they are merely handmaidens, unworthy of your excessive compassion. All are born equal, Yi Changsheng retorted as he exited. He made his way directly to his senior sister's chamber. Xiaojing and the others rushed towards him like fans encountering a celebrity, an overwhelming sight. Sisters, today we shall not engage in cultivation. Let us relax. And how do you propose we unwind? Xiaojing teased, playfully brushing her fingers across Yi Changsheng's face. Such a fine figure you possess. It would be a pity not to dance. A few casual moves could captivate all. Junior brother, in truth. The eldest senior sister's talent lies not in dancing, Xiao Tian gently remarked. Oh, what talent is that? Changsheng inquired, oblivious. Musical instruments. Chapter 52. Erasing memories. Changsheng chuckled. Sister Tian, if my imagination does not betray me, the eldest senior sister plays a musical instrument. If not a musical instrument, then what? Blowing a fire stick. Xiao Tian replied innocently. Despite having known the eldest senior sister for over a decade, Changsheng had never witnessed her play an instrument. Perhaps the information he received from the original owner was incomplete. Xiaojing then produced a delicate jade flute from her pocket. Junior brother, allow me to showcase a little something. I hope you enjoy it. What piece will you play? Changsheng asked. Xiaojing shook her head. I do not know. Did you compose it yourself? Certainly not. Xiaojing lowered her voice. I once heard grandmother play it and memorized it. It is a gift, an ability to remember melodies effortlessly. The title matters not, as long as it is pleasing to the ear. As Xiaojing lifted the jade flute to her lips, the sound that emerged was poignant and ethereal, resonating deeply with a subtle melancholy, yet infused with a soaring intensity. Changsheng, who generally held a lukewarm interest in high art, found himself entranced. Suddenly, a sharp blade sliced through the air with alarming speed. The eldest senior sister's jade flute shattered into splinters, akin to a bamboo tube cleaved into fragments. In an instant, the door burst apart, and through the haze of dust, Jiyu's silken threads danced in the wind. With each step she took, the blue stones beneath her cracked. Her entire being radiated with an impending surge of spiritual power. You wretched girl, how dare you play this piece? Her voice pierced the air, sharp enough to assault the eardrums. Xiaojing and the others, jolted from their stupor, hastily knelt in deference. They had not anticipated that performing a piece for their junior would provoke such ferocity in Jiyu. Had they inadvertently touched a nerve? Was she perhaps a reincarnation of a pangolin? Changsheng positioned himself before her. It is merely a piece. I compelled her to play it. Changsheng, step aside. Her piercing gaze cut through the veil, striking Changsheng's face directly. Let us converse civilly. If playing this piece requires a fee, I shall cover it. Changsheng remained unmoving. What a trivial matter. Jiyu advanced a step. Changsheng met her with his broad chest. The two stood in opposition for a quarter of an hour, acutely aware of each other's rapid breaths. Yet, Changsheng distinctly sensed the boundless malice emanating from Jiyu this time. First, she would destroy the jade flute, then obliterate Xiaojing. And not even Xiao Chang and Xiao Tian would be spared. They were but three lowly maidservants. Their lives were hers to claim at will. Several gleaming moonlight blades lay quietly in her grasp. Changsheng tightly held her hand, preventing her from unleashing them. Jiyu struggled, but Changsheng's power far surpassed hers, and she could not break free. Moments passed. Jiyu, her silver teeth clenched, declared, You three shall kneel here. Without my permission, you cannot rise. Changsheng, follow me. In this private contest of strength, she could not break free from Changsheng's grasp, so she resorted to a different approach. Changsheng followed her closely into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Jiyu abruptly turned, her hands gripping Changsheng's arms fiercely, her voice chilling. Changsheng, do you realize we nearly faced utter catastrophe? I do not know when that wretched girl learned the piece. It is infuriating. Changsheng pried her hands off, finding her grip quite painful. Elder, there are no outsiders here. How could a mere piece bring about ruin? Jiyu tore off her veil. Changsheng was taken aback. She had never behaved so violently before. I have told you, you are not like them. You are different, do you understand? 1,000 horses raced through Changsheng's mind. Could it be that I possess a remarkable lineage? A royal descendant? Burdened with an important mission? Yet, does that mean you should mold me into a vessel? Changsheng, I can only tell you this. If this piece becomes known to outsiders, there will be no place for either of us in Shengzhou. The Tian Qin and the Yangjing Dan I yearn for would become as light as a feather, insignificant. Remember, everything I do is not solely for myself, but for you as well. Changsheng calmly replied. Can you not disclose everything to me? Absolutely not. Dismiss that thought forever. You need only do as I instruct. That is overly domineering, Changsheng remarked. Domineering? Were it not for my caution, would you still be alive today? Jiyu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Changsheng waved his hand, saying, All right, let us not quarrel. However, to kill 3 senior sisters over a mere melody, especially when no one else is listening, is truly excessive. It is as if you do not regard them as human. Jiyu laughed coldly. You are still too naive. They must die, for they have crossed my bottom line. You do not reveal your reasons, and I shall not permit you to harm them in the slightest. Changsheng would not relent. Even if she were to explain, he would still not acquiesce. Are you truly so devoted to these subordinates? Jiyu retorted, They are my senior sisters, not subordinates. I will not allow anyone to harm them, including you, Fairy Jiyu. A rare ferocity glimmered in Changsheng's eyes. Jiyu met his gaze fiercely. Very well. This time I may spare them, but you must grant me a promise. What promise? He inquired. To never again question my reasons. Otherwise, I shall inevitably extinguish their lives. Unless you remain by their side, without fail. Changsheng pondered for a moment before agreeing. I shall not question. If the outcome is detrimental to me, it would only burden my mind and lead to unhappiness in the future, which contradicts my original purpose of traversing realms. Moreover, Jiyu's voice turned stern. What now? An additional demand? Changsheng asked. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you must erase their memories. Jiyu's face twisted in horror. How cruel. Changsheng objected. Without their past memories, would they not become strangers? I will not erase their memories. I shall teach you. Jiyu's powers were diminished. Otherwise, she would not require Changsheng's assistance. Are you not afraid of backlash? Changsheng queried with a sidelong glance. What? You wish to use magic against your grandmother? You heartless wretch. Jiyu, taken aback, formed a seal with her spiritual energy and aimed it at Changsheng. He remained unmoving, and she did not truly strike. All right, I agree. But only the memories pertaining to this performance may be erased. Changsheng softened his stance. How could one go against a woman's will? Jiyu's eyes flashed with intensity. I will teach you the spell. Changsheng proceeded to the room of his senior sisters. He candidly conveyed his grandmother's demands and sought their understanding. Xiao Jing spoke up cheerfully. Though I know not the reasons, I am deeply moved. Come, junior brother. Xiao Chong added. Indeed, junior brother, be gentle. I fear pain. Xiao Tian, with her timid demeanor, evoked sympathy. Changsheng chuckled. This is not a needle. He placed his hand upon the eldest sister's forehead, closing his eyes, and then proceeded to Xiao Chong and Xiao Tian. Is that all? Xiao Jing inquired. Xiao Chong and Xiao Tian also widened their eyes, filled with questions. What, are you dissatisfied? Shall I redo it? Changsheng said sternly. No. No. It is excellent. The three senior sisters expressed their satisfaction. Please convey a message to my grandmother, for she remembers nothing at all. A smile appeared on Changsheng's face. This matter ends here. Now, let us attend to serious business. What business? The three senior sisters surrounded him. Chapter 53. Opening day freebies. Are you happy, my three senior sisters? Changsheng inquired. Happy, they replied in unison. Well then, I shall invite you to partake in a most delightful endeavor. I wish to teach you a melody, whether to blow or to pluck, the choice is yours. Junior brother, this jest is hardly amusing, Xiaojing expressed, still shaken from their recent brush with danger. Xiaochong and Xiaotian voiced their dissent as well. You cannot push us into the fire pit again. Changsheng's expression darkened. What did I just say to you? Can't you even manage a performance? I've barely begun, and you've already revealed your secrets. How can we deceive grandmother? Not only have we forgotten nothing, we remember more clearly than anyone. My memory erasing spell is authentic, you know. Shall we start anew? The three senior sisters flushed with embarrassment, having been caught. Xiaochong lifted his head, feigning nonchalance. Junior brother, what did you say a moment ago? You wish to teach us a melody, one that can be played or sung, as we see fit? Yes, we adore music. The three senior sisters exclaimed, clapping their hands. Changsheng nodded, pleased. He fell into contemplation. What should he teach? He could only recall a few trivial songs from his past life, and he didn't remember all the lyrics. Fortunately, the lyrics were not the crux. Remembering the melody would suffice, as it only required humming. Xiaotian timidly suggested, we hail from the Moonlight Palace. Perhaps you could teach us a tune about the moon? Xiaojing and Xiaochong simultaneously rushed to cover her mouth. Junior sister, stop tempting fate. You are dancing on the edge of disaster. It's not that serious, Xiaotian replied, sparking inspiration in Changsheng. Several tunes sprang to mind. Should he choose the 16 moon, Under the Moon, or the Moon's Blame? He hummed all three songs. Xiaojing proved to be a prodigy. Upon finishing, she could hum the tune even more accurately than Changsheng. The three senior sisters succumbed effortlessly to the allure of art. Melodious strains wafted from the room. Jiyu, meditating in her chamber, found herself pausing, her brows knitting in delight. How enchanting! She began to hum softly along. A day passed, and Wang Xiao's new shop began to take shape. A new building rose majestically, bustling with newly hired employees. With double wages, only a fool would hesitate. A parade of elegantly dressed young women arrived in donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages, creating a vibrant spectacle. Not far away, at Itsue Tower, Zhao knocked on Zhao Banqing's door. Boss, what are you doing? Across the street, a new establishment named Heaven on Earth has opened its doors. With the mastermind behind it being Wang Xiao, it is evident that he is courting disaster, and even fate seems to conspire against him. A sultry voice called out. Boss Zhao, have you not yet finished speaking? Yes, my dear, I am coming. Half an hour later, Zhao Sen knocked again. Boss, some of our workers have resigned and gone to Wang Xiao's place. Let them go. I was contemplating layoffs anyway. This saves me the wages. A few ladies have also left, but they were of inferior quality, which is hardly a loss. Just as Zhao San was about to depart, Zhao Banqing inquired. Any news on that good-for-nothing Zhao heir? None. I sent someone to search, but there is no trace. Zhao Banqing took another half-hour to dress and rise. The moment Wang Xiao commenced renovations on his shop, the implications became clear to him. Wang Xiao's intentions were unmistakably evident. It was ludicrously amusing that the former boss's wife was now the star attraction at a rival's establishment, bolstering their faade. Zhao Banqing plotted to exploit this spectacle to elevate Yizue Tower to even greater heights, ultimately aiming to topple Wang Xiao. Zhao Banqing was well aware of Wang Xiao's business acumen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament, leaving his subordinates to benefit. In Changsheng, Yizue Tower stood unrivaled, impervious to challenge. Wang Xiao's offer of double wages to his employees was unsurprising, as he had done so in the past. However, his refusal to take a cut felt somewhat extreme. But how long could this last? Wang Xiao's strategy would inflict no significant harm on Yizue Tower, but for other establishments, it would be a different story. Ultimately, it would be Zhao Banqing who reaped the rewards. It is crucial to note that Yizue Tower is a designated establishment for the. Although they may partake without cost, the fame and security brought by the have greatly bolstered Yizue Tower's reputation. As long as they remain, it will always reign supreme as the foremost establishment in Changsheng. On the third day, Wang Xiao's heaven on earth officially opened, creating a commercial miracle in Changsheng. The first day was free. Free? Such a notion was utterly outlandish. Can one truly partake without payment? The commotion outside was beyond imagination. Changsheng sat in a nearby tavern, quietly observing. While the excitement was palpable, it was predominantly chaotic. Wang Xiao was flustered and disorganized. The skilled employees he had lured with high salaries failed to exhibit the professionalism expected of them. Some employees were evidently intent on causing disruption, including several sent by Zhao Banqing. Young Master Yi, what should we do? The staff is proving difficult to manage. They refuse to cooperate and disregard instructions. Wang Xiao was at his wit's end. He pondered for a moment. Did you hire so many security personnel merely to vent frustration? Divide the staff into departments and small teams of 5. Establish a rule that if even one person fails to contribute or causes trouble, the entire team will suffer a day's wage deduction. If 2 individuals are unproductive, the whole team will be dismissed. Those who are brave enough to speak up will be exempt from penalties. Dare to defy? Let the security personnel handle him. Wang Xiao clenched his fists, declaring, very well. I shall act immediately. Within less than half an hour, the guards dragged several men from the establishment, administering a vigorous beating that was both imposing and exhilarating. At the mere gesture of Wang Xiao, they would charge forth like ferocious beasts. This was due to Changsheng's prior counsel to Wang Xiao that as long as order was maintained, the security staff could also indulge in the establishment's benefits for free during their downtime. Order both within and outside the shop was swiftly restored. Yet, Wang Xiao returned. His joy tinged with concern. Yi Xiao, the influx of patrons due to this complimentary offer is overwhelming. Even some veteran patients, who have languished for decades, are being assisted to queue. What should we do? Changsheng began to ponder deeply. He was not a seasoned veteran in this line of work, lacking the requisite experience. In that case, procure some paper, inscribe numbers, and distribute them as tickets. Those who miss their turn can return in the afternoon. Once the numbers are exhausted, no more will be issued. We must control the crowd. Wang Xiao departed in haste. Changsheng slapped his forehead. Only he could conceive of such a scheme involving a complimentary brothel service. Truly a living bodhisattva. The inaugural day of business was finally drawing to a close. Wang Xiao was utterly exhausted, akin to having emerged from a spider's lair, lamenting his plight. Yi Xiao, will our method suffice? To say that the clientele at Tianshang Renjian is like clouds in the sky is an understatement. The numbers are akin to locusts. The nearby Yizue building, though reduced in patrons, remained largely unaffected in its operations. Changsheng reflected for a moment. While the establishment had garnered some fame, the clientele attracted by the free offerings were predominantly from the lower echelons, with few high-end guests. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement. Not a single distinguished patron had made an appearance. Changsheng engaged in self-reflection. I evidently underestimated the needs of the people of Changsheng. The cultivation world should indeed aspire to greater heights, should it not? Yi Xiao, what shall we do tomorrow? Reinstate the charges and resume normal operations. Changsheng required further observation. Entering a new industry necessitated a calm demeanor. Chapter 54, The Arrival of Rivals Day 4. Inside Tianshang Renjian, the number of guests had plummeted by 90%. Wang Xiao was in a state of acute anxiety, with 5 or 6 blisters forming on his lips. This was a natural phenomenon. After a peak, there inevitably follows a period of decline. Changsheng remained unperturbed, as this was anticipated. Furthermore, he observed that despite Wang Xiao's considerable expenditure, he had not managed to recruit many top-tier performers, leading to insufficient influence and appeal. Being a new establishment, customer loyalty was lacking. Naturally, he could not entice the leading performers from Yizue building. How much capital remains? 1 million taels, Wang Xiao replied. barely enough to cover 3 days of expenses at Tianshang Renjian. Wang Xiao's prowess in earning was unimpressive, yet he excelled at spending. Xiao, do we have any assurance? This 10 million must be repaid. One can only imagine the pressure on Wang Xiao. His wife's whereabouts remained uncertain. The business at Itsue building remained virtually unaffected, as many individuals became aware that the star attraction was none other than Wang Xiao's wife. The proprietor of Tianshang Renjian, their interests surged exponentially, compelling them to flock to the venue, willing to expend vast sums merely to catch a glimpse of her allure. Those who have visited unanimously extol its virtues. Even Changsheng found himself curious about her appearance. At that moment, a few individuals entered, their laughter echoing through the air. Wang Xiao clenched his jaw tightly, his fists balled up in a show of restrained fury. The newcomers were Zhao Banqing, a security personnel under Wang Xiao, whose keen perception prompted dozens to converge around them. In terms of manpower, Wang Xiao was certainly not at a disadvantage. Zhao Banqing, with a smile upon his face, gently gestured for calm, indicating that he was merely there for a visit and, if necessary, could indulge in a small expenditure to experience the service level of his adversary. He had also noticed Changsheng behind Wang Xiao, realizing that he was the formidable ally summoned by Wang. You owe me 8 million, and yet you dare to prance around before me? This can only signify one thing. Changsheng remarked. Zhao Banqing's expression hardened. He had been relentlessly searching for Changsheng's family, but to no avail. Had he found them, he would not have had to endure this bitterness for so long. Regardless of Changsheng's background, he felt compelled to confront him. The incident from that day had utterly humiliated him. What does this indicate? On Wang Xiao's turf, Zhao Banqing suppressed his simmering anger. It indicates that your debts are far too numerous. 8 million is hardly significant. With an abundance of debt, one becomes indifferent to it. Zhao Banqing was merely a name without substance, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Ha ha ha. What Zhao Banqing, lack is certainly not money. I possess a money tree. Wang Xiao, when will you and Xiao grace me with your presence? I guarantee your satisfaction. I'll even offer you a discount. Fury blazed in Wang Xiao's eyes. Changsheng remained unfazed. Zhao Banqing's attempts to tarnish Wang Xiao were their own affairs, not stirring a single ripple within him. There was no need for concern. Changsheng turned to Wang Xiao and stated, Zhao Banqing cannot repay the 8 million he owes me. Every single patron in this establishment must be informed. Not a single one should be overlooked. Among them are several of his creditors, who will undoubtedly feel weakened upon hearing this. While Wang Xiao's capacity as chairman might be average, his execution skills were exceptional. He was indeed an excellent manager. Changsheng continued, also, let those insider details be disclosed. Wang Xiao blinked and nodded in agreement. Changsheng regarded the stunned Zhao Banqing with disdain. I calculate that you are but 5 days away from bankruptcy, perhaps even 3. Nonsense. The sky may fall, but I, Zhao Banqing, will not face bankruptcy. Zhao Banqing retorted angrily. This young man dared to engage him in schemes and business warfare. Where had Wang Xiao sourced such an ally? Had he anticipated this, he would have eradicated Wang Xiao entirely from the outset, eliminating the root of the problem. With merely a single lofty building, I earn millions daily. Do you truly believe your dilapidated establishment can contend with me? He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the guests in attendance, both in quantity and quality, paled in comparison to those at Yiku. This realization eased his mind. The conflict between Yiku and Tianshang Renjian would not spell the end for Yiku. Rather, it would be the less capable competitors who would face demise. After the storm, when the debris is cleared, he would be the one to emerge victorious. How could they not grasp the principle that the strong remain strong? His only concern was that investors and creditors might conspire against him. As long as Yiku stood firm, there would be no significant issues. The flow of resources was still intact. Zhao Banqing brimmed with confidence. If you can outmaneuver me, I shall return your wife to you with both hands. Ha! Zhao, you need not be so arrogant. I shall take your head as an offering to my kin. Wang Xiao advanced a step, and dozens of security personnel followed suit, creating an atmosphere of palpable intimidation. Outnumbered, Zhao Banqing was not foolish enough to fall for such provocation and stepped back a few paces. Boss Wang, that depends on your capabilities. With that, he turned and strode out with his entourage. Damn it, Zhao San Zhao Si, have you not yet discovered where Changsheng's family resides? Boss, there's no need to search. Hasn't he just appeared? If he has shown himself, his women cannot be far behind. Zhao San bent slightly, sensing that the boss remained infatuated with the 3 stunning beauties. This obsession was indeed unforgettable. Zhao San had also indulged in dreams of spring for several days, leaving him in a poor state. Keep your eyes peeled. Report to me at once if there's any movement from Tianshang Renjian or if Changsheng's women make an appearance. Seize any opportunity to act. I shall bear the brunt of it all. Mention of this caused Zhao Banqing's heart to ache. It was a presence capable of sustaining an entire brothel, and he had failed to capture her. He hastened towards Yiku, eager to vent his frustrations. On the 5th day, the blisters on Wang Xiao's lips had only multiplied, rendering him a comical sight. Yet it was worth it, all for true love. This new establishment represented his final hope. He was uncertain of the method his master had employed to persuade Changsheng to first assist in rescuing his wife before searching for the nourishing elixir. Meanwhile, Changsheng, accompanied by 3 senior sisters, quietly visited Wang Shangbai's residence. Xian Wang, I require your artistic talents. They shall serve as your muses. Though I am no connoisseur of art, I wish to showcase their beauty as compellingly as possible. Changsheng was direct. The portraits would pertain to their transaction. A spark ignited in Wang Shangbai's gaze, stirring his aged heart. In that moment, his youth surged forth once more. He calmed his racing emotions and quietly stated, I have never painted a person before. Today, I shall make an attempt. His hand trembled as he grasped the brush, ruining several sheets of fine paper in succession. Setting down the brush, he said, Ladies, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. He hurried to the back room, plunged his entire face into the cold water, and gasped. Ah, much better. He silently recited the calming mantra, swiftly practicing a set of techniques that allowed his breath to flow freely. He took small steps back, feeling frail and aged. A sight that might evoke laughter. He picked up a brush and, after a moment of concentration, began to paint with fluid strokes, creating a breathtaking scene that seemed to unveil celestial beauty. Old sage, you are indeed a masterful reproducer, rendering lifelike portraits with astonishing accuracy, remarked Wang Shangbai with composure. What purpose does this painting serve? To advertise. Changsheng put away the artwork and took his leave. Upon seeing Changsheng and his companions depart, a wave of despondency washed over Wang Shangbai, but he quickly regained his focus. I must intensify my practice. I cannot let my scholarly heart waver. Chapter 55. Stop me, senior sister Xiao Jing inquired. Junior brother, are you asking us to perform and create likenesses, or are you leading us astray? Do not speak recklessly. Changsheng replied. Do not even entertain such thoughts. I suspect it is to generate income for our grandmother. Xiao Chong interjected. The city is vast, and living here is not easy. We need silver. Changsheng regarded her, impressed with her articulation this time. Xiao Tian, with her lower lip encasing her upper lip, added, Whatever the junior brother instructs, I shall comply. He would not lead us astray, would he? Indeed, how could I ever ask you to do anything of that nature? I intend for you to become artists, purely artistic endeavors. Even if efforts to suppress vice come knocking, we shall display encouragement on the spot. I want you to bring aesthetic enjoyment to this city. Senior sister Xiao Jing drew forth a jade flute, while Xiao Chong produced a long flute. And Xiao Tian had nothing. Changsheng had previously stated that she merely needed to sit quietly. Heavenly and earthly realms. Everything was arranged according to his specifications. Perfect. Changsheng handed the painting to Wang Xiao. Devise a catchy slogan and then hang the painting outside the building. I am ready to unveil my grand plan. We shall host one or more elegant concerts here, depending on the circumstances, until we bring down the Itsue building. Wang Xiao looked somewhat perplexed and asked, Just for a performance? I caution you against any inappropriate thoughts. How could I dare? This is sufficient. Wang Xiao felt his cheeks flush. He struggled to formulate an advertising slogan, as did Changsheng, who could not come up with anything particularly brilliant. How about this? The heavenly sound of heaven and earth. Let your ears conceive. Ticket prices will be raised to 1,000 taels of silver each. Action. Received. Wang Xiao spun around like a top, ever tireless. Soon enough, eye-catching, innovative. Oversized posters were displayed. Men, upon seeing the 3 enchanting women depicted, found themselves irresistibly drawn, stopping in their tracks and drooling. Women, too, longed to transform into men. In that moment, the world seemed to slow down. I want to hear the celestial melodies. I want to verify if the claims are genuine. The heartfelt desires of the men in the city echoed through the skies. Observing the throngs of people, Changsheng lamented, another blunder. Wang Xiao, filled with both surprise and joy, exclaimed, There was no mistake, young master, my genius. Alas, I had not anticipated the extraordinary purchasing power of the city. There are an abundance of affluent individuals, their yearning for art surpassing even that for life itself. It is imperative to note that these are high-end clientele, and maintaining order is of utmost importance. Should the crowd become too overwhelming, tomorrow we shall double the ticket prices, in reverence to the market. Most significantly, we must closely monitor the developments at Itsue building. Tears glistened in Wang Xiao's eyes. The prospect of reuniting with his spouse had become tangible, and their family fortune had been revitalized. The melodious notes of the Xiao began to waft through the air. Guests drawn by the news filled every available seat to capacity. Changsheng glanced around and smiled. This was the situation he had desired. Master Sister Xiaojing, as always, possessed an alluring figure, her curves capable of softening even the most stoic of men. Second Sister Xiaochong, with her slightly parted crimson lips, could effortlessly entice any infatuated soul to become a moth to the flame. Meanwhile, the serene Xiaodian had the power to instantly dissipate all excitement, impulse, fervor, and distractions. The internal monologue of those listening was simply, "I wish to be a tranquil and handsome man, immersed in the embrace of art." The atmosphere was suffused with a rich artistic essence, bridging the heavens and the earth. It became clear that entertainment could manifest in such a manner. The beauty was astonishing, and the melodies were so captivating they could genuinely refresh the spirit. One person shared the experience with 10, and 10 with 100, leading to a viral sensation. By the end of the day, Wang Xiao wept profusely. "What galaxy did I save in my past life to encounter you, young Master Yi?" Changsheng patted him on the back. "Do not let pride blind you. Your wife has yet to be rescued." Since reaching an agreement with Wang Xiangbai, Changsheng found himself yearning for Wang Xiao's wife even more than Wang Xiao himself. Wang Xiao wiped his tears and examined the accounts presented by the bookkeeper. That day's revenue amounted to 5 million. The concert accounted for the majority. He cried once more. For tomorrow he was certain they could surpass 10 million. Recouping their initial investment, the pressure to break even was instantly alleviated. Before dawn, guests eager to bask in the artistic ambience queued for several miles, blocking the entrance of Itsue building. At this moment, Zhao Bansheng, having gone a night without sleep, paced the room with bloodshot eyes like a caged beast. The three sisters of the Yi family finally made their appearance, but their entrance was nothing short of explosive. It left him utterly disoriented. He could never have foreseen that Changsheng would employ such a tactic. It sent a chill down his spine. Yet, Zhao Bansheng was no stranger to reputation. As long as he firmly grasped Wang Xiao's wife, this devoted husband would ultimately grovel at his feet. With this thought, he cast a glance at the nearly naked woman reclining on the bench, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. In her presence, he would attain unparalleled satisfaction and experience the pinnacle of pleasure, especially the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which felt as if it were placed upon his very heart. He approached and lifted the woman into his arms. "Knock, knock, knock." Zhao San rapped at the door from outside, pushing it slightly. "Boss, are you awake? Get lost." Zhao San withdrew momentarily, then rapped on the door again. "Boss, it's getting late. Scram. Don't provoke me into striking you when I'm at my happiest." Zhao Lao, panting heavily, cursed. Zhao San, undeterred, insisted on waking Zhao Bansheng. Calling him would only result in a scolding. Remaining silent, however, might lead to a fatal blow. Weighing the options, enduring a reprimand seemed far more palatable. Zhao Bansheng, clad only in a long robe, cracked the door open slightly. "What nonsense? Speak." "Boss, the patrolmen have all descended." "Really? Do they have urgent matters to attend to?" "Shouldn't be the case. None left behind? Not a single one." Zhao Bansheng glanced inside, then turned back, exasperated. "Why am I only hearing this now? Where have they gone?" They haven't ventured far. They've entered the establishment across the street. Slap. Zhao Bansheng struck Zhao San across the face, cursing. How could the patrolmen possibly go there? Have they taken a fancy to the three artists as well? At that moment, Zhao Si rushed in. "Boss, today we have significantly fewer guests. Many have diverted to the new establishment across the way. We can't draw them back. If this continues, we will soon be overwhelmed." Zhao Bansheng's hands clenched into fists, crushing the door panel to splinters. "What do you two suggest we do?" Zhao San and Zhao Si exchanged glances, unsure what decisions they, as mere employees, could make regarding such a grave matter. Yet, they felt compelled to speak. "Should we consider a discount?" suggested Zhao San. Zhao Bansheng seized his neck and shook him violently. "Foolish idea. Offering discounts would only have our earnings." Zhao Si tilted his head thoughtfully. "Perhaps we should find a few talented women who can sing and play instruments to compete with them." Zhao Bansheng scoffed. "All the patrons are drawn by the beauty of the three women. Then let us gather all our staff," reminded Zhao San. "Boss, if the patrolmen have settled in over there, we cannot act recklessly." Zhao San cautioned. Zhao Bansheng sneered. "As long as we don't enter, the patrolmen won't have any grounds to complain. We'll position ourselves outside and block the entrance. If anyone dares to disrespect us, I won't show them any courtesy." Zhao San and Zhao Si hurriedly departed. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Bansheng stood before the assembled group, his expression grim. "Where is everyone? Why so few?" Zhao San, filled with despair, replied, "Boss, the pay over there is higher. Many of our brothers have sneaked away." "Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Zhao Bansheng bellowed. "Call over the staff from other establishments and follow my orders." Zhao San and Zhao Si led their men to various intersections to intercept. The Itsue Tower appeared even more desolate. At that moment, a chill crept over him. Danger was silently looming. Chapter 56. A dramatic turn of events through their combined efforts. A considerable influx of guests finally arrived at the Itsue Tower, crowding the entrance in a bustling throng. These individuals are undoubtedly affluent, as evidenced by their commanding strides. They enter without the slightest use of their hands. The sound of women's startled exclamations fills the air. Just as Zhao Bansheng had settled down to rest, His door was violently kicked open from the outside, the door panel soaring towards him like a fallen leaf, nearly striking him. What audacity! He sprang up, his pupils constricting slightly. A group approached from outside, led by Wang Xiao. Zhao Banqing, your doom is at hand. Wang Xiao's eyes glowed with envy. With sufficient wealth, he could easily recruit reckless individuals to serve him, allowing him to confront his adversary at Yizue Tower. Arrogance. Do not presume that a bit of money grants you the right to act as you please. Zhao Banqing scoffed. Where's my wife? Wang Xiao inquired. You must first overcome me. Zhao Banqing's prowess and strength surpassed that of Wang Xiao. He surveyed those accompanying Wang Xiao. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could match him. Then I shall strike you down first. Wang Xiao advanced a step. At that moment, several subordinates rushed in. Boss Wang, we could not locate the lady. Clearly, Zhao Banqing had hidden her away in advance. Turn Yizue Tower upside down and expel everyone unrelated. Wang Xiao's voice was hoarse. This indicated his intention to utterly demolish Yizue Tower, causing Zhao Banqing's expression to shift dramatically. To disturb Yizue Tower was to threaten his very lifeblood. Wang Xiao, undeterred by cost, had employed numerous skilled fighters for a decisive battle against him. There was no retreat left. Boss Wang, isn't this all for a woman? This seems excessive. I could even return her to you. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Zhao Banqing's eyes. Hand over my wife, and I may consider sparing your life. Let us discuss this privately. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, instructing those behind him to withdraw. However, Changsheng remained. If I release her, how do you intend to ensure my safety? Zhao Banqing chuckled, appearing far from alarmed. Wang Xiao replied, I have devised a plan. I can spare your life. However, you must depart from Yiqing and never return. That is rather harsh, Zhao Banqing said softly. You must never return at any time. Wang Xiao insisted firmly. His family had been shattered, all thanks to Zhao Banqing. This was already a considerable act of mercy. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen to you. Boss Wang, your establishment and your beautiful wife would need someone to take over. I believe I would be the most suitable candidate. Zhao Banqing erupted in laughter. Thus, I shall not leave Yiqing. Wang Xiao's face turned pale. Then you shall perish. No, Boss Wang, I was merely jesting. At present, you possess immense power. And with the enforcers stationed at Tianshang Renjian, who would dare to challenge you? Zhao Banqing swiftly altered his demeanor. Enough of this tedious banter. Hand her over. Changsheng said coldly. Before Zhao Banqing, Wang Xiaotai exuded an air of cultured elegance. Zhao Banqing cast a glance at Changsheng, finding the young man rather irksome. However, today presented an opportunity to resolve matters. Once dealt with, his 3 enchanting senior sisters would all belong to me, Zhao Banqing. He chuckled softly. Boss Wang, I shall adhere to your terms, but you must not waver. To the brothers outside, he declared, I, Zhao Banqing, was once as reckless as you. Now, having lost everything, do not provoke me lightly. There is no need to risk your lives for Wang Xiao. As mere workers, it is imperative to recognize your station. Where's my wife? Wang Xiao pressed urgently. Zhao Banqing remained calm, responding, very well, I shall reunite you with your spouse. After all, you were once my superior. He slapped the wall, which then revealed a small door as a thick stone partition rotated. Wang Xiao's gaze sharpened with tension. A woman clad in understated attire and devoid of makeup slowly emerged. Changsheng recited, in youth, I did not know the grace of an ant, mistaking a maiden for a treasure. Alone, she rivaled each of the 3 senior sisters, embodying a unique charm characteristic of a married woman. Wife, Wang Xiao cried, tears brimming as he rushed to embrace her tightly. His wife remained surprisingly composed. Perhaps hardened by her suffering, her heart as desolate as a withered tree, her demeanor as frigid as ice. It is all my fault, Wang Xiao lamented, weeping uncontrollably. Their reunion was a poignant spectacle. Even Zhao Banqing's playful smile faded. Those who should leave, depart. Those who should go, go, Changsheng remarked. There is no need for theatrics like a Qiangyao drama. Wang Xiao ceased his weeping, tenderly touching his wife as he asked, are you unharmed? Let us leave. His wife spoke, her voice icy. It would be better to die. My dear, you must not perish. I have endured much to seek vengeance. All for you. Wang Xiao exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he clutched his wife tightly. Suddenly, she coolly produced a sharp knife, resolutely plunging it into him. Wife. Wang Xiao gasped in disbelief, pain lacing his words as he looked at her, as if she were an alien. The knife was embedded in his abdomen. Changsheng swiftly stepped forward, supporting Wang Xiao as he staggered, delivering a few slaps to bring him back to his senses. Wang Xiao's wife's alabaster hands were now stained with blood. Why? He accused her weakly. Ha! Zhao Banqing laughed, wrapping his arms around Wang Xiao's wife. Wang Xiao, you are utterly foolish. Did you not sense how easily you entered the Yizue Tower? Did you believe your victory was assured, that I, Zhao Banqing, would fall utterly? In truth, I allowed you to grow bolder. The larger you became, the more delighted I was. My dear, do you know why I am pleased? Zhao Banqing lowered his head and kissed the beauty mark on Wang Xiao's wife's face. Wang Xiao coughed up blood. Wang's wife bore an impassive expression with Wang Xiao's demise. All that belonged to him was now hers. What was hers was entirely dedicated to Master Zhao. Wang Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Changsheng had no choice but to strike him a few more times, admonishing him to conserve his meager blood reserves. How could he be so oblivious to the nature of his own wife? Madam, we have known each other since childhood, yet you, Wang Xiao gasped for breath. Engulfed in anguish. Childhood friends, can they truly withstand the allure of worldly pleasures? Zhao Banqing laughed triumphantly. Without the cooperation of Wang's wife, a mere security guard like him could never seize the Wang family's vast fortune. You forsook even our daughter for him. Wang Xiao's face turned pale, unable to comprehend the betrayal. The mention of their daughter pierced his heart anew. The child is alive, yet she is not your flesh and blood, Wang's wife scoffed. What? Wang Xiao's head spun with disbelief. That is my child, Zhao Banqing interjected. Wang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. What a melodramatic turn of events. Changsheng shook his head. It was time to conclude this. Zhao Banqing glared. Wang Xiao, and you too. Changsheng, do you understand? You are far too naive to challenge me, Zhao Banqing. The only reason I hadn't acted against you before was that I hadn't uncovered your backgrounds. Now, that is no longer necessary. Changsheng chuckled. The world is still in flux. I have no interest in your petty entanglements. Zhao Banqing retorted. Then why do you recklessly meddle? Changsheng glanced at the woman in Zhao's arms. She's what I seek. Chapter 57. Truly not worth it. Wang's eyes narrowed, her countenance displaying a haughty demeanor as she curled her lips. Though young, her desires were far from insignificant. Changsheng had come for her. Who on earth was he? Lavishing wealth so casually. Might his hobby be the collection of beautiful women from across the land? Much like the 3 exquisite maidens in the opposite building? Oh, such ambition is commendable, and he is not without charm. Wang's gaze lingered on Changsheng's face. At that moment, Zhao Banqing was overjoyed. Wang Xiao had fallen into his trap, left with but half a life. If he could also subdue Changsheng, it would be as satisfying as a full moon on the 15th day. The melody resonating from the opposite building echoed this sentiment. With his prowess, he could easily resolve the matter. Wang Xiao was engulfed in despair. The betrayal of a childhood friend was even more devastating than Zhao Banqing's threat to his life. I apologize, young Master for dragging you into this, he murmured, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his appearance woeful. You were right. I should not have considered you a friend. At that moment, Changsheng toyed with the soft whip in his hand, feigning indifference. Wang Xiao, I truly never regarded you as a friend. My involvement in this matter is not for your sake, nor am I interested in assessing your wife's beauty. Whether you live or die matters little to me. However, your wife, I have set my sights upon. Wang Xiao exclaimed, little lecher. Wang's wife replied with a charming smile. Casting a flirtatious glance, she spoke to Zhao Banqing. As for the act of murdering my husband, allow me to see it through to the end. The knife gleamed coldly. Wang Xiao was engulfed in despair. Madam, my death is inconsequential, but could you, for the sake of our years together, tell me why? Do you truly wish to know? You will regret it. What is there to regret when death is imminent? Wang Xiao replied weakly. Because you have made me squander the most precious years of a woman's youth. In retrospect, I am but a mere shell of my former self. Confusion filled Wang Xiao's eyes. After marrying into the Wang family, she enjoyed a life of luxury, never having faced a disapproving glance from her in-laws. Whatever she desired, as long as it was within Xingzhou's reach, Wang Xiao would go to great lengths to procure it for her. He could not fathom what had left her dissatisfied. Wang Shi gazed at Zhao Banqing. It is he who has taught me what it means to be a woman, to experience a woman's joy. Once I tasted this delight, I could not abstain, and then I bore a child. But as the child grew, he bore less and less resemblance to Wang Xiao, raising suspicions among the Wang family. Well, you may die now. Zhao Banqing, unable to contain himself, rushed forward and struck Wang Xiao with a fist. If they continued to converse, it might rekindle old feelings. Zhao Banqing sought to deliver justice to his former rival. Wang Xiao closed his eyes. A tremor ran through Changsheng's hand, transforming the soft whip into a steel rod. Thud! It pierced through the chest. Changsheng moved with such swiftness that no one could react in time. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on Zhao Banqing's chest, and he was thrown back, crashing against the stone wall. It was impossible. His head tilted, casting a lingering glance at Wang Shi for the last time. Wang Shi let out a startled cry, collapsing to the ground. Wang Xiao, resigned to his fate, heard the scream and, unsure of what had transpired, cautiously opened his eyes. His mouth fell agape. Zhao Banqing's death was horrific. Wang Shi cowered in a corner, her eyes wide with fear. Xiao, what has happened? Wang Xiao inquired. It is time to conclude this. Your injuries will heal. After all, you are a woman. and your strength is limited. Even a stab cannot be fatal. Changsheng addressed the attendants outside, spread the word that Zhao Banqing's attempt to usurp the master has failed, and he has met his end. His possessions shall revert to their rightful owner, namely the Wang family. You are no longer needed here. Leave to attend to your affairs. Then he approached Wang Shi. Do not come any closer. Wang Shi feebly waved the sharp knife. You cannot bully a defenseless woman. Husband, save me. Wang Xiao rose, aware that a cultivator who did not perish on the spot would not succumb easily. Wretched woman, you still dare to plead with me. You shall kill her for me. This adulterous couple is beyond redemption. Wang Shi lashed out. Wang Xiao, you are utterly heartless and ungrateful. I married you at 15, a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Wang family. And yet you allow an outsider to kill me. If you wish me dead, do it yourself. After 20 years of sharing a bed, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Changsheng could no longer endure her words and delivered a resounding slap, silencing Wang Shi as she covered her mouth in shock. Do it again, and I shall truly end your life. Wang raised her head. You wouldn't dare. Changsheng cast her a cold glance. She was indeed a venomous person. Were it not for the necessity of delivering to Wang Shangbai, he would have long since nailed her to the wall. Young mastery, what shall we do now? Wang Xiao's demeanor resembled that of a senior employee seeking guidance from a superior. Imprison her. Do not touch her until I return from my master. Gather capable hands to tidy up the mess. Additionally, take down the posters hanging from the heavens. Wang Xiao nodded. Have the 3 junior sisters ceased their performances? Of course. Wang Xiao replied hastily. That is an immense blessing. I shall attend to it immediately. Moreover, Changsheng interjected, causing Wang Xiao to pause. My investment of 10 million must be repaid. Of course. I shall instruct the accountant to prepare a promissory note right away. In truth, all of this belongs to you, young mastery. Changsheng had already lifted his foot to descend the stairs. In Wang Shangbai's parlor, an elderly man and a youth sat before a tea table, the fragrance of sandalwood wafting around them. Immortal elder, the events unfolded as such, though somewhat convoluted. The outcome is quite satisfactory. Changsheng sipped from his teacup, having taken a taste of the tea sent by Wang Xiao, which was 100 times superior to the last. After turning his fortunes, Wang Xiao had regained the demeanor of the elite. Everything was of the utmost quality. One word, extravagant. Not worth it. Wang Shangbai sighed. He understood Wang Xiao well, but was not entirely familiar with his wife. And what of the items? Changsheng was unwilling to beat around the bush. Time is of the essence. Whether Wang was worth a nourishing essence pill was not for him to ponder. Surely this old man does not deceive. Logically, he should not. A great scholar would not speak lightly. Young one, do you not trust me? Have a bit of patience. This exquisite spirit tea is a first for me. A scholar values quality of life. Changsheng, exercising patience, took another sip. Accompanying an old man for tea was far less amusing than frolicking with the 3 junior sisters. Young people ought to engage with their peers. Truly not worth it. Wang Shangbai sighed again. If it is not worth it, why assist Wang Xiao? Changsheng teased. Wang Shangbai paused, but was unperturbed. You see, the Wang family has been engaged in business for generations, while my family has cultivated Confucianism for just as long. Wang Xiao has mentioned that the Wang family has always supported yours. One could say that, he continued. Immortal elder, your family has enjoyed countless benefits. Aiding Wang Xiao in retrieving his wife is only fitting. How can it be deemed unworthy? Wang Shangbai found it difficult to counter. However, to exchange a nourishing essence pill for a promiscuous woman, was that truly equitable? The value of the essence pill was equivalent to a nation. What could Wang's wife possibly be worth? He felt a pang of bitterness, but kept silent. Changsheng patted him on the back. To receive even the slightest grace, one must repay with a fountain of gratitude. You scholars understand this best, do you not? Enough of this prattle. Quickly, bring forth the nourishing essence pill. Then, with a clap, they parted ways, each taking their own path. Wang Shangbai had finally quenched his thirst for tea and stood up. Chapter 58, The Longevity Trial Dan. Changsheng also rose immediately, his heart filled with ecstatic anticipation. The coveted item was within reach. Yet, a slight unease lingered within him. Could it be that such a valuable treasure had truly been discovered by the old man? Young man, Wang Shangbai remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Changsheng. Though your aptitude for cultivation is rather ordinary, your exceptional insight marks you as a rare talent. I hold great expectations for you. Inside, Changsheng chuckled softly, lamenting that the man was not his superior. Please, follow me, Wang Shangbai beckoned, turning towards the wall of books. Esteemed immortal, you wouldn't simply provide me with a formula and leave me to my own devices, would you? Changsheng inquired. Without a formula, even if there were one, it would be of no use, Wang Shangbai replied nonchalantly, his demeanor not suggestive of any deception. He scrutinized the book wall for a moment before channeling a surge of spiritual energy, striking forward. With a creaking sound, the vast wall split open, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a person to enter. Wang Shangbai stepped through, and Changsheng hastily followed suit. The wall closed behind them. Inside lay a lengthy staircase, illuminated by moonstone. A chill enveloped them, yet it bore no damp or musty scent. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Shangbai continued his stride, and Changsheng gripped his soft whip, maintaining a two-step distance. Without turning, Wang Shangbai chuckled, "Young man, your vigilance is commendable." Changsheng smiled in return, aware that this world was far more intricate than his previous life, where danger lurked at every turn. And there were no places to call for help. It was a stark reality of survival of the fittest. If the nurturing essence pill was indeed as legendary and precious as they claimed, he would need to tread carefully. "You have kept my instructions confidential, haven't you?" Wang Shangbai queried. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal, my lips are tightly sealed," Changsheng affirmed. Wang Shangbai nodded, reflecting that even the tightest of lips could part, especially for dining, drinking, or the pleasures of love. Such reasoning was irrefutable. Indeed, he was a learned sage. Yet, Wang Shangbai trusted that Changsheng had not disclosed anything to anyone. As they ventured deeper, the duration of their journey seemed prolonged by their conversation. Eventually, Wang Shangbai came to a halt, prompting a sigh of relief from Changsheng. Wang Shangbai unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, instantly activating a cluster of moonstones, illuminating the space as bright as day. Before them lay an underground palace, lined with countless large chests whose contents remained a mystery. In the center stood a towering alchemical furnace. "Isn't alchemy prohibited in Shengzhou?" Changsheng pondered. Wang Shangbai was secretly practicing alchemy and had even produced the nurturing essence pill. Changsheng tested the furnace with his spiritual energy, noting it still radiated warmth. Wang Shangbai, a scholar well-versed in literature, had managed to unravel the formula for the nurturing essence pill. Knowledge truly is power. Wang Shangbai turned, his expression grave, casting a somber atmosphere over the scene. Changsheng was about to share a joke, but swallowed his words. "Young man, I have great faith in you," he exclaimed. Changsheng exhaled deeply. "You have already expressed this sentiment once before. I have not come here to hear your praises. Integrity is of utmost importance." Wang Shangbai replied. "I wholeheartedly agree," Changsheng said, eagerly awaiting the fulfillment of his promise. "Do you remember my request?" "I do." "Splendid. Young man, in truth, you are capable of achieving far greater feats, of creating an illustrious legacy." Changsheng promptly interrupted, "Immortal elder, I have only committed to one task. Any further demands shall be difficult to accommodate." "Ha ha ha, do not fear. I am not asking you to commit heinous acts. Committing such acts would be the easiest task for me. I am incapable of anything else," Wang Shangbai remarked with a smile, shaking his head as he stepped forward. Feeling along the stone wall, after a prolonged moment filled with reluctance, a small jade box emerged in his hand, emanating a faint purplish glow. Though Changsheng maintained his composure, his heart raced. After all this effort, it was for this very moment, a means to fulfill his obligations to Gu. Wang Shangbai flicked his fingers, producing a clear chime as the lid of the jade box opened, revealing a bed of golden silk within. At its center lay a pure white pill, exuding wisps of spiritual energy. With a complex expression, Wang Shangbai closed the box and sighed deeply. "This elixir is meant for a fated individual. Keeping it here serves no purpose." He clarified that he was not the one who concocted the pill. Despite the presence of a furnace, which was merely ornamental, he placed the box into the eagerly outstretched hands of Changsheng, who swiftly tucked it into his bosom. "Oh, what a relief. Young man, regardless of how you choose to utilize this pill, you must not divulge a single detail to anyone, or we shall both meet our doom." Changsheng chuckled. "Immortal elder, this item was never truly lost." "Oh, it was hidden right here with you." Wang Shangbai fell silent, his gaze piercing as he regarded Changsheng. "You are quite astute. I find it difficult to part with you." Changsheng took a step back. "What? Have I struck a nerve?" Wang Shangbai realized he had grown overly serious, letting his arms fall and relaxing his posture. Changsheng remarked, "I am not only tight-lipped, but also have a poor memory. By the way, what is this item called?" "It matters not, as I will soon forget you, Wang Shangbai, the great scholar. I shall see you out." After an indeterminate time, they emerged from the book wall. Changsheng waved farewell, and the scholars soon vanished from sight. Wang Shangbai stood in stunned silence for a while. Is this fate? Meanwhile, Changsheng hurried back to Qinghua Garden at breakneck speed. He did not knock, but slipped into Jiyu's room, where she was meditating. With a slight lift of her head, she said, "You have finally returned? I just came back from Wang Shangbai. Did you obtain the item?" Jiyu darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly placing her hand on Changsheng's chest, seizing the jade box. "Ha!" However, her laughter abruptly ceased, and her expression wavered. How could he possess the nourishing essence pill? "Grandmother, I am not a worm in his stomach. Did you not inquire whether it is truly the nourishing essence pill?" No merchant ever claims their goods are counterfeit. Asking is futile. Gu opened the box, examining it for a quarter of an hour, then inhaling its scent for another quarter. She let out a cold chuckle, demanding, "Bring in the 3 senior sisters." Changsheng remained unmoved, questioning her intentions. Did she wish for them to taste it first to ascertain its safety? Gu unabashedly nodded. "Is this not reasonable? Grandmother, if you are afraid to consume it, then do not. I shall return it to the old man." "Nonsense. Have them come." Changsheng regarded her with a cold gaze, pondering her demeanor. "Were it not for your impeccable appearance, I would have taken the liberty to strike you. Merely jesting. For I have never laid a hand on a woman, and it is often I who find myself on the receiving end. Fairy Gu, should you summon those 3 to test the pill, if it is indeed genuine, they shall gain a rare opportunity bestowed by heaven. Do not harbor jealousy then." Gu hesitated, recognizing the validity in Changsheng's reasoning. Such a precious elixir should not be squandered on servants. That would be too generous. "Very well. I shall taste it for them. Even if it is toxic, I can endure it," Changsheng declared. Gu pondered for a moment, finding this an acceptable course of action, yet still felt a tinge of unease. "I cannot allow you to take risks." Changsheng dismissed her concerns, stating, "The old demon is powerless against me. A mere pill cannot surpass her might. Besides, fortune has always favored me." Gu acquiesced, instructing Changsheng to set up a barrier outside the door. "However, should any danger arise, grandmother will be unable to save you." Changsheng grasped the pill, channeling spiritual energy through his fingertips, delicately slicing off a small piece. "All things possess poison. It is merely a matter of dosage. I shall consume it." He tossed it into his mouth. Before he could discern its flavor, the minuscule fragment dissolved into nothingness, seeping into his meridians. Changsheng felt no immediate effects. Rather, a flicker of inner fire surged momentarily before subsiding. Probably a rejection response, he diagnosed himself. "Fairy, do I exhibit any abnormalities?" Gu fixated on him, stating, "It cannot be discerned merely from your face or hands. I must inspect your entire body." Chapter 59, Be a Lovesick Dog. Here we go again. Changsheng instinctively covered his chest, a habitual gesture ingrained from years under the influence of the 3 senior sisters. In recent days, he had been too preoccupied to bathe, fearing that revealing any unclean areas might invite Gu's ridicule. However, Gu was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She was eager to examine the subtle changes in Changsheng after he ingested the nourishing essence pill. With no hesitation, she commenced her scrutiny. She swiftly removed Changsheng's outer garment, her delicate brows knitting together. Beneath, he donned the undergarments of 3 senior sisters, a habit cultivated since childhood. He had grown accustomed to this, even believing that the world was simply this way. It was far better than in his previous life, when certain unscrupulous individuals would steal and wear girls' intimate apparel. "What is the matter, Fairy? If you dislike it, I shan't wear it again," he quipped. "Humph, did I not ask you to wear mine? Why resort to the garments of servants? I mentioned, you are unlike them." He explained, "When I dress, I merely touch whichever piece comes to hand, without distinguishing too meticulously." Under her meticulous scrutiny, Gu found nothing amiss, her taut expression gradually softening. "Changsheng, do your meridians feel wider or smoother?" Changsheng shook his head. "Fake elixirs aren't necessarily toxic. They might simply be made from ordinary flour." "Nonsense." Gu could hardly contain herself. Pinching the elixir between her fingers, she slowly opened her mouth, her red tongue peeking out, quivering as it arched. A fierce internal battle ensued. "Allow me to assist you." Changsheng swiftly placed the elixir on her tongue, covering her mouth with his hand. It melted instantly. Impossible to expel. Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Have you consumed it? Even if it's a poisonous pill, it's too late for regrets now." Seizing the moment, Changsheng dressed hastily. Gu sat cross-legged, her face obscured by a veil, preventing him from seeing any change in her expression. "I hope this proves useful, otherwise, Gu's power may be difficult to restore fully. Is there anything? If not, I shall step out for a while." Changsheng waited a moment, but soon grew restless. "You dare," Gu uttered, her voice firm, and remained seated. Thus, Changsheng resigned to sit. Bored, he reached into his pocket for the Great Sutra of Law, a task assigned by Wang Shangbai. He flipped through a couple of pages, practicing the incantations and mental techniques inscribed within. The Great Sutra of Law appeared to be a foundational practice. It seemed simple, utterly effortless, and enveloped him in a sensation akin to a massage, lulling him into a dreamlike state. He fell asleep. Hours passed before Changsheng awoke, finding Gu staring at him with a disapproving expression, fixated on the Great Sutra of Law that had slipped to the ground. Why not practice the golden liquid jade furnace technique? He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretched. It had been ages since he last practiced the golden liquid jade furnace technique. He hadn't intended to focus on the Great Sutra of Law, yet discovered it required minimal mental effort and exertion, with a soothing, hypnotic effect. It was perfectly suited for the indolent. Refreshed from his slumber, he felt invigorated and robust. Grandmother, you know how challenging it is to advance in the golden liquid jade furnace technique. Relying solely on my efforts yields no results. This great sutra of law is merely for amusement. I take it lightly. Rest assured, I shan't pursue it seriously, as it feels somewhat beneath me. Jiyu picked up the great scripture and began to peruse its contents. It appeared rather ordinary, straddling the realms of Confucianism and Taoism, making it a suitable foundational practice. Yet, how could it possibly be worthy of my furnace? With a flick of her hand, she prepared to tear the great scripture into shreds, but hesitated. Changsheng, if you find this agreeable, then in the future, when asked about your cultivation method, you may claim it is the great scripture. Changsheng, half listening, inquired, what are the effects of the elixir? Not bad. My meridians feel much more comfortable, but I must not be too hasty, Jiyu replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Grandmother, you must expedite your cultivation. Only then can I progress, Changsheng said earnestly. With each advancement Jiyu made, he would receive a share. Rather than becoming irritated, Jiyu pondered for a moment, then lifted her gaze. Changsheng, accompany me to Yicheng. It was just the two of them, with 3 senior sisters guarding the entrance. This was precisely the kind of task Changsheng relished. He did not wish to remain cooped up in this serene garden, merely a hermit. Grandmother, you should cover yourself more carefully. If someone inadvertently lifts the veil, I will have to clean up the mess. Mind your language. Jiyu felt a tightening sensation. She had already taken precautions to ensure her true visage was not easily revealed. To align with her grandmother's identity, Jiyu had aged considerably in appearance, resembling an elderly woman. Changsheng had once asked her age, to which she had replied, 1 hand's worth. When alone, Jiyu moved swiftly, her meridians recovering quite well. She avoided the place known as Tianshang Rinjian. Grandmother, you have visited Yicheng before, Changsheng remarked. On what grounds do you say that? Jiyu maintained her composure, neither confirming nor denying. The more one spoke, the more information was inadvertently divulged to Changsheng. If only his cleverness were applied to cultivation, he would not have stagnated for so long. A furnace is simply a furnace. Unaware of Jiyu's inner musings, Changsheng stated, you walk ahead, not hesitating at intersections, as if you know precisely where to go. To go with the flow and find contentment in circumstances is akin to reaching a certain level in cultivation. Acting at will is the essence of practice. Grandmother's assertion is flawed. Oh, why is that? Changsheng chuckled inwardly. In Shengzhou, the highest achievement is merely the qi refinement stage. In Yuehua Palace, you have essentially reached the pinnacle. Why then do you still require a furnace or the celestial silkworm essence? You do not understand. It is you who does not wish for me to understand. Jiyu halted, fixing her gaze intently upon Changsheng. I have warned you not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. If you wish for my assistance, you ought to reveal to me the things I must know. Jiyu was somewhat astonished. Had Changsheng reached enlightenment? His words carried the weight of a sage. Resembling a formidable adversary, Changsheng declared, your visit to Yicheng is not a mere whim. You have a purpose, to seek the Nourishing Meridians pill. Yet, the Nourishing Meridians pill is not your ultimate goal. Changsheng repressed his smile, revealing an air of penetrating insight. Jiyu bit her lip, carefully contemplating his meaning. A threat? So what is it that you wish to know? Changsheng replied, for instance, how did you come to know that the wicked old demon harbors the celestial silkworm essence? Jiyu was momentarily taken aback. Changsheng had harbored suspicions about her for quite some time, guessing her intentions. Why must boys be so complicated? Would it not be simpler to be a devoted admirer? In a secluded alley, devoid of onlookers, Jiyu gently took Changsheng's hand and placed it upon her chest. Do you feel anything? Changsheng swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Chapter 60. All in Changsheng had no choice but to press his hand down. Each touch brought forth new sensations, rendering him unable to withdraw. This was Jiyu's extraordinary allure. Her gravitational pull was an unparalleled force in Shengzhou. Naturally, Changsheng was afforded such liberties as a furnace, a privilege bestowed upon him. Thus, from the perspective of one who had traversed this path, there was no need for excessive disdain towards being a furnace. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no hierarchy of worth. Rather, it is merely a matter of differing roles within the celestial domain. Every practitioner of the arcane arts deserves respect. Yet, Changsheng remained blissfully ignorant of the deeper implications. Alas, at times your brilliance vexes me to the point of contemplating your demise. And at other times your foolishness incites the same thoughts. Jiyu removed his hand and, with a flick of her fingers, conjured a piece of transparent silk. It was even lighter and more ethereal than the piece Changsheng had sold, of superior quality. Changsheng was further perplexed. What was she attempting to convey with this silk? Changsheng, this is the true celestial silkworm silk. The piece you extorted from Zhao Bansheng was merely ordinary silk used to wrap the celestial silkworm silk. Of course, in Shengzhou, it was still no trivial matter. Changsheng's mind raced. Celestial silkworm silk, as the name suggests, is woven from the thread spun by the celestial silkworm? Jiyu explained. Before the celestial silkworm transforms into the celestial silkworm essence, it spins silk, which is then woven into fabric. This is celestial silkworm silk. One of the remarkable properties of celestial silkworm silk is that it will rise unbidden when in proximity to the celestial silkworm essence. My grandmother spent 2 years searching before finally discovering signs in the Black Valley. Unfortunately, at that time, I lacked sufficient strength and was still injured, unable to subdue the old demon, and thus had to retreat to await another opportunity. I need not elaborate further, do I? Changsheng suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, it was a treasure. If the celestial silkworm essence is in the hands of the demon iron, why did you not follow him and seize it? Changsheng inquired. A near miss, regrettably. Humph, do you think I didn't want to? It was precisely because I was gravely injured, and my 3 ineffectual subordinates were of no help. Furthermore, the demon iron fled too far, making it impossible to pursue. Jiyu's reasoning was sound. Then, your meridians are no longer hindered. You can fully engage in cultivation. I shall assist you in ridding yourself of the black scripture and the extreme cold poison. Coupled with your innate combat prowess and Wang Xiao's financial resources, you will be able to live a carefree life in Shengzhou, enjoying a life of leisure. As he contemplated, Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. He sought a place to indulge in food and drink. Soon, he arrived at a bustling street, where the throngs of people had multiplied several-fold, far more vibrant than the locale of Tianshang Rinjian. As a connoisseur of cuisine, he immediately spotted an elegantly antiquated restaurant named Drunken Immortal Abode, suggesting that the libations within were exceptional. If the wine was commendable, the fare would surely not be lacking. Changsheng ushered Jiyu inside. Waiter, we require the finest private room available. At this moment, it was not yet mealtime, and the clientele was sparse. Very well. The waiter swiftly assessed the pair. The handsome man and the enigmatic woman exuded distinct charm and a certain status, so he readily led them to the 3rd floor. Is this your first visit to our establishment? He inquired. Just passing through, Changsheng replied. There are a few house rules I should mention beforehand. The private rooms on the 3rd floor start at 500 taels. If that seems excessive, we can offer a more modest room. 500 taels? To merely sit down without even a sip of water? How exorbitant! Changsheng mused, realizing the inflation in the celestial realm was indeed severe. I want the finest room available. Is there one that is even more expensive? The waiter paused, then replied, we do have a more luxurious option. The Phoenix Embracing the Moon, which is quite splendid and regarded as the premier room in the establishment. The name resonated with Changsheng. But just as he was about to settle in, Jiyu interjected, where there is a phoenix, there must be a dragon. I desire the room that bears the dragon. The waiter chuckled. You have a discerning eye, esteemed guest. However, the room named Dragon Encircling the Sun comes at a cost of 1,000 taels, exclusive of food and drink. Jiyu had already turned away. Changsheng remarked, do not speak of money in my presence. We shall reserve the Dragon Encircling the Sun fortuitously. The Dragon Encircling the Sun is still available today. You two have arrived just in time. Those who dared to enter the Drunken Immortal Abode were either affluent or of high status. The waiter, wary of offending, continued, Madam, what would you like to eat? I shall eat whatever you order, Jiyu replied. Changsheng reclined, crossing his legs, and commanded, Waiter, bring forth everything on the first page of the menu. The waiter was taken aback. Esteemed guest, are you not going to look first? Wealthy patrons rarely consult the menu. Changsheng recalled a prior experience when he had awkwardly dined with the sister-in-law of Director Huang, where he had perused a thick menu, unable to select suitable dishes. The embarrassment lingered. The waiter inwardly scoffed, thinking, today, I have encountered a pretentious one. Have you not seen what is listed on the first page? A whole roasted cow. The main menu begins on the 2nd page. Very well, Changsheng responded. Let it be the 2nd page then. Still, bring forth everything. And a bottle of your finest liquor, he added. The waiter leaned forward, pointing at the numbers next to the dish names, esteemed guest. The first page lists a total of 18 dishes, the least expensive being 1,000 taels. If you wish to order a pound of the finest Drunken Immortal wine, the cost will be approximately half that of the food. The young waiter encountered countless patrons, having met all manner of wealthy individuals. Yet he had never before witnessed someone ordering in such a peculiar manner. It seemed prudent to issue a reminder to avoid any unnecessary disputes later on. Changsheng recalled the embarrassment of his past and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In this lifetime, he vowed not to compromise his own desires. Let the extravagance flow. After all, money has lost its worth. Just turn to the 2nd page. Hurry. The waiter, shaking his head at the oddity before him, smiled and politely excused himself, closing the door behind him. Upon descending the stairs, he exclaimed in a hushed tone, There's a peculiar individual upstairs, who, without glancing at the menu, is ordering every dish from the first page, just like that. The staff and some patrons widened their eyes in surprise. When they saw the whole roasted cow, they realized it was indeed an audacious order. The waiter then noted, "Order from the second page," and still, it's all coming out. A server carrying a tray inquired, "How many guests?" "Just 2. The waiter thought, "Surely, they aren't attempting to dine and dash." Yet they appeared too respectable for such antics, especially with an elderly woman accompanying them. The waiter overheard Changsheng refer to her as Grandma Ji, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. This meal could effortlessly cost tens of thousands of taels of silver. Where did such a tycoon come from? They wished to mock, yet found themselves unable to smile. Who wouldn't desire such a lifestyle? As the waiter turned to fetch the menu, a group entered. "Young Master Zhu, what a pleasure to see you. Which room shall we prepare for you today?" He eagerly approached. Zhu Erden, the young master, was a frequent visitor. "What room? Today? I wish to book the entire 3rd floor." The waiter suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Just moments ago, Changsheng had occupied one of the rooms. How unfortunate. "Young Master Zhu, one room has indeed been reserved by another patron who arrived first." A nearby diner chuckled, "Indeed." They ordered every dish from the first 2 pages without a second glance. The expression on young Master Zhu's face darkened. The establishment's manager hurried over, slapping the waiter across the face. "Have some awareness. Do you not recognize the stature of young Master Zhu?" As Zhu prepared to express his displeasure, he caught himself and instead said, "I arrived first at Longwanri, and my distinguished guest will be here shortly." With that, he made to ascend the stairs. The waiter, looking despondent, replied, "The earlier guests are seated in Longwanri. Allow me to invite them to another room." The manager and the waiter quickly ascended. Upon entering the room, the manager cast a glance at Changsheng, calming his own nerves. "Esteemed guests, I apologize, but the 3rd floor is reserved for a distinguished patron today. We kindly ask you to move to the 2nd floor. Chapter 61. Raise a toast to me. Yu was instructing Changsheng, expressing her admiration for his carefree demeanor. Changsheng felt somewhat perplexed. Was she speaking in jest? Yu remarked, "This is nothing of consequence. It is merely a meal. What truly matters is that a man should be well nurtured." Just then, the manager and the waiter entered, asking them to descend. Changsheng, filled with indignation, retorted, "Are we not considered distinguished guests?" The steward, maintaining his composure, calmly remarked, "Esteemed guest, today is somewhat exceptional. To express my apologies, I shall offer you a 10% discount." It was none other than young Master Zhu who had arrived. Ordinarily, simply uttering the name young Master Zhu would prompt the other party to humorously yield their position. However, Changsheng remained unmoved. The steward cleared his throat and said, "A 20% discount is the utmost concession we can extend. Is it the young Master Zhu associated with the infamous Zhu family?" Changsheng inquired, his tone condescending and interrogative. The steward found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, young Master Zhu's entourage had already approached. Yet, the patrons within the establishment remained unperturbed. He stood at the staircase, having overheard Changsheng's words. "Who dares to accuse my Zhu family of indulgence in excess?" he coldly demanded. The steward's face turned pale. The situation had escalated. Inciting young Master Zhu's wrath could jeopardize not only his employment, but the very existence of the establishment itself. He hurriedly advanced, saying, "Young Master Zhu, these 2 outsiders are unfamiliar with our customs. Please do not take offense. I shall have them removed at once." "Outsiders?" young Master Zhu scoffed, raising a hand to halt the 2 bodyguards behind him. "Today, I have pressing matters to discuss and shall not stoop to their level." The steward entered the room and asserted, "You 2, leave immediately." Changsheng's expression soured. To be expelled merely for dining? He mused that he had done enough posturing. Yet here was someone who could outdo him. "Do I not value my dignity?" The steward, anxious and exasperated, shouted at the waiter, "What are you standing there for?" The waiter approached to drag Changsheng away, while the steward moved towards Yu, reaching out to grasp her garment. Changsheng thought to himself, truly seeking trouble. "Is she someone you can touch?" With a sudden thud, the steward was sent flying out of the room, crashing heavily onto the floor. The waiter, seeing the predicament, let out a gasp and quickly jumped out of the building. Changsheng shrugged, "I haven't even laid a finger on you yet." Quite the clever one. Young Master Zhu's temper flared, veins bulging on his forehead. Hearing the name young Master Zhu, one should have promptly yielded their place. Yet they had the audacity to strike the steward. Although the steward was affiliated with the tavern, he was acting on behalf of my Zhu Erden. Hitting him is tantamount to shaming me. Just as he was about to retaliate, more guests arrived downstairs. His esteemed guests had arrived, young heir of Longshan, from a lineage of sword cultivators, both at the mid-stage of the 4th tier. To secure their attendance, Zhu Erden had gone to great lengths. In the room, Ji remarked, "Changsheng, you see, the spiritual resources in Shengzhou are scarce, and the conduct of its people is crude. It is not a place for long-term residence." Changsheng smiled, "I find it quite agreeable. If a return to the secluded mountains is in question, I must decline. There is no distinction, Ji replied. Her thoughts diverged entirely from Changsheng's. Today presented an excellent opportunity for his training. Zhu Erden entered with an air of pride. Subsequently, there was the presence of Longshan's second yang. The room of Longhuanri was spacious enough to accommodate the multitude without any sense of crowding. The bodyguards swiftly brought in several grand armchairs, and both parties sat face to face. I was intrigued to uncover the identity of those daring enough to act against me. Zhu Erden, Longshan's second yang, maintained a solemn demeanor throughout, their gazes sharp as blades. They scrutinized Jiyu and Changsheng, exchanging glances that concealed the true extent of their abilities. The more skilled one is, the more cautious they tend to be. The innkeeper approached with a respectful bow. Young Master Zhu, the other rooms have been prepared. Longhuanri truly had reason for the lack of prior arrangements. Then you know what to do, Zhu Erden replied. The innkeeper chuckled, stating that such situations were not unprecedented and were typically easily resolved. Let us begin with formalities. He turned to Changsheng, inquiring, esteemed guest. Do you possess the qualifications for them? Again, Changsheng frowned. Is it impossible to dine here without such qualifications? The innkeeper smiled, surely. As a guest participating in the qualification test in Yicheng, you are aware of this rule. What rule? Changsheng asked. For he only knew that certain exclusive inns required such qualifications for lodging. However, the tavern had not stated such a prerequisite. The innkeeper explained. Those with qualifications are granted priority access to this establishment. A steward from the Zhu residence nodded, revealing he was a junior who had passed the qualification test 2 decades prior, yet remained at the initial level. Apologies, but I have no regard for your qualifications. Even if O arrives, I shall not yield my place, declared Changsheng. Such audacity. Zhu Erden inhaled sharply. The innkeeper's expression darkened. Esteemed guest, I have treated you with courtesy. Were it not for young Master Zhu and your esteemed company, the situation may have spiraled beyond control. Please, make your choice, or I shall be unable to assist you. Changsheng slammed his hand on the table. I refuse to believe you are more formidable than Zhao Banqing. Zhao Banqing. Zhu Erden and the innkeeper's expressions tightened. The death of Zhao Banqing was widely known throughout the city. The innkeeper inquired, do you know Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao had already made a name for himself in Yicheng, his strength rivaling that of Zhu Erden. Wang Xiao? Even he must bow to me and offer me a toast. Changsheng scoffed. Zhu Erden was clearly weighing the comparative strengths of both parties. Wang Xiao had toppled Zhao Banqing, monopolizing half of Yicheng's entertainment scene, a far cry from his former self. It was said that after defeating Zhao Banqing with a single blow and reclaiming his beautiful wife, his temperament had drastically changed. He now resorted to force to impose his will, disregarding reputation and consequence, more ruthless than Zhao Banqing. This outsider, Changsheng, indifferent in the presence of Zhu Erden and Longshan's second yang, evidently had formidable backing. His standing was perhaps even superior to Wang Xiao's. No wonder he unabashedly ordered a whole roasted cow. Although the Zhu family possesses considerable influence, it is unwise to offend the erratic Wang Xiao when it is unnecessary. Zhu Erden summoned the 2 yangs from Longshan to form a team for the impending Xuanqing test. It turns out they are associated with Wang Xiao. My apologies. Zhu Erden clasped his fists and said, if you 2 would deign to stay, I shall treat you to this meal. Jiyu interjected succinctly, no need. Let us change to another room. With that, she stood and walked outside. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback and hastily rose to follow. What was wrong with Jiyu? Why was she yielding so easily? Nevertheless, since she had already left, discussing further seemed futile. Boss, please find us another secluded room. My grandmother dislikes crowds. You may stay here. The restaurant owner, hearing this, was greatly relieved, having anticipated a tumultuous scene. Gentlemen, please follow me. The room on the 2nd floor will surely meet your satisfaction. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Jiyu paused at a door and declared, this is the one. The owner personally opened the door and arranged the chairs for them. My surname is Hu, an old acquaintance of Wang Xiao's master. Wang Xiangbai? How amusing. Changsheng chuckled. The owner, encouraged by ES familiarity with Wang Xiao's master's name, became even more convinced. May I ask what your cultivation levels are? I am but a novice. The elder excels far beyond me, at the early 3rd layer. Changsheng replied casually. A novice signifies a recent entry into the realm of immortals. Who spoke softly, you 2 were in a bit of danger just now. Although young Master Zhu's skills are rather ordinary, he is surrounded by several formidable individuals, and those 2 swordsmen possess profound abilities. Young Master Zhu, concerned about the Xuanqing test, refrained from provoking a conflict today, but under normal circumstances, a fight would have surely ensued. Given your capabilities, you would have faced significant hardship. Chapter 62. The Underworld Organization. As Hu continued, his voice grew cautious and hushed. Since you are friends of Wang Xiao, I shall speak candidly. Recently, the atmosphere has been tense. It is unwise to act too ostentatiously. Changsheng raised his head and inquired, what tension? Hu was slightly taken aback. You have not heard? Changsheng shook his head, who stepped outside, scanned for eavesdroppers, and closed the door carefully. This year marks the testing year. Soon, a variety of individuals will converge upon Changsheng. The Shengzhou Continent test occurs once every decade. If one attains the qualification for the preliminary Changsheng, they may proceed to the intermediate test, and if their strength is sufficient, they can advance to the advanced test. Intermediate Changsheng candidates may be selected as patrollers, a position of great esteem. Advanced patrollers, however, are of an even higher caliber, directly obtaining the privilege to enter the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, when one ascends, their family may ascend with them. The Xiantian realm is rich in spiritual energy. Not only cultivators, but even ordinary mortals may extend their lifespans by at least 30 years. Its splendor is truly astonishing. Changsheng remarked, the test is a beneficial opportunity. Why the anxiety? Boss, whose voice dropped another level. You two might not be aware, but several months ago, a significant incident occurred. 3 patrollers went missing and were confirmed to have been murdered. The patrol city is currently organizing a search for the perpetrators. He would never have imagined that the killer was sitting right in front of him. Changsheng, with a curious expression, inquired, the patrollers are capable of anything. Finding a murderer should not be difficult, right? Boss, who shook his head, stating that anyone capable of killing a patroller must possess formidable skills. Who in the world would dare to provoke a patroller? He hesitated, but eventually spoke, the Underworld Organization. This organization has emerged as a notorious assassination group in recent decades, specifically targeting patrollers. Yet, no one has ever seen a member in person. They seem more like a legend. Beyond that, he did not know. At that moment, a young waiter entered, presenting a sumptuous array of dishes: drunken immortal fish, drunken immortal chicken, drunken immortal elbow, and drunken immortal crab, all beautifully displayed on the table. Finally, a pot of drunken immortal wine was served. Please enjoy, it's on me today, Boss, who said politely before stepping out, closing the door behind him. Changsheng did not even lift his head to see him off. You should have left earlier. Grandmother, don't be in a daze. Isn't this far superior to the culinary skills of the 3 senior sisters by a factor of 1024? Jiyu smiled faintly. Don't choke, it's fine. Don't mind me. She leaned in to listen closely. Upstairs, Zhu Erden was engaged in an animated discussion with Longshan's 2 Yangs, also about the patroller assessments. Behind her veil, Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. Changsheng, grandmother believes that with you around in the future, we can live leisurely without worries. Changsheng wiped the grease from his mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Isn't that already the case? This feast is not something ordinary Shengzhou people can partake in. Yet, we can only sit on the 2nd floor, Jiyu said softly. Changsheng bit into a piece of elbow and looked up at her. You could have sat upstairs, but you chose to come down. Are you regretting it now? No regrets. We are not even patrollers. Why should we sit in a place prioritized for them? That would be self-degrading. Even with wealth, we would still be looked down upon. Then it's easy. I'll go take the patroller assessment too. You can choose any inn or tavern in the city as you wish. Ambitious. Grandmother likes your progressive attitude. All right. It's settled then. Changsheng spat out a mouthful of wine in surprise. Progressive? Life is already so good. Why strive for more? I truly do not wish to be so competitive. Jiyu set down her chopsticks. I've eaten enough. Let us go. Changsheng stared at her and let out a cold laugh. Grandmother, I find you somewhat peculiar. Jiyu remained silent, her expression unreadable. You want me to participate in that patroller assessment? Changsheng felt half awake. It's not me urging you. It's your own desire to participate, Jiyu replied. I'm waiting for you to obtain the patroller qualification so we can stay in the best inn in the city. Though King Weiwen is nice, it's too desolate. I take back what I said, Changsheng responded. What is done cannot be undone. Jiyu's voice was frigid. Above, Zhu Erden, utterly incompetent, yet still sought to secure the qualification for the. Were you not even inferior to such a dandy? She overheard the conversation from above. Zhu Erden had lavishly hired Longshan's 2 Yangs. The trio was determined to acquire the qualification. The test occurred once every decade, attracting a multitude of participants. To expedite the selection process, candidates were grouped in 3s. Those who passed could then enter the test. For scattered cultivators, if they could not find partners to form a group, they would be randomly assigned by the authorities. The Longshan 2 Yangs were at the mid-stage of the 4th layer and, as sword cultivators, possessed even greater combat prowess. In contrast, Zhu Erden was merely at the late stage of the 1st layer, rendering his chances of passing the test nearly non-existent. Thus, he enlisted the aid of the Longshan 2 Yangs for protection. Many scions of prominent families in Shengzhou, unable to endure hardships or cultivate properly, resorted to such methods to obtain the qualification. Generally, those who participated in the test were mostly at the peak of the 3rd layer or below, while those above the 4th layer were rare. The Longshan 2 Yangs had endured until now, having missed the last test. Had it not been for Zhu Erden's invitation, they might not have chosen to participate, as cultivators at this level were already challenging the qualifications for intermediate and even advanced. Upon hearing this, Changsheng felt as if Yu was orchestrating a grand strategy, with himself as merely a pawn, the sole pawn at that. The three senior sisters could scarcely even step onto the board. Changsheng, as long as you heed your grandmother's words, I promise to reveal everything to you. Moreover, there are compelling reasons for you to comply, reasons that are irrefutable. Furthermore, if you behave, the three senior sisters will fare better as well. Changsheng chuckled. Are you attempting to coerce me using the three senior sisters? What you perceive as coercion is, in fact, reality. Yu's tone turned icy. Let us depart. Yu strode down the stairs, and Changsheng silently followed her. Behind them, patrons whispered, that lad just ordered a whole roasted cow. I hear he is quite the background. The owner personally toasted them. Can't you see? He is clearly here to vie for the qualification. Having wealth does not guarantee success. Unlike young Master Zhu, who has 2 mid-stage 4th-layer experts for protection, his chances are nearly certain. By the way, considering his youth, how high could his cultivation be? Changsheng turned sharply, and those patrons immediately lowered their heads, pretending to drink. Let us not discuss others. Truly, there exists a certain disdainful narrowness of vision. Grandmother, I promise to assist you in obtaining the qualification. Yu smiled. While young Master Zhu has his aides, you must rely on yourself. Do you think Changsheng requires assistance from others? He retorted. The one thing I loathe most in this life is being looked down upon. Regarding the qualification test, I am not entirely informed either. You might seek out Wang Xiao. He will enlighten you, Yu advised. Very well, I shall seek him out immediately. No. First escort me home. Our cultivation has yet to be addressed. Yu gently linked her arm with Changsheng's, her demeanor soft as water. Changsheng found himself unwittingly ensnared once more. Chapter 63, The Hunt for the Pursuer. On the outskirts of Yicheng, could there be bandits? Changsheng stood still. As 4 figures clad in black emerged from all directions, their eyes the only visible feature. Each wielded a blade, and the atmosphere turned tense. Judging by their exposed spiritual energy, their cultivation levels were at least at the early 4th stage, and their combat prowess remained uncertain. Could it be that they were after my wealth? Indeed, Changsheng possessed several million taels in silver notes. Gripping his flexible whip, he thought, they have miscalculated in choosing to rob me. The 4 figures closed in, and the pressure in the air intensified. Changsheng remained unmoved, opting to remain unchanged amidst the chaos. As the 4 approached, he discerned that 2 of them had reached the early 6th stage of cultivation, indicating considerable skill. Changsheng himself was only at the peak of the 5th stage. Fortunately, his combat ability was a blend of the strengths of Yu and the Black Valley Old Demon, and under Yu's meticulous training, he had gained substantial insight into its application. However, taking on 4 alone seemed a precarious gamble. If he could not win, retreat would be prudent. There was no shame in that. Their movement slowed, and then abruptly halted. The black-clad figure in the eastern position spoke in a deep voice. There is no need for pretense. This time, you cannot escape. Changsheng detested such nonsensical threats, vowing, strike me, and you shall perish. Suddenly, from the grass 2 zhang ahead, a figure sprang forth, dressed in splendid attire, with a long sword in hand. He appeared to possess cultivation at the late 4th stage. Against the 4 black-clad figures, he would struggle to even flee. A pursuer? Changsheng murmured. The man turned and affirmed, yes, I am the pursuer. Young brother, they are traitors. You must flee and report to the city of the pursuers. A life of glory and wealth shall be yours without end. A thought flickered in Changsheng's mind. Are these 4 members of the underworld organization? No one shall leave. The man from the eastern position bellowed. Changsheng understood that they were not targeting him specifically. It was merely a stroke of bad luck that he had stumbled upon this encounter. My apologies for the interruption. I was merely passing through and have seen nothing. The pursuer urged, young man, do not be foolish. How could they allow you to escape? Changsheng inquired of the eastern man. Will you allow me to leave? The man pondered briefly. Once we have dispatched this rogue pursuer, we shall see. As he spoke, he swung his large blade. The sound of it slicing through the air was deafening. 2 others soared towards the pursuer from behind Changsheng. As one brushed past him, their arm trembled, releasing a faint mist. Little one, you should rest for a while. They are using poison. Changsheng was suddenly enveloped by a bizarre fragrance, reminiscent of something he had encountered before, though never this potent. With little time to ponder further, he instinctively activated the heart method of the great scripture. Uncertain of the poisonous nature, he believed that employing Wang Shangbai's orthodox techniques would be more effective against these insidious schemes. A wave of drowsiness swept over him. It was an oversight. Changsheng yawned repeatedly before collapsing onto the ground. The cloaked figure cast a fleeting glance at Changsheng, but chose to disregard him. A mere ordinary youth. With no onlookers, the 4 joined forces against the pursuer, making their task exceedingly effortless. Their martial arts were inherently superior to that of the pursuer. You are exceedingly bold to dare hunt the pursuer near the city. The pursuer's spiritual barrier was already riddled with numerous breaches. The four men in black said little, leaping high before launching a simultaneous attack on the pursuer. Boom. In an instant, chaos erupted, followed by the dismembered remains of the pursuer. Another one down, the leader remarked. The others remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. What shall we do with this lad? The man approached Changsheng. Unmoved, Changsheng was soundly asleep. The man deftly lifted the edge of Changsheng's clothing, revealing the silver notes and the tome of martial arts hidden within. To his surprise, the boy was indeed from a wealthy family, carrying such a substantial amount of silver. Another individual chuckled. Is it not permissible for us to take this? The man shook his head. The Netherworld organization does not seize ill-gotten gains. What about this boy then? It won't be long before the pursuer finds this place, and he is unlikely to escape death. Moreover, he could potentially expose some of our secrets. The leader appeared to hesitate. He noticed something else in Changsheng's possession and bent down to investigate. It was Changsheng's soft whip. The tome, another man exclaimed, spotting the martial arts book beside the silver notes. The four men stood still. The leader declared, let us take him first. He is under the influence of a sleeping fragrance and will not awaken for a while. Two of the men hoisted Changsheng and fled at remarkable speed. The leader, after wreaking havoc at the scene, followed swiftly behind. Half an hour later, the quartet brought Changsheng to a secluded grove and discarded him onto the ground. One remarked, today, it seems he is fortunate. The leader replied, we must hide quickly. The pursuer's search techniques are exceedingly formidable. The four soared away, vanishing in an instant. Changsheng opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. It remains uncertain who is truly fortunate. If the four from the Netherworld intended to harm him, it was they who would not survive. With the soft whip in hand, he was prepared to strike. During the confrontation between the four and the pursuer, Changsheng felt capable of standing against them. Of course, the pursuer was somewhat lacking. He lay still for another minute before rising and brushing off the dirt and grass from his clothes. The so-called sleeping fragrance had little effect on his pure young black, whole sacred body. The pursuer's search techniques? Forget it. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be prudent to leave promptly. Changsheng made his way towards Wang Shangbai's residence. Wang Shangbai was once again painting, completing a piece only to tear it away. Then standing up with a deep sigh, a tall figure caught his eye. Changsheng had arrived. Wang Shangbai's eyes narrowed into a slit. He did not approach to greet, but instead nodded in acknowledgement. As Changsheng drew near, his expression suddenly shifted. A distinct aura, and the wild grass clinging to him. Young Changsheng, what have you encountered? Wang Shangbai inquired urgently, his gaze fixed intently on Changsheng. Changsheng was at a loss for words. Should he mention the pursuit by the underworld organization targeting the Wanderers? Would it frighten the old gentleman? Changsheng, tell me the truth, without any concealment. Wang Shangbai's demeanor grew increasingly severe. Elder, I happened upon a scuffle and chose to detour, resulting in a fall. Changsheng replied calmly. That is not the whole truth. Wang Shangbai seemed to perceive everything. His tone became more insistent. Elder, are you worried that this may implicate you? Changsheng sensed something amiss. You must speak candidly. Only then can I discern the situation. Otherwise, you, I, and everyone residing here may face dire consequences. A thought stirred within Changsheng. The old man had undoubtedly sensed something. Elder, I speak plainly. On my way here, I encountered four masked men in black who hunted down a wanderer. Wang Shangbai slammed his hand down. This is grave. He hurried outside, whispering a few words to the old servant. The servant nodded and vanished in an instant. Wang Shangbai then stepped back inside, saying, I hope it is not too late. Elder, what troubles you? Are you concerned that the men in black may have intentionally spared me and followed me here? Changsheng too became alert. Do you know who the men in black are? Wang Shangbai retorted, his gaze piercing. I overheard the Wanderers. They belong to the underworld organization. Is that not terrifying? Wang Shangbai sighed. I do not fear the underworld. My concern lies with the Wanderers. Their most formidable trait is their ability to track you down, no matter where you flee. Chapter 64. Covert protection. Upon hearing this, Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. So far, no Wanderers had located him. Wang Shangbai remarked. The leader of the Wanderers hails from the Xintian realm, possessing profound and inscrutable skills. No one knows the methods they employ. Elder, you overthink it. I have not discerned the Wanderers' capabilities to be particularly formidable, Changsheng stated. You are still young, with limited encounters with them, Wang Shangbai observed. Looking at Changsheng, to what extent have you cultivated the technique I gifted you? Elder, the Great Sutra is not overly complex, yet it induces a deep drowsiness after cultivation. I practice it for a short while before resting, treating it as a means to aid my sleep. Wang Shangbai grasped Changsheng's wrist, pondering in silence. Strange, this lad, clearly of mediocre talent and with little time in the celestial realm, manages to grasp the essence of the Great Sutra. Is it mere coincidence? The Great Sutra appears simple, yet in reality, It is quite the opposite. The enhancement of one's power occurs after succumbing to drowsiness. It is as if one has fallen asleep. Yet the technique seeps into the meridians and dantian, operating autonomously. Lying down, one can cultivate the art effortlessly. In the past, Wang Xiao dedicated over a year to his practice, yet made no discernible progress and was compelled to abandon his efforts. Congratulations, young master He. The Great Sutra possesses the efficacy to expand meridians and enrich the qi within the dantian. Thus, it is entirely natural for you to feel drowsy. With this assurance, Changsheng felt a wave of relief. After all, he was merely practicing during his leisure time, devoid of any pressure. He then shifted the topic. Elder, your profound cultivation and esteemed lineage suggest you must also be a candidate for are you not? Wang Shangbai chuckled. Are you perhaps considering the upcoming assessment? The qualification for is akin to a splendid hat. Donning it makes one conspicuous among the crowd. Yet lacking it does not hinder one from enjoying the warmth of a hearth with a beloved spouse. Changsheng recounted his experience at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Boss who is acquainted with you. The term underworld organization was indeed gleaned from him. Wang Shangbai pondered for a moment and replied, he is a prominent figure, a leading personality in Yicheng. I believe we crossed paths about 20 years ago when he commissioned me for a painting. A leading personality? It seems that to make a mark in Shengzhou, one must acquire the qualification of. Wang Shangbai remarked, a young man with ambition deserves my full support. However, obtaining the qualification is no trivial matter. Do you have any allies to assist you? Perhaps teammates for the challenges? Changsheng shook his head, resolute in his decision to venture forth alone. As for the type of companions the authorities might assign him, it mattered little. One could only hope that fate would smile upon him, allowing him to enter the assessment while clinging to Changsheng's coattails. At that moment, an elderly servant hurried in, whispering a few words into Wang Shangbai's ear before retreating. Wang Shangbai's expression brightened. Changsheng understood that matters had been resolved. Wang Shangbai stated, it is not the underworld organization that poses a threat to you, but rather the scent you carry, which may attract the. However, as an old man nearing death, I have little to fear. Youngster, you must safeguard yourself and strive to achieve something remarkable. If you require a recommendation for the assessment, seek out Wang Xiao. Changsheng nodded, though he had a lingering impression that Wang Shangbai was not merely a recluse from the world. The elder possessed a wealth of knowledge. Changsheng sipped tea for an extended period, his mouth growing parched from conversation, yet Wang Shangbai seemed unfazed. His keen gaze lingering on Changsheng, as if appraising an undiscovered work of art. This scrutiny made Changsheng feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to rise and take his leave. Without a backward glance, he departed, while Wang Shangbai's gaze followed him until he reached the door. Taking a moment to nod thoughtfully before calling to the old servant, I shall take a stroll outside. In less than half an hour, Wang Shangbai's figure appeared over 50 miles away from the estate. The speed of a nonagenarian was truly astonishing. He paused by a secluded thicket, where there were no paths and the view was expansive. There, he settled beside a prominent stone, taking a moment to rest his weary feet. Wang Shangbai coughed softly, as if to himself, pondering the encounter with an unrelated individual today. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black stood behind him, obscured and indistinct. The black-clad individual appeared somewhat taken aback. How could Shangbai know? We are acquainted, and upon awakening, he came to my residence, discussing your hunting endeavors. The black figure fell silent. My subordinate discovered the large scripture he held, thus realizing his connection to Shangbai, which is why he was taken away, preserving his life. However, when we moved to ambush the patroller, we first rendered him unconscious with a sleeping fragrance. He is unaware of the subsequent events. Wang Shangbai began to ponder. Sleeping fragrance? He was certainly familiar with it. The scent was too recognizable. Even before Changsheng entered the room, he had caught a whiff and was considerably surprised. That youth, though of average talent and having been initiated for less than a year, possessed a tangled meridian yet exhibited exceptional insight, his combat prowess surpassing his cultivation level. Given the time you departed, how could he awaken so swiftly? The black-clad figure was again startled, having been affected by the sleeping fragrance. He should have slumbered for at least 2 hours. Shangbai, do you suspect him of deceit? I will eliminate this threat right away. Though he is a friend of Shangbai, for the sake of the Netherworld organization, anyone can be sacrificed, including him. Wang Shangbai resolutely declined. If Changsheng were to divulge any secrets, he would not have waited until now. That youth is a malleable talent. If he can be harnessed for my purposes, it would indeed be a boon for the organization. The black figure responded, what do you mean, Shangbai? With his wit and composure, he outshines many. If you were aware of his assistance to Wang Xiao in eliminating Zhao Banqing, you would be impressed. The black figure remained silent. Matters concerning Wang Xiao do not pertain to the organization. Wang Shangbai chuckled, his demeanor growing exceedingly grave. Do you realize he was not affected by your sleeping fragrance? What? Impossible. The black figure exclaimed in disbelief. I listened to his discourse and assessed his meridian, which is why I dared to confirm it. based solely on this. You are inferior to him. The black figure was left speechless. The occurrence of such a blunder could warrant a death sentence. This was the gravest error committed since the inception of the Netherworld organization. Therefore, Wang Shangbai felt compelled to personally intervene and convene with his subordinate. Shangbai, I accept full responsibility for any transgressions. The black figure knelt, his knees touching the ground. Were it not for Changsheng's involvement, the four black-clad figures would have already vanished without a trace. Wang Shangbai sighed several times. He wished to take a gamble. The Netherworld organization lacked a grand strategist, someone who could remain unflinching in the face of calamity. From the moment he first laid eyes on Changsheng, he sensed the youth's extraordinary potential. Soon, the patrol test would commence, and Changsheng was determined to participate. However, he was still too young. Find several suitable individuals to discreetly protect him. Success is the only option. Failure is not permissible. Do you understand what to do? The subordinate understood, beads of sweat forming. Wang Shangbai rose, casting a casual glance before descending. The black figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 65. Not the right time. Changsheng toiled day and night. And Jiyu's complexion visibly lightened. She gasped softly, Changsheng, it's time. Changsheng cast her a sideways glance. So soon? Jiyu tidily gathered her things. Counting on her fingers, is it too fast? Tomorrow is the registration day for the Xuanqing. Little did I expect that despite coming this far, I could not escape the fate of entering the examination hall, Changsheng remarked. Jiyu smiled. Changsheng, this is all for your own good. In the future, you will thank me for it. Everyone says so. Remember, you must register using that old man's great sutra method during the skill test. Do not utilize the golden liquid jade furnace technique, and certainly do not reveal the old demon's sinister skills. Keep this in mind. Once you register, you will have no rivals thereafter. The following day, Changsheng set out alone. He arrived at Tianshang Renjian, where Wang Xiao had long been waiting by the side. Young Master Yi, I will accompany you to register. All trivial matters will be handled by the subordinates. A luxurious carriage was already prepared nearby. After 2 hours of travel, they halted before an exceptionally vast square. Changsheng could not help but exclaim, goodness, there were no fewer than 80,000 applicants, if not 100,000. He could only think, the line is dead. Find someone to stand in line for me, he said. Wang Xiao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Young Master Yi, registration must be done in person. Do not worry, it will be quick. Changsheng had no choice but to disembark and enter the square. Numerous lines formed a long queue, and the inspectors stood ready, occasionally releasing pressure to ensure applicants behaved themselves. Changsheng spotted acquaintances, Zhu Erden and Longshan's Er Yang. They had already formed a line prior to registration. Finally, it was almost his turn, with only 2 people ahead. A man announced his name and technique, followed by a comprehensive skill test. Changsheng observed for a while, beginning to understand some of the procedures. The comprehensive test did not measure the depth of one's power. Perhaps it was intentionally kept secret by the authorities. The primary focus was on assessing the participants' spiritual roots and the time spent in the Immortal Gate. With these 2 metrics, one could essentially gauge the level of power. In Shengzhou, there were very few with superior spiritual roots. A handful of those with heavenly roots had already been prioritized and taken away for training. They would not participate in the Xuanqing test at all. When it was Changsheng's turn, he stated, what technique? The Great Sutra Method, Changsheng replied. The inspector glanced at him, noting that this year's Confucian cultivators seemed rather scarce. He placed his hands on the testing platform, which contained 5 spiritual stones arranged in a testing formation. As Changsheng placed his hands upon it, the stones emitted a faint, mixed glow and buzzed softly. Several inspectors chuckled. My spiritual roots are quite decent, aren't they? Changsheng inquired. The inspectors laughed even more heartily. No one could possibly be worse off than you. You've barely been in the Immortal Gate for less than a year. Young man, it seems your family is not lacking in wealth. You don't even mind a registration fee of over 10,000. It was merely an experience brush. He could sign up, yet would undoubtedly fail the initial screening. Changsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. The registration fee was covered by Wang Xiao, who, of course, did not mind. However, the testing platform's ability to reveal the time he entered the immortal sect astonished him. The patroller possessed something in hand. Next came the time for free team formation. Should one be unable to form a team, the official would assign members at random. Behind Changsheng stood a silent man. He registered his cultivation method and placed both hands upon the testing platform. Changsheng watched in astonishment as 5 spirit stones emitted 2 beams of light. With his limited knowledge of cultivation, he discerned that the spiritual roots were undoubtedly exceptional. Indeed, the patroller exclaimed with delight, double spiritual roots. What a revelation. 12 years since entering the immortal sect. Superior aptitude, congratulations. The man smiled modestly and withdrew his hands from the testing platform. Suddenly, Changsheng was taken aback. Several patrollers, while jesting, revealed a fierce killing intent in their eyes. Seize him. The patrollers surged forward, swiftly apprehending the man. "What are you doing?" he shouted, struggling desperately. The onlookers were equally stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events. The patroller sneered. "At last, we have caught you. Did you think you could escape our gaze?" "Patroller, I do not understand," the man replied. "Stop pretending, you are Yuming." Upon hearing his identity exposed, the man roared and broke free from the grasp of several patrollers. With a long sword in hand, he unleashed a fierce sword aura that surged toward the patrollers. One patroller met his attack with a long knife, the clash ringing out as the weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Truly, Yuming's prowess surpassed that of these patrollers. In an instant, the man leaped several feet away. All the patrollers were alerted and sprang into action. However, the man moved with astonishing speed, using the crowd as cover, and was soon on the verge of escaping the square. At that moment, a flash of silver light illuminated the air. The crowd instinctively squinted, for it was blinding. A wide sword, flying from an unknown source, refracted light and emitted a sound of breaking air, descending rapidly to strike the man. With a crack, his body was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. A patroller rushed over, searching him, but found nothing. "Quick, investigate who his recommender is." Several patrollers had already dashed away to pursue the recommender. Every patroller had a record, and that recommender would have nowhere to flee. At this moment, the vast square fell silent, all present in shock. Although Yuming possessed considerable power, within the patrollers, there were those capable of instantly severing him in two, their strength unfathomable. Changsheng gazed at the corpse for a few moments, finding the man's form somewhat familiar. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he could withstand that swift, descending strike. A patroller called from a height, "Continue with the registration. If there are malevolent practitioners such as demonic cultivators, monster cultivators, and ghost cultivators, they may save their lives by retreating on their own. Otherwise, they shall meet the same fate as their fallen comrades." Following this battle, the order within the square became markedly improved, and the pace of the assessments accelerated significantly. Changsheng proceeded towards the exit. The examination for prospective cultivators was far more intricate and perhaps more challenging than he had anticipated. Fortunately, he had the assistance of seasoned individuals like Wang Xiao and Wang Xiangbai. Changsheng steadied his mind as the carriage loomed ahead. Suddenly, someone from behind embraced him. Reacting swiftly, Changsheng turned and locked that person in place. It was Hao Jian. "Brother, I have searched high and low for you," Hao Jian exclaimed, throwing himself into Changsheng's arms. "Not here, there are too many people." Changsheng gently pushed him away. "Are you preparing to register as well?" Hao Jian shook his head, his face tinged with embarrassment. Changsheng recalled that Hao Jian was penniless, and the registration fee was a staggering 10,000 taels of silver, far beyond his means. Hao Jian had mentioned going out to gain experience, but it seemed he was merely wandering around the city. However, Changsheng had already moved, making it impossible for Hao Jian to find him at King Weiwen. "Hao Jian, it's fortunate that you spotted me. Otherwise, we would have missed each other again. There is still time to register. My brother lacks nothing but silver," he said, pulling him towards the payment counter. Yet, Hao Jian remained motionless. "Brother, it's not about the money. I never intended to participate in the assessment. That is odd. Doesn't your family rule state that one must become a cultivator to return home?" Changsheng inquired. Hao Jian's face flushed as he stammered. "I came to accompany someone else for registration. I know my own capabilities, and now is not the right time." Chapter 66. You misunderstood. Changsheng recalled that Hao Jian had an older sister currently undergoing training and playfully asked, "Have you found your sister?" Hao Jian gestured towards a distant line. "She is still in line. She arrived late today." Changsheng glanced over and noticed a tall woman in a purple and red gown amidst the queue. She was indeed a striking beauty. Looking back at Hao Jian, who was rather handsome himself, he mused that his sister could not possibly be unattractive. "Hao Jian, since we have some time, why not register together? We can enjoy ourselves. If we pass, then splendid. If not, it's no matter." Hao Jian quickly declined. No, I cannot." Setting aside the issue of registration fees, he had no one to recommend him. Changsheng chuckled. "With me by your side, you need not worry about anything." He pulled him towards the payment counter. Wang Xiao followed closely behind, continuing to offer his recommendations. Hao Jian was the second person he had recommended, and the registration fee was 100-fold. Without a flicker of hesitation, he tossed a stack of silver notes, leaving those around them astonished. Hao Jian was utterly taken aback. "Brother, this is too much. Rest assured, you won't have to repay it." Changsheng replied with an air of brotherly confidence, as if it were merely a pile of waste paper. "The registration cost 1 million, and it was spent on me. What a waste." Hao Jian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although several months have elapsed, his prowess has significantly improved, and he has even located his sister. Nevertheless, he feels markedly inferior when it comes to participating in the highly competitive examination. Even his sister would not join forces with him. "There is no need for you to decline, Xiao. He has urged you to register for a reason. As for the monetary aspect, Do not be concerned, Wang Xiao remarked. He recognized Hao Jian as the young man he had encountered that day. Hao Jian has already been pushed into the ranks by Changsheng. After you register, come find me by the carriage. Oh, and do bring your sister along. I would like to be introduced. Very well, brother E. Hao Jian, being a straightforward individual, was not adept at turning people down. My sister's name is Hao Mei. Her skills far surpass mine. I have spoken of you to her, and she holds you in high esteem. Oh, Yi Changsheng chuckled. Anyone with the surname Hao has a lovely name. Let us head to the carriage, Wang Xiao suggested. Brother E, with your gallant demeanor. It is no wonder even those who have yet to meet you admire you. Yi Changsheng interjected. My dear Hao, you often misspeak. Once inside the carriage, Yi Changsheng's expression grew serious. How dare the Phantom Organization appear, especially to be unmasked by the inspectors? Wang Xiao whispered. The Phantom Organization is elusive. No one knows their true identity. Yet, they audaciously oppose the inspectors. It is reckless and utterly foolhardy. He added, if Brother E secures the qualification for the examination, be cautious in your associations with those of ambiguous backgrounds. One cannot ascertain their true nature. Those individuals are truly insatiable. Instead of enjoying their lives, they antagonize the inspectors, which is utterly incomprehensible. He shook his head repeatedly. Yi Changsheng snickered inwardly. He had slain inspectors and witnessed the Phantom hunting them down. And today he encountered the demise of a Phantom. In a certain sense, he and the Phantoms were on the same path. Lately, it has been peculiar. I keep encountering Phantoms. A scream erupted in the square. A demonic cultivator masquerading as a righteous one was discovered and summarily executed by the inspectors. The inspectors are backed by the Shantian realm. How could Shengzhou possibly contend with them? Wang Xiao remarked. As a businessman, I merely wish for peace in the realm. It cannot hinder their ability to earn. Hao Jian's group was small and progressed swiftly, and he soon arrived at the carriage's side. Yi Changsheng disembarked to wait for his sister, for Hao Mei's group had been delayed significantly by the discovery of demonic cultivators and beast cultivators. There were no issues with Hao Jian's examination. What about your spiritual roots? Yi Changsheng inquired. It was determined to be 3 spiritual roots. Ordinary, Hao Jian replied. Yi Changsheng grimaced. Is it true that I am at the very bottom? How embarrassing. Upon reflection, it was indeed disheartening to have only entered the immortal sect after a decade. What a waste. Hao Jian was certainly much stronger than Yi Changsheng. Forget it. I shall refrain from mentioning spiritual roots from now on. If we do not speak of it, it shall not be an issue. Yi Changsheng's heart felt somewhat lighter. After all, the people of Shengzhou typically do not place great importance on spiritual roots. At that moment, a plump, bald man approached. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Have you registered? A warm smile graced his face. Yi Changsheng cast a glance at him, startled by the perfectly round head, reminiscent of a circle drawn with a compass during his mother's pregnancy. My companion and I have completed our assessments, remarked Hao Jian with refined politeness. I presume you have also triumphed in your evaluation? Indeed, congratulations to us all. The round-headed man beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits. I am Tu Yuan, a practitioner of Buddhism. I have observed you both twice. Are you not still in need of one more member for your team? Just as Hao Jian was about to respond, Yi Changsheng interrupted. Do you know him? Hao Jian, taken aback, replied, I do not know him. Yet you converse so fluently? Yi Changsheng retorted coolly to Tu Yuan. We have sufficient personnel. We shall conclude the testing shortly. Tu Yuan appeared crestfallen, but quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. It is indeed a stroke of fate that we meet. I hope we may look out for one another during the assessments. Certainly, certainly, Hao Jian replied hastily. Had we not filled our quota, we would have considered teaming up with fellow practitioners. Meanwhile, Hao Mei had completed her test and was scanning the area for Hao Jian. He waved eagerly at her. Approaching with a stern expression, she admonished, we agreed to wait here, yet you have wandered off. This brother of mine is truly a source of concern, she thought. Upon noticing Hao Mei's approach, Yi Changsheng clicked his tongue. Not only were her legs long, but her beauty was striking, imbued with an air of aloofness that was hard to resist. Tu Yuan inquired, is this stunning lady one of your team members? Hao Jian replied, she is my elder sister. Internally, Yi Changsheng chuckled grimly. Hao Jian, could you not exercise a modicum of discretion? Do not divulge any information regarding the hunter's mission. The thought of smothering him arose within him. Tu Yuan murmured, what a pity. We are just a step away from fate. Hao Jian, what are you doing standing there? Hao Mei called out loudly. It would suffice to share a bit of Sister Tian's gentleness with her. Sister, I have splendid news. I too have successfully registered and can participate in the hunter's assessment. Hao Jian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You registered? And succeeded? Hao Mei's brows knitted into several furrows. How is that even possible? You arrived without a single coin, and it is unlikely anyone would altruistically recommend you. How could you possibly have registered so quickly? Were you duped? The individuals around him appeared far from virtuous. Thank goodness I arrived in time, she thought, pointing at Tu Yuan, Wang Xiao, and Yi Changsheng as if calling them out individually. I do not care who you are. Do not lay your hands on my brother, or my sword shall not distinguish between foes. Hao Mei was at the early stage of the 4th layer. Her cultivation vastly superior to Hao Jian's, placing their combat prowess in entirely different realms. Tu Yuan promptly clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Fear not. I am merely a good person." Changsheng fixed his gaze intently on Hao Mei. She possessed a beauty that was entirely distinct from that of his 3 senior sisters, particularly Ji. Indeed, Hao Jian has made up his mind. Changsheng also remarked, "Hao Mei, you have misunderstood." Upon hearing her name mentioned by a stranger, Hao Mei momentarily froze. Hao Jian hurriedly stepped forward. "Sister, do not consider everyone in the world a deceiver. In truth, there are far more good people. This is my frequently mentioned brother Changsheng, and this is brother 2, whom I have just met, along with boss Wang, who assisted me with my registration." Chapter 67. The standard waste. Hao Mei's expression revealed no sign of relaxation. "Hao Jian, are you unaware of your own worth? Do not sell yourself while counting others' coins. Registration and recommendations cannot be so easily attained." She had faith in one principle during her external training: rely on oneself. She grasped Hao Jian's arm and whispered, "Let us depart." Changsheng was still waiting to form a team with her. How could she leave so abruptly? "If you leave, who will I play with?" He attempted to block her path. Indeed, something was amiss. Hao Mei shot him a cold glare. "I am not to be trifled with." Changsheng withdrew his hand. Having discerned the truth, Hao Jian broke free from Hao Mei's grip. "Sister, you truly misunderstand. Boss Wang is helping me with the registration and has even offered $1 million in fees." Hao Mei's astonishment grew. If there was a recommendation, it would be understandable not to waste it. However, offering such a sum to assist a mere acquaintance was certainly not without reason. Could it be that they coveted her martial arts, wishing to latch onto her for the final assessment to gain the qualification for the Changsheng? After all, she was one of the rare individuals at the initial 4th level, especially Changsheng, whom Hao Jian spoke of. He had an appealing appearance, yet his eyes darted about mischievously, indicative of a schemer. "Apologies, but Hao Jian and I have already formed a team. You may seek other opportunities." Changsheng chuckled, clearly lying. Hao Jian had only just learned about the successful registration. How could she have found teammates so quickly? This girl intrigued him. At that moment, a man approached Wang Xiao and whispered a few words into his ear. Wang Xiao addressed Changsheng and the others. "I apologize. There has been an issue in Tianshang Renjian. I must." Changsheng waved his hand. "You attend to your matters. Do not mind me." Wang Xiao left a few subordinates behind and hurried away. Upon hearing the words Tianshang Renjian, Hao Mei's brows furrowed, as if her ears had been subjected to a great offense. Bong! A resounding gong echoed across the square. A patroller announced loudly, "Those forming teams independently, please report your names. The deadline is in 1 hour." Upon hearing this, Tu Yuan clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, I must seek companions. I shan't disturb you further. Should we meet again, I hope you will show mercy." Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Hao Jian urged, "Sister, it's just the 3 of us now. We can form a team perfectly." Changsheng added, "Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress." Hao Mei remained unmoved, her disdain blatantly evident. "I shall not team with men. Men only impede my sword-drawing speed." Hao Jian grew increasingly anxious. The team formation deadline is in 1 hour. Moreover, when you draw your sword, brother will not be holding you back. Hao Mei cast a glance at him, perplexed. The crux of the matter was that Hao Jian's martial arts were not particularly formidable. He was initially barred from participating in this year's selection test. Moreover, starting this year, each individual could only register once in their lifetime. What a burdensome companion he was. Changsheng remarked, "Though my skills are rather ordinary, I have never encountered defeat when collaborating with Hao Jian." Hao Jian responded with delight, "Indeed, indeed. Brother, you have only stepped into the realm of immortals for less than a year, yet with the soft whip I gifted you, even some demonic cultivators fear you. Thus, it stands to reason that we can emerge from the depths of the mountains and, in due course, break through the throngs of applicants." Hao Mei's eyes widened. "Didn't you say the soft whip was lost? So it was he who spirited it away? I was afraid you would scold me," Hao Jian murmured. Changsheng interjected, "Let us not bicker. Once the test concludes, I shall return the soft whip to you." Hao Mei pondered for a moment. She currently lacked suitable teammates and was pressed for time, needing to look after Hao Jian. Thus, she conceded, "Though you are on my team, you must rely on yourself. I will not assist you in passing. Should we encounter peril along the way, do not expect me to come to your rescue." Changsheng replied, "There is no time to waste. Let us submit our names." In the square, scattered cultivators were actively seeking companions for their teams. However, some of the more advanced practitioners remained aloof, awaiting a lucrative invitation. If someone were willing to pay a handsome sum to form a team, they would gladly oblige. Even if they failed to secure the qualification for the selection, they could still walk away with a substantial amount of silver. Having concluded their team formation, Changsheng was aware that the selection process would commence the following day. The rules were straightforward. Any member of the team could step onto the stage. And if they suffered 10 consecutive defeats, the entire team would be eliminated. A team achieving 100 victories, with a win rate exceeding 50%, would qualify for the final formal test. This arrangement ensured that affluent scions like Zhu Erden would comfortably secure their places, for he need only enlist 1 or 2 skilled fighters to contest on his behalf. With the selection imminent, all participants refrained from venturing far. Wang Xiao had already made arrangements for Yi Changsheng at an inn, even reserving a private dining room. Hao Jian expressed his envy. Brother Yi, how do you know such influential figures? By virtue of my charm, Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. At these words, Hao Mei raised her gaze to scrutinize Yi Changsheng. Is it merely this face? Although it is rather handsome, it is not earth-shatteringly extraordinary, is it? Am I not more striking than him? What do my grandmother and 3 senior sisters think? Hao Jian inquired with care. They are well. As Yi Changsheng entered the inn, he found it fully booked. Thankfully, Wang Xiao had reserved early, though he had only anticipated Yi Changsheng's solitary presence, failing to secure additional rooms. They were accommodated in a spacious suite, fully equipped. Hao Mei immediately took a liking to it, finding it several hundred times superior to the shabby lodging she and her brother had chosen to save money. It was akin to a palace. What girl does not appreciate cleanliness, elegance, and luxury? She finally had the opportunity to cleanse and refresh herself properly. Had she not encountered Yi Changsheng, she and Hao Jian might not have been able to afford even a dilapidated inn at this moment. I reside within, while the 2 of you remain outside. Hao Mei's voice, though still cold, has softened considerably compared to the outset. It seems that Hao Mei is not one to feign politeness with outsiders, mused Yi Changsheng. The following day, the expansive square was entirely sealed off. With no unauthorized individuals permitted entry, the competition platform was lined up, extending to the far end of the square. The opponents were chosen at random. Anyone could ascend the stage and challenge the victors. As the first to achieve 100 victories would gain access to the formal test, all participants were eager to compete, with few daring to linger at the back, hoping to secure a spot through opportunistic wins. Hao Mei inquired of Yi Changsheng, what was the outcome of the registration for the test? Yi Changsheng replied, rather ordinary, indeed. How many spiritual roots? Hao Mei pressed for details, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, he struck a nerve. Hao Mei was a rare individual with 2 spiritual roots, while Hao Jian was significantly weaker, possessing merely 3. Yi Changsheng explained, just a fragment of chaotic light. The wanderer did not disclose the number of spiritual roots. Ah, brother. That would imply you have 5 spiritual roots. Quite unfortunate, acknowledged Hao Jian candidly. Hao Mei had anticipated this. The worst-case scenario being 5 spiritual roots explained why Yi Changsheng had yet to immerse himself in cultivation for even a year, rendering him a standard underachiever. The fact that he had managed to reach this point suggested a reasonably affluent background, having devoted considerable resources to intensive supplementary training to barely step into the immortal realm. His association with a wealthy friend like Wang Xiao only underscored this point. It was surprising that Hao Jian would associate with someone of such limited potential. Since you have assisted Hao Jian, I shall return this favor. However, participating in the test demands absolute commitment. There is no room for half-hearted attempts or retreat in the face of adversity. From this moment forth, both of you shall heed my command, declared Hao Mei with unwavering authority. The sword glimmered sharply, its spiritual energy manifesting, exuding an aura of formidable might. My sister is exceptionally formidable, brother. Do not fret about being excluded from the final test, Hao Jian remarked with admiration. Rest assured, I, Yi Changsheng, may lack other talents, but at the very least, I shall not hinder your swordplay. Amidst the bustling crowd, several pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. Yi Changsheng recognized them as Zhu Erden and his entourage. It appeared they would soon have the opportunity to clash. Chapter 68. Unleashing a grand move on the platform, the first wave of competitors had already leaped into action. As long as one did not suffer 10 consecutive defeats, there was little to fear. Hao Mei stated, among the 3 of us, I shall take the lead. Followed by Hao Jian and Yi Changsheng, you shall take the 3rd position. The initial combatant is typically the strongest among the group, with the aim of securing swift victories. The later entrants generally possess lesser strength. In the blink of an eye, the outcomes on the platform were determined. Victors remained to face further challenges, or could opt to descend and rest. Yang Da, one of the 2 Yangs from Longshan, was the first to ascend the stage, achieving 2 consecutive victories. A formidable young heir was poised to replace him, ensuring Zhu Erden's team was all but guaranteed 100 victories. Zhu Erden incessantly cast glances towards Yi Changsheng, a mix of triumphant provocation and greedy admiration for Hao Mei evident in his demeanor. The participants in the competition predominantly possessed martial prowess ranging from the mid-stage of the 1st level to just below the mid-stage of the 3rd level, with a few individuals lingering near the lower end of the 1st level. Hao Mei leapt onto the stage, brandishing her sword. and issued a challenge to a recently victorious swordsman. The swordsman, though only at the early stage of the 3rd level, exhibited combat abilities slightly exceeding his realm. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" inquired the man. "I can grant you a chance at life," replied Hao Mei. Her words sharp enough to fell a bull. "Unappreciative fool." The swordsman, incensed by her public mockery, hurled his large blade into the air. The weapon expanded threefold and descended with tremendous force, eliciting gasps from the audience. "What a remarkable sword technique!" they exclaimed. With a cold smirk, Hao Mei's figure flickered, and her long sword ascended like a rainbow, piercing the heavens. Before the massive blade could strike, it began to spiral wildly in the air. Meanwhile, her sword energy surged forth relentlessly toward the swordsman. "Get lost," Hao Mei commanded with a delicate yet powerful voice. The swordsman was sent flying by the force of her attack. Hao Mei claimed her first victory. Standing firm with her sword, she cast a sidelong glance at Changsheng, saying, "Sister hasn't even exerted her full strength yet. Take notes." Changsheng met her gaze with fiery determination, unflinching. "This fellow has quite the audacity." Hao Mei bit her lip and withdrew her gaze. Subsequently, she continued to secure victory after victory, swiftly achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive wins, which incited a chorus of cheers from the crowd. "Brother E, my sister can single-handedly handle this selection process," exclaimed Hao Jian, unable to contain his excitement. "I believe she seems a bit fatigued. Let her take a break," suggested Changsheng. Hao Jian shared this sentiment. Wishing to test his own abilities in this rare opportunity for practical combat, a chance to gauge the extent of his recent progress. Just then, another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Hao Mei suffered defeat at the hands of a female cultivator. She gracefully descended from the stage. Hao Jian hurriedly inquired, "Sister, was that female cultivator stronger than you?" Hao Mei wiped the sweat from her brow. "I merely wished for a moment's respite, granting her a favor. As the captain, victory or defeat is trivial. I must not sustain injuries." Several hours had elapsed. On Zhu Erden's side, their team had achieved an impressive 70 victories, leading by a wide margin. Subsequently, at Zhu Erden's behest, Longshan's second Yang deliberately conceded a few matches, with the victors being familiar faces of Zhu Erden. Such outcomes posed no significant threat to Zhu Erden's team. Meanwhile, Changsheng's team had managed only 28 victories, with their defeats being negligible. Hao Mei on her own was not as swift as Longshan's second Yang. "Hao Mei, for the next match, allow me to take the stage. You can rest," Changsheng proposed. "You? Going up to provide assistance?" scoffed Hao Mei, rolling her eyes dismissively. "In truth, I am not that inept," Changsheng asserted. Though Hao Mei did not acquiesce, she nudged Hao Jian, urging, "Quickly, go up. An opportunity has arisen." A fresh wave of less skilled substitutes had entered as the previously victorious experts took a moment to catch their breath. Among them, several matched Hao Jian's prowess closely. Hao Jian took a deep breath and leaped onto the stage, finally finding a platform to showcase his abilities. Fortune smiled upon him, and with Hao Mei's discerning eye, he astonishingly triumphed in 2 consecutive matches. Ultimately, at Hao Mei's subtle gesture, he wisely decided to withdraw and descended from the stage. Gasping for breath, Hao Jian reflected on the days gone by, thinking, "I have not spent these days in vain. Brother E, honestly, have I not made a remarkable impression?" Changsheng mused inwardly. "You seek to impress me?" A day without practice, and he could no longer keep pace with Hao Jian. Where there is a sister, there is a brother. He felt a sense of admiration. "What nonsense is this?" Hao Mei remarked, preparing to ascend the stage. Zhu Erden squeezed through, glancing at Changsheng and Hao Jian before turning to Hao Mei. "Esteemed friend, your skills are commendable. I am Zhu Erden, currently ranked first in achievements. Shall we become friends for mutual support in the future?" He had already assessed Hao Jian's capabilities, which he deemed mediocre at best. Changsheng lingered at the end of the line, feeling embarrassed. Although he had connections with Wang Xiao, his strength was unimpressive. Placing Hao Mei in such a lackluster team was akin to hiding a pearl in the dust. Hao Mei coldly dismissed him. "Step aside. I have no interest in you." Despite being ranked first, Zhu Erden felt slighted. "I am Zhu Erden. There is no need for such distance, young lady. If you would take a moment to inquire about me, you might reconsider. Who you love is your business. Why should I inquire about you?" She retorted. "My intentions are genuine. Who cares?" In her eyes, men who approached women with such eagerness were not to be trusted. Zhu Erden's expression darkened. "You will regret this." Changsheng felt a surge of satisfaction. He approached Zhu Erden, whispering, "Our captain looks down upon your kind. You seek death?" Zhu Erden snapped. "Do not think that just because you have some connections, I will refrain from dealing with you." "Then go ahead and try," Changsheng replied with a grin. Zhu Erden's face turned pale with rage. While one could fight fiercely on the stage, no one could disrupt the order off stage. Otherwise, the enforcers would expel them without hesitation. "Boy, do not be so arrogant. You will witness how I deal with you." Zhu Erden spat, turning away without a backward glance. "Who is this person?" And why does he wish to befriend my sister? Hao Jian asked, perplexed. Hao Mei shot him a glare. Changsheng also rolled his eyes at him. Hao Jian felt somewhat at a loss. What have I done wrong? After taking a brief respite, Hao Mei leaped back onto the stage. There remained a long way to go before achieving victory, and time was of the essence. This selection process, though it would last several days and nights, demanded swift victories. Shengzhou lacked even a single spirit stone. Replenishing spiritual energy relied solely on the passage of time. This was likely the most significant drawback within the realm of cultivation. Changsheng began to grasp the shortcomings of Shengzhou. Upon Hao Mei's ascension to the stage, a robust man promptly leaped forward. Without uttering a word, he launched an offensive, showcasing his full prowess with no restraint whatsoever. His abilities were clearly on par with Hao Mei's, compelling her to respond with all her might. This scenario was the most dire. Without one party willingly conceding, it often resulted in mutual destruction, adversely affecting subsequent battles. The muscular man fought with reckless abandon, seemingly fueled by profound animosity. Hao Jian and Changsheng watched with bated breath. On stage, the two combatants exchanged blows for several hundred rounds, neither showing any intention of yielding. Hao Mei clenched her jaw tightly, her eyes wide with determination. To concede now would render her previous efforts futile. Channeling her spiritual energy, her sword transformed into a myriad of dazzling lights. Striking forth with precision, Hao Jian exclaimed with excitement, "Brother E, my sister is about to unleash her ultimate move." Changsheng, recognizing the moment, observed as the luminous blades pierced through her opponent's protective barrier. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying, defeated. Meanwhile, Zhu Erden wore a cunning smile. Casually beckoning with his hand, Yang Heir ascended the stage. Chapter 69. You are a demon cultivator. Yang Heir's cultivation level surpassed that of Hao Mei. Yet their combat prowess was comparable. Seizing the momentum from her recent victory, Hao Mei boldly initiated the attack. Yang Heir, shrouded in a veil of blade light, initially refrained from direct confrontation. After 200 exchanges, however, he suddenly escalated his force, pressing forward aggressively. Hao Mei found herself forced to retreat several steps. A formidable foe, encountering two strong adversaries in succession. Typically, when challengers ascend the stage, the skilled fighters tend to tacitly avoid one another to minimize the risk of injury. Yang Heir proved to be significantly more challenging than the previous opponent, and beads of sweat began to form on Hao Mei's brow. With a sudden surge of energy, she advanced a few steps, compelling Yang Heir to retreat repeatedly. The Heo family sword technique was unpredictable. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Hao Mei abruptly leaped off the stage, conceding the match. "Are you all right, sister?" Hao Jian inquired urgently. She shook her head, breathing heavily, her eyes flashing with defiance. Changsheng casually remarked, "Captain Ha, would you like me to give you a massage?" Hao Mei instinctively recoiled, retorting, "I warn you not to touch me. I appreciate the kindness, but no thanks." Were it not for their camaraderie as teammates, she might have uttered harsher words. On stage, Yang Heir, witnessing Hao Mei's voluntary concession, scoffed and leaped down as well. Hao Mei's expression grew even darker. Meanwhile, Zhu Erden cast a provocative glance her way. "Dare to offend me, Zhu Erden? Your downfall is imminent." Whenever Hao Mei took the stage, he would send forth Longshan Heir Yang and others to battle. Longshan Heir Yang had already secured over 80 victories, showing no concern for this minor exertion. Changsheng comprehended the situation. Enough is enough. I'm going to ascend the stage and teach these bastards a lesson. He removed his outer garment. "What are you planning to do?" Hao Mei coldly inquired. "Ascend the stage and teach those fellows a lesson," Changsheng declared. "Do you wish for me to collect your remains?" Hao Mei, still seething with indignation, asserted, "Regardless of your connection with Hao Jian, should you wish to join my battalion, I shall have the final say. Otherwise, you may depart. Departing is not an option. You cannot strip me of my right to combat, can you?" Changsheng felt a hint of helplessness. "You may falter, yet I cannot. Do you comprehend?" Hao Mei retorted. "Those individuals are targeting us, and they mean to kill. Hao Jian, you go forth and show him the reality of the situation. Be cautious. Should danger arise, withdraw immediately." Hao Jian leaped onto the stage with utmost care, drawing his sword for protection. Zhu Erden scoffed and waved his hand, sending another person to engage in battle. Against someone of Hao Jian's caliber, he had plenty of people at his disposal. As soon as Hao Jian made his move, he sensed something was amiss. Hao Mei was correct. That individual was indeed intent on taking his life. The alarming truth was that his opponent's prowess far surpassed his own. Hao Jian fumbled, barely managing to hold his ground for several rounds. But as the situation worsened, he prepared to leap off the stage. His adversary seemed to anticipate his intentions, pressing forward relentlessly and denying him any chance to escape. Hao Mei's expression tightened, regretting his decision to send Hao Jian into the fray. Before he could offer a warning, Hao Jian cried out in pain, tumbling off the stage, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in agony. Not only had he been defeated, but he had also sustained an injury. Hao Mei and Yi Changsheng rushed to his side to assist him. Yi Changsheng assessed the situation. Fortunately, it appeared to be a minor injury. He cast a glance at the individual on stage, only to find that the person had already leaped down and vanished. Zhu Erden approached, a mocking smile upon his lips, feeling quite pleased with himself. In the city of Yi, there were those who dared to challenge him. Hao Mei glared at him, yet felt powerless. Zhu Erden had the ability to summon many individuals in this locale. If not for the presence of the patrollers, he could act with impunity. Yi Changsheng rose to his feet, casting a sidelong glance at him. This enmity was now firmly established. Zhu, you have chosen the wrong adversary. Yi Changsheng stated coldly. Oh, how I tremble in fear. What, do you wish to strike me? Come forth and do so. Afraid? If you are afraid, do not speak. If you speak, yet do not dare to strike, do you wish for me to compel you? Zhu Erden laughed maniacally. Yi Changsheng replied, You, an insignificant being reliant on hired help for your fade of grandeur, are akin to an ant. In another setting, I could squash you with a single blow. Aren't you ranked third? What of it if I hire others? I possess ample wealth. You may hire help as well. Zhu Erden, caught off guard by the public humiliation, faltered. For a lowly individual like you, is it necessary to spend money on assistance? I could defeat you in an instant. Yi Changsheng retorted. Come then, young one. Do you presume I am unaware of your background? The weakest in this arena, you barely succeeded in entering the ranks at your advanced age. Relying on connections to bask in the glory of a patroller, you still dare to defy me. You are inferior in every aspect. Just begun? Laughter erupted around them. Zhu Erden, after all, was at the late stage of the first layer. Upon careful observation, it appears that Yi Changsheng's lifespan is as fleeting as a mere mortal's. His cultivation level resting at the initial stage of the first layer. Yi Changsheng declared, If you deem yourself superior, let us ascend the stage and engage in combat. Let us fight then. Do you think I fear you, with your 5 elemental roots? Zhu Erden laughed heartily, considering this the most effective means to humiliate Yi Changsheng. Yangda spoke softly. Young Master Zhu, allow me. No, it is my turn to take the stage, he insisted. Eager to demonstrate to this young man, who truly deserved, to rise through connections. Ignoring the protests from the Yang brothers, he leapt onto the platform. Hao Mei regarded Yi Changsheng, inquiring, Are you capable? If not, feign cowardice. There's no shame in being the third in our ranks. Hao Jian, gritting his teeth, asserted. Brother E's combat prowess is on par with mine. He can certainly handle Zhu Erden. Hao Mei remained unconvinced. Yi Changsheng inquired, Is it permissible to defeat him? Hao Mei retorted coldly, Only you possess that capacity. Yi Changsheng approached the stage, reluctant to leap. Excessive jumping would strain his knees. The crowd erupted in thunderous laughter, suggesting that if the platform were any higher, he would need to crawl. Standing before Zhu Erden, he proclaimed, Do you understand? You dare to harm my brother. I shall retaliate against your entire family. Zhu Erden, brimming with confidence, scoffed. And yet you continue to boast here? Seizing the opportunity to assert his prowess, he was determined to showcase that his qualifications for the war not merely due to external assistance. Yi Changsheng wished to refrain from further trivial exchanges. He had resolved to deliver a lethal strike. There was no need for a whip. His strength, surpassing the 9th tier, would ensure Zhu Erden met his demise with eyes closed. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy radiated from him. In the next instant, a figure darted before Yi Changsheng. Halt! Yi Changsheng was taken aback. Why had he intervened to prevent him from slaying Zhu Erden? Not just him, but the entire assembly was startled. Typically, do not interfere in battles, even in matters of life and death. With a grim expression, the instructed Yi Changsheng, Pause and follow me. He led the bewildered Yi Changsheng into a chamber behind the platform. Inside, several formations composed of spirit stones were arranged. Only possessed the spirit stones. A group of surrounded Yi Changsheng, one of whom scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds before perusing his records on a spirit jade plate, revealing his cultivated technique. The Great Sutra. You are a demonic cultivator? He demanded. Unfazed, Yi Changsheng replied. When did the Great Sutra become associated with demonic cultivation? One stroked his chin, stating, The Great Sutra is a quintessential Confucian cultivation method. How could such a thing arise? He did not continue. Yi Changsheng suddenly realized that, in releasing his spiritual energy, he had inadvertently included the power of the ancient demon. How alarming that it could be detected. He could only feign ignorance. Esteemed, is this scripture also prohibited? Of course not. However, the aura emanating from you appears rather suspicious. Hence we must conduct an investigation. A patroller remarked, To ensure absolute certainty, we shall perform another test. The others nodded in agreement. They escorted Yi Changsheng to a formation composed of a greater number of spiritual stones, placing their hands upon it. Yi Changsheng, channel your energy. Yi Changsheng calmly contemplated all the mental methods and incantations of the Grand Sutra. Fortunately, having practiced it numerous times, he was well versed in its intricacies. Following the fundamental steps, He gradually began to harness his spiritual energy. A wave of drowsiness crept upon him. He could not succumb to sleep. This was a matter of life and death. He resisted the urge to doze off, focusing entirely on the Grand Sutra. The patrollers, with keen gazes, fixed their attention on the formation and Changsheng. Chapter 70. Making a friend. A quarter of an hour passed. The patroller finally relaxed. It is rare to encounter someone practicing the Grand Sutra. It seems our suspicions were unfounded. The assessment revealed that Changsheng's scholarly cultivation was indeed pure. Beads of sweat still formed upon his brow. Do not fear. With your innate talent, you would be incapable of mastering demonic arts, the patroller remarked nonchalantly. You may proceed to spar. However, given your current mastery of the Grand Sutra, achieving victory will not be so simple. Changsheng nodded and stepped outside. Fortune favors the prepared. Acquiring more knowledge proves beneficial. He felt both exhilaration and apprehension. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of justly confronting Zhu Erden, vanquishing him. Yet, he was wary of unleashing the might of the Moonlight Palace and the old demon. Furthermore, he had to exercise caution in concealing his true capabilities. Should the patroller's detection formation uncover any anomalies again, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved to utilize the recently learned Grand Sutra to eliminate Zhu Erden. Zhu Erden, left waiting on the sidelines, gazed at Changsheng with a mind full of doubts. Why did the patrollers suddenly seek him out? Why was he released? This young man's connections are truly intricate. Changsheng held a flexible whip, akin to being unarmed, while Zhu Erden wielded a curved blade. Both sides were eager to engage. As they clashed, Changsheng soon realized that Zhu Erden was not as easily dealt with as he had anticipated. His proficiency in the Grand Sutra was not significantly higher than Zhu Erden's. He dared not unleash his full combat strength, instead needing to focus on suppressing it to avoid exposure. Consequently, their combat prowess was evenly matched. To the spectators below, it appeared as if two inexperienced combatants were engaged in a raucous brawl, their skills utterly lacking. Under normal circumstances, a single strike from Changsheng would have pierced through the heart. However, today was different. Without sufficient power to bolster his strikes, the whip remained pliable and ineffective, fluctuating in length. It was indeed a formidable challenge to eliminate Zhu Erden. The patrollers in the distance observed Changsheng, but after a moment, their attention waned. The results aligned precisely with their earlier assessment. Meanwhile, Hao Mei furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly despondent with each passing moment. Hao Jian, is this the formidable individual you spoke of, one who kills with the swiftness of lightning and has never tasted defeat? Yet, Changsheng's lightning seems to strike slower than a snail. Hao Jian pressed his lips tightly together, pondering what was amiss with his brother today, behaving like a coward. Nevertheless, it was evident that this was no mere fade. Everyone could see he was exerting every ounce of strength, determined to conquer Zhu Erden. It dawned upon him that he had never truly enjoyed the path of cultivation. When they parted ways, this was the very concern that lingered in his thoughts. In the realm of immortality, stagnation equates to regression. Alas, on the stage, Changsheng centered his thoughts. Even without the combat prowess of the Moonlight Palace and the old demon, with his extensive experience in vanquishing formidable foes, he should not struggle against Zhu Erden. The curved blade of Zhu Erden appeared fearsome, yet its force was surprisingly insipid, posing little genuine threat. Changsheng silently recited the mantra of the Grand Sutra. As drowsiness began to envelop him, his steps faltering, he was reaching his limit. Zhu Erden rejoiced, advancing towards him. The crescent blade glinted ominously, radiating murderous intent. Yet, Changsheng felt his spiritual energy surge. The soft whip suddenly extended to over 10 feet, striking Zhu Erden with a resounding crack. Although not fatal, it sent him tumbling across the ground. Hao Jian, in a fit of excitement, clapped his hands until they turned red. Sister, look, isn't he impressive? Hao Mei rolled her eyes in response. Zhu Erden, now enraged, charged forward recklessly, abandoning all defense. Swish, swish, swish. Changsheng unleashed 3 consecutive strikes of the whip. Zhu Erden's face burned with pain, swelling in response. He desperately swung his curved blade to shield his face, but Changsheng executed a precise thrust, deftly ensnaring Zhu Erden's blade, sending it flying from his grasp. Following this, another whip crack struck him on the head. Zhu Erden staggered, stars dancing in his vision. The 2 Yangs from Longshan urgently called out, Zhu, come down quickly. Zhu Erden rolled off the stage in a panic. Yangda, hurry up and kill him. Eliminate all 3 of their team. Zhu Erden screamed hysterically, his madness palpable. Without needing to be told, Yangda had already leaped into action, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The force of his blade descended like an avalanche upon Changsheng. Hao Mei's heart twisted in anxiety. Foolish boy, hurry down. Once you engage, it will be impossible to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. A string of prayer beads cascaded like divine blossoms against the onslaught of blades. Yang Da was momentarily taken aback. I challenged the victor, not you. A figure emerged, sporting a shiny, round head resembling a full moon, grinning as he interjected. Can't you see he's not giving you a chance? He's already down. It was 2 yuan. Meanwhile, Changsheng slowly descended the stage. Disliking the notion of jumping down, those who have engaged in fitness understand the toll it takes on the knees. Since Yang Da had ascended, he had no intention of conceding and leaping down. His team currently ranked first. He would not allow a stranger to seize an unwarranted victory. Come on. He let out a cold snort and struck at 2 yuan. 2 yuan wielded a long string of Buddhist beads that radiated a luminous glow, urging benevolence. Having never experienced true defeat, Yang Da soon realized he was facing a formidable opponent. The beads moved with an elusive grace, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against them. He couldn't help but summon all his focus. Before long, he discovered that the seemingly amicable 2 yuan was far more ruthless than anyone else, employing a life-or-death fighting style. If they continued in this manner, both sides would inevitably suffer grievous injuries, a dire outcome for both teams, jeopardizing their future endeavors. Fellow practitioner, we bear no grudges. Must we engage in such a destructive confrontation? Yang Da implored. Enough of your prattle. I've long found you displeasing, 2 yuan retorted, his assault unrelenting. Unless you kneel and beg for mercy. Looking for trouble, are we? Yang Da scoffed. Who is afraid of whom? This was, thus far, a match of the highest caliber. Changsheng nodded, surprised by the skill level displayed by the seemingly unassuming 2 yuan. Although they were not teammates, they could still serve as allies. Hao Jian was wholly focused on Changsheng. Brother Yi, you have also secured a victory. We are all contributing to the team's success, he remarked. Hao Mei, however, remained composed and quietly inquired, what did the enforcer bring you in for? Hao Jian was taken aback, having been so caught up in his elation that he had forgotten this matter. Could it be related to the previous incident involving the enforcer's demise? Yet, the fact that Changsheng could emerge to compete indicated it was unrelated. He gazed at Changsheng with unease. My cultivation method is rather complex. And I am known for my Confucian practices, Changsheng explained. Can they discern that? Hao Mei asked, puzzled. It can be detected. After all, they are enforcers. The rulers of the Victory Continent, Changsheng clarified. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the stage. 2 yuan and Yang Da both collapsed simultaneously amid the sound of the blast. However, 2 yuan was the first to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Da had been defeated. He clutched his abdomen, enduring excruciating pain, and silently leapt off the stage. Zhu Erden was taken aback. While Yang Da's loss was inconsequential, their team was left with only Yang Air to compete. Should they encounter another strong opponent, their fate would be sealed. Yang Da, did you not say to withdraw when things turn unfavorable? Why must you insist on fighting? Zhu Erden exclaimed. Zhu Xiao, do you think I wanted this? Yang Da shot back, settling into a meditative position to heal. He would not be able to challenge again. And their team was still 10 victories short of 100. Zhu Erden began to panic. Having achieved a Pyrrhic victory, 2 yuan quickly exited the stage. As he passed by Changsheng, he smiled and asked, shall we be friends? Chapter 71. The resurgence of the serpent. Changsheng returned the smile. Friends it is. However, while you may have bested Yang Da, you too have paid a price. Your team's performance will subsequently be affected. 2 yuan shook his round head and replied. It matters little. I am just like you. Just like me. He continued. I rank 3rd in our team. Changsheng smiled and replied, although I am in 3rd place. Our team employs a reverse ranking system. 2 yuan also chuckled. What a coincidence. Our team does as well. The two exchanged a knowing smile. 2 yuan assured, rest assured. No one will dare to trouble my friends again. So confident? Changsheng inquired. 2 yuan tossed his hair back with an air of nonchalance. It's this confidence that comes from relying on friends. With that, he departed. Hao Jian murmured, how carefree he is. Mother was right. One relies on friends when stepping out into the world. Hao Mei remained silent. As 2 yuan passed by Zhu Erden, he paused momentarily. If your people injure another, wouldn't that be amusing? He referred to Yang Air. Zhu Erden glared at him fiercely. You won't fare any better. We are merely here to observe. Winning or losing is inconsequential, 2 yuan replied. Zhu Erden, however, had to secure a qualification for the tour. If another injury occurred, their chances would vanish. What do you intend to do? Zhu Erden ground his teeth. Whatever you wish to do is what I will do. If you wish for peace, then I shall refrain. 2 yuan spoke in a riddle-like manner. His meaning was clear. Zhu Erden conceded. Very well, let us both hold back and spare each other. However, the future is long, and we shall take it slow. Then Zhu Xiao must take care and return alive from the tests, 2 yuan remarked without looking back. Zhu Erden glanced at the incapacitated Yang Da and advised Yang Air, keep a low profile. First, secure the last 10 victories and avoid those few. This was not difficult. Yang Da's injury would heal in 2 days and would not hinder the formal test. Zhu Xiao, if the opportunity arises, I shall eliminate that fellow, he declared. The Yangs of Longshan cannot fall to a mere novice. Zhu Erden nodded. This grudge shall certainly be avenged. Having had ample rest, Hao Mei quickly achieved consecutive victories upon taking the stage, bringing their record to over 60 wins. Although they had lost a dozen matches, most were strategic forfeits. By the third day, they secured 100 victories and successfully advanced to the main competition. Meanwhile, countless teams continued their relentless battles in the square. Zhu Erden's team had advanced by the second day. After a day of rest, the qualified teams were set to undergo the formal test. As Changsheng and his companions prepared to leave, Tu Yuan reappeared. "Congratulations," he said. "I presume you have also successfully advanced." Changsheng remarked. Tu Yuan smiled broadly, his head appearing even rounder. "Indeed, we are determined to succeed." The advancing teams were assembled on one side of the square, awaiting transportation to the testing grounds. A total of 1,000 teams, comprising 3,000 individuals, had successfully advanced. As for the content of the test, everyone was well aware: beast ambush. The patroller began to explain the rules. All teams must cooperate sincerely if they wish to secure the qualification for the tour. During the trial, they would encounter a myriad of monstrous beasts. Slaying these creatures would yield beast cores, which serve to replenish stamina. Naturally, the more one possesses, the better. The resides at the epicenter of the beast congregation, and only by vanquishing the beasts can one attain this coveted talisman. Should one fear for their life, they may opt to withdraw midway. They will bestow upon each individual a withdrawal talisman. Invoking this talisman grants immunity from beast attacks. However, should one person choose to withdraw, it signifies the entire team's forfeiture. A treasure long sought after is limited to 300 pieces. First come, first served. For the sake of these mere 300, the entire realm of victorious cultivation within can be driven into a frenzy. Moreover, this opportunity arises but once every decade, underscoring its scarcity. Yet, during the process of lurking beasts, there exists an exceedingly slim chance of acquiring certain fortuitous encounters. Surely the beasts won't be overly formidable? Hao Jin inquired. No one responded to his question. Only through experience could one ascertain. Following a brief respite, 1,000 battle teams advanced toward the testing grounds. Traversing a total of 5 days, they arrived beneath a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, an area devoid of human presence. Henceforth, the 3,000 participants would either hunt beasts for sustenance or be devoured by them. Hao Jin remarked. Who would have thought we'd emerge from the deep, dark woods only to return to square one? Changsheng replied. In the past, there were no monstrous beasts here, only old demons. I believe the old demons were a greater threat. Hao Jin nodded in agreement. They commenced the distribution of withdrawal talismans. Hao Mei scoffed derisively and tore her talisman to shreds. The opportunity to acquire is singular. Since they had come this far, there could be no thought of a retreat. Naturally, Changsheng and Hao Jin would not lag behind and also tore their withdrawal talismans. From this moment forth, it was a matter of succeed or perish. The 3,000 participants were scattered like grains of sand into the vast expanse of the beast-lurking mountains. Changsheng and his companions traversed an entire day without encountering a single battle team or a solitary beast. Is this it? This is far too easy. He relaxed completely, for they had not entered the beast-lurking mountains. There was no longer a need for him to meticulously conceal his techniques and prowess. Hao Mei's attitude towards Changsheng softened only slightly, primarily due to her overwhelming disappointment. The battle against Zhu Erden had extinguished any hopes she had for Changsheng. Hao Jin was truly ineffective. Befriending such individuals was less desirable than that bald-headed monk. Yet, now that they were here, it was futile to dwell on such matters. She understood that individuals of the bald-headed monk's caliber were highly sought after, and there was no opportunity to be selective. Even the formidable Yang brothers from Longshan had long since pledged their allegiance to Zhu Erden. Nevertheless, she remained confident. I will lead. Hao Jin will be in the center. And you, Changsheng, will bring up the rear. Changsheng replied. Hao Mei, I was raised in the deep, dark woods. I should take the lead so that I may detect any dangers early. Team members, heed the words of the captain. I do not wish to repeat myself. Hao Mei declared with pride. Changsheng raised his hands in resignation, contemplating his fondness for the 3 senior sisters who indulged his whims. It had been a while since he had practiced alongside them, and he wondered if they missed him. The trio pressed forward, overcoming myriad obstacles as the path grew increasingly treacherous. Suddenly, Changsheng shouted, Captain Hao, be cautious. Hao Mei, dismissive, replied, do not shout. I have already noticed. With a swift motion of his sword, a beam of light struck forth, severing a demon serpent that was as thick as a bowl into 2 pieces. Finally, they have arrived. The realm of these beasts is rather low, lacking in combat prowess, remarked Hao Jin. Retrieve the serpent's core, instructed Hao Mei. Hao Jin hastily bent down to breach the serpent's belly. However, the severed segments of the serpent suddenly twitched and transformed back into 2 serpents. flicking their tongues and lunging at him. A cold sweat broke out on Hao Jian as he leapt back in alarm. "You are always so reckless," Hao Mei scolded, swinging his sword once more to cleave the two serpents into 4 segments. The serpents lay still. Cautiously, Hao Jian prodded the 4 segments with his sword, only to discover they had revived and were once again lunging towards him. "Fortunately, I remained vigilant," he thought, retreating swiftly. The 4 serpents blocked their path, hissing menacingly. Hao Mei furrowed her brow and traced a finger along her sword, which instantly blazed with a crimson hue, as if freshly forged. Another wave of sword energy swept forth, decimating the serpents yet again, releasing a noxious odor into the air. The severed serpents writhed wildly before falling still. "Humph." Hao Mei sheathed her sword and cast a glance at Hao Jian. This time, the demon serpents are thoroughly vanquished. Chapter 72. Dead End. Hao Jian, seeking to curry favor, asked, "Sister, how did you know to use the transformation of spirit into fire to vanquish these serpents? I would never have thought of it. One must engage the mind more." Hao Mei shot a sidelong glance at Changsheng, implying that he was the one lacking in intellect. "You are right, sister. This first serpent core shall be yours. You have exerted the most effort and require sustenance. No need. Let the others have it. They are the main performers," replied Hao Mei. "Give it to Brother E as well. He is behind us and must remind us to remain vigilant," insisted Hao Jian, taking her words seriously. He stepped forward, ready to breach the serpent's belly for the core. Suddenly, the severed serpents revived entirely, now moving with even greater speed, forming a line to attack Hao Jian. "Retreat." Hao Mei dared not cleave the serpent segments again, fearing the multiplication of foes. "What should we do?" Hao Jian cried out in panic. "I know," Changsheng interjected. "You? How shall we contend with these serpents?" Hao Mei asked, retreating cautiously. "Run." With that, Changsheng grasped Hao Jian's arm and urged him to flee. The serpents writhed furiously in pursuit, as if they had sprouted wings. The trio ran for 2 miles without shedding their relentless pursuers. Hao Mei's expression darkened. She recklessly swung her sword once more, cleaving the serpents in half yet again. However, they revived at an even swifter pace. "Now, this is truly a spectacle," she mused. Changsheng suddenly slowed down, realizing his error. He had promised to hold back. Yet here he was leading the charge. With a swift jab of his whip, it transformed into an iron rod over a yard long. With a resounding thud, he shattered the head of the serpent at the center of the throng. The entire snake horde halted, collapsing to the ground, leaving only the initial 2 segments of their bodies behind. A small serpent essence was revealed. "Brother E, you are truly remarkable," Hao Jian praised without reservation. "How did you know to strike the one in the middle? It matters not which serpent it is. One must strike at the vital points. Even a child knows this." Changsheng replied. Hao Mei, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, "Did you intentionally lead the snakes to pursue us for several miles?" Changsheng stamped his foot in protest. "By the heavens, I ran alongside you." Despite his protest, Hao Mei felt displeased and refrained from further comments, stating, "We've wasted too much time. We must hurry." Without even collecting the serpent essence, she hastened forward. Hao Jian, hesitant to speak, tugged at Changsheng and quickened his pace to catch up. After half an hour of travel, they encountered another beast, a pack of 9 demon wolves. "They are far more powerful than the serpents. Be cautious," Hao Mei warned. Hao Jian turned back to convey the message, "Brother E, take care." Hao Mei had already surged ahead, eager to vent her frustrations with the serpents upon the wolves, her sword ringing with a fierce clamor as she poured nearly 90% of her spiritual energy into the strike. Changsheng shook his head, knowing this approach would soon drain her stamina. With Hao Mei leading the charge, Hao Jian and Changsheng merely picked off the remnants, exerting little effort. When her sword finally halted, the demon wolves lay slain in pools of blood. "Collect the wolf essence," Hao Jian said, slicing open the belly of a wolf. But Hao Mei scoffed disdainfully. She held little regard for the essence of such lowly beasts. Not bothering to wait for Hao Jian to gather the essence, she took off once more. Hao Jian, obedient to his sister's disdain for the essence, quickly withdrew his hands. Naturally, Changsheng also had no desire to partake. They swiftly traversed a ridge, only to be met by a vast, dark mass of creatures adorned with long tusks, demon boars. There were far too many to count. "Can we take a detour?" Changsheng inquired. "Do you not see that this is the most direct route ahead?" Hao Mei retorted sharply. "Taking a detour not only wastes time, but also risks encountering more beasts. If you're already feeling daunted at the start, how will you manage later?" Fortunately, he had torn up the retreat talisman, leaving them no option to backtrack. Hao Jian hesitated as well. "Brother E, there are too many boars. Is there a quick way to eliminate them all at once, like we did with the serpents?" "None. We can only kill them one by one." Hearing Changsheng's words, Hao Mei felt a tinge of disappointment. "Then let us slay them." She was the first to charge forward again. As her sword struck, a clattering sound echoed. The boar's tusks were remarkably hard, sparking against her blade. "Beware of their fangs." Hao Mei exclaimed. Hao Jian was about to turn to relay the message when Changsheng interjected. I heard you. Focus on dispatching the pigs. Hao Jian, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the beast before him. Noticing Hao Mei was in high spirits and the wild boars posed little threat to her, Changsheng moved behind Hao Jian, transforming his whip into a staff, and struck fiercely at the boar's head. Remarkably, the pig was sent soaring through the air. Hao Mei, holding her breath, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, which was devastatingly sharp. Any boar that dared approach within 10 feet was met with a piercing blade. In the mountain, devoid of sun or moon, it felt as though it were an eternal day. After an indeterminate period of time, the chaos finally subsided. Hao Mei found herself standing amidst a sea of carcasses. A circle formed around her. In the distance, the scene was nearly identical. Hao Jian and Changsheng stood back to back, surrounded by a multitude of slain beasts. Their count no less than hers. Not bad, Hao Jian mused, raising his sword, incredulous. Did I truly slay so many beasts? Countless, he replied. Goodness, I have truly progressed. Hao Jian marveled, adding, of course, your contribution is substantial. I merely stood behind you, picking off the weaker boars to hone my skills. Most of the kills were yours, Changsheng clarified. Hao Jian's excitement surged, a desire to lead the charge bubbling within him. Do not become complacent. We must move swiftly. Hao Mei admonished. If we delay, the patrol tokens will be seized by another team. First come, first served, the patrollers emphasized this. Shall we gather some beast cores for a boost? Changsheng suggested. Hao Mei shot him a glance. I knew you were feeling timid. There's no time. We'll collect beast cores when we encounter a higher level beast. With finality, she set forth, her long legs striding ahead. After an extended period without encountering any beasts, the tension gradually eased. However, Changsheng noticed that some of the smaller branches on nearby trees had been snapped. Though subtle, it was clear they had not broken naturally. Someone had passed this way. He remained silent and continued to follow Hao Mei. Another half hour passed before they halted at a fork in the path. Which way should we go? Either direction leads to death. A rustling sound emerged from behind them, and Zhu Erden, accompanied by the two from Longshan, appeared. Hao Mei quickly turned, gripping her sword tightly. It's not a matter of fate crossing paths. Rather, they are waiting specifically for you. How could they be faster than us? Hao Jian questioned, puzzled. Because they have only one glutton to carry. Hao Mei replied. The prowess of the two from Longshan slightly surpassed that of Hao Mei. Hao Jian exchanged an awkward glance with Changsheng. Do not be afraid. I am not here for vengeance. I, Zhu Erden, am not so petty, Zhu Erden said, relaxed. Humph, you are not here to do good either, Hao Mei retorted. Ahead lie two paths, one a dead end, the other a path of despair, Zhu Erden stated. How do you know it's a dead end? Hao Mei pressed. Because I've encountered several teams that used exit symbols to safely make their way out, came the reply. They mentioned that many lives have been lost on both sides. Chapter 73. That is certainly not the case. Zhu Erden spoke the truth. A dozen or so teams of moderate strength had progressed smoothly, only to meet their demise at these two forks in the road. In a bid for survival, some teams resorted to using exit symbols. Upon venturing down the left fork, Zhu Erden and his companions discovered that the strength of the beasts was several times greater than that of the initial encounters, prompting them to cease further attempts. Of course, they would not resort to exit symbols. As they hesitated over whether to try the right path, Changsheng and his companions arrived. If someone scouts ahead, or rather, meets their end, wouldn't that be a divine gift? The more Zhu Erden warned of the dangers ahead, the more Hao Mei remained skeptical. Regardless of the peril, she was determined to press on. Miss Hao, perhaps we should journey together, Zhu Erden suggested. With the protection of Yang from Longshan, he believed he could surpass Hao Mei's team. Once out of danger, he was confident in his speed. I have already stated that I am not interested in you. Hao Mei replied, her tone icy and direct. Hao Jian nudged Changsheng. Which path shall we take, brother E? A splendid choice lies before us, Changsheng declared. The others turned to him, and Hao Mei, uncertain of which way to proceed, inquired, is there any trick to it? Indeed, the principle is simple, men to the left, women to the right, Changsheng responded. As you are the captain, we shall go right. Zhu Erden paused for a second before bursting into laughter. Hao Mei's expression turned cold. Changsheng was truly incorrigible. She strode toward the right. After Hao Mei and her companions departed, Zhu Erden stroked his chin, hesitating before making a move. He pondered why more individuals returned from the left than from the right. Yang, which side do you deem safer? He inquired. After some contemplation, Yang replied, it should be the right. Fewer have returned, suggesting they successfully forged ahead. Zhu Erden countered. Or perhaps they perished and could not return. Both arguments held merit. After half an hour, Hao Mei and her companions stumbled upon yet another two forks in the path, a truly vexing situation. At this moment, Zhu Erden and his team caught up with them. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. Let us proceed left, Changsheng suggested. Is that reliable? Hao Jian asked. I am no fortune teller. Let fate decide, Changsheng replied candidly. I recommend you head left. At least, should danger arise, I, Zhu Erden, can shield you, he declared with a laugh. Hao Mei's expression hardened. Why is it always him? If you go left, we shall go right. What if the right is a dead end? Zhu Erden retorted. I can navigate through any dead end without your concern, Hao Mei declared as she swiftly made her way to the right. Observing how Mei and her companions distanced themselves, Zhu Erden smirked slyly. That path truly is a dead end. Yang, puzzled, asked, how did you discern that, Zhu? Haha. Do not underestimate me, Zhu Erden. Other paths bear the marks of passage, yet this particular road holds only the footprints of departure. He deliberately provoked Hao Mei with his words, urging her to veer right. After several hours of arduous travel, the path grew increasingly steep and narrow, barely accommodating a single person's passage. Yet, with no turning back, they pressed on, persevering with a determination that rendered their movements quite ungraceful. When Changsheng glanced up, he beheld Hao Mei's long, slender legs, perfectly accentuated by her exertion, her clothing taut against her form. This, too, is a landscape of life's arduous journey. If she were mine, I would never permit her to endure such hardship. At that moment, Hao Mei turned her head and locked eyes with Changsheng. Why gaze upon me instead of the path? She retorted. What are you daydreaming about at this moment? Seeking to argue, are you? Do not attempt to deny it. I can discern your intentions with a mere glance. Hao Jian, perplexed by her outburst, wondered why he seemed so engrossed in climbing without uttering a word or provoking any ire. Soon, he found the answer, due to Changsheng's insistence on staying right. They had reached a point of no return. Before them loomed an abyss of unfathomable depth. At that moment, they found themselves pressed against the cliff wall, precariously positioned on the precipice. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Hao Mei lamented her decision to heed Changsheng's advice as the leader of their group. Retracing their steps? That would be an even greater challenge than advancing forward. Changsheng, too, was taken aback. Fortunately, in this realm of cultivation, he was no longer plagued by acrophobia. Otherwise, darkness would have claimed him, and the tale would have concluded abruptly. Men to the left, women to the right. Hao Mei glared at Changsheng, wishing she could devour him whole. Hao Jian remarked, if only we had wings to soar over this vast chasm. Changsheng responded, indeed, while this may be a dead end, I wager it is a shortcut. If we manage to cross, we must be nearing the center. Hao Mei was well aware that this was a shortcut, close to the realm of the patroller, and perilously close to death. They stared longingly at the distant opposite side, struggling to conceive a feasible plan. In truth, there was little to consider. Even assistance from a patroller would be futile. Silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Changsheng broke the gloom, attempting to alleviate the tension, though the path is treacherous. At least no beasts have appeared, which is a stroke of fortune. Do refrain from your ominous predictions. Hao Mei retorted coldly. Hao Jian continued to gaze intently across the chasm, exclaiming, look, there is a small black dot moving over there. The others followed his gaze. The dot grew larger, swiftly approaching them. Instinctively, Changsheng sensed that this was no benign entity. The dark shape hurtled towards them in a direct line, and soon, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was a colossal demon bird, a giant eagle. The creature loomed as large as 3 houses, its formidable claws capable of effortlessly seizing a full-grown elephant. Hold on to the cliff, Hao Mei bellowed. The giant eagle stirred up a tempest, akin to a whirlwind, hurling boulders the size of millstones directly towards them. We must draw near and summon our spiritual shields. No one could withstand the crushing force of the massive stones. As the eagle spread its wings, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Amplifying the terror, Hao Mei clenched her teeth, her sword soaring forth. Clang! The giant eagle remained unfazed, its claws effortlessly deflecting the fierce sword like a mere toy. Despite Hao Mei's relentless attempts with her flying sword, she was unable to breach the eagle's defenses. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Hao Mei, you can't continue like this. Otherwise, you will soon be out of strength, Changsheng cautioned. Then you attack, retorted Hao Mei. Changsheng replied coolly. I do not know how to attack, nor could I prevail. He was keenly observing for any vulnerabilities in the giant eagle. Seeing that its windstorm did not deter the trio, the eagle ascended, its massive claws sweeping toward them. Wherever its claws passed, wood splintered and stone shattered. Hao Jian, combine the swords, Hao Mei urged urgently. This was their family's sword technique, merging 2 into 1 to unleash quintuple the power. Boom. The claws were unexpectedly repelled. Hao Jian felt a tingling numbness in his arm. Due to the eagle's immense size, it could not fully approach the cliff and had to lean back, extending its claws to seize the 3. They dodged skillfully between the gaps of its claws. Hao Jian sensed his strength waning. Hao Mei, too, began to feel the strain. They had expended vast amounts of spiritual energy evading the attacks, leaving no time to replenish their stamina. If only I had retrieved the beast cores from before. Hao Jian lamented. Hao Mei had no words to offer. Changsheng remarked, though we could not obtain the previous beast cores. Acquiring the core from this giant eagle would surpass all the previous ones. Are you still in the mood for idle chatter? Hao Mei reproached, redirecting her frustration towards Changsheng. Changsheng chuckled. I am indeed prone to loose talk. I have a plan to escape, he suddenly declared. If it involves a male on the left and a female on the right, then be silent. Hao Mei retorted without hesitation. Of course not, Changsheng replied. Chapter 74. The 5-day deadline. Changsheng stated, observe closely. The eagle's primary weapons are its 2 enormous claws. If we combined its claws, its power would be significantly diminished. Hao Mei scoffed. Anyone could see that. I haven't finished my thought. Changsheng, undeterred, continued, my focus is on binding its claws, allowing it to carry us away from the cliff and across to the other side. Excellent idea, Hao Jian praised. Then you should ask the giant eagle if it agrees. Hao Mei suggested. The colossal eagle is not a creature of your household. Wouldn't it be more delightful to mount its back? Changsheng's gaze remained fixed on the enormous bird as it dove repeatedly, mentally rehearsing the imminent actions. Trust me, Changsheng proclaimed, this is the only way. What you two must do is hold onto me tightly. Do not let go under any circumstances. Hao Jian swiftly replied, Brother no problem. Hao Mei scoffed. What a beautiful thought. Let her embrace Changsheng? No man has ever had that privilege in her lifetime. Hao Jian gently inquired, Brother are you truly prepared to bind the giant eagle's claws? They are as formidable as iron talons, possessing immense strength and invulnerability. Indeed, Changsheng affirmed. As I bind its claws, it will momentarily lift us into the air. Therefore, you must not hesitate. Otherwise, you will be left behind to plummet, leaving no trace. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian quickly moved closer, his hand gripping Changsheng's garment tightly. Tell me, what is your plan? Hao Mei asked. Changsheng brandished the flexible whip, intending to channel his spiritual energy. At the precise moment when the colossal eagle tilted back to grasp them, the elongated whip would ensnare its claws. Only then would it be effective, as this is when the giant eagle's defenses are at their weakest. Do you possess sufficient strength to bind it? Hao Mei remained skeptical of Changsheng's capabilities. To extend the whip several times its length requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. I may not have such strength, but the power of admiration is boundless, Changsheng replied, preparing to raise his hand. They could not remain on the cliff any longer. Their legs had grown numb. The giant eagle charged once more, sending dust and debris flying, its terrifying talons reaching out for them. Changsheng unleashed a shadow from his hand, which swiftly spiraled upward. Tightening, the whip coiled around the eagle's claws. With a thunderous roar, the giant eagle ascended like a shooting star. The 3 figures on the cliff quickly transformed into a small black, vanishing into the vast sky. The wind howled past their ears, making it difficult to open their eyes. After a considerable moment, Changsheng acclimated to the surroundings, enveloped in clouds. Should they fall, they would leave no trace behind. Hao Jian's virtue lay in his obedience. He clung tightly to Changsheng's waist, burying his face in his embrace. Meanwhile, Hao Mei remained in a state of panic, only resolutely grasping Changsheng at the last moment, nearly missing her chance to avoid being left alone on the cliff. This was her first experience of such close proximity to a young man, and she had initiated it herself. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Changsheng, however, was oblivious to her inner turmoil, focusing entirely on the whip, unwilling to relax for even a moment. The giant eagle's feet were bound, and its wings flapped wildly, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, the whip seemed rooted to its feet, tightening with every struggle. The giant eagle soared for 3 hours, while Changsheng and his companion swung like a pendulum for the same duration. Hao Jian, are you all right? He inquired. No, everything is quite well, replied Hao Mei. And you, Changsheng? Do not worry. You must think of a way to bring the giant eagle down. We cannot remain suspended indefinitely. Your stamina will be exhausted. Hao Mei endeavored to soften her tone. Changsheng remained silent, contemplating not merely how to bring the giant eagle down, even if it were to descend. It would be exceedingly difficult for the 3 of them to evade its capture. The eagle's speed was formidable, and its claws, razor-sharp. They could only allow it to soar freely, as it would tire eventually. Noticing Changsheng's silence, Hao Jian expressed his concern. Are you all right? Could you please help me pull up my trousers? I have no idea who you two are. You initially clutched my pant leg quite fiercely. Fortunately, my belt is secured tightly. Oh, Hao Jian replied, while Hao Mei turned her face away, thinking, you little rascal. The giant eagle, unable to shake off the trio, let out a fierce screech, pecking at the soft whip entwined around its feet. Hao Jian exclaimed, will it snap it? Changsheng was uncertain, but could sense that the soft whip was indeed suffering and required restoration. Such a precious item could only be nourished by his essence. He released a drop of blood from his fingertip and infused it into the whip. As expected, the whip regained its luster. How much blood do you have to spare for the whip? Once your essence is depleted, we will all meet our demise, warned Helme. It will suffice for now. If mine is insufficient, you still have yours, do you not? Changsheng replied. Helme fell silent at that. In this predicament, losing essence would severely diminish her spiritual power, especially since they still needed to seize the patrol talisman. The giant eagle, frustrated at being unable to damage the whip, became even more frenzied, darting about in the clouds like a headless fly. Changsheng stated, we have a glimmer of opportunity. What opportunity? Helme inquired. I will gradually guide the giant eagle's direction with my spiritual power. When we reach the opposite side of the ravine, you two must leap down as it descends, fatigued. Hao Jin asked, and what about you? I cannot release my grip. If I do, the eagle will regain its freedom, and we stand no chance of outrunning it. Then how will you extricate yourself? Helme asked, her concern evident. I shall free myself when I defeat it. If you arrive first, please help me guard a patrol talisman. I would be immensely grateful. The patrol talisman must be claimed in person, Helme replied. Regardless, we cannot all linger beneath the giant eagle. If one of us can escape, it is better than the entire team perishing. She had come to accept Changsheng's plan. And what if you do not arrive in time? Hao Jin queried. Let us think positively, Changsheng responded. After evading the eagle for this long, I have gleaned some insights. I will survive and reunite with you. Hao Jin lowered his head, feeling a twinge of sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Changsheng's endeavor was fraught with peril. After all, he was still a novice who had just entered the realm of immortals. To have lasted this long against the giant eagle was nothing short of a miracle. According to the introduction of the patrollers regarding the geographical route, the journey from the opposite bank of the deep ravine to the location of the talisman takes approximately 3 days. In contrast, teams approaching from other directions require at least 4 days to reach the same destination. Helme stated, upon our arrival, we shall wait for you for 5 days, otherwise, it will be impossible to guard the Changsheng talisman. To defend the cave concealing the Changsheng talisman, they must confront assaults from rival teams. With so many vying for limited resources, who among them would not be driven by desperation? Changsheng chuckled, perhaps I shall arrive even earlier than you. Secretly channeling his spiritual energy, he directed the great eagle toward an optimal position. The majestic bird soared for several dozen miles, gradually emerging from the clouds. Its lair should be in that vicinity, Changsheng thought, gradually increasing his force. Under his guidance, the eagle began to circle around the area where it had taken flight, descending lower and lower. The ground became clearer, and Helme declared, I will grant you only 5 days, then released his grip. Chapter 75, The Red Mouse Head. Hao Jian, descend. Helme commanded loudly, and he plummeted straight down. Hao Jian urgently said to Changsheng, Brother I shall certainly wait for you to join me, and also released his grip. The two stood on the opposite bank of the deep ravine. On the other side lay the sheer cliff where they had once found themselves in dire straits. The great eagle, having detected Changsheng's intentions, soared upward again, whisking him away into the clouds. Helme tugged at the dazed Hao Jian. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry. They both hoped to seize the initiative. Changsheng felt remarkably unburdened with 2 fewer companions. Despite his lean appearance, Helme was quite stout. He infused his soft whip with his vital blood, for his reserves were ample enough to withstand the expenditure. The great eagle, infuriated, had never before encountered such shameless aggression. In the deep ravine, it had easily devoured countless talisman seekers. Having allowed 2 individuals to escape, it no longer flew low, instead circling high in the air. Changsheng was at a loss. The eagle was no fool. It utilized the wind to ascend and glide, effectively replenishing its stamina without needing to land. Had he known better, he would have preferred to have Helme accompany him. Solitude weighed heavily upon him. Changsheng yawned, coiling the soft whip around his waist, letting it dangle beneath the eagle's talons. Now, it was a contest of endurance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Bored and restless, he began to recite the great scripture, which had proven immensely helpful. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped him. When Changsheng finally opened his eyes, he was met by the piercing gaze of the eagle. Its eye as large as a hammer and blood red, a truly terrifying sight. Once he had regained his composure, Changsheng rummaged through his body, producing a mass that had not seen water for quite some time. He rolled the filthy clump into a small black ball and flicked it toward the eagle's glaring eye. With a resounding splat, a mixture of blood and flesh erupted forth. The hammer-sized eagle's eye was reduced to a pulp. In pain, the great eagle began to thrash about, its long feathers scattering in disarray. Its form bore nearly no flaws, save for the vulnerable eye of the great eagle. A surge of joy welled up within Changsheng. At last, he had an opportunity to retaliate. The giant eagle still possessed one usable eye, and it dared not fixate on Changsheng any longer. Soaring high into the skies, Changsheng busily rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat nauseated. Yet, He resolved that should the eagle make even the slightest misstep, he would deliver a fatal blow with precision. After approximately a day had elapsed, the opportunity he sought remained elusive. Occasionally, he released a few ineffective projectiles, but their poor placement was easily evaded by the eagle. Nevertheless, from the wounded eye of the eagle, a copious amount of foul blood streamed forth, nearly dripping onto Changsheng. Moreover, feathers began to fall incessantly, and he deftly caught several. What a marvel! They were both soft and broad, resembling elongated feather fans. A thought sparked in his mind. He resolved to gather every feather that floated his way. Before long, he had amassed a substantial bundle. He tore apart the less desirable feathers, twisting them into a makeshift cord, while braiding the longer ones together. Yet, this was still insufficient. Unable to strike the eagle's intact eye, he turned his focus to its injured one, launching relentless attacks. It was all too simple. The eagle could only see from one side, completely unable to defend itself, and the repeated strikes upon its wounded eye drove it into a frenzy of pain. Consequently, even more feathers fell, to the point where Changsheng grew weary of collecting them. He clutched a mud ball in his hand, hesitating to unleash it. Had my spiritual power increased? Impossible. What could this mean? It appeared that he had dozed off midair, awakening not only unweakened but having made considerable progress in his cultivation. How long had I actually slept? The thought of time sent a shiver down Changsheng's spine. If he missed the deadline to retrieve the talisman, all would be in vain. It was all the fault of the great sutra that had caused him to oversleep. It was imperative that he compelled the giant eagle to descend. He hurled the mud ball towards the eagle's eye once more. Upon impact, the eagle's head jolted. Yet it soared even higher. This would not do. Changsheng summoned greater strength, launching the last of his mud balls at the injured eye. Hiss! The giant eagle appeared dazed, plummeting headfirst. Changsheng rejoiced. He must strike while the iron was hot. He quickly rubbed the mud ball in his hands, laboriously forming a small sphere. Seizing the moment, he launched the small ball towards the eagle's eye with all his might. Though diminutive, the ball carried immense force. Piercing through from the opposite side, the giant eagle lost all control, plummeting from the clouds, taking Changsheng with it in a rapid descent. Quick-witted and agile, Changsheng loosened the soft whip that had tightly bound the eagle's leg, simultaneously unfurling the fan of braided feathers above his head. Instantly, he began to float in the air, his speed reduced to a mere fraction of its original velocity. Changsheng infused his spiritual power into the feather fan. Stabilizing his descent, he gazed intently downward, aligning his aim, and glided forward. After parting ways with Changsheng, the House siblings wasted no time and hurried directly to the location of the talismans. Along their journey, they encountered no beasts of any kind. Sister, could it be that after passing the dead end, the path ahead is all smooth sailing? Hao Jin inquired. I do not know. I have never heard anyone speak of it, replied Hao Mei. In the past, no one had returned from the dead end, and thus no one had mentioned it. They pressed on tirelessly for over 2 days, truly encountering not a single beast. Ahead, a mountain peak adorned with vibrant red flowers emerged. We've arrived. Hao Jian exclaimed with joy. The sight of the red-flowered peak indicated the placement of the following the sole path of crystal stone. They reached a stone gate that stood 3 zhang wide and 10 zhang high. Above the gate, a seal pulsed faintly with spiritual energy. They were the first to arrive at the talisman retrieval site. Exchanging glances, they remained silent. Hao Mei placed her hand upon the seal, which buzzed incessantly. With a firm push, the stone gate swung open with a thunderous roar. They leaped inside. Before them stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the rules for retrieving the talismans and methods for leaving the red-flowered peak. Each person was permitted to take only one for themselves, and no one could act on behalf of another. If the entire team obtained there, they must depart immediately. If any member failed to retrieve their talisman, their teammates could assist in the search, but once found, it could only be guarded for a maximum of 5 days. Otherwise, the opportunity would be relinquished to another team. Hao Mei nodded. She had heard the 5-day limit mentioned by the patrollers before. Regardless of whether one secured it or not, all must leave once the retrieval was complete, retreating through the designated safe passage. The 2 siblings ventured deeper inside. Sister, where are the hidden? How do we find them? Hao Jin asked. He had not anticipated becoming the first to enter the red-flowered peak. Given his abilities, it was already commendable to have repelled the numerous beasts along the way. The red-flowered peak revealed an array of bowl-sized caverns. The lower caverns were abundant, while they became increasingly sparse higher up. As she hesitated, countless red mouse heads emerged from the numerous caverns, all identical in size and hue. The entire mountain appeared bathed in crimson. Striking these mouse heads would allow them to acquire from the caverns they guarded. Before Hao Mei could finish her thought, a sword shot forth. A red mouse was struck, emitting a puff of yellow smoke before retreating. Hao Mei hurried over to investigate. Chapter 76. There are people on the mountain. Inside the cavern was utterly empty, devoid of anything. From another area, innumerable red mouse heads poked out, peering curiously outside. Their expressions whimsical. No matter how they attacked, the end result was always the same, nothing at all. They must surely be hidden among these red mouse heads. The issue lies in their identical appearance, rendering them indistinguishable. Only by striking the correct red mouse can one obtain the, otherwise, all efforts are in vain. This endeavor requires not only luck, but also skill. After 2 hours of fruitless attempts, the red mouse heads remained unchanged, and no was to be found. To prevent information leaks from the previous batch of, each method of retrieving the is set differently, leaving no experience to rely upon. How Mei paused. The beasts of, in truth, do not possess formidable strength overall. We have overestimated them. If one were to advance steadily, encounters with aberrant creatures like the would be entirely avoidable. The challenge of lies in the cooperation and synergy of the trio, and if achieved, reaching the would merely be a matter of time. We have paid a hefty price. With one life hanging in uncertainty, yet we have also gained an advantage. There are gains and losses. Thus, I find nothing particularly remarkable about these red mice. Having spoken extensively, Hao Mei noted that Hao Jian seemed only partially enlightened. With that, she fell silent, her gaze fixated on the restless red mice. Observing intently for nearly half an hour before breaking into a cold smile. Hao Jian, strike the 7th red mouse from the left. Your movements must be swift and precise. Without hesitation, Hao Jian, though skeptical, prepared himself. As the red mouse ventured forth, his sword was already in motion. Yet the mouse vanished into the cave. He stepped forward to investigate, his face lighting up with surprise as a brilliant yellow, adorned with ancient patterns, manifested in his hand. Sister, I found it. He raised the triumphantly, but it flickered twice and then disappeared. Hao Mei remained unfazed. Hao Jian, look at your palm. As he summoned his spiritual energy, O appeared in the center of his right hand. He had now become a sister. How did you know that was a red mouse concealing a? Maintain a calm demeanor. Upon closer inspection, while all red mice appear the same, those concealing them must possess some distinguishing trait, as their spiritual energy differs. Hao Jian nodded in understanding. Hao Mei continued, I noticed a subtle difference in the eyes of the 7th red mouse. To validate my hypothesis, I had you test it. The result was successful. Hao Jian was left in awe. Next, Hao Mei took the initiative to strike the mouse herself. Following her guidance, she aimed for the 18th red mouse from the right. As Hao Jian attempted to rush forward to check, she stopped him. Do not interfere. She extended her hand into the cave, paused for 2 seconds, and then swiftly withdrew. In her hand, she too held a. It shimmered twice before vanishing into her palm. Brother, we can return home to report now. Indeed. Your success in acquiring the was anticipated. My delight is entirely unexpected. Hao Jian felt as though he were still dreaming. Hao Mei gazed toward the distant sky and remarked, having secured the, we can only remain here for a maximum of 5 days. After 5 days, the talisman of the wandering spirit will become invalid due to the passage of time, leading to an empty joy. I hope brother E can return safely. By the way, we must safeguard the talisman. Hao Jian observed the terrain. The lower slopes were teeming with red mice, increasing the likelihood of finding a talisman. However, it would not be long before nearly 1,000 teams surged forth, swiftly depleting the talismans at the base of the mountain. We should ascend to the summit, where the population of red mice is sparse, and there we might find a genuine red mouse to protect. Hao Mei acquired the talisman, invigorated and with a newfound ease across his face, shedding the aloof demeanor he once held. The situation atop the mountain was in stark contrast to that below. Occasionally, a red mouse would peek out, camouflaged amongst the red flowers, making it difficult to spot. After 3 arduous hours, they finally located a true red mouse. Hao Jian placed a stone to block the entrance, but before long, the stone was dislodged by the red mouse. The talisman could only be claimed by the individual, leaving them to await Changsheng's arrival. Halfway through the following day, a new batch of teams descended upon the mountain, led by Zhu Erden. He was the first to reach the great stone gate, only to be taken aback when he found it ajar. Those who managed to reach it before him were undoubtedly formidable. Zhu Xiao, hurry up the mountain. The number of talismans is limited, and whoever seizes one first claims it. Yang De urged, noticing Zhu Erden lost in thought. It mattered not who the first team was. Those who entered early had a significantly higher chance of obtaining a talisman. Zhu Erden realized this, and, in short order, several teams dispersed, with cries echoing through the air as they sought the elusive red mice, followed by disappointment and frustration. It was no simple task to strike the true red mice. Moreover, each time a red mouse was hit, it would soon reappear, peeking from the cave as though nothing had happened. Thus, for later arrivals, the challenge only intensified. I have become a wandering spirit. At last, someone, through unknown means, or perhaps by sheer fortune, managed to acquire a talisman ahead of the others. The remaining individuals grew increasingly anxious. With each talisman that emerged, the count diminished. Hours slipped by, and more teams continued to arrive. the sounds of mouse hunting echoing across the red flower mountain, never ceasing. Hao Mei and Hao Jian concealed themselves in the shadows atop the peak. What day is it now? Hao Mei inquired. It is the third day since we became wandering spirits, Hao Jian replied, a hint of concern in his voice, though he refrained from saying more, fearful of tempting fate. We can only hold our ground for 5 days. Once the time is up, we must descend immediately to the exit, Hao Mei reminded him. Zhu Erden and his companions had arrived early but had yet to find a talisman. He understood that relying solely on brute force would likely result in their finding none at all. Thus, they paused, casting their gaze into the distance. Higher up, there were fewer red mice and fewer people, which facilitated observation. Yang De, Yang Air, let us scout the area higher up the mountainside. Has anyone ventured here? He discovered a footprint but remained inscrutable, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Air Yang, with your prowess, you should be able to uncover the true red mouse. Zhu Xiao remarked. You are right to remind me. The commotion below makes it difficult to think deeply. I considered that perhaps probing with subtle spiritual energy might yield some discoveries, Yang De asserted, to which Yang Air concurred. Then let us proceed. If you uncover anything, do call for me, Zhu Erden declared. He followed the direction of the footprint upward, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, there were others. Haha, Miss Hao, brother Hao. We truly are fated to meet, he called into the shadows. Hao Mei and her brother emerged, regarding him with cold disdain. Zhu Erden was indeed a persistent nuisance. Have you two already secured the qualification for patrol? Zhu Erden exclaimed in astonishment. There are 3 of you, and one more, Changsheng, who presumably has met his end along the way. Haha, such is fate, he continued. Hao Jian, visibly enraged, pointed at him, declaring, Brother E simply arrived a bit later. It will not hinder the acquisition of the patrol token. So, you have already obtained the patrol token ahead of time? Zhu Erden's eyes darted with cunning. An idea struck him. Chapter 77. Unrivaled in the world, Zhu Erden thought that if he could keep the house siblings under guard, it would be akin to safeguarding a patrol token. With Changsheng yet to arrive, his chances were dwindling. A sly grin crept across his face. Although he had not personally eliminated Changsheng, Hao Mei remained a top-tier beauty. As for Hao Jian, he could find an opportunity to send him to the underworld. At that moment, a shout rang out. Young Master Zhu, we found it. Yang De had indeed identified the distinctions between the true and false red mice. And through multiple trials, he secured a patrol token. Young Master Zhu, my apologies. I must go to the cave to retrieve the token, which will automatically enter my palm. Rest assured, when we catch the true red mouse next time, I will certainly ensure you receive the token. Zhu Erden replied, I appreciate the goodwill of Brother Air Yang. You have both exerted great effort along the way, and this token rightfully belongs to you first. Yang Air clasped his fists in gratitude. Be cautious. Do not let other teams learn of this method. After obtaining the patrol token, Yang Air added, do not hesitate to take it. I had already reserved a token in advance, but I require your assistance. Suddenly, a loud notification echoed from the mountain. Attention esteemed teams. Over half of the patrol tokens have been claimed. 150 remain. Out of 1,000 teams, approximately 100 had withdrawn midway, and dozens had suffered losses, leaving over 800 teams that had all arrived at the Red Flower Peak. The peak would issue notifications at crucial junctures. The teams that had not yet secured a patrol token were becoming increasingly frantic. 2 hours later, Yang Air achieved his goal and obtained a patrol token. He approached Zhu Erden. Young Master Zhu, rest assured, with our combined efforts and greater experience, we guarantee the retrieval of the patrol token for you. Zhu Erden smiled slightly. You have worked hard. Please, sit and rest for a moment. Rest? Air Yang shook his head, hesitant. Time was too tight. Zhu Xiao smiled and said, have you seen the house siblings over there? Air Yang nodded. As for my talisman of life, there is no rush to search for it. Why? Yang De inquired. I wish to spend a little more time with them and see if Changsheng will truly arrive. If he were to have Air Yang assist him in locating the talisman, their team would need to depart immediately to gather all the necessary talismans. Zhu Xiao, this seems rather risky. What if the talisman is no longer available? We would regret it too late. Yang Air remarked. Isn't there another one with Hao Mei? I believe that with your combined strength, you can seize it from her, Zhu Erden suggested. The duo from Longshan should not take the house siblings lightly. Yang De harbored a desire for vengeance. Although his injury was not directly caused by Hao Mei, it was nonetheless connected to her. Rest assured, Zhu Xiao, my brother, and I will not allow her to leave so easily. The alert from Honghua Peak sounded again. 20 talismans of life remain. Time was passing swiftly. Hao Mei had already discerned Zhu Erden's unkind intentions. The duo from Longshan was also watching her closely. Hao Jian, how much time do we have left? With 10 hours remaining until the 5-day deadline, Hao Jian replied, gazing down the mountain, hoping for a figure to suddenly appear. Due to the constraints of the rules, Hao Mei and her companion were temporarily safe. However, more teams, unable to find the talismans, were rushing toward the summit. The alert sounded once more. Only 10 talismans of life remain. The most frenzied moments at Honghua Peak were about to commence. Those teams that had not obtained a talisman were likely to take desperate measures. Aside from Zhu Erden and his companions, several teams were advancing toward Hao Mei's location. Yet, due to the formidable presence of the Longshan duo nearby, they were uncertain and did not dare to approach too closely. Hao Mei was indeed one of the most skilled among those seeking the talismans. The alert chimed again. Only 2 talismans of life remain. Honghua Peak erupted with fervor. Yang De, feeling uneasy, said, Zhu Xiao, we can wait no longer. Zhu Erden replied, among these teams, is there anyone who can simultaneously defeat both of your brothers? Yang De laughed proudly. When my brother and I join forces, I cannot claim invincibility, but I can assert that we have no rivals. That's good. Let us keep a close watch on Hao Mei. Zhu Erden sneered. If we're to play, let it be a thrilling game. Once only one talisman remains, we shall strike. Changsheng is certain not to arrive. You two must give your all to capture Hao Mei. Yang De and Yang Er clenched their fists. Zhu Xiao, what do you intend to do with Hao Mei? Zhu Erden grinned ominously, opening his palm to reveal a tiny black pill the size of a grain of rice. This is the love dispersant. Once you capture her, the rest shall be handled by me. And what about Hao Jian? Yang Er asked. Hao Jian, Hao Jian. Taste my sword. He shall perish, Zhu Erden said, tucking away the black pill. Hao Mei was unaware of the malevolence possessed by Zhu Erden, yet she understood that her time was running short. Less than an hour remained. Once the time is up, we shall depart, leaving this cavern to those reckless enough to brave it, she declared. A notification chimed. Only one lifeguarding talisman remained. According to the rules, the strong reigned supreme. This implied that forceful seizure was permissible, even allowing members of the same team to turn upon one another. All eyes gravitated towards Hao Mei. Zhu Erden obstructed their advance. Flanked by the imposing presence of Longshan's 2 young brothers, their murderous intent palpable. They belonged to the foremost battle team. And even they had failed to gather the lifeguarding talismans, which offered some solace to those who had not found any. After all, he was Zhu Xiao. It appeared that Hao Mei and her companion could not hope to secure their gains, nor was there any necessity to do so, as the 3rd member of their team had yet to arrive. It's been half an hour, sister, Hao Jian exclaimed, anxiety gnawing at him. Where are you? Zhu Erden, under the protection of the Yang brothers, remained unperturbed. How siblings, do you still hold out hope? Will you voluntarily relinquish the cave to me? Or will you foolishly attempt to confront me? In terms of strength, Hao Mei could contend with one of the Yang brothers. Yet Hao Jian would falter within a single exchange. Hao Jian, time is drawing near. We have exerted our utmost efforts. Let us retreat, Hao Mei sighed gently. Just a little longer, we can endure for a few more moments. Hao Jian gritted his teeth. Zhu Erden raised his hand, and the Yang brothers unsheathed their blades. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over them. What is this? The crowd gasped, looking upward. A massive, oddly shaped feather fan floated down, accompanied by a severed sleeve. Instantly, someone unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards it, causing the enormous feather fan to disperse and swirl through the air. Yang De leaped forward, seizing the half-sleeve. Zhu Erden inspected it, bursting into raucous laughter. Hao Mei, this belongs to your comrade, Changsheng. It seems you can only erect a grave in his honor. A wave of sorrow washed over Hao Mei. Tears welled in Hao Jian's eyes, his hand trembling around the sword. Yet he held it aloft defiantly. I shall guard these last 15 minutes. Anyone who dares approach, I shall slay. A voice rang out from the crowd. Zhu Xiao, if you have no interest in the lifeguarding talisman, then allow me to take it. Yang Er's voice thundered. Who dares to speak? Silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared utter a word. To lose one's life and gain nothing in return was a dismal prospect, especially since only a select few would acquire the talismans. Zhu Erden signaled that Hao Mei must not be allowed to escape easily. The Hao siblings had lingered long enough on the Honghua Peak. Should they tarry a while longer, their lifeguarding talismans would become ineffective. How dare you oppose me, Zhu Erden? Yang Er stepped forward, disdain evident as he addressed Hao Jian. Against you, I require but a single hand. With that, he advanced slowly, blade in hand. With his formidable prowess, a single strike from Lei Ting would spell doom for Hao Jian atop the mountain peak. Hao Mei approached, and Yang De also stepped forward. A sudden hush enveloped the scene. An imminent bloodbath awaited upon the crimson-flowered summit. Hao Jian was acutely aware that he could not withstand a single blow from his adversary. Yet he nodded resolutely at Hao Mei. For the sake of Brother Yi, he bore no regrets. His eyes shimmered with an unyielding light of defiance. Heavens! Your single hand is so formidable. What would happen if both were to falter? Would you not be invincible? A resounding voice emerged from the crowd. In a flash of light, a slender whip transformed into a chilling blade. In an instant, Yang Er's arm was severed at the root. Everything seemed to unfold at a languid pace, yet it occurred in a heartbeat. Many in the crowd instinctively rubbed their eyes. Yang Er let out a wretched cry. Clutching his wounded arm, swiftly applying pressure to staunch the relentless flow of blood. Brother. Yang De disregarded the challenge posed by Hao Mei and rushed to support Yang Er. Changsheng retracted his whip and strolled forward with an air of nonchalance. My two comrades, is my still intact? Yes, brother E, I knew you would come. Hao Jian was on the verge of tears from overwhelming emotion. Hao Mei whirled around, unleashing a sharp sword aura that struck the cave. Chapter 78. The senior patrolman Changsheng. You may retrieve it yourself. Changsheng approached the cave, extending his hand to procure the 5 days' time, a promise kept. Hao Mei furrowed his brow. Stop the pretense. Time is running short. We must depart. Hold on. Hao Jian interjected. That individual claimed 1 arm would suffice against you. You should honor his request. He urged Hao Jian to sever Yang Er's remaining arm. Yang De, incensed, retorted, do not push me too far. My blade is not to be trifled with. With a soft heart, Hao Jian grasped Changsheng's arm. Let mercy prevail. I shall not take his arm. Let us descend the mountain. Hao Mei nodded in agreement. Zhu Erden stood astounded, taking a moment to regain his composure. Yang De, obstruct them. Yet Yang De remained still. The tides had turned. He longed to thwart Changsheng and his companions to avenge Yang Er. However, facing 3 opponents alone, he had no hope of victory. More critically, he risked Yang Er's very life. Yang De, they are leaving. What shall I do about my? Zhu Erden cried out in desperation. Yang Er gritted his teeth. Zhu Shao, you've bungled this. You cannot hold my brothers accountable for any misfortune. Zhu Erden plopped down onto the ground in despair. The announcement from the crimson-flowered peak echoed. The final has been retrieved. This patrol test concludes successfully. All participants, exit via the safe passage. Time is of the essence. The crowd snapped back to reality, surging downward. Zhu Erden, disheartened, trailed behind the throng. A notably bright-headed figure turned back from the crowd, grinning. Tu Yuan was also present. He had secured the safety corridor was devoid of any monstrous beasts or obstacles. Within less than 2 hours, over 2,000 individuals descended the mountain, and 300 emerged as the final victors. The remaining participants made their way home. The patroller meticulously recorded the names of the 300. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as the elite of the Victory Continent, bearing a name in the esteemed realm of Xiantian. A hum of excitement rippled through the crowd as they whispered among themselves. To have one's name immortalized in the revered Xiantian realm is a monumental honor. The patroller continued, stating that as victors, you must dutifully comply with the directives of the patrollers and adhere to the commands of the Xiantian realm. Certain premier venues within the Victory Continent are accessible solely to you. Moreover, from this moment forth, you automatically possess the right to challenge intermediate patrollers, with a 5-year time frame to do so at your convenience. Those who qualify may be selected as patrollers by the patrol city or the patrol hall. To be appointed as a patroller is to ascend to a position of prominence within the Victory Continent. However, among the 300, few may respond to this challenge. Securing the status of a patroller is fraught with hardship, often at the brink of death. Without extraordinary strength, it is wiser to remain a patroller. Yet, formidable individuals like Yang from Longshan, after enhancing their techniques, may consider the challenge. As the patroller spoke, Changsheng, who was forbidden from speaking or engaging in conversation, was deeply engrossed in gnawing on his fingernails. I will slay the patrollers and then become one myself. Perhaps I should just end my own life. Furthermore, becoming a patroller would mark me as a target for the underworld's hunts. Why endure such a fate? Following the patroller's address, a rather grand banquet was held, with the patrollers seated above and the 300 below. Changsheng noticed that the central position at the head table was vacant, but the arrangement indicated the esteemed status of the host. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the arrival of the distinguished guest. Suddenly, a patroller stepped forth and announced loudly, "The esteemed lord of the patrol hall and patrol city has arrived." The seated patrollers rose in unison, kneeling on one leg in a show of respect. The 300 patrollers also swiftly knelt down, kneeling. Changsheng furrowed his brow, remaining seated. A wave of formidable pressure descended from above, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Changsheng could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. What immense power! It was far beyond his own. During the patroller assessment, he had encountered numerous patrollers. To be candid, while their strength was significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals, they were not invincible. A thought crossed his mind. Could the lord of the patrol hall and patrol city be the same expert who had effortlessly slain the underworld creature in the square? High-ranking patrollers hail from the Xiantian realm. The patrol hall and patrol city are comprised of such elevated patrollers. After all, they belong to a different tier of celestial territory, where practitioners in the Qi refinement stage are exceedingly common in the Xiantian realm. Even foundation establishment cultivators are as numerous as the stars in the night sky. Only those cultivators who have attained the golden core stage can be deemed true powerhouses. The esteemed Lord Sun remained silent throughout, his gaze dismissively fixed upon them, regarding them as inconsequential. His presence at the event was merely a concession to the rule of Xiantian. The information indicated that among this group, no prodigious talents had emerged, which left him feeling both disappointed and relieved. The insignificant are the easiest to dominate. Nevertheless, to instill fear in these self-important individuals, he released his formidable aura. At the pinnacle of the 9th level, his combat prowess was nearly at the foundation establishment level. Changsheng quickly deduced that he surpassed Jiyu, who had not been drained of her power. No wonder those arrogant treated him with utmost reverence. After a brief moment, the man silently vanished, causing the atmosphere to relax. This is top-grade spirit wine from the Shengzhou Continent. Indulge freely, proclaimed the from Xiantian. They could scarcely believe their ears. This journey was indeed worthwhile. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Hao Jian whispered, "Brother E, is this wine truly from the Shengzhou Continent?" Changsheng replied, "Where it hails from is inconsequential. After all, I did not see that esteemed gentleman raise a cup." Hao Mei retorted coldly, "What do you mean? That gentleman ranks just below the sovereign in Shengzhou. Yet in the vast land of Xiantian, he may merely be a gatekeeper. If he refrains from drinking it, how good could it possibly be?" Changsheng continued, "Above the lies it is said that the master is the only foundation cultivator in Shengzhou." Upon hearing this, Hao Jian set down his cup. While they exchanged toasts with fervor, Changsheng spotted a friend amidst the crowd, standing out, yet feeling out of place. He approached, "Yuan brother." "Oh, it is young Master E. I do not bear the surname Yuan, my friend. Forgive me. Upon seeing you, I was reminded of the 16th moon or a compass. Images that linger in my mind. Young Master E has a good memory. I am 2 Yuan. Why aren't you drinking?" 2 Yuan opted not to correct him, saying, "Young Master E has not partaken either. This wine is not from our homeland. I fear it may not sit well with me. And you?" "I adhere to a vegetarian diet." 2 Yuan, being a Buddhist cultivator, leaned closer to Changsheng and whispered, "I recall your performance in the plaza. Even with all your might, you could only reprimand those like Zhu Erden. I managed to sever the arm of a mid-level 4th stage master at Honghua Peak. Something I doubt I could replicate." Changsheng chuckled. "That was merely a matter of taking them by surprise, catching them off guard. They all believed I had perished along the way." 2 Yuan shook his head. "That is one factor, but not the main reason." His gaze remained fixed on Changsheng, unwavering. Changsheng maintained his composure. "I arrived late because I encountered a fortuitous opportunity on my journey." 2 Yuan Meng felt a tremor. An opportunity? This was the sole explanation. Yet, did such opportunities truly exist? He was skeptical, yet compelled to believe. "Yishao, we are friends. You cannot conceal your fortune from a friend." Chapter 79. The Chosen One. Changsheng remarked, "The so-called opportunities are, in fact, rather commonplace. I found myself at a dead end, attacked by a great eagle, which I ultimately vanquished. Its demon core is a tremendous boon, a flame that still burns in my heart, making it difficult to endure." 2 Yuan touched his head, responding, "Is that all?" Changsheng nodded. "What fortune do you hope to discover through the beast ambush program set by the patrollers?" 2 Yuan chuckled. "Yishao, your team has miraculously obtained the patrolling symbols for all members. Do you have any thoughts on continuing the challenge? To challenge the intermediate patrols and aspire to become a patroller is a dream cherished by countless individuals." Changsheng inquired, "How does one challenge?" He had not listened to the introduction of the patrollers. 2 Yuan stood up. "Allow me to show you." The banquet commenced and concluded. The patrollers were free to roam. The two made their way outside, with Hao Mei and Hao Jian promptly following. 2 Yuan led them to an exceptionally towering gate, standing solitary in the wilderness, adorned with only a gatehouse. Yet, within, mist swirled, exuding an inexplicable chill. "Step inside, and your challenge shall commence. Survive, and you shall become an intermediate patroller." Elevated as a patroller, unlike the beast ambushes of the patrollers, this was a trial against demons. Changsheng stood motionless for a quarter of an hour, feeling a surge of impulse. "Shall we give it a try?" 2 Yuan asked. "No, let us depart at once." Changsheng turned to Hao Mei and Hao Jian, stating, "There is no need to form a team for the intermediate patrols. I wish to return." Hao Jian's excitement remained unabated, his desire to return even more fervent than Changsheng's, as if he could sprout wings. Hao Mei also had no intention of continuing the challenge. "We rise and fall together," she remarked. 2 Yuan laughed. "I thought I was the only one lacking ambition. Now I feel reassured." His companions were merely temporary allies, not necessitating a shared journey. 5 days passed, and they returned to Yicheng together. Hao Mei and Hao Jian had completed their training tasks and could return to Hao family village, yet they stood at the street corner in silence. 2 Yuan remained stationary as well. "Where is Brother Yuan's home?" Changsheng prepared to purchase him a ticket home. "A home is transient. I roam the world." 2 Yuan replied, implying that as friends, he expected Changsheng to provide him with lodging and perhaps meals. Initially, upon arriving in Changsheng would have hesitated. But now, that was no longer necessary. Arriving in Changsheng is a rare opportunity. It is also a chance to exchange insights with various esteemed individuals. You three need not be modest. Allow me to make the arrangements. Changsheng had already decided to reside at the Huixian residence, which was entirely suitable. He strode into the hall with an air of indifference. The young attendant approached him, still the same as before, and paused momentarily upon seeing Changsheng. Sir, how many rooms do you require? What? No inquiry into my qualifications for lodging. Changsheng retorted. Oh, you must be one of the patrollers, the attendant discerned. Changsheng was taken aback by his perceptiveness. For superior Lakeview rooms, the attendant continued. Sir, we only have 3 such rooms available. I understand. Please allocate the one reserved for Wang Xiao to me as well. The room Wang Xiao had booked was specifically set aside for Changsheng. Do you know Boss Wang? Boss Wang is acquainted with me. Kindly inform him to prepare a meal for me and a few friends. The attendant's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Sir, are you not aware? What is there to know? Boss Wang was taken away by the patrollers several days ago and has yet to return. It is rumored that if he does not come back soon, his fate may be dire. Changsheng recalled the day he registered in the square, when Wang Xiao abruptly received a message to leave. Maintaining his composure, he exclaimed, Do not spread rumors. The patrollers sought him for discussions regarding important matters. Let us secure the rooms first. The 4 of them each occupied a separate room. Upon opening the window, they were greeted by an expanse of azure waves. Tu Yuan remarked, The life of the affluent is truly beyond imagination. This has been an eye-opening experience. Changsheng chuckled. I too feel somewhat like a small knife at the rear. It was remarkably tranquil, allowing for undisturbed cultivation of their techniques. Hao Jian was particularly elated. After resting for an hour, Hao Jian knocked on Changsheng's door. Brother, I have much to discuss with you. Changsheng had anticipated this. Hao Jian, with his straightforward nature, would undoubtedly voice any queries he had. Changsheng took the initiative to recount how he dealt with the giant eagle. Yet, Hao Jian's face flushed crimson. After a prolonged hesitation, he murmured, Brother, may I inquire if there exists any connection between you and the 3 senior sisters? Changsheng responded solemnly. Hao Jian, I am a man of integrity, as you ought to discern. Upon speaking, he felt a twinge of contradiction. He and the 3 senior sisters shared an open camaraderie, which likely informed Hao Jian's question. Hao Jian, we are all men here. There is no need for embarrassment. What exactly do you wish to convey? Are you enamored with one of my senior sisters? Which one? Do tell. No, I have never entertained such thoughts. I merely wish to inquire if there exists any betrothal or similar arrangement between you and them. Changsheng erupted in hearty laughter. Brother, they are my senior sisters. Oh, I see now. Brother, when I embarked on my journey of training, my mother instructed me that should I encounter a young man of remarkable stature, handsome, gifted, skilled in the arts, of noble lineage, kind-hearted, and possessing refined eloquence, I must introduce him to my sister, Hao Mei. My mother's words have remained etched in my mind. Having known you for some time, I believe you are indeed the chosen one in her eyes. The incident occurred abruptly, so please do not take offense, Brother E. Those who act swiftly shall reap the rewards. The smile on Changsheng's face gradually faded. I regard you as a brother. Yet you wish for me to assume the role of your brother-in-law. Are you even human? Why did you not mention this sooner? Hao Jian, you know that I have spent my entire life in the depths of the mountains, utterly oblivious to the nuances of love and affection in the world. Moreover, my family consists solely of women, and no one has ever taught me the art of romance, let alone how to be your brother-in-law. Allow me a moment to ponder this. It matters not, Brother E. Had it not been for my mother's insistence, I would never have contemplated such matters. Is it true that Hao Mei is quite unconventional at home? Changsheng inquired. Indeed, my mother often remarks that we were born in the wrong order. I should have been the girl, and she the boy. My mother frets daily about my sister's prospects of marriage, sighing with concern. Could it be that Hao Mei is attracted to girls? Changsheng casually remarked. Attracted to girls? Is that permissible? Hao Jian gasped in astonishment. Changsheng replied. Enough of this topic. Outside, Tu Yuan knocked on the door before entering. What are you two discussing? I only heard talk of love and affection. Do you both have someone special in mind? Changsheng scrutinized Tu Yuan, pondering how a monk could eavesdrop on such matters. To hear and to comprehend, without any cultivation. I remain a blank slate regarding these subjects. We too are but blank slates, Hao Jian interjected. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Xiao. It was the voice of Wang Xiao. Chapter 80. The challenge continues. Wang Xiao entered the room, momentarily taken aback by the number of people present. He quickly closed the door behind him. I heard you were summoned by the patrollers for tea? Changsheng inquired. Wang Xiao hesitated, his words caught in his throat. You have met these two. They are not strangers, so feel free to speak freely. Wang Xiao replied. That was a close call. On the day of registration at the square, the patrollers discovered traces of the netherworld nearby. It was confirmed that the netherworld had infiltrated. Thus, he was hastily summoned away. Later, he was brought to the patroller's city, subjected to testing and interrogation. Was it not at the square where a member of the netherworld was slain? Hao Jin questioned, his expression one of disbelief. Seeing Changsheng appear unfazed, he regained his composure. They had ambushed 3 patrollers, escaping without a trace. Given the time that has elapsed, it would be impossible for them to trace it back to us. Did the patrollers suspect you of being a member of the netherworld? Changsheng asked. Wang Xiao nodded, wiping his brow. A patroller was murdered not long ago in the outskirts, and they suspect I am one of the netherworld. Fortunately, I passed the tests, and I have an alibi, which has temporarily spared me. What is crucial is that they seem to have uncovered the traces of 2 members of the netherworld, which ultimately exonerated me. Upon hearing that you had returned, I hurried over. Tu Yuan added, I have just arrived in the city and witnessed a murder in the square, where they claimed the victim was a member of the netherworld. How did the patrollers discover the presence of 2 netherworld members? My curiosity is piqued. Wang Xiao shook his head and remarked, those audacious specters dare to oppose the Watchers. Is it not akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Changsheng replied, the Watchers uncovered traces of the specters in your establishment. Could it be that one of them is a killer with a profound appreciation for life's intricacies? After a long pause, Wang Xiao finally said, with the Watchers frequenting both heaven and earth, I surmise that the specters have infiltrated our realm to discern the Watchers' movements, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Now, are there any Watchers currently residing at the Suxian Inn? Changsheng inquired. None, Wang Xiao responded. Ever since the Watcher assessments commenced, they have suddenly vanished from various locales, as if sensing an imminent threat. This may be linked to the recent spate of attacks by the specters. Hao Jian, visibly anxious, asked, why was the specter slain in the square discovered by the Watchers? Wang Xiao replied, I too find it puzzling. Moreover, esteemed guests, we are all Watchers now and ought to serve them diligently, even if we do not stand with them. We must not be entangled with the specters, lest it brings calamity upon our households. Changsheng remarked, Wang Xiao, your family has long resided in the city, producing numerous Watchers. Surely, you must have acquaintances among them? You are mistaken, Wang Xiao clarified. My family's acquisition of Watcher status was merely for commercial necessity. As for the Watchers, we lack the requisite power, and my family does not support such endeavors. Tu Yuan interjected, I have heard that once one becomes a Watcher, they can no longer engage in various trades, as they must serve Xintian with undivided loyalty. However, their salaries are sufficient to afford a life of comfort for their families. Changsheng chuckled, the specters are of no concern to us. I plan to take 2 friends on a delightful excursion in the city. Wang Xiao hastily assured, I shall take care of everything. I have just emerged and need to return to heaven and earth. Changsheng replied, perfect, I too have an errand to run. Hao Jian and brother Tu, feel free to do as you wish. With the Watcher qualification secured, he could report to Ji. After parting ways with Wang Xiao, he hastened towards Qinghua Garden. The thought of Ji and his 3 senior sisters stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Ji's abode. The 3 senior sisters, mindful of Ji's presence, refrained from rushing forward. Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, grandmother. Have you succeeded? Ji inquired with a hint of indifference. Changsheng revealed his palm, displaying a glowing seal. Changsheng, I knew you would not disappoint me. Come closer. Let me examine your seal. You 3, step back. The 3 senior sisters, understanding the cue, discreetly withdrew and closed the door. Grandmother, I have endured much hardship for the Watcher qualification you desired. I understand that I shall repay you. Time swiftly passed, and 2 hours elapsed. Ji suddenly appeared, as if awakened from a deep slumber. Changsheng, your powers? She exclaimed. What? You have made significant progress. You must hasten to cultivate to the intermediate alchemical furnace. I have grand plans. Changsheng, somewhat bewildered, reflected on the past days wherein he had not engaged in rigorous training, save for mere contemplations of the Great Sutra during his slumber. He sensed an invigorated surge of spiritual energy within him. At that moment, he noticed that Ji's meridian injuries were nearly healed. Grandmother, could this be related to Wang Shangbai's Great Sutra? Ji pondered. Speaking of him, I sense he possesses quite a remarkable background. If time permits, I shall pay him a visit. As for the Great Sutra, it is rather peculiar. It seems to be subtly operating even as you slumber. Can one truly cultivate their skills in sleep? Changsheng nearly leapt with excitement. Knowledge could simply be infused into the brain. Who needs 3 years of mock exams? Ji beamed at Changsheng, causing an unsettling flutter in his heart. Changsheng, I have a small task to assign to you. Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. You may speak, but I am not obliged to comply. No, you shall comply. Just as with the recent qualification test for the patrollers, if I hadn't pushed you, you would remain oblivious to your potential. Ji continued. Achieve the junior patroller qualification, diligently train for a time, and we shall strive towards loftier ambitions. What? Intermediate patroller? Changsheng exclaimed. Indeed, you are astute, far surpassing your 3 senior sisters. The junior patroller is of little use. Only upon reaching the intermediate level can one ascend to the upper echelons of society. Changsheng replied with a cold smile. Fairy, if you relish being above others, you may pursue it alone. Jiyu's expression turned frosty. Changsheng, you know I never utter meaningless words. Yet, you have gone too far. This is insatiable desire. Changsheng grew serious. No, it is an endless pursuit. In any case, I refuse to partake. No, you must. Outside, the 3 senior sisters listened intently. Fearing to disturb Jiyu, they quietly retreated to their quarters. Why is grandmother so relentless? Our junior brother returned from the test, without a moment's respite. Xiao Jing exclaimed indignantly. She turned to Xiao Tian. Why are you silent? I suspect grandmother is using us to coerce our junior brother. The 3 fell into silence. Meanwhile, Changsheng entered, his spirits far from high, lacking the excitement he had upon his return. The senior sisters approached him. The eldest sister spoke. Junior brother, we understand you have suffered. Changsheng replied. I am quite well, full of vigor and vitality. Xiao Chong, in a carefree manner, said, Junior brother, do not pretend. We overheard what grandmother said. Changsheng chuckled. You eavesdropped? If Jiyu discovers this, I cannot protect you. Moments ago, she had insisted I continue the challenges to become an intermediate patroller, with aspirations to eventually become a patroller. Xiao Tian gasped. That is too perilous. Changsheng expressed his confusion. I do not understand why she insists on these challenges. After achieving the intermediate patroller status, she might push me further to become a senior patroller. His expression tightened, a sudden realization striking him. What exactly did Jiyu intend? Chapter 81. The murder of a husband junior brother. Have you acquiesced to grandmother's demands? Xiao Tian inquired with great concern. Having entered the immortal sect for less than a year and already attaining patroller qualification was nothing short of miraculous. Changsheng replied calmly. I have agreed. Xiao Tian inquired. If you refuse, will grandmother punish the 3 of us? Xiao Jing asked. Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. No, no one can threaten me. For the next 3 days, I shall remain here, assisting my senior sisters in refining their meridians and enhancing their techniques. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Xiao Chong exclaimed with excitement. Outside, Jiyu's expression was somber. Fortunately, Changsheng refrained from saying more. Otherwise, the 3 maidens would find themselves in dire straits. 3 days swiftly passed. Changsheng awoke from his slumber to find Jiyu seated before him. His 3 senior sisters were bustling about outside. Jiyu parted her crimson lips, her breath as delicate as an orchid. The gentle exhalation caused the gauze to tremble lightly. I have observed you for quite some time. Grandmother, with no outsiders present, why not remove the veil and gaze upon me fully? Changsheng rose to a sitting position. Unless, of course, you wish for your 3 senior sisters to meet their demise. Gazing upon her visage, only one fate awaited her, save for Changsheng. As stipulated, he could not inquire about the reasons. Do I appear handsome even in slumber? Handsome or not, it is merely a fade. What I observe is not this, but the flow of your spiritual energy. Indeed, though you slumbered after practicing the Great Sutra, the sutra did not cease its operation. Your previous cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the 5th layer. Now, you have at least reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer. Changsheng smiled. Fairy, this means you cannot best me. After a lengthy period of recuperation and cultivation, Jiyu had only just restored her prowess to the peak of the 4th layer. Changsheng, you must hasten to attain the intermediate furnace level so that you may transfer your powers back to me, Jiyu urged. Then I shall need to sleep more. Changsheng replied. I must make a trip to Yicheng. Jiyu regarded him but remained silent. You have challenged the intermediate patrolman, and I require several allies. Only then did Jiyu nod. You may seek out Wang Shangbai. He may provide you with valuable information, Jiyu suggested. Changsheng shared this sentiment. Naturally, the primary allure lay in the freedom outside, to listen to music and sip tea. Soon, he found himself at the meeting of immortals, where only Hao Jian was present. Where are Hao Mei and Tu Shirlu? Sister left early this morning, and brother Tu departed shortly after your exit. He usually returns late at night. Hao Jian had not ventured anywhere, having promised Changsheng not to leave. A promise made must be fulfilled. Brother I may return home in a few days. Hao Jian expressed with reluctance. Hao Mei had informed him of this decision. Naturally, to obtain the patrolman qualification, one must return home in glory, bringing honor to their family. They also wished to visit their mother. Hao Jian, before you depart, I have resolved to let you explore Yicheng thoroughly. Changsheng possessed the capability to do so. Most importantly, he too wished to indulge in some leisure. Brother it will require a considerable sum of money. Laughter echoed as I mused that money was merely a number to me. The sound of footsteps announced the return of Tu Yuan. Brother Tu, let us explore the city together. It would not be in vain to have visited once, spoke Hao Jian. Indeed, it is a splendid idea. though I can only afford to travel on a shoestring budget. Tu Yuan glanced at Changsheng and then down at his own feet. With a serene smile, Changsheng replied, as long as Brother Guang is willing to grace us with his presence, I shall take care of the rest. He produced a silver note from his pocket, causing Tu Yuan's eyes to widen in astonishment. It would be my honor to comply, he stated. At that moment, Hao Mei returned, coldly declining Changsheng's invitation. How can a young lady mingle among men? She asserted, her individuality shining through. It would be best for us to venture out now. Changsheng had a plan. Not far from them was a newly opened tea house. It offered both tea and wine, and it was said that the cuisine was delectable. Furthermore, patrons emerged from the establishment raving about the extraordinary beauty of the proprietress. Changsheng, indifferent to the allure of beauty, was driven solely by curiosity. However, it was only in the most opulent private room that one could be served personally by the proprietress, pouring tea, serving wine, nothing more. Esteemed guests, this room is our establishment's most distinguished chamber, announced a young and graceful waitress, igniting a small red clay stove, atop which rested a celadon teapot. An aromatic waft of tea soon permeated the air. Hao Jian remarked, I have always believed that tea was unpalatable. How mistaken I was. The waitress smiled warmly at him, causing his face to flush with color. Dear guest, some experiences must be lived to fully appreciate their essence, she thought to herself. The waitress arranged 3 teacups in sequence. And strangely enough, the celadon teapot began to rotate gently, pouring the tea into the cups until they were filled to the brim. Please enjoy, she said, stepping aside. Tu Yuan appeared composed as he inquired, might I ask how much a cup of tea costs? A mere 50 taels, replied the waitress. Tu Yuan's hand faltered. Hao Jian interjected, in our Hao family village, we also cultivate spirit tea, yet a whole basket would scarcely fetch 50 taels. The waitress chuckled. Our tea is crafted by professional tea masters of the 3rd tier and above. Rustic tea from the countryside cannot be compared to ours. Then let us indulge in a few more cups, Changsheng suggested. An hour later, he proclaimed, drinking tea pales in comparison to enjoying wine. Hao Jian, equally enthused, declared, in this life, I am fortunate to have met 2 noble brothers. Let us drink to our heart's content. Changsheng turned to the waitress. Why are you standing idle? Bring forth the wine. What tier of master brews your wine? The waitress promptly replied, please hold on, esteemed guest, the wine will be served shortly. Our wine is exclusively supplied by Zui Xianju. That sounds promising, Changsheng remarked. Perusing the menu and selecting a variety of dishes ranging from those that run in the mountains to those that swim in the waters, totaling over a dozen. We have expended considerable energy these past few days. We ought to replenish with ample protein. Did you not mention that the proprietress would be serving us personally? Tu Yuan inquired, lifting his gaze. Changsheng cast a playful glance at him. Tu Yuan remained unfazed, stating, I am merely concerned that young master may spend his money without receiving the service he deserves. The young waitress promptly interjected. The proprietress mentioned earlier that she would soon come to serve drinks to all esteemed guests. Hao Jian softly inquired, how beautiful is she? Could she possibly surpass the 3 senior sisters in beauty? Changsheng replied, beauty is subjective. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, and both Changsheng and Hao Jian were nearly drooling in anticipation. However, it was said that the first chopsticks must be wielded by the proprietress, a symbolic gesture akin to a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Indeed, within moments, a curvaceous silhouette appeared at the door. The proprietress entered. Tu Yuan swallowed hard, while Hao Jian beamed like a child. Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. The proprietress gasped in recognition. Wang Xiao's wife. She, too, recognized Changsheng. Retreating was no longer appropriate. So it is young Master Yi, a rare guest indeed. Wang Xiao should have informed me beforehand. It would have been unbecoming to neglect such an esteemed patron. I shall have words with him later. Changsheng was astonished once more. She had reconciled with Wang Xiao? In matters of the heart, Mrs. Wang, I never imagined it would be you. Come, let us share a drink. Mrs. Wang graciously took a seat and poured a cup for each person. She lifted her glass first, exclaiming, I shall drink to your health. Hao Jian promptly downed his drink. However, Tu Yuan raised his teacup instead, declaring, I am a Buddhist practitioner. I shall toast with tea in place of wine. It was then that Changsheng recalled the array of hearty dishes before them. No wonder Tu Yuan had not even picked up his chopsticks. Mrs. Wang, we ought to order a few vegetarian dishes for Brother Tuesday. Certainly. What vegetarian dishes does Brother Tu typically enjoy? Mrs. Wang inquired with grace. Tu Yuan inclined his body slightly. Forgive the intrusion. A serving of smashed cucumber will suffice. Changsheng chuckled, for this dish also bore an alternative name. Oh, Mrs. Wang laughed charmingly. This is an utterly ordinary vegetarian dish. What other name could it possibly have? Murdering a husband. Changsheng downed a large cup of wine in one go. Chapter 82. Raising the chicken, Mrs. Wang's expression instantly shifted, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Yet, in a moment, She regained her composure, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Upon seeing Changsheng, she had felt a mix of embarrassment, shame, and even anger. Now, Changsheng had used a culinary metaphor to publicly strike at her sore spot, something she found utterly intolerable. If it weren't for this meddlesome individual, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Fortunately, through their childhood bond, she had managed to touch Wang Xiao's heart, leading him to overlook past grievances and to grant her a high-end tea service, allowing her to continue living in comfort. Yet, here was Changsheng, arriving uninvited. Was this a public humiliation? What happens between my husband and me is none of your business. Nevertheless, she maintained her calm demeanor and smiled. Young Master Yi is indeed amusing, though I fear these two younger brothers may not grasp the essence of your humor. Hao Jian and Tu Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. Did you understand that? Hao Jian was utterly perplexed, while Tu Yuan appeared to grasp only fragments of the conversation. Changsheng remarked, Brother Tu, good things come in pairs. A solitary vegetarian dish will surely be insufficient. After some contemplation, Tu Yuan, devoid of any ulterior motives, simply suggested braised eggplant. Madame Wang, eager to assert her authority, inquired, Young Mastery, does this dish have any amusing alias? Indeed, it's known as Old Wang from next door, Changsheng replied without hesitation. Madame Wang mused to herself that if it were Old Zhao, it might have been acceptable, but she feared that both Hao and Tu would be even more baffled. Despite his youth, he seemed to possess greater wisdom than she, a seasoned individual. Hao Jian and Tu Yuan were left as bewildered as if they were deciphering an ancient manuscript, questioning the relevance of Changsheng's remarks, which seemed to merely pertain to ordering food. After several rounds of wine, Madame Wang gracefully departed. Changsheng watched her retreating figure, contemplating the extraordinary influence she wielded over Wang Xiao, believing he had already dealt with her. Hao Jian, let us dispose of all this wine and meat, he declared. Hao Jian loosened his belt, agreeing, Brother Yi is right. Waste is a disgrace. He poured a generous cup of wine and placed it before Tu Yuan. Young Master Yi, have you indulged too much? I cannot partake in alcohol. Cannot partake? My wine has spilled across the table and into the tea. You have imbibed more than just a drop. Changsheng chuckled. An inadvertent act, not a breach of vows. He mixed some wine into the tea and offered it to Tu Yuan. I must express my gratitude for the examination, Tu Yuan stammered, taken aback for a moment. Before conceding, unless you reveal the meanings behind those two dishes. Changsheng whispered a few words in his ear, leaving Tu Yuan visibly astonished. And he downed the tea in one gulp. Hao Jian filled his cup again. No, I cannot drink. I only partake of tea, Tu Yuan insisted. Changsheng added more tea to the wine, and Tu Yuan drank again, questioning, why does the tea seem increasingly diluted? Blame me. Changsheng replied. I added too much tea earlier. The trio continued to request more wine, the waitress tirelessly replenishing their cups, and they grew increasingly uninhibited. This is the most enjoyable drinking session I have ever had, Changsheng proclaimed. Life should be celebrated with a grand intoxication. Indeed, Brother Yi, I share your sentiments. I have never drunk like this before, Hao Jian said, leaning closer to Changsheng, appearing somewhat tipsy. Perhaps tea is the better choice, Tu Yuan remarked, sensing his tongue growing heavy. Eventually, they had drunk their fill, and the bill was charged to Wang Xiao. They stumbled out, having indulged in tea and snacks, only to find it was already midnight. The vibrant scene ahead was filled with color and exuberance. Shall I take you both to enjoy some music? Have you ever experienced this? Changsheng proposed. Both men shook their heads in unison. They had never ventured into such an atmosphere, and an inexplicable longing filled them. A flamboyantly dressed woman approached, grasping Hao Jian's arm. Young master, come inside and have some fun, she urged. Startled, Hao Jian pushed her away, suddenly sobered. Laughter erupted from the surrounding women. He is still a naive one. Let us not frighten him, someone quipped, clearly recognizing his innocence. Hao Jian, in a state of disarray, caught up with Changsheng. Brother Yi, why do they call me a greenhorn? You are still young, not yet a man, replied Changsheng. Hao Jian, unusually irritated, retorted. Brother Yi, I have traversed the world, vanquishing thieves and slaying demons. I have even attained the qualifications of a. Changsheng swiftly covered his mouth. Brother, please be reasonable. Once he withdrew his hand, Hao Jian, still indignant, insisted, how can I not be regarded as a true man? Let us listen to the music, Changsheng urged. Brother Tu, will you refrain from breaking your vow while enjoying the performance? He inquired. Listening is permissible, as long as one keeps their mouth in check, Tu Yuan replied. The three of them secured a private booth, allowing them to enjoy not only the music, but also a performance reminiscent of a comedic skit from a past life, leaving them utterly captivated. I truly do not wish to pursue immortality any longer. By the way, Brother Yi, what connection does a knife and cucumber dish have with espousal murder? Hao Jian asked. You will understand the meaning of being a man once you reach that stage, Changsheng answered. tilting his head to whisper the essence of manhood into Hao Jian's ear. So, I am indeed a greenhorn? Hao Jian murmured. Changsheng nodded and turned to Tu Yuan. I need not speculate. Brother Tu is in the same boat. Tu Yuan, having indulged excessively in tea mixed with alcohol, was in high spirits. Hao Jian earnestly addressed Changsheng. Brother does being a greenhorn imply being looked down upon? Indeed. A man of a certain age remaining a greenhorn is not something to take pride in, Changsheng replied. Hao Jian's eyes sparkled. Changsheng truly was his life mentor. Brother how can I become a real man? I yearn to be among those who have experienced it. Changsheng gazed at him in astonishment. Are you serious? Hao Jian solemnly nodded. No one had ever imparted such knowledge to him. After becoming he believed himself a true man. He would never revert to the naive youth he once was. Otherwise, even the common women on the streets would mock him, a fate he could not tolerate. Changsheng hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to seek guidance from a professional. After a lengthy internal debate, he resolved that this was a natural human need, aligned with the principles of nature. Let the decayed old notions be damned. He stood up and approached a heavily made-up hostess, explaining his intent. The emphasis is on guidance. After all, it is Hao Jian's first experience. The hostess flashed a captivating smile and quickly summoned a relatively dignified middle-aged woman, speaking softly and gently. Changsheng patted Hao Jian on the back. That lady is experienced and skilled. She can assist you. Hao Jian rose, lowering his head to follow her. After listening to the performance for a while, Tu Yuan noticed someone was missing. Where's Hao Jian? He went for a foot massage, was the reply. A foot massage? Tu Yuan questioned. Can one enjoy the music while receiving a foot massage? Is there an additional charge? No extra charge. It's included in the cost of the performance. Then I shall join in as well. Changsheng remarked seriously. A foot massage will not break your vow? My foot was injured during testing. I truly need one. As long as I keep my mouth shut, I will not break my vow. Changsheng sought out the foreman once more, requesting her to summon a more delicate young woman, with a particular emphasis on her feet. My friend truly exerted himself in this endeavor. Alone, Changsheng reclined upon a soft couch, when Hao Jian hurriedly approached him, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Changsheng was taken aback. Brother do you know where I might find a rice jar? Hao Jian glanced around anxiously. Changsheng's mind was flooded with 1,000 questions. What do you need a rice jar for? The young woman claimed she could assist me in becoming a man at the quickest speed imaginable and inquired about my preferred method. Hao Jian hesitated, a hint of shyness creeping in. I said any way would do. Consequently, the young woman began to remove his garments. Suddenly, she became inexplicably irate, insisting that I procure some rice from the jar to nourish the rooster before anything else. Brother why must we feed the rooster first? Changsheng shot him a glance, noting that he couldn't even pitch a tent. He sighed deeply. You are already a man. Sit and listen to the music. Hao Jian, bewildered, took a seat, feeling as though he had committed a grave offense and dared not ask further. An hour passed when Tu Yuan, disheveled and despondent, approached. His eyes vacant and muttering, I am finished, I am finished. Hao Jian grabbed him. Brother Tu, what has transpired? I thought it was merely a foot massage, but it turned out to be far more. Tu Yuan lamented. What cultivator could withstand such a trial? I have tragically broken my vows. His spirit was waning. Even his bald head lost its luster. Hao Jian chuckled. So, you two are a novice in this regard. Congratulations, congratulations. Now we are both men. Tu Yuan shook his head. There are many paths to manhood, yet I chose the most inappropriate one. Changsheng urged him. Cheer up. Just tell us if you are happy or not. Happiness is a sin. I am guilty, Tu Yuan replied weakly. Hao Jian pondered for a moment, then asked, Did you use your mouth? Both Changsheng and Tu Yuan turned to stare at him. Hao Jian continued. Did you not say that one just needs to mind their mouth? Brother Tu, do not despair. For cultivators, sincerity is the essence of restraint. Most importantly, if you do not speak of it, I do not speak of it, and neither does Brother who would ever know of your transgression. Changsheng clapped his hands. Well said, Hao Jian. Yet, Tu Yuan remained troubled by his guilt, slumped on the couch like a mound of flesh. Hao Jian tirelessly attempted to console him, but to little avail. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Changsheng pulled Tu Yuan aside. They walked to a secluded corner, and within moments, Changsheng returned. Shortly thereafter, Tu Yuan also emerged, wearing a smile and appearing rejuvenated, even engaging in playful banter with Hao Jian. Hao Jian was left astonished, his mouth agape. After over an hour of earnest counsel, he had achieved no results. Yet Changsheng's intervention had restored Tu Yuan completely. Yet, Brother surpasses him in brilliance. My admiration for him grows even stronger. Brother Tu, are you truly unscathed? What troubles you? Tu Yuan chuckled. Weren't you heartbroken? Hao Jian inquired. Shao informed me that the one performing the foot massage was an ordinary person. Thus, I merely indulged in a vegetarian meal, which does not constitute a breach of my vows. Tu Yuan once again immersed himself in the music. Yi Changsheng nodded towards Hao Jian. Hao Jian sat in a daze, somewhat understanding yet perplexed. As a scholar, he needed to enrich himself comprehensively and seek Yi Changsheng's guidance more frequently. At that moment, Yi Changsheng's attention was captured by a gentleman at the side of the performance area. This gentleman appeared to be around 40 years of age, with a gentle demeanor, long sideburns, and an air of ethereal grace. He sat amidst others, joyfully conversing and laughing, radiating sheer delight. "Dear friends, we ought to live as he does, free and unrestrained," Yi Changsheng remarked, gesturing towards the man. Tu Yuan and Hao Jian looked over with keen interest. However, Hao Jian's smile began to wane, and his brows furrowed. "Do you know him?" Yi Changsheng asked. "I cannot say for certain," Hao Jian replied. "What do you think? Have you seen him before?" Yi Changsheng continued. "He resembles my father," Hao Jian said, his gaze fixated on the gentleman. Yi Changsheng chuckled. "Hao Jian, do not use such analogies, or others will mock you." "Brother Yi, I am not making an analogy. He truly looks like my father, who is named Hao Nan," Hao Jian insisted earnestly. "Is he truly your father?" Tu Yuan inquired. "I am only about 80% sure." Hao Jian's voice was soft. It was indeed a source of embarrassment. Yi Changsheng felt he barely recognized Hao Jian. How could one fail to recognize their own father? Tu Yuan remarked. "Is it that you seldom meet your father?" Hao Jian nodded. "The last time I saw him was 3 years ago." "That should not preclude recognition," Yi Changsheng asserted. "Does your father recognize you?" A blush crept across Hao Jian's face. "My father once said I was the most handsome among my brothers, so he should remember me." Tu Yuan laughed heartily. "Today's events are quite amusing. I do not wish to part from you two." Yi Changsheng devised a simple plan to ascertain whether the gentleman recognized Hao Jian. He instructed Hao Jian to approach slowly and linger in front of the man for a considerable time. Before long, disappointment clouded their faces. The gentleman merely glanced at the approaching Hao Jian without any sign of recognition, nor did he call out to him as a father would to a son. Appearing as a complete stranger, Hao Jian returned, his expression noncommittal. "Do not be suspicious. He is not your father," Tu Yuan said. Hao Jian asked. "How can you be so certain, brother Tu?" "The probability of both father and son failing to recognize one another is something I cannot quantify, but it is surely negligible." Tu Yuan's reasoning was quite sound. Yi Changsheng shook his head. "Not necessarily. If I were Hao Jian's father, even if I recognized him in this setting, I would feign ignorance." In the bustling atmosphere of the music hall, with two enchanting ladies nestled in his embrace, an unexpected encounter with his son unfolded. While such a situation might not necessarily spell social demise, it certainly held the potential to incite domestic discord. Yi Changsheng remarked, "I shall endeavor to investigate." He approached the man with unwavering focus. The man, caught off guard by Yi Changsheng's presence, momentarily trembled before diverting his gaze to engage in jovial banter with the beauties in his arms. "Why tremble? I am not your son," Yi Changsheng quipped, bending slightly with a smile. "Hao Xiushi." Yet the man appeared oblivious to his words. Yi Changsheng raised his voice, "Hao Nan." Still, the man remained unmoved. Though one of the lovely ladies turned her head, a bittersweet longing flickering in her eyes as she cast a flirtatious smile at Yi Changsheng. Realizing the futility, Yi Changsheng pivoted to leave. Under normal circumstances, a sudden call of his name would elicit a response. This indifference only deepened the mystery. "Tu Yuan," he mused. Hao Jian self-deprecatingly lamented, "This is all my fault. I've made a grand joke of myself. I ask you both to keep this under wraps." However, Yi Changsheng's demeanor remained grave, chilling the air around him. His gaze roamed slowly, a testament to the trials he had endured through the test. Hao Jian, understanding the gravity of the moment, opted for silence. Tu Yuan, initially astonished, soon appeared even more somber than Yi Changsheng. "What has transpired?" Hao Jian inquired in a hushed tone. "I have noticed an influx of individuals into the music hall who seem unperturbed by the melodies. Each possesses formidable skills and piercing gazes. They must be," responded Yi Changsheng. Hao Jian, gripped by anxiety, clutched Yi Changsheng tightly. Meanwhile, Tu Yuan's round head glistened, as he too perceived the enigmatic figures, now restless in their seats. These, numbering at least 7 or 8, were clearly not here for revelry. Their inconspicuous positions allowed them to control every exit and entrance. Could there be present? Hao Jian whispered. Yi Changsheng did not dismiss this possibility. The atmosphere indicated they were in pursuit of a significant figure. They maintained an air of calm, leaving no hint of their identities or intentions. Yi Changsheng exhaled quietly, relieved that they had yet to cast their eyes upon them. Should a confrontation arise between thee and we must ensure our own safety, Tu Yuan warned. For that would seal the scene, and any panicked escape might lead to dire consequences. Yi Changsheng glanced around the hall. A massive crystal chandelier illuminated the space as brightly as day, with only 2 doors for ingress and egress. "I need to step out for a moment," Hao Jian declared. Tu Yuan quickly added, "Let us go together. I sense an impending closure and inspection." As Yi Changsheng observed the crowd, a diverse throng of 1,000 None displayed signs of distress. The man resembling Hao Jian's father had somehow acquired yet another beauty, reveling in their amusement, blissfully unaware that a deadly spectacle was soon to unfold. Chapter 84. The Scout of the Bang. A formidable surge of spiritual energy suddenly struck the crystal moonlight chandelier, causing shards to scatter wildly. The chandelier, weighing over 10,000 pounds, swayed incessantly. It's about to fall. Run. The crowd below screamed in panic. If it were to crash down, even one's own mother would not recognize them. With a thunderous crash, the chandelier could no longer withstand the force and, along with the massive wooden frame above, plummeted down. Do not move. 3 patrollers soared upwards, attempting to catch the chandelier with their bare hands. Another wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The crystal moonlight chandelier imploded, disintegrating into countless fine particles. Instantly, darkness enveloped the venue, accompanied by a chorus of shrieks. One of the patrollers swiftly cast a moonlight stone in an attempt to illuminate the area, but in an instant, he clutched his throat and collapsed, becoming a target. The patrollers are after the specter. Everyone, lie down and do not move. One shouted. Yet, amidst the chaos, over 1,000 people pushed and shoved, disregarding his command. Beneath the chandelier, the scene was one of carnage. The sounds of agony echoed relentlessly. Run. The building is collapsing. Someone shouted amidst the chaos. The patrollers were blocked by the throng, nearly immobilized. Tu Yuan pulled Hao Jian to Changsheng's side. Young Mastery, we must leave quickly, or we'll be captured by the patrollers and unable to explain ourselves, Tu Yuan urged anxiously. Do not panic. Perhaps the patrollers are in the process of pinpointing their target, Changsheng replied. How do they pinpoint it? Hao Jian inquired. Changsheng remained silent, his gaze piercing. Just before the venue was engulfed in darkness, he spotted a concealed patroller holding a peculiar item. It reminded him of the testing scenario from the martial arts platform. We must blend with the crowd and behave like ordinary mortals, refraining from using our powers, Changsheng instructed. The 3 immediately surged towards the exit. There is poisonous smoke. Another voice cried out. The crowd instinctively held their breaths, plunging the scene into further disarray. The patrollers, unable to maintain control, resorted to slashing down several individuals. Yet, this only fueled the frenzy. The risk of being cut down outside was overshadowed by the certainty of being poisoned if they remained. The patrollers were outnumbered and could not strike down so many. Soon, even the guards at the entrance were swept away. Within moments, the vast arena was left with only a handful of injured and deceased bodies. The patrollers had long since pursued the fleeing crowd. Changsheng and his companions ran 2 miles without pause. That was close, exhilarating. Hao Jian gasped. It's nothing. No patrollers pursued us, Changsheng replied. How can you be so certain, young mastery? Tu Yuan questioned. I am certain because I stated from the beginning that the patrollers' target is not us. Moreover, once outside, the patrollers all pursued in one direction, indicating they have identified the Spectre-S location. If they have identified it, why not capture him directly in the arena? Tu Yuan asked. They have merely deduced that the Spectre is in the arena, but they do not know who it is. It is also possible that they are lying in wait, anticipating the Spectre-S arrival, Changsheng explained. Wang Xiao also mentioned that the patrollers had detected traces of the netherworld, which led to the exclusion of his suspicions. I still do not comprehend, said Hao Jian. I am equally perplexed, added Tu Yuan. Changsheng chuckled. Gentlemen, I am not a patroller. I cannot grasp the matter with such clarity. Once I become a patroller, I assure you I shall share all their secrets with you both. Yi Xiao has found another ambition, remarked Tu Yuan, gazing at him. Indeed, opportunities to strive in life are rare. Upon becoming a patroller, I discovered that the role is rather futile. In times of peril, one must still scurry away like the common folk. To truly ascend to the pinnacle of life, one must become a mid-level patroller, appointed as a patroller. Much like in the arena, where one can domineer over the lives of others. Yi Xiao harbors great aspirations. I am impressed. You still have 5 years to prepare. To enhance your skills. In 5 years, anything is possible, Tu Yuan stated. Changsheng scoffed. 5 years. Do you think I can wait that long? I, Changsheng, am impatient. When I conceive a plan, I must act immediately. Both Tu Yuan and Hao Jian fell silent. Although Changsheng garnered some acclaim with his elusive prowess at Fusho Mountain, it did not equate to the strength necessary to challenge a mid-level patroller. If one were to endure 5 years of rigorous training, opportunities might arise. Are you both interested? Changsheng inquired. Hao Jian shook his head resolutely. A novice patroller relies entirely on guidance to attain their status. Mid-level patrollers confront adversaries far stronger than feeble beasts. They face formidable demon cultivators. Tu Yuan remarked. If granted 5 years, and I elevate my cultivation by 2 levels, I could contend. Changsheng replied. I am preparing to consult an old friend regarding this matter. Hao Jian pondered. Having known Yi for merely a few months, he had already acquired an old friend. How did he cultivate such connections? More than 100 miles outside the city, Atop a modest hill, 3 cloaked figures stood. A middle-aged man remarked, "Odd. Why is it that wherever we go, the patrollers can follow?" After a brief silence, another voice, somewhat hoarse, responded, "I was about to enter when chaos erupted inside. I was but a step away." The youngest among them nodded. "I did enter, but within a quarter of an hour, trouble ensued." The middle-aged man expressed curiosity. Those patrollers were unfamiliar faces. It is understandable that we did not recognize them. They must have been waiting for us all to arrive before making their move. However, someone struck the moonstone chandelier, causing confusion, prompting the patrollers to reveal their identities. "Was it you who struck it?" The hoarse voice inquired. "I feel ashamed. I was unaware that patrollers had arrived." The young man asked, "Might there be any of our brothers present?" The middle-aged man replied, "Our netherworld organization only communicates with a select few. As for other brothers, we neither know nor inquire." The young man uttered a soft acknowledgement and bowed his head. A middle-aged man patted the young man on the shoulder. "One of our brothers was discovered while registering for the test in the square, and he died on the spot. To this day, I have yet to comprehend how the pursuers detected him. They were ambushed by 4 individuals led by Changsheng after killing a pursuer in the outskirts. And now only 3 remain, relentlessly pursued. That night, we narrowly escaped the pursuers' clutches. It seems we must remain hidden for a while," he said in a hoarse voice. The middle-aged man nodded. "Our hunting plan will have to be executed by other brothers. Can we still remain in Changsheng?" The young man inquired. They had initially believed that hiding in plain sight would provide them safety, even lingering in the bustling taverns, only to narrowly escape annihilation. Fortunately, someone intervened discreetly to assist them. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Could it be that, aside from the underworld, others are aware of our identities? A cold sweat trickled down his back. Even members of the underworld should be strangers to one another. The young man spoke. "I saw someone at the tavern. He was the lad who fell victim to my sleeping powder during the ambush on the pursuer. Do not worry. He did not recognize me and never could." The middle-aged man shuddered. How could it be him again? The young man grew anxious. Could he be a spy for the pursuers? The middle-aged man paced back and forth, stroking his chin. "Our brother was brutally slain in the square while he was present. And tonight he is here too." The middle-aged man shook his head. "I have received orders to protect this lad." "Protect? So, the higher-ups intend to groom this boy for the underworld?" The hoarse voice queried. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Not only to train him for the underworld, but he may very well become a future leader of the organization. I see no extraordinary qualities in him," the young man remarked. "Moreover, his skills are feeble." The hoarse voice added, "When we ambush the pursuer, we should have eliminated him once and for all. Indecision leads to chaos." He turned to the middle-aged man. "You must inquire further with the higher-ups to clarify his situation. Wherever we go, the pursuers will follow. We cannot hide." The young man sighed. "It seems we truly must leave Changsheng." The middle-aged man had just uttered an agreement when he paused. If he were to seek out Wang Shangbai, the pursuers might trace him back to the entire organization. Yet, the uncertainties surrounding Changsheng were far too numerous. He refrained from sharing this with the others. At that moment, aside from their occasional murmurs, an unsettling silence enveloped them, devoid of even the sounds of insects. Yet, a faint rustling echoed in the middle-aged man's ears. He quickly crouched down, and the others followed suit. "Have you left any traces in this place or disclosed anything to anyone?" The middle-aged man asked coldly. "Absolutely not." Both denied in unison. The middle-aged man listened intently for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "They are onto us." The young man rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "For this place was our most clandestine rendezvous. Were it not for a breach of confidentiality, the pursuers would not have been able to follow us." The 3 exchanged glances. Yet words eluded them. If there had been a leak, it could only have originated among the trio, and it certainly could not be attributed to Changsheng. The middle-aged man declared, "I have faith in my convictions, and I trust my companions." The remaining 2 formed their hands into a fist and gently tapped it together, conveying their unspoken agreement. "We must evacuate and remain apart for several months," the middle-aged man continued. "During this period, we shall refrain from any actions. Once the situation stabilizes, I will summon you to regroup." Finally, he succinctly uttered the word "depart." "Take care," they whispered as they stealthily dispersed in different directions. Barely a moment had passed when a moonstone illuminated the night sky, casting light below. The figure of the raspy-voiced man became exposed. 3 pursuers approached in a triangular formation, slowly encircling him. He halted, fully aware of his fate, only hoping for the safety of the others. The long sword stood upright against his chest. "Kneel and surrender, and perhaps you may find a glimmer of hope," the pursuer taunted. The raspy-voiced man replied, his voice even more gravelly, "Nonsense. Only the dead of the netherworld die fighting. There are no beggars for life among the specters. If you seek my life, you must wager yours in return." The 3 pursuers simultaneously swung their swords towards him, the air splitting with a thunderous echo. The raspy-voiced man remained unmoved, resolute in his acceptance of death. The fierce sword energy swept past him and then settled into silence. The mask on his face lay in tatters, revealing a bloodied smile. Although he did not move, his sword pierced the heart of one pursuer in a mutual demise. Both bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How infuriating, so obstinate. The pursuer cursed as they searched the raspy-voiced man's body, finding no useful information. Akin to others slain before him, they had also suffered the loss of one pursuer. Around the same time, Changsheng sneezed repeatedly and exclaimed, "Who speaks ill of me?" Tu Yuan remarked, in the dead of night, "Those who still think of you must be few. Surely you have an inkling of who they are." Changsheng chuckled. 3 senior sisters? They would never dare to scold me. Jiyu? She is always engrossed in recovering her techniques and would not waste time on trivialities. I truly cannot fathom who would disrespect me at this hour. Hao Jian whispered, "Could it be my sister?" Changsheng nodded in agreement. He then took Hao Jian outside, knowing that staying out late would surely displease Hao Mei. Little did they know that at this moment, the 3 specters were on the brink of peril, with one soon to meet their demise. "Perhaps we should return. Hao Mei is likely worried about her junior brother," Changsheng suggested. Tu Yuandao remarked. "So much has transpired tonight. I must take time to process it all." Hao Jian stood tall, embodying the essence of manhood. "Let us return by the way we came." Tu Yuandao replied. "That path is not convenient, and it leads us through the very alley we traversed earlier." Changsheng suggested, "Let us indulge Hao Jian a little." Hao Jian chuckled. "Brother Yi, you truly read my thoughts." Before long, they arrived at the alley where Hao Jian had been jested, yet it was deserted. What a pity. Do those in our line of work ever clock out? Hao Jian lamented as dawn approached. Tu Yuandao acknowledged. Indeed, the roosters are crowing. Changsheng quickened his pace, eager to return for a restful slumber. "No, I must first recite the Great Sutra. I cannot sleep in vain." Upon returning to the inn, he lost track of time and awoke to find someone seated by his bedside, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. He bolted upright. "Hao Jian, please, not like this. I am not accustomed to it." Hao Jian replied, "Brother Yi, your sleeping posture is rather peculiar, stretching your legs and throwing punches. You startled me awake. I feared you might be in distress, so I kept watch over you." His demeanor was notably earnest. "Are you not tired?" Changsheng inquired. "Brother Yi, for some reason. Since becoming a man, my need for sleep has diminished significantly," Hao Jian confessed softly. Changsheng patted his shoulder. "Becoming a man entails responsibility, with more responsibilities. Sleep often eludes us. You speak the truth, Brother Yi. Such is the wisdom of life. Oh, by the way, did you not mention visiting an old friend?" Changsheng suddenly remembered his intention to converse with Wang Shangbai. Hao Jian replied. Tu Yuandao said he would not accompany us as he has pressing matters. However, my sister is willing to join us. Hao Mei, feeling stifled being alone, chimed in. Hao Jian described Changsheng's acquaintance as a learned scholar of considerable repute, eager to make his acquaintance. After Changsheng completed his ablutions, the 3 set forth. Along the way, Changsheng recalled the events of the night and asked, "Hao Mei, do you know your father?" Hao Mei paused, taken aback by the question. Were it not for the necessity of decorum due to their visit, she would have reacted more openly. What kind of question is that? Hao Jian lowered his head, hesitant to speak. If Hao Mei discovered his visit to such establishments, she would surely unleash her wrath upon him, and his ears might not survive. Changsheng rephrased his inquiry. "I meant to ask, how many years has it been since you last saw your father? What concern is it of yours?" She retorted, "Well, I thought, should we encounter your father one day, and you fail to recognize him, it would be rather impolite. What would be improper? You are not his son-in-law." Hao Mei's tone grew more forceful. Changsheng cast a complex glance her way, feeling out of his depth. Hao Mei shot a disapproving look at Hao Jian, suspecting him of divulging family matters. Hao Jian remarked, "Since you both plan to return home, I happen to have some free time and would like to take a stroll as well. I have long been intrigued by the Hao family estate. Might I have the honor of visiting your family as patriarch?" Changsheng said. Hao Mei fell silent. As a friend of Hao Jian, he had no reason to decline a brief stay, assuming the role of a partial host. With his prolonged absence from home, there was no need for you to exert yourself in seeking him out, Hao Mei remarked with a stern expression.